Tea 10 jars? The busy waiter was immediately stunned, and all the customers turned to look at Guan Zihu. Seeing that, Guan Zihu's face turned dark, and he snorted, "I asked you to serve them, what's wrong with that? Go and take them quickly. If you make this lord unhappy, I will destroy your restaurant." Tea this. The waiter was put in a difficult situation. Quickly go. Serve the wine. Bring out all the wine we have in the wine cellar. Quickly. Just then, the shop owner ran over and shouted anxiously. Seeing this, the waiter stopped hesitating. Suyin noticed that the shop owner would occasionally look at the order badge on their waists. A panicked expression appeared on his face. The shop owner had recognized that they were Profound Sky Sect's people. They were not far from the Profound Sky Sect. A majority of the people who stayed in the city had seen the disciples of the Profound Sky Sect before. The shop owner personally attended to them. His service was naturally outstanding, and very quickly, 10 jars of their best spirit flower wine was served. Guan Zihu did not hold back, and immediately took a jar and opened the top, gulping down the alcohol. In a short time, the 10 kilograms worth of wine was completely finished. Good tolerance. Jieshui laughed out loud, and not being courteous, he started to drink as well. Suyun and Suyulang had no choice but to drink a few cups, while all the elite disciples stood outside the restaurant and waited. When the wine went into the stomach, it felt like blades cutting from the inside. It was unbearable. Although Suyun was also good with his alcohol, it was the first time he was tasting this wine. Just then, Suyun's eyes enlarged. He immediately activated his spirit chi and secretly forced the wine out from his stomach, storing it into his mouth, and while the other three were not noticing, he quickly evaporated the wine in his mouth. It seemed that there were some drug composition inside the wine, but was not put in while brewing. Although it was not poison, it was not some tonic either. Did the shop owner do this? Impossible. Why would the shop owner drug this? Suyun secretly looked at the three of them drinking. He thought for a while, then decided not to drink anymore. He feigned as though he was drinking, and when they were not looking, he would evaporate the wine and prevent it from entering his stomach. After going around for 3 rounds, everyone stood up, while Guan Zihu took out a small spirit coin pouch and left it on the table, before leaving the restaurant. Guan Zihu was filled, but nobody was drunk. The disadvantage of high cultivation was drinking but is unable to become drunk, unless it was spirit wine that were made with special and expensive ingredients that could give cultivators the feeling of being drunk. They continued on their way. Everyone's speed had slightly increased. Jieshui and Guan Zihu seemed to be acquaintances, and because of their appetites, they both started to chat. Master Sly. Just then, a soft voice sounded out from the side. Suyun turned and looked, to see that Suyulang had flown beside him. Master Su, what is it? Master Sly, this Master Jieshui, have you interacted with him before? Not much. Suyun started perspiring. He had not even met them before, so he did not know if Sly and Jieshui had interacted before. I was promoted to the sect elite rankings along with Master Guan, and although Master Guan seemed to like Master Jieshui a lot, I feel that there is something off about Master Jieshui. Something off? Suyun was startled. Seems like Suyulang and Jieshui are not familiar with each other. But come to think of it, that is normal. It was said that the different disparities of ranks amongst the sect elite rankers prevent them from interacting. Every one of them are arrogant and proud people, so other than the elders and the patriarch, no one is convinced. They would naturally ignore sect elites with rankings lower than them. Suyulang and Guan Zi, who was weaker than Jieshui, the disparity in strength is great. Suyulang might be nice, but he shouldn't be so close to Guan Zi, who, right? Could it be that he is just like that? Suyun frowned, but he did not reply Suyulang. He slightly shook his head, and continued to fly. Suyulang did not say any more, and continued to follow behind quietly. Suddenly, a bloody stench pervaded from beneath. Suyulang took a whiff, and said, "There's the scent of blood. There seems to be a battle below? Where are the disciples?" Jieshui shouted. "We are here." The 10 disciples from behind immediately shouted out loud. "Go and check it out." Yes. 5 out of the 10 disciples soared down quickly. After about 7 to 8 seconds, they flew back. The leader cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Reporting to Master, there is a village below, and there are a few of our disciples slaughtering them." Slaughtering the village? Jieshue frowned. Everything is fine, what kill them for? If this goes out, it will shame our profound sky sect. Guanzi who snorted, then flew down. Masters, let's go and take a look. Jieshue said to Su Yulang and Su Yun, who nodded, and they all flew down together. In a few breaths of time, they arrived at the entrance of the village. To see that it was already up in flames, many corpses laid all around the village. The population of roughly 100 had been reduced to a dozen. They were all trembling, holding shovels and spades as weapons. They all looked at the cultivators walking towards them. The cultivators were all disciples of the profound sky sect. All of them were dressed in the sect robes, with a mix of both sexes. Every single one of them had sinister and strange smiles on their faces. Holding onto their swords, they walked towards the helpless citizens. Stop! Su Yun immediately roared. Ha! There's people? They were startled and looked towards the direction of the shout. When they saw the order badges on the people's waists, all the disciples were stunned. They immediately threw down their weapons and knelt down, shouting respectfully, "Disciples greet sect elite masters! Disciples greet sect elite masters!" They shouted in unison. Su Yun looked around. The place was drenched in blood. A majority of the houses were destroyed. Corpses were laid all over the floor, causing his mind to feel shock. A massacre. And they were all non-cultivators. Such actions were never to be done, even to new cultivators. Even if they were spirit demons, evil beings, or demons, they would not do such a thing. If they wanted to, they would kill cultivators, not regular civilians. You all did these. Guanzi who walked over, he glanced around and asked. Hearing that, the 20-odd profound sky sect disciples all started trembling, and started to stammer. About that master, we are personal disciples under orders, and are here to collect perched phoenix blood, the disciple who was kneeling at the front said with stutters. Personal disciples? Of who? Guanzi who snorted. Master Dai Tu Lu. Scram! Guanzi who kicked at the disciple's chest. Crack! The disciple's ribs were instantly shattered. He flew out and smashed through 2 houses, striking a large tree. When he landed, he rolled a few rounds, and fainted. Who the hell is Dai Tu Lu? He is my disciple's disciple. You actually dared to call him master in front of me? He is my grandson. Understand? Guanzi who stared at the disciples and roared. Hearing that, all the disciples trembled even more. Seeing their reaction, Guanzi whose rough and crude face became slightly happier. He nodded in satisfaction, and said, Right, what did you all say? Dai Tu Lu wanted you all to retrieve perched phoenix blood? How? Don't tell me it's these villagers. Reporting to Master, the villagers here have perched phoenix blood in them. Senior Dai Tu Lu wants the blood for cultivation, and asked us to gather them, so we came to this village. One of them said carefully. So it was like this. Guanzi who rubbed his chin, as though he was thinking about something. He suddenly turned, and with excitement in his face he spoke to Jieshue, Su Yun, and Su Yulang. Guys, would you like to try perched phoenix blood? Perched phoenix blood? Xia Zhu was startled, and then he realized, could it be? That's right. Guanzi who laughed. He suddenly turned and punched towards his right, and a few villagers there immediately turned into mincemeat by the punch. Blood flowed out from the pile of mashed meat. Su Yun was stunned. Perched phoenix blood is an exceptionally good ingredient to brew phoenix blood wine. I never thought that the people here would have perched phoenix blood. We are truly fortunate. Guanzi who explained excitedly, then he turned to the disciples and shouted, Go, gather all their blood in jars for me, and then bring it back to my jade platform. I want to use their blood to brew wine. Whatever the Dai Tu Lu is, go and tell him, this lord wants him to screw off. With that, Guanzi, who directly took flight and left. Yes. The disciples all kowtowed and replied respectfully. The village became quiet. The only thing left was the smell of blood. Suyin stood in his place. He looked at the muddy and chaotic place that was slowly flowing with blood. A look of unrest and complication swept past his eyes. Ling Qingyu's voice sounded inside Suyun's mind. But this time, Suyun did not refute her. He took a deep breath and looked at the disciples who were preparing to gather the blood. He quietly clenched his fists, looked at Guanzi and the rest who were already flying, and said, "All of you, bury the bodies of the villagers, no need to gather the perched phoenix blood anymore." Ha! The disciples all raised their heads and looked at Su Yun in bafflement. "Do as I say," Su Yun said indifferently. He then leaped up and flew into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351. Watching him die. Hee, Su Yun, the man who kills without blinking, to have such a merciful side of you, I am truly surprised. Ling Qinyu's voice came out again. Although I have killed countless people, first and foremost, we have to see what kind of people they are. I have my own Tao. There are some people that should not be killed, and those that have to die. Su Yun said softly. Hearing that, Ling Qingyu, who was in the everlasting sword sheath, was stunned. She then realized that from the start, although Su Yun killed people without blinking, he had never hurt any innocent people. Maybe he had his own thinking, but no one could understand him. Just then, laughter came out from ahead. Perched phoenix blood. I really want to try it, Master Guan. This time, will you be personally brewing the wine? I am truly fortunate. Jie Shui laughed. Ha, Master Jie Shui, you and I are alcoholics. How can I forget you when there is good wine? Let me tell you, this phoenix blood wine is good stuff. When you finish drinking it, it will increase your cultivation. At that time, you must drink more. Guanzi, who laughed out loud, and then he looked at Su Yulang and Su Yun. Master Su, Master Sly, at that time, you guys must come as well. Phoenix blood wine is not something that you can drink when you want to. After this village, there won't be any more. Yes. Su Yulang lightly nodded his head. Su Yun did not reply. Just then, a disciple who went ahead flew back and cupped his fists respectfully, reporting to Masters, "We have reached the demonic skeletal death cave battlefield." Good. Inform the people over there. Get them to prepare for our arrival. Jie Shui said. Yes, sir. The disciple flew downwards. Everyone flew over the mountains and continued onwards. The sky turned dark, and a dark red hue shone over the desolate land, forming a rather strange scene. One after another, sounds of explosion came from the foot of the mountains not far away. Just then, a moss green light shot towards the sky and straight through the clouds, and a loud explosion boomed. You despicable profound sky sect! To come and kill this king! This king will definitely not swear my allegiance to you. Just wait. I will definitely take revenge on all of you guilty people. Just wait. Aha! The yelling lasted for a while, and was followed by an intense explosion, causing the earth to tremble, and a powerful shockwave blossomed out from the green light, blowing all around, causing a few hills to crumble with gravel and stones flying in all directions. Under the setting sun, the place became extremely chaotic. An indescribable wail came out. Hearing that wail, Su Yun's heart tensed up. A first-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator had fallen. Master Zhong is truly reputable. He has already taken down the Skeleton King demon who was holding onto the great negative Yan Immortal Cannon? Just nice. Jie Shui said, an obscure smile raising on his mouth. He waved his hand. Everyone, let us quicken our pace. Let us go and greet Master Zhong. Yes. Everyone called out and flew towards the demonic skeletal death cave. As they got closer to the demonic skeletal death cave, they could see potholes, vestiges of the battle all around. One after another, pitch-black bone skeleton demons dressed in broken armor appeared in Su Yun's vision. He looked around, only to see that they were all dead and countless of profound sky sect disciples were cleaning the battlefield, taking whatever useful objects they had. Mostly everyone were injured, seemingly in a miserable situation, and other than the corpses of the skeleton demons, there were many corpses of the disciples of the profound sky sect. The profound sky sect had paid a huge price by attacking the demonic skeletal death cave. When the disciples saw Jie Shui and the others, they immediately stopped what they were doing and knelt down, and paid their respects. "We greet Master." The calls all came out. "Where is Zhong? Where is Zhong? Ha, I want to see what the great negative Yang Immortal Cannon looks like. Tell me where Zhong is now." Guanzi who shouted out loudly, his eyes brimming with excitement that could not be hidden. "Master Zhong is still at the front lines fighting. We are just disciples responsible for logistics." A disciple said dryly, he had a gaping black wound on his shoulder, as though he was struck by poison. If he did not receive treatment in half an hour, he would lose his fighting ability. "Still at the front lines?" Guanzi who was slightly unhappy, "The Skeleton King Demon is already dead. What can he be doing there?" "Alright, Master Guan, don't be anxious, let us go look for Master Zhong together." Jie Shui laughed. They ignored the disciples and flew towards the front lines. Just as they continued to move forward, a burst of dense black smoke erupted out from in front of them, and many panicked shouts came out. Boom! An extremely strange sound erupted amidst the screamings. "What's happening?" Guanzi who was startled. "Be careful, the black smoke is poisonous." Su Yulang sensed that something was amiss, his face changed as he shouted. With that said, everyone instigated their profound spirit chi and formed a barrier to prevent the poison mist from entering their bodies. The sect disciples did the same thing, but most of them were already injured, or their profound spirit chi had already been exhausted, so they were engulfed by the black smoke. Their skin immediately split apart and they directly fell to the ground spasming, their flesh started to disintegrate up to their bones, and they died. Seeing that, everyone's face changed. "Retreat, retreat!" A disciple shouted to the rest. "Not good. Something happened to Master Zhong." Another voice came out. Everyone looked over, an elite disciple with a chi barrier around him rushed out towards Jie Shui and the rest and spoke anxiously, "Masters. Not good. Not good." The Skeleton King Demon that was beheaded by Master Zhong detonated the skeleton demonic chi inside his body right before he died. Master Zhong was not in time to dodge and was infected by the demonic chi, and is currently in a life-threatening situation. "Masters, please go and save Master Zhong, please save him." "What?" Hearing that, Jie Shui's face turned ugly. He did not ask or say anything, and rushed towards Master Zhong's location. The 10 elite disciples activated mystical techniques in unison, planning to blow off the demonic poison, but the demonic poison was not so easily dispelled, and did not budge at all. Under that helplessness, the profound sky sect disciples could only retreat. When Su Yun, Jie Shui and the rest reached Master Zhong, they saw that he was surrounded by 7 elite disciples. The skin on his entire body was pitch black, his skin had lacerated, blood-red scars went around his body like a spider web. The 7 elite disciples were seated cross-legged around him, using their combined profound spirit chi to imbue into his body, aiding him to defend against the demonic poison. Everyone was enveloped with the profound spirit chi of treasures, preventing the poison chi from harming them. The 7 disciples were giving their all, but they were not able to remove the demonic poison effectively. The 7 of them had their own injuries, so no matter how hard they tried, it was futile. How did this happen? Jie Shui frowned and asked. Masters, are you guys the support sent by the sect? The 7 elite disciples all opened their eyes and looked at Jie Shui and the rest in shock. However, Guanzi whose actions and words made them disappointed. Weaklings, we are not the support sent by the sect. We are here on orders of the sect to retrieve the great negative Yang Immortal Cannon. Guanzi who pushed his way forward and walked to the 7 people, revealing a terrifying and fanatical expression. Alright. Master Zhong, Where is the great negative Yang immortal cannon? Quickly give it to me, we need to send it back to the Lord. You all. Master Zhong, whose entire body was black by the demonic poison, struggled to open his eyes. When he saw how audacious Guan Zihu was acting, his pitch-black eyes flashed a look of anger, but he was currently having difficulty surviving. How could he be visibly angry at Guan Zihu? Save me, the explosion of the demonic chi from the Skeleton King demon corroded my spirit essences. Without the help of a strong profound spirit chi to force the demonic chi out of me, my cultivation will drop. Masters, quickly save me. Zhong seemed to be begging them. Relying on the injured elite disciples of the sect was useless, and only by relying on the 4 sect elites could Zhong be saved. Where is the great negative Yang immortal cannon? Jie Shui laughed. He ignored Zhong's words and jumped straight to the question. It's here. Zhong weakly raised his hand up and gently moved his palm. A regiment of gold blossomed out of his hand. When they looked closely, they could see a golden porcelain bowl. When it appeared, Jie Shui and Guan Zi who immediately stopped breathing. Even Su Yulang was stunned. The 3 of them had their eyes locked onto the object with longing. Plop. Guan Zi who walked forward a few steps, and seized the great negative Yang immortal cannon from Zhong's hand, tightly gripping it in his hand. Alright, masters, quickly force the demonic poison chi out of my body now. Zhong shouted weakly. But what came next was Jie Shui's cold and horrifying laughter. Apologies, Master Zhong, we are here on orders for the sake of the great negative Yang immortal cannon. We did not receive any orders to save your life, and saving you will consume a lot of our profound spirit chi. If we are weak, won't we be in danger on the way back? So for the sake of safety, we can only regretfully reject saving you. Jie Shui laughed and said. Zhong opened his eyes wide. He could not believe what Jie Shui had said. His own people was actually watching him die. How can you guys do this? The 7 elite disciples were stunned, and looked at Jie Shui in shock. We will hand this great negative Yang immortal cannon back to the Lord. Guan Zi who laughed. The disciples and I fought so hard to retrieve this great negative Yang immortal cannon, and to actually have the credit stolen by all of you. I never thought you would be such people. I will not be resigned to this. I will not accept it. Zhong shouted in anger and in pain, but he was helpless, for he could not do anything. Su Yun, who was acting as Sly, was extremely shocked. Just because they are afraid that Zhong would take away the credit, they were going to watch him die? Isn't it time? Just then, Jie Shui suddenly raised his head and looked at the 10 elite disciples. His words were extremely weird, and even Guan Zihu and Su Yulang did not understand. The elite disciples all nodded their heads and surrounded Zhong, brandishing out their weapons. They all released treasures that could destroy profound spirit chi. Do it! Jie Shui brandished a sharp azure blue dagger and muttered a chant. He then laughed and walked towards Zhong, dagger in hand. Seeing that, Zhong's eyes immediately widened. Jie Shui, what are you doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352. Daggers hidden behind his smiles. Of course, it's what I've been wanting to do for a long time. Jie Shui laughed coldly. He moved his arm, and the dagger pounced towards Zhong's heart like a venomous snake. The spirit chi spiraling at the edge of the blade was activated, and flashed into Zhong's entire body. Wherever it passed, everything would be destroyed, and in a breath of time, Zhong's entire body was split into pieces and countless places were still being shredded by the profound spirit chi. It was terrifying and ruthless. Zhong was dead. Guan Zi, who was stunned. Su Yulang was also stunned. Su Yun was even more shocked. His mind was turned blank. He had thought of all sorts of scenarios, but he had never expected such an event. Poochie! 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 7 heads fell to the ground. The 7 disciples that protected Zhou were all murdered. Being surrounded by the 10 elite disciples, along with their severe injuries after the bitter battle, how could they fight against these 10? They were quickly killed and settled. Seeing the corpses still bleeding, Guanzi who regained his senses and asked, Master Jieshua, why did you do this? Why? Isn't it obvious? Jieshua walked over and picked up Zhong's sect elite badge and chuckled. Zhong brought the sect disciples and fought a huge battle against the Skeleton King demon. He obtained the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon, but in doing so, it birthed a desire to keep the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon for himself. Thus, he slaughtered the sect disciples, destroyed the elite sect badge, and escaped with the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon. His current whereabouts? Unknown. You don't know that? With that said, Jieshua tightened his hand, and Zhong's sect elite badge crumbled to pieces. Guanzi, who was not an idiot, he immediately knew what Jieshua meant. Jieshua planned to keep the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon, then placed the blame onto Zhong. Go, get rid of all the other disciples. Jieshua turned and ordered the 10 elite disciples. Yes. The 10 disciples nodded and quickly swept the ground. Very quickly, wails and cries came out from all directions. The massacre had started. Master Jieshua, don't tell me that you plan to keep the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon for yourself? Guanzi who looked at Jieshua. Keep for myself? No. Of course not, this treasure is not something I can keep alone. Master Guan, I did this with hopes that we can make this treasure ours. Now that Zhong is dead, the disciples who participated in the battle are dead, nobody would have any clarity about the matter, so no one knows where the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon is, no? Xia Zhu laughed and said. But, there is only one Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon and there are 4 of us, how should we split it? Guanzi whose face turned slightly pale. 4 of us? Of course not, we just have to get rid of the 2 of them, Master Guan. The Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon is useless in my hands. Only people like you is fit to use it. Now, I have helped you obtain this treasure, you just have to promise me one thing, and that is when I am in trouble, you must use your Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon to help me. How does that sound? Why you want to give the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon to me? Guanzi who was stunned, but his eyes surfaced a look of excitement. Of course. Jieshua laughed. I heard that you have a treasure that can conceal the spirit chi of treasures. The Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon's treasure grade is too high. If I keep it on me, people will definitely find out about it. Only you can keep it. So if I do not hand over this Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon to you, who should I give it to? That's right, but what if you regret it? Guanzi who was already moved, with only a slight hesitation as he asked. Regret? Why should I have any regret? You hold the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon, how will I dare to fight with you? Jieshua's mouth formed an arc. No. Master Guan, don't believe him. He is using you. Jieshua is a cunning man with daggers hidden behind his smiles, no one knows what he truly wants, you cannot trust him. Su Yulang could no longer hold back and anxiously shouted. However, his words were unable to pull Guanzi who back from his greed. Time is running out, Zhong's order badge is already destroyed, the sect will know something had happened, if you do not take action now, it'll be too late. Jieshua's expression turned sinister as he stared at Su Yulang. He pounced towards him with his hand turning into a claw with spirit chi, he fiercely dashed his way forward. Jieshua, seems like you're not planning to let us go. Su Yulang's reaction was not weak. When Jieshua took action, he also made his move, raising both palms, his 10 fingers extending out 10 blood-red bone blades that resemble talons. Clang! Jieshua's attack was blocked, the talons were sturdy, proving that Su Yulang's strength was not weak. Oh, you have some strength. Jieshua laughed. Although I was just recently promoted to the sect elite ranking, rising by 45 ranks straight is not just for fun, Jieshua, you looking down on me is your own fault. Su Yulang roared, and used his other hand thrust towards Jieshua's heart. Su Yulang was a quiet and calm person, but when a battle erupted, he would transform into a crazy man, regardless of how strong his opponent was, he would not be afraid. Then, when Su Yulang was about to attack again, a fiery steel fist suddenly came up from beside him. What? Su Yulang's eyes widened. Boom! The steel fist smashed into his chest, the blazing flames bore into his body like worms, combusting the spirit essences, veins and arteries in his body. Poochie! Su Yulang spat blood out, his entire being flown out and smashed fiercely into the ground, and started to spasm on the ground. Fire venom? Su Yun looked at Su Yulang's face and became suspicious. Su Yulang's skin became extremely red, his body twitching frantically with his chest sunken in. He had already lost half of his fighting power. Su Yulang still stood up, but Jie Shui had already rushed forward, and trampled down onto his shoulder blades. Ah! Su Yulang screamed out loud. He raised his blood-red eyes, and looked at Guan Zihu. Master Guan. You and I joined the sect together and have worked together for so many years. I never thought that you would actually betray me just for this great negative young immortal canon. You despicable lowly human, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Ah! Su Yulang released a wail, his eyes brimming with hatred. You don't have to make me angry, Master Su, I have no choice but to. Such a good treasure is right in front of me, if you want me to let it slip away, I cannot do that, so I have to wrong you. Guan Zihu said indifferently, and then he walked towards Su Yulang. He did not hesitate, or give mercy, the killing intent in his eyes were extremely thick, he did not care about the relation between them. Su Yulang stared intently at Guan Zihu, his eyes filled with anguish and pain. Crack! A clear sound came out. Then, Su Yulang's body fell to the ground, he had completely turned silent, his heart was still beating softly, but in that situation, he was just a step away from death. Su Yun watched the entire scene quietly, he did not run, did not shout, or reveal any look of fear. The profound Sky Sex people were so cunning and ruthless, far more than what he thought they were. Ah, Master Guan, I truly was not mistaken about you. Well done. Well done. Ha 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 ha. Jie Shui laughed. Guan Zihu laughed, then turned his gaze to Su Yun, and said, Alright, I've killed Su Yulang, you go and handle Sly. Relax, I will handle Sly, but before that, aren't you going to give the great negative Yang Immortal Canon to me? Jie Shui crossed his hands across his arm, and said with a look of ridicule. Give you? Guan Zihu was startled, Master Jie Shui, didn't you say you're going to give it to me? I was just spouting nonsense, and you believed me? Hee, you're truly a dense animal. What do you mean? Guan Zihu's face changed. What do I mean? Hee, you still don't understand? Idiot, you have already killed Su Yulang and saved me a lot of trouble, now, it is time for me to take care of you too. Jie Shui sneered, and then walked towards Guan Zihu. Jie Shui. Didn't you say you cannot conceal the great negative Yang Immortal Canon's profound spirit chi, and taking it would bring about trouble? Idiot, can't I just take your treasure? Jie Shui stared at Guan Zihu. You're too despicable. You actually played me. However, do you think I am afraid of you? Our rankings are just 10 places apart, and I have the great negative Yang Immortal Canon in my hand. Why would I fear you? Guan Zihu clenched his teeth and said. Jie Shui squinted his eyes and laughed, I already called you an idiot, and you still don't think you're one? How did you think Zhong killed the Skeleton King Demon? It was because he had sent a few disciples to make the Skeleton King Demon use the cannon first, that's how he was able to take down the Skeleton King Demon. Right now, the great negative Yang Immortal Canon is still being recharged and is unable to be activated. Do you think you can rely on it to kill me? You're truly dense. Furthermore, Jie Shui lightly waved his hand, and strands of blood started to dissipate outwards. Guan Zihu could smell the blood, he was startled for a moment, but did not say anything. He suddenly felt the chi channels in his body being torn apart, and the profound spirit chi in his body instantly became chaotic, he could not summon any strength. What's happening to me? What did you do? Guan Zihu screamed. Oh, nothing much, just fed you a bit of drugs. Master Guan, do you still remember the spirit flower wine we drank at the restaurant? Jie Shui sneered. There was poison in it? Nope, just a bit of extra ingredient, and only by mixing with this blood would it turn into poison. I have prepared so long for this great negative Yang immortal cannon, I even bought the entire restaurant and also made you want to drink so much, that was how I could bring you there. Out of everyone, you were the easiest to handle. Now that you're taken care of, everything is easy. With that, Jie Shui walked over and directly stepped onto Guan Zihu and took the great negative Yang immortal cannon that was in his hands. Guan Zihu's lower body was completely trampled flat. He was enraged, to the point that his chest was about to explode, but what could he do? Suddenly, he thought about something. He turned his head and saw Su Yun standing there. He immediately bellowed, Master Sly, this man is cunning and evil. He is ruthless and devious, and planned to steal the profound Sky Sect's treasure. Why don't we help each other and kill him? Ha ha ha, with just him? A trash that only knows how to shapeshift. He is the most useless out of all the sect elites. I can kill him with one finger, and you actually pinned your hopes on him. That's truly a joke, ha ha ha. Jie Shui laughed out loud. Su Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353. Framing and shifting the blame. Are you looking down on me? Su Yun looked around and asked casually. Yes, I am. Jie Shui laughed and walked towards Su Yun. You have also taken in the blood mist, but you have no reaction. It seems that you did not drink the wine? I noticed a weird smell in the wine, so as a precaution, I did not drink it. Oh? So careful, but even if you didn't drink it, I can take care of you easily. Jie Shui laughed, but Sly, actually, I can leave a way out for you. If you are willing to hand over the shapeshift bone piece, I won't kill you. Of course, the condition is that you must leave the profound Sky Sect. What about that? Impossible. Su Yun shook his head. You just betrayed everyone in front of me. How can I believe you? Furthermore, I don't think that you can kill me. Can't kill you? Jie Shui was startled, and then he laughed out loud. Sly, where is your confidence coming from? To think that I can't kill you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Since you think like that, then let me see what strength you possess. With that said, his face immediately turned sinister, and a steel fist directly flew towards Su Yun. The profound spirit chi following the fist was like a cheetah's claws. It was unstoppable. But just as it was about to strike Su Yun's heart, a palm swept gently and enveloped the fist completely. The palm was filled with an even stronger profound spirit chi, and fiercely suppressed Jie Shui's fist. Jie Shui's attack was stopped. What? His eyes were opened wide and his face filled with shock. Just like that? Su Yun's eyebrow twitched. He held onto the fist tightly. Then he extended his other hand and grabbed onto Jie Shui's shoulder. Whoosh! Jie Shui's left elbow was completely ripped off. Ah! He screamed in pain, and his face distorted in anguish. Su Yun released his fist, allowing Jie Shui to retreat. He held onto his bloodied shoulder while staring at Su Yun. His eyes no longer filled with rage, it was replaced with shock and bewilderment instead. How is that possible? Why are you so powerful? Are you Sly? Isn't Sly ranked 73? Why are you able to produce such strength? He screamed frantically. Sly does not have such strength. Su Yun took Jie Shui's ripped off left hand. He opened up the palm and took the golden plate from the hand. After scrutinizing it, he threw it into his storage ring, and then looked at Jie Shui. But I do. Who are you? Jie Shui pressed against his wound and asked. He already knew that the person in front of him was not Sly, but a fake. He watched as the person opened his storage ring and retrieved a long and pitch-black sword sheath, holding it by his side. He waved his hand, and in a flash he touched the sword sheath, releasing a blood-red flying sword that directly flew towards Jieshue. So. At the same time, many sub-swords flew out from the sword sheath and followed along the blood-red sword towards Jieshue, instantly changing the situation. Limitless? Su Yun. You are Su Yun. Jieshue immediately understood and realized who the person was. What? Su Yun? Guanzi, who was also stunned, looking at Su Yun in shock, he asked, How are you, Su Yun? Sly? Where is Master Sly? Where is he? But, before Guanzi who could hear Su Yun's reply, he heard Jieshue screaming in pain. The 1,000 flying swords soared over, smashing straight into Jieshue powerfully. Jieshue activated his profound spirit chi barrier to block the swords, but upon being released, it was instantly shattered. He was also pierced by the swords and pinned onto the ground. It's useless, Jieshue. Su Yun is someone who defeated the Spirit Demon Emperor. It is said that he is a third-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator. You can't fight him at all. It's impossible, but now you and I are the same. We are like fishes waiting to be killed, ha ha. Guanzi, who recovered from his shock, and upon seeing Jieshue's plight, he immediately laughed out loud. Ignoring the fact that Su Yun did not get poisoned, even if he did, Jieshue, who was not even a first-stage Spirit Star Realm, cannot be an opponent against a peak third-stage Spirit Star Realm expert. Su Yun slowly walked towards Jieshue, but Jieshue's shocked face gradually became calm again. Slowly, his mouth arched into a smile, and a strange laughter came out from his mouth. I never thought at all. I have calculated every single detail, every nook and cranny, but in the end, I will still fail. No matter what I had thought of, how could I think that the real Sly was already dead and the fake was actually Su Yun? The profound Sky sect have thought of ways to capture me, and even massacred the Su family to lure me out. I cannot possibly be on the defensive, so it is time for me to make a move. Su Yun immediately stood in front of Jieshue, raised the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and pierced it into his shoulder. Puchi! The sharp sword blade pierced into the shoulder. Jieshue trembled due to the pain, but this time he did not voice the pain out. He tensed his state of mind, and forced out a smile. I dare to promise, after so many years, the person that have made the profound Sky sect have the biggest headache, is definitely you. I will not only make them have a headache. Su Yun gradually turned the sword hilt, causing the sword blade in the shoulder to start turning and cutting the flesh around the blade, and slowly moved towards his neck. The torn wound oozed out with blood, a scene that could cause people's hair to stand. Guanzi, who swallowed his saliva, his heart beating frantically. He had long heard of Su Yun being an evil realm being, but he had never thought that Su Yun would be so evil. Shio! The sword moved, blood spurt into the air, followed by a light plop sound. Jieshue had completely died. One down. Su Yun's eyes was extremely calm, and he turned towards Guanzi who. Since you actually revealed yourself, then you definitely do not plan to leave anyone alive in order to conceal your secret. Su Yun, to die in your hands, I am willing. Guanzi, whose entire body was twitching as he spoke weakly. If your blood touches my sword, I will feel disgusted. Su Yun said indifferently. You, Guanzi, who became angry. As an expert that's about to step into the Spirit Star Realm, for your desires, you killed innocent people willfully and tyrannically. Even a demon or evil being will not want to be like you. You are truly a person that makes me feel utterly disgusted. The moment he said that, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword pierced through Guanzi whose throat like lightning. Guanzi, who had not even finished speaking, his mouth was pierced by the sword, which was then pulled downwards towards the throat, immediately slicing the body in two. Blood flowed everywhere. Everything was over. No matter what or how anyone could think, no one would be able to know that Sly was not the Sly they knew, but Su Yun, the person that the profound Sky sect was trying to catch with all their might. He walked over and took Guanzi whose storage ring, and then rummaged through it once. A golden purple colored jade was taken out by him. This jade is actually releasing such a rich yet faint spirit chi. If it is placed on any treasure, it will definitely be able to conceal the treasure's chi. I never thought that Guanzi who would actually have such a treasure. Su Yun exclaimed to himself in his mind, and then took out the great negative yang immortal cannon and placed the jade onto the cannon. He then imbued profound spirit chi into them, then the jade started to merge into the great negative yang immortal cannon, and the powerful rich chi of the treasure was immediately replaced by a faint spirit chi. He then bit his finger, and dropped a drop of blood into the heart of the great negative yang immortal cannon, causing the cannon to transform into a gold light which drilled itself into Su Yun's right palm. This grade of treasure was the same level as the heavenly crystal, sprite's shadow, etc. He had to quickly form a connection with it, otherwise, he would not be able to control it. Su Yun looked at the golden imprint on his palm, and was ecstatic. Great. After dealing with Jieshui and Guanzihu, Su Yun looked around, then he released the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, and used the storm sword technique on Jieshui's body. A burst of torrential wave releasing many sword sounds gathered and instantly sliced Jieshui's corpse into pieces. Su Yun extended his hand and released spirit chi and shattered the pieces of Jieshui's body parts and his sect elite badge into dust. He then wiped off the blood from immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and kept it into the everlasting sword sheath, and then kept everything into his storage ring. He returned to Su Yulang's side, seeing that he had fainted long ago, and the fire venom was burning towards his heart. Su Yun immediately took out a few pills and forced them into Su Yulang's mouth. He then activated the monarch occult force and places his hand on Su Yulang, pouring spirit life chi to treat Su Yulang. After a few breaths, he retracted his palm, and before the spirit chi had dissipated from his palm, he smacked himself on the chest a few times, causing himself to bleed, and then activated the shapeshift bone piece, turning back into Sly, and laid on the ground. The poisonous chi slowly dissipated. Two people laid on the ground and the fire venom in Su Yulang had been dispelled, allowing him to regain some consciousness. However, the injuries on his body were still severe. He could only open his eyes slightly and roughly look at his surroundings. "Master Sly, Master Guan?" Su Yulang called out weakly, but no one replied. The bleak scene emerged in his eyes, and he had roughly guessed what happened. After a while, a few light auras shot out from the sky and landed near them. It was a total of 4 people, 3 males and 1 female. Rank 44 Master Lian Yu, Rank 50 Master Guemo Duo, Rank 49 Master Zhang Chang Xin? Master Bai Li? All of you are here too. Su Yulang forced opened his eyes and looked at the 4, a trace of light appearing in his eyes. What happened here? The 10 disciples outside are actually massacring our sect disciples. We killed 7 of them, and captured 3 alive. Aren't they the disciples under Master Jieshui's charge? How could that happen? The purple-robed Lian Yu questioned straightforwardly. Her face was chubby with baby fats, her appearance was rather pretty, rosy lips and white teeth, her figure slender. Do not ask so much, save them first. Rank 20 Bai Li Tian bellowed. The 3 of them nodded, and immediately began instigating spirit chi for treatment. Master Bai Li, Master Guan is dead. Master Sly is still breathing. Quick! Quickly save him. We must save him. Bai Li Tian bellowed anxiously. Yes. The 3 of them nodded. After half an hour of time, Su Yulang had already recovered to being able to converse properly. He laid on the ground and gasped for air. His face was shockingly white. Seeing that he was fine, they then surrounded Sly. Bai Li Tian walked over to Su Yulang. Master Su, what exactly happened here? Why are all of you? And, where is Master Jieshui? Jieshui? Su Yulang's eyes were immediately brimming with unending hatred and anger. He clenched his teeth and said, Jieshui, that traitor. Master Zhong risked his life to kill the skeleton king demon and suffered severe injuries. Not only did Jieshui ignore his plea for treatment, he also sneaked attack on all of us. He planned all of this. He killed Master Zhong, and wanted to kill us. His intent was to steal the great negative Yang Immortal Cannon to use it by himself. Jie Shui, he, has already betrayed the Profound Sky Sect. What? Bai Li Tian and the other three were completely stupefied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354. Feng Ling Sheng. Yes, Jie Shui had bewitched Guan Zihu and used Guan Zihu to get rid of me and Master Su. After we fell, he then sneaked an attack on Guan Zihu and killed him. He then destroyed his own sect elite badge, and escaped with the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon. In the air, Su Yun, who was being supported by Qi from a few sect elites, held onto his chest and spoke to Guemo Duo and Zhang Chang Xan beside him. Despicable. The two of them clenched their teeth, their expressions filled with rage. I never thought that Jie Shui would be two-faced. Betraying the sect, that is truly unexpected. Bai Li Tian said gloomily. Master Bai Li, we need to quickly report to the Patriarch, and ask the Patriarch to give the order to chase after Jie Shui. Lian Yu said. That's right. Bai Li Tian nodded his head. Later, you guys will arrange for Master Sly and Master Su's treatment. I will meet the Patriarch, and after clarifying the issue, we will hand over the 3 disciples to the law enforcement unit for judgment, and they will interrogate them. We will then seek to capture Jie Shui. Yes. Lian Yu and the others nodded their heads. The group of people quickly flew towards the Profound Sky Sect. Back at the Profound Sky Sect, Su Yun was arranged to go to the treatment room inside the sect where a few pretty female disciples performed techniques and formations to refine pills. Although the equipment in the treatment room was complete, their treatment methods and techniques were still weaker than Blossom Heart Valley's. Regardless, it was still sufficient. Su Yun's injuries were all feigned, and after 7 to 8 days, he recovered fully and he returned to his own jade platform. Through this period of time, the law enforcement unit came for an inquiry and documented statements, but there was nothing much to document. Su Yun's account were the same as what they had guessed. Jie Shui had killed Guan Zihu and then tried to kill Su Yun, but Su Yun did not die. Afterwards, Jie Shui took the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon and left. Then, with the account from Jie Shui and Su Yulang's 3 disciples, the confirmation of the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon being taken by Jie Shui became as solid as steel, and no one suspected Sly. Using this period of time, Su Yun began to familiarize himself with the treasure that could break through the defense of a spirit master cultivator. Gradually imbuing it with qi, the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon became alive, and the gold imprint in his palm started to revolve gently, becoming a circular wheel that was filled with 3 layers of symbols all around it. The circular will gradually absorb the spirit qi in the air, replenishing itself, and when it was completely filled with spirit qi, it activates an even stronger attractive force, converging the spirit qi from the entire place, ready for use. The current Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon was extremely empty, and continued to suck all the spirit qi around it, and the time that it remained empty was the time that it could not launch attacks. Could this thing be manually filled? Su Yun suddenly thought about it. He extended his hand and pressed down on the golden imprint, and poured the pure profound spirit qi into it. The surprising thing was that the profound spirit qi seemed to have entered a big bucket, completely taken in by the golden imprint. It can be manually filled? Su Yun was startled. Since this was the case, why didn't the Skeleton King Demon manually put spirit qi in, but waited for it? This suspicion was answered in a short while. It consumed too much profound spirit qi if it was manually poured in. Su Yun, a 3rd-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator, had actually maintained 3 hours of imbuing his own spirit qi, consuming more than half of his profound spirit qi, before he was able to completely fill up the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon. If even I have such difficulty, then I think that even if the Skeleton King Demon consumed all of his profound spirit qi, he would be unable to fill this treasure up. After filling the Great Negative Yang Immortal Cannon up, Su Yun immediately sat down cross-legged and meditated to recover. Although it consumed a lot of spirit qi, a 3rd-stage Spirit Star cultivator's recovery rate was extremely fast. Adding the bonus strengthening from the indestructible gold body, the toughness of his qi channels were far stronger than normal, and his spirit essences could recklessly produce profound spirit chi and not be worried about his chi channels being unable to handle the stress. See. Just then, a strange sound came out from his neck. It was an incoming message from Great Obscure. Suyun opened his eyes and touched the shadow locket on his neck, activating it. What is it, Great Obscure? Master, do you want to take action? The great negative Yang Immortal Canon has been taken by Jieshui and he has betrayed the Profound Sky Sect. Having fled outside, it would be difficult to trace him. It would be extremely difficult for us to obtain the great negative Yang Immortal Canon now. Great Obscure said helplessly. You don't have to investigate on him. And you guys do not need to find him anymore. From now on, treat the matter as if it had concluded. Oh? Great Obscure was startled, but he seemed to have guessed something. He hesitated for a while, then said, since it is so, then I will get 4th Shadow and 5th Obscure to stop investigating. Alright, if you have any queries you can contact me. With that, he placed the shadow locket down. He meditated and trained in the house for a few days, before leaving the Jade platform. Although I have been in Profound Sky Sect for a period of time, I still don't know much about Profound Sky Sect yet. If I want to make a move, how can I not know anything about the grounds here? He then started to wander aimlessly. He would greet the lower-ranking sect elites or disciples of the sect while wandering around, and would occasionally call out masters to the other sect elites. He never saw any clan elders, potential clan elders or higher rank members of the sect, as they were either in their own training grounds or on the Patriarch's Jade Island. The elite disciples were uncommon, and there was no need to say anything about the ordinary disciples. The places where the disciples were chaotic. They were frequently fighting with the pretense of sparring, in which they would receive warnings, but they were only warnings, and not direct inhibitions. As long as there were no lives taken, there were nothing much to be said. Suyun wandered for one round, and then headed towards the direction of the sea. Near the sea, there were much lesser structures, and lesser signs of humans, and was a good training ground. It's such a good place, why didn't anyone shift their jade platforms here? Suyun was curious. He stepped onto the inch-long grass and walked forward, but not long after, ripples of intense sword concept surged towards him. The sword concept was profound, mixed inside the cool breeze, so non-sword cultivators would be unable to notice the existence of the sword concept. Although it was difficult to detect, it was still there. The profound spirit chi that was enveloped within silently, if any weak cultivators were present, their spirit essences would be destroyed by the sword concept unknowingly. Powerful sword. Suyun secretly judged. He did not know who was releasing the sword chi, and carefully proceeded forward. Then, sets of sword chi flew towards him. Suyun sidestepped without panicking, allowing the sword chi to sweep past his body, and although it looked dangerous, he was not in danger. Oh! A surprise exclamation came up from ahead of him, and then a few vacuum sounds came up, and in a blink of an eye, a man holding a blue sword appeared in front of Suyun. The man's skin was a wheat color, his hair reached his waist, and half of his face was covered, the other half revealing an extremely handsome and noble look. His sharp brows made him look stern and his pupils revealed a deep look. Dressed in a black blade master attire with blue outlines, he looked to be extremely capable and strong. Why did you sneak an attack on me? Suyun asked. Why can't I, when you were peeping on me training my sword? The person smiled and said. Peeping? I haven't even walked over, how could I peep? Suyun frowned, but did not refute him. The person kept his sword and sized Suyun up once, then laughed. I have never seen you before, but from your clothes, you shouldn't be any ordinary disciple. Who are you? Sect Elite Sly. Sect Elite Sly? I have never heard about you, but I don't really know many people in the Profound Sky Sect. Maybe I have forgotten about you when you reported your name. Hearing that, Suyun did not get angry, but asked calmly, then, who are you? Potential clan elder Fengling Shang, maybe you haven't heard of me. The man smiled. Yeah. It's fine if you haven't heard of me since I rarely come out. It's normal that people haven't heard of me, but Sly, your move just now, I think that you are quite powerful, why not we spar a bit?
I am just a 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator, and am definitely not the opponent of Master Feng.
Su Yun shook his head.
10th stage spirit soul realm?
Feng Lingsheng walked over and looked at Su Yun, then shook his head and smiled. Master Sly, as a 4th stage spirit star realm, to be unable to see through a 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator's cultivation, do you think that is possible? Maybe you have a treasure on you, but with your reaction just now, that is not something a 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator could do.
Hearing that, Su Yun immediately tensed up.
Shoot, no wonder I couldn't see through his cultivation. I never expected him to be a 4th stage spirit star realm cultivator.
But since when did the Profound Sky sect have so many experts? To so easily chance upon a 4th stage spirit star realm expert?
Master Sly, maybe you have your difficulties and your secrets, but please reset easy. I will not tell others about you being a spirit star realm cultivator, but the condition is you have to spar with me.
Feng Lingsheng said warmly, with a harmless smile that could make people become careless. Spar? A 4th stage spirit star realm? I am curious, why is a potential clan elder a 4th stage spirit star realm? I am afraid that of the 5 great clan elders, none of them have strength comparable to yours? Su Yun asked.
The reason for this is rather complicated, and I cannot clarify this within half an hour. Actually, with my strength, it would be extremely easy to be a great clan elder, but I have no interest in it.
Isn't being a potential clan elder great? To just train and drink every day, what could be more free and easy?
Being a great clan elder is so tiring, only idiots would do that.
Feng Lingsheng laughed out loudly. He was truly a free and easy person. Su Yun sighed in his mind. Then, let's begin.
Feng Lingsheng suddenly did not want to carry on the useless talk. A sharp look flashed past his eyes, and a sword suddenly flew towards Su Yun's chest without warning.
It was a cunning and severe move, without any hesitation. Su Yun immediately moved and sidestepped, dodging the sword.
Your movements are good, your reaction is fast. How can I believe that you are just a 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator?
Let us have a good fight. Sly.
Feng Lingsheng's sword turned, and like a mythical dragon unleashing its tail, the sword that missed suddenly chased after him. Su Yun's heart tensed, he retreated once again, but the sword seemed to know his movements, and kept on chasing after him.
Feng Lingsheng was merciless, and if Su Yun continued to hold back, he would truly die.
Su Yun dare not hold back any further.
Since Feng Lingsheng had seen through him, maintaining his disguise was pointless. As long as he did not reveal his identity, Feng Lingsheng would not be suspicious of him. His right hand moved over the storage ring on his left hand, bursting forth with pure divine spirit chi. A red lightning suddenly swept across the two people. Pure divine spirit chi? Feng Lingsheng spoke with a dry voice. What? You recognize my spirit chi? Su Yun was startled. Hee, I never expected that you would actually learn such a profound chi. Not bad. Not bad. Master Sly, it seems that I have to fight with you today.
Feng Lingsheng's mouth formed a curve, his wrist flickered, and the blue sword silently extended forward, striking Su Yun like a rubber band.
What a strange sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355. Following the sword with the heart. Whoosh!
Su Yun took a deep breath. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword moved gently, following the outline of a flower, striking the rubber band-like sword, followed with strands of pure divine spirit chi converging towards the sword tip, forming a sword chi that struck towards Feng Lingsheng. Feng Lingsheng's fingers gently moved the sword hilt, pulling the sword back, in which he pierced into the ground, followed by a swing of his arm. Whoosh! A burst of swift wind divine chi formed a wall of chi, causing the sword chi to strike the wall of chi and was absorbed immediately. He then swung his sword out again. The sword blade swallowed the wall of chi, causing the sword blade to reveal a deep glow of light. What a strange sword! Not only can it extend and retract, it can reabsorb the spirit chi it released, and more than that, the consumption of profound spirit chi inside his body is extremely little. If I drag it out, I will definitely lose. Don't be frightened by my sword. Fengling Shang revealed a happy smile. He then waved his hand again, and his sword flew out like a rubber band once again, thrusting towards Su Yun. But when the sword tip neared Su Yun, it suddenly split into two, and flew towards him from the left and right. It can even split. If it were any ordinary person that faced such a bizarre sword technique, they would be completely stupefied, but, the moment the sword split, Su Yun actually brazenly opened up his hands, and used his hands to strike the two swords coming from his left and right. Clang clang. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was flung to the side, but what happened at Su Yun's side was even stranger. Su Yun's left hand was clearly holding on to nothing, but he managed to block off the other sword. Fengling Shang's eyes constricted. You have an invisible sword? So? Su Yun rushed over, holding onto the Desolator with one hand and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in the other. To other people, it looked like he was holding onto one sword. Interesting. Fengling Shang quickly regained his senses. His split sword merged to form the original sword. His 5 fingers moved, and a gold light flickered in his eyes. Facing his opponent that was approaching by the second, he suddenly threw his blue sword, thrusting fiercely and ruthlessly at his opponent. None of the swords were an illusion. The swords were aimed at the head, neck, heart, the arteries at the wrists and the main chi channels. He was merciless. To him, if any two people comparing swords were to give mercy, that would be humiliating the swordsman. Fengling Shang's sword was extremely fast. Calculating his strokes, he could actually strike 300 times in a second. What kind of speed was that? However, what was even more surprising was that Su Yun actually blocked all of them. His 2 arms moved about in berserk, 2 swords clashing, taking turns to strike and defend. The sword chi between the two flew about recklessly and crazily. Cling clang cling clang, the sounds were even more concentrated than firecrackers. Heh, your sword is really fast, and your eyes are very accurate. But your sword concept is too weak. Just then, Fengling Shang chuckled, followed with his eyes turning gloomier, and his entire body suddenly released a powerful sword concept. Bang! The profound spirit chi inside Su Yun's body immediately felt the suppression, and with the sluggish flow, the swords in his hands immediately slowed down. So, Fengling Shang revealed a pleased smile, and directly raised his sword. Then, what caused Fengling Shang to become surprised was, in that instant, Su Yun released the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hand, and actually held onto the invisible sword with both of his hands and directly struck towards Fengling Shang. So, sword chi pervaded out. Both of their swords stopped. Fengling Shang and Su Yun stopped in their tracks. Fengling Shang's hand was leveled with his blue sword, aimed straight beneath Su Yun's chin. But Desolator and Su Yun's hands were tightly pressed against Fengling Shang's heart. The sword tip had pressed on his clothes, although it was invisible, but Fengling Shang could feel the existence of the sword. Oh! My sword concept had suppressed your profound spirit chi, making you unable to control your sword with chi, causing your movements to slow down, so you instantly gave up on one sword and focused all your energy to maintain the speed and offense of your sword. Your method. Not bad at all. Fengling Shang put his sword down, and laughed, sly, your sword techniques have surprised me, I have enjoyed this fight, it was truly well fought, ha. You were lenient to me. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief and kept his sword back as he gasped and said. Although the two of them had fought to a standstill, Su Yun was already gasping for breath, but Fengling Shang's complexion had not changed, it showed that he had not put in his all. Your speed and accuracy are very powerful, if you continue training, you will definitely have great achievements in the sword Dao, but your sword concept requires continuous tempering. Sword concept? He had truly neglected tempering it, since he was more focused on improving his cultivation, or training on the sword manual. Do not look down on sword concepts, it is the source of power for a swordsman. Just like a fierce tiger releases a powerful force while hunting for food. While fighting with your enemy, if your sword concept is powerful enough, you can completely suppress your opponent's profound spirit chi, and cause them to feel a chill, making them completely lose the thought of fighting you. A strong enough sword concept is able to silently kill your enemy. Sly, your understanding of sword concepts is too shallow. Feng Lingsheng laughed and explained. Then how should I train my sword concepts? Suyan asked anxiously. His past methods on training sword concept were simple enlightenments on the sword, and was him exploring by himself without any guidance, where the results were minimal. Suyan himself felt it was extremely difficult. That's simple, train more in the sword, and feel more of your sword. Don't be so profound about it. Alright, I'll simplify it then. Feng Lingsheng then raised the sword in his hand with the sword tip level with his eyes, and laughed. Can you see it? What? My sword. Suyan looked over, to see that the sword was extremely still, and there was nothing weird about it. What is sword concept? It is a concept from the sword. Sly, what do you treat your sword as when you use it? A friend? An enemy? A tool for killing? Or a tool to save lives? All these are the concepts of the sword. When you treat it as a friend, the type of sword concept that it would release will be different when you treat it as an enemy. How strong or how weak the sword will be depends on you, that is also a concept. Feng Lingsheng then waved his sword, releasing a faint light aura on his sword blade, and he laughed. For me, I have never treated my sword as an enemy, or a friend. I have always treated it as part of me. A part of you? Are there anything else in the world that can be more you, than you, yourself? Feng Lingsheng smiled and asked. Suyan became quiet. He lowered his head and became deep in thought. He absorbed Feng Lingsheng's words. Although the words were simple, but it opened a door that he had never noticed before. He sat on the ground still deep in thought, not moving an inch, his eyes fixated on the ground as though he was in a trance. Oh. I simply said a few words, and he understood them? It seems that this person's enlightenment on the sword is not weak, and his talent is definitely very high. Feng Lingsheng stared at Suyan for a moment, then called out, Sly, Master Sly. Ha! Suyan suddenly woke up, and regained his senses as he looked at Feng Lingsheng. I actually didn't want to disturb you on your enlightenment, but before all of these, can you answer a few questions of mine? Feng Lingsheng inched his face closer towards Suyan's mask, and smiled as he asked. Oh, I have a few questions I wanted to ask you too. But you can ask first. Oh, it's nothing much, I just wanted to ask, how did you learn pure divine spirit chi? Feng Lingsheng asked. Hearing that, Suyan's complexion darkened slightly. Is it inconvenient to say it? If it is, you don't have to answer me. An old man passed it down to me, but what remained of him was a spiritual body, and because of some matters. His spiritual body had disappeared, so I am looking for a way to revive him. I am so sorry about that. Feng Lingsheng seemed to have guessed something. Right, Master Feng, how did you know it was pure divine spirit chi? Suyan immediately asked. Oh, I fought with a person with pure divine spirit chi before. Feng Lingsheng laughed. Hearing that, Suyan's heart jumped. What happened? Why did the two of you fight? It was something that happened a long time ago. I do not even know who he was, but he was a powerful being, at least a spirit master cultivator. A spirit master cultivator? How did you, a fourth stage spirit star cultivator, contend against a spirit master cultivator? Suyan was startled. Feng Lingsheng laughed, but did not say anything, but the narrow eyes of his beneath his hair flashed a look of loss. Could it be that what he said was real? But how could he fight with a spirit master cultivator? Or could he be a powerful being in the past, but his cultivation was beaten down, and that's why he is now a fourth stage spirit star realm cultivator? Then, Master Feng, do you know where you and that man fought? Suyan asked. Pure divine spirit chi is spirit chi solely belonging to the Limitless Sword sect. Feng Lingsheng must have definitely fought with someone from the Limitless Sword sect. If I ask him more, maybe I can find the location of Limitless Sword Sect.
I do, at Sacred Sky Mountain. Fengling Shang revealed an innocent smile. Sacred Sky Mountain?
Su Yun's eyes constricted, he could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart, and asked in a soft yet anxious voice, "Then do you know where is Sacred Sky Mountain?"
I do, why? You know of Sacred Sky Mountain too?
I heard of it before, but I do not know where it is. Sacred Sky Mountain is its old name, and many people have not heard of it, but its current name is something everyone have heard before. It is the Dragon Prison Canyon.
Dragon Prison Canyon?
Yes. The name had been passed down for over 1,000 years. An evil dragon had caused a ruckus in Sacred Sky Mountain, and a peerless expert cultivator beheaded the evil dragon on Sacred Sky Mountain. Using his peerless mythical sword, he sliced the mountain in half, forming a deep abyss, and then buried the evil dragon inside the abyss. Thus, the Sacred Sky Mountain became Dragon Prison Canyon.
Hearing that, Su Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief.
He did not know where Sacred Sky Mountain was, but he knew of the route to Dragon Prison Canyon. Once the matter of the Profound Sky Sect's matter ends, I will go and find the Limitless Sword Sect.
It's getting late, I should be going.
Su Yun stood up, he did not want to stay any longer.
When will you come back? Fengling Shang laughed and asked. We'll see.
Sly, although I am just a 4th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator, my sword techniques are not just these few. If you are to spar with me every day here, maybe I can teach you something. Are you willing?
Oh.
Su Yun looked at Fengling Shang, he did not say anything, and turned back to think, and then waved his hand and left. Fengling Shang looked at the figure leaving, a blurred look flashing past his eyes. The successor of pure divine spirit Qi, I truly wish that I can fight with that strong cultivator again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 356. Evil Being Song Liang. At times, with one look, you would be able to tell what kind of person a man was. Fengling Shang could see it, Su Yun could see it too.
Maybe Fengling Shang is truly unfamiliar with Sly, but since it is so, that's good for me. Without question, Fengling Shang's sword techniques were far superior to Su Yun's, excluding cultivation. Just in terms of comprehension of the sword, Su Yun was still shallow. Maybe he can teach me in the future, since this Fengling Shang rarely interacts with Profound Sky Sect's people.
If not, how could he not know of Sly?
But before this, I should first find out more about this Fengling Shang. Thinking about it, Su Yun then used the Shadow Locket to contact Great Obscure.
Master, what do you need? Great Obscure's relaxed voice sounded out in Su Yun's mind. I want to know about someone. Who? Fengling Shang. Fengling Shang?
Great Obscure was obviously surprised. He was startled for a moment, and then said, Master, you've met him?
Yes.
It seems that Master is truly inside the Profound Sky Sect. Great Obscure laughed, but he could not conceal the surprise in his voice. I knew I could not hide it from you, tell me about him. Su Yun said somewhat helplessly.
Fengling Shang is a potential clan elder in the Profound Sky Sect.
He is very powerful. It is said that he is at the 4th stage of the Spirit Star Realm, and thus, his position in the Profound Sky Sect is not low at all. Rumor says that Fengling Shang used to be a Spirit Master cultivator, but suffered a severe injury from an ambush from an almighty being. Thus, his cultivation dropped greatly. He landed in the Profound Sky Sect, and was later treated by the Patriarch of the Profound Sky Sect.
To repay this debt, Fengling Shang was willing to do 2 things for the Patriarch of the Profound Sky Sect.
Although his cultivation had dropped greatly, he was still a 4th stage Spirit Star cultivator. The Lord had plans with him, and thus spoke of the first thing, for him to join the Profound Sky Sect. Fengling Shang became a potential clan elder, but after joining the Profound Sky Sect, Fengling Shang did not care about anything, and was like an outsider of the sect. Seeing that, the Lord did not say the second matter, so Fengling Shang had always stayed in the Profound Sky sect. So it was like that. Master, he has a strange temper, he had offended many superiors of Profound Sky sect. If you are in contact with him, it is best that you maintain a distance. The Lord cares about him, but many people detest him, don't let him bring disaster to you. Great Obscure sighed. I understand. Su Yun disconnected from the shadow locket. I never expected Fengling Shang to be so complicated. An expert of the Spirit Master realm is terrifying. I wonder how many Spirit Master cultivators there are hiding in Sky Marshal continent. After finishing his conversation with Great Obscure, Su Yun sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and thought about the fight with Fengling Shang. Aside from being strange, Fengling Shang's sword technique had the sensation of being extremely fluid, like an extension of his hands, able to release tricky movements. The sword was like his hand, wherever he wanted to attack, the sword would be there. With the sword as the core, place my mind and heart into the sword. But it won't work merely by relying on thinking, I still need to rely on real battles. Su Yun thought about the place that Dong Feng had described that produced crystal stones. It was also the strictest training area of the Profound Sky sect, and only the elite disciples had the qualifications to enter. The Absolute Life Crystal Palace. Even the sect elites would not dare to casually barge in. It was a place beneficial for training the sword. Thinking about it, Su Yun decided to go there and started to head towards the Absolute Life Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was not far from where he was, located at the south side of the Profound Sky sect, connected to the mountain range that exited the sect. Su Yun left the Jade platform, and took around half an hour to reach the entrance of the Absolute Life Crystal Palace. After speaking to Great Obscure, he had a rough understanding of the place. The Absolute Life Crystal Palace already existed when the Profound Sky sect was founded. It was said that it was a burial place of an ancient almighty being, but the corpse of the almighty being was raided by other people, and the remaining profound spirit chi formed the Crystal Palace. There was no life all around the Crystal Palace, it was a desolate and bleak rock platform. The entrance was a 6 to 7 meter tall cave with purple light, without any Profound Sky sect people, making it extremely bleak. Su Yun looked at the entrance for a period of time, then entered the Crystal Palace. It was extremely dilapidated inside. Since it was a tomb, the stairs were already on the verge of breaking, but there was sufficient light entering the cave. Regardless if it was the walls or floor, the place was covered in purple crystals, but the crystals were not usable materials, as they contained poison in them. Su Yun took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and advanced. After walking for a short time, he heard crunching sounds ahead of him. At the corner ahead of him, walked out a roughly 3-meter tall crystallized orangutan-like fierce beast. It was a being that lived in the Absolute Life Crystal Palace, called the Tough Crystal Beast, which was formed due to the infection of the crystal. It had tremendous strength and tough defense. It had the cultivation of a 10th stage spirit soul realm, but it was not fast. I'll use it to train. Su Yun held immortal mystical scarlet blood sword horizontally straight, and stared at the crystal body of the tough crystal beast. His eyes being focused, he sprinted forward. Activating his profound spirit chi and converging them to his hands, the sword flashed towards the beast like lightning. Chi 3. The tough crystal beast roared. The crystals on its body suddenly extended and transformed into a blade armor, blocking its front. Facing the attack, it would definitely attempt to defend. Su Yun's expression turned dark. He swung his hand, wishing to exploit the gap between the crystallized body. Su Yun was not able to replicate Fengling Shang's fluid movements. The sword tip's turning speed was much slower, and because he had suddenly turned in his movement to attack, the profound spirit chi in his body became unstable, and thus, the severity of the attack was lost, and when he struck the body of the tough crystal beast, it no longer held the might of a 3rd stage spirit star realm cultivator. Bang! The tough crystal beast took the chance and punched Su Yun in the chest. Su Yun coughed and was forced backwards, but he did not feel pain. After consuming the indestructible gold body pill, his physical body had become extremely strong, or a 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivator could never harm him. Again! He was not discouraged.
he clenched his teeth and retreated, ready to attack again. On the second day, on the empty ground near the sea, Su-Yun, who was extremely tired, gasped for breath as he rushed there. "You seem to have overtrained." Feng Shang, who had changed into white robes, smiled as he watched Su-Yun approach. His face was filled with warmth, adding his long black hair, it gave off a sense of tranquility. "I can't fight with you today, but I wanted to ask you a few questions regarding sword concept. I hope that you would be able to grant me some answers." Su-Yun took deep breaths, then cupped his fists and said earnestly, "That's not a problem, speak, I will answer with what I can." Feng Shang smiled. Evil Realm. Inside the Evil King City, which was filled with blood and evil qi, Manager Ming Nan led a few experts as they patrolled Evil King City. Master Sovereign King is still in closed-door training, so the responsibility of protecting Evil King City has been placed on us, but we cannot neglect our cultivation because of that. Without strength, one cannot survive in Evil King City. Everyone must definitely train well. Other than that, if there are any resources, you have to report back, understood? Ming Nan spoke to the Evil Realm beings beside him. The Evil Realm beings nodded their heads, indicating that they understood the order. Other than that, how's the progress on the void doors? Reporting to Master, the few void doors are still under construction. We only need a few more months to completion. That's good. Ming Nan nodded his head happily, then continued to patrol. Master Ming Nan. Greetings, Master Ming Nan. Along the way, every Evil Realm being that Ming Nan met would greet him. No one dared to be disrespectful. Just then, an armor-clad Evil King City citizen rushed over with an ashen expression and exclaimed, "I have a report." What happened? Ming Nan turned and asked. But then he saw the man directly kneeling in front of him, and he exclaimed, "Reporting to Master, the envoy of Evil Emperor Palace seeks an audience." Evil Emperor Palace? The faces of the beings beside Ming Nan all changed. They were surprised. What are the people of Evil Emperor Palace doing here? It is said that recently, the Evil Emperor Palace had beat down an evil being powerhouse. Could it be they are aiming for Evil King City now? Do they not know that the Evil Sword sect is behind Evil King City? They dare to make a move on us? That may not be true. It is said that the Evil Emperor Palace is overflowing with influence. Could it be that they want to? If it is like that, then we have trouble. The discussions broke out. All of you, shut up! Ming Nan bellowed. It immediately became quiet. Ming Nan waved his hands towards the Evil Realm being, "Arrange for the envoy to be moved to the hall. I will go there now." "Yes, sir." The evil being left. Ming Nan immediately made his way towards the Evil King Mansion. In a short time, he reached the entrance. Upon entering, he coincidentally met Huang Dongjiang and Kuang Yuxia, who were rushing over. "It is great that you two masters are here. Quickly follow me to meet the envoy of Evil Emperor Palace." Ming Nan cupped his fists at the two of them. The Evil Emperor Palace have never been good things. I bet they are here with intentions. We will first ask them about their reason for coming, and see if they are here as friends or foes. If they are friends, we will treat them nicely. If they are our enemy, I will immediately eat him up. Kuang Yuxia snorted. "Junior brother, do not be anxious, let us see how it goes." Huang Dongjiang said calmly. He then walked with his cane towards the direction of the envoy. Seated in the hall were 4 people. One of them looked to be an old Evil Realm being, the other 3 being younger Evil Realm beings. They were dressed uniformly, different from other Evil Realm beings which were plain black clothes. Their clothes had golden linings, and at the chest area was golden imprint of the word evil, which was very imposing. When the 3 of them walked in, the seated evil beings all turned to look at them at the same time, but none of them stood up. Seeing that, Kuang Yuxia immediately became angry. When the guards inside saw them, he immediately shouted anxiously, "Master Ming Nan, Master Kuang Yuxia, Master Huang Dongjiang has arrived." Only when he said that did the 4 Evil Realm beings all stood up slowly, and the shortest and old-looking Evil Realm being cupped his fists and smiled. "Oh? Are the three of you the managing masters of Evil King City? I am Li San Liang. I greet the three masters. We greet the three masters. Their voices were filled with arrogance. Hearing that, Ming Nan's face immediately changed. You are evil being San Liang? I am. The man laughed and said. Senior brother, who is evil being San Liang? Quan Yuxie showed that he did not know who he was, and asked Huang Dongzhang. A second stage spirit star realm evil being, also a big appetite evil being. I never expected the evil emperor to send him here. Do you know what happens to every place that the evil emperor palace captures? Definitely killing all the powerhouses that goes against them, and those who do not yield will be killed. That's right, and all the masters of the powerhouses would be devoured by the evil emperor, and the remaining few would be devoured by this Li San Liang. All of these recent years where the evil emperor had raged wars everywhere, they had exterminated countless of powerhouses, and this Li San Liang had eaten countless of evil realm beings. Someone had roughly calculated before. The number of evil realm beings he had devoured exceeded 20,000. Hearing that, Quan Yuxie's eyes immediately darkened. Since it was so, without question, Li San Liang was definitely a core and important person in the evil emperor palace. For him to be sent here, what else could it be for? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357. The Evil Emperor. I didn't think that people would remember a small figure like me. I am embarrassed, I am embarrassed. Li San Liang laughed and said. Even though he said that, his face did not look one bit modest, his old face revealing a pleased look. Seeing that, the few of them frowned, but did not say anything. Can I ask what is Master Li doing here? Ming Nan asked expressionlessly. I have come here, with only one purpose, it is to lead all of you in Evil King City a bright path. Li San Liang laughed and said. Bright path? Yes, I call it bright path, but you can call it a way to survive. Oh? It seems that Evil Emperor Palace wants to take Evil King City down? Ming Nan spoke indifferently, his expression not changing one bit. The three of them immediately understood the intent of Li San Liang's arrival. At the moment there are no plans for that, it depends on your decision. Li San Liang walked back and forth and said arrogantly, the great name of Evil Emperor Palace, I believe that all of you ought to have heard of it, right? In the entire evil realm, people that have not heard of the Evil Emperor Palace should be ignorant beings. In the recent decade, the Evil Emperor Palace have subdued 37 evil being powerhouses, and killed off 29 spirit star realm beings, 340-odd 10th stage spirit soul realm experts, and an uncountable amount of evil realm beings beneath the 10th stage spirit soul realm. All the tyrants that surrendered to my Lord Evil Emperor are as uncountable as the sand beneath our feet. Currently, our Evil Emperor Palace have over 1 million evil realm beings, uncountable experts, and we can wipe out any evil realm being powerhouse in the time it takes for my Lord Evil Emperor to speak. If he wants someone to live, the person will live. If he wants someone dead, that person must die. Evil King City has had their first change in ownership, and have expanded to its current scale. My lord has noticed your land. Now, I am representing my lord to formally warn all of you to quickly surrender to Evil Emperor Palace. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless, and trample your Evil King City. Li San Liang's words were extremely savage, but he had the qualifications to do so, ignoring the extreme power that the Evil Emperor Palace held. With just Li San Liang himself, no one could defeat him. A second stage spirit star realm was not just for show. Quan Yuxie's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes spewing with rage as he stared at Li San Liang. Aren't you being too arrogant with your words? Huang Dongzhang waved his cane and bellowed, do you not know of the tight relation between Evil King City and the Evil Sword Sect? If you want to take down Evil King City, you better consider it once, even consider it twice. Evil Sword Sect? Li San Liang sneered, I admit that Evil Sword Sect is powerful, but I do not believe that it would go against the Evil Emperor Palace for the sake of this Evil King City. Furthermore, the evil sword sect has too many enemies. At that time, we do not even need our evil emperor palace to make a move. The evil sword sect will naturally have people to handle them. If you wish to leave your hope on that group of sword idiots, then you are greatly mistaken. Huang Dongzhang did not speak further. A wise man submits to his circumstances. Whether you want to live or be eaten by us, it is your choice. My time is limited. If you do not quickly answer me, I will have no choice but to assume that you all wish to go against and reject the offer of my evil emperor palace, and since it is so, I can only return to report to my lord. Li Songliang laughed and said, "Truly preposterous." Kuan Yixia bellowed. He moved forward, but was held by Huang Dongzhang by the shoulder. "Junior brother, do not be reckless." "But senior brother, he. Watch Master Ming Nan, he has his own plans," Huang Dongzhang said. Ming Nan lowered his head for a moment, and then walked forward and cupped his fists and bowed. "Regarding this important matter, I do not have the qualifications to agree or disagree. I am afraid that the citizens of Evil King City would not agree to it. To prevent Evil King City from being split, I will require some time to do preparations. I hope that Master Li can go back and report to Master Evil Emperor, and grant Evil King City some time to prepare. After we are finished, we will definitely give Evil Emperor Palace a satisfying answer." "Oh? That means you agree to surrender? Since it is so, what are you waiting for? Whoever disagrees, just kill them and end that matter," Li Songliang said. Ming Nan did not speak, and just remained bowed with his cupped fists, persisting with his principles. Seeing that, Li Songliang's face darkened, he snorted, and then turned and left. "I will return in a month. If you do not surrender, then I will trample your Evil King City. Go!" The group left. Ming Nan's face remained calm, his head lowered without uttering a word, but Kuan Yixia, who was behind, was extremely agitated. He walked over and grabbed Ming Nan by the collar, and asked, "Master Ming Nan, what are you doing? Are you truly planning to surrender? Junior brother, do not be rude. Can't you see that Master Ming Nan has obtained time for our Evil King City?" Huang Dongzhang quickly spoke up. "Obtained time?" Kuan Yixia was startled, and then he realized what was going on. "We don't have time to talk about this." Ming Nan took a deep breath, then turned and looked at Kuan Yixia and Huang Dongzhang, and said, "The two of you need to quickly find and report this to Master. Let him decide what to do." The two of them looked at each other, and nodded. Clang! The clear sword sounds followed by the profound and bizarre sword concept pervaded out. Su Yun and Feng Lingsheng retreated a few steps back, the swords in their hands buzzing. "Ah, not bad. Not bad at all. Sly, your talent is great, and your enlightenment on the sword far exceeds my expectations. I never thought that you would so quickly grasp the state of replacing your mind with the sword. Although you have not completely grasped it, if you work hard, it is only a matter of time." Feng Lingsheng laughed openly and praised. "It is all thanks to your guidance. If not, how could I have improved so quickly?" Su Yun kept his sword and replied gratefully. For the past few days, he only rotated between three places: the Jade Platform, the Absolute Life Crystal Palace, and lastly, Feng Lingsheng's place. The Jade Platform to enlighten on the sword, the Crystal Palace to hone his sword skills, and lastly, to check and improve himself. Feng Lingsheng's view on the sword Dao far exceeded that of ordinary people. He could clearly see Su Yun's understanding and mistakes on the sword Dao, and would frequently provide thought-provoking advice, causing Su Yun to be filled with respect towards him. For the past few days, Su Yun felt that his sword concept was no longer in the preliminary stage, and had taken a qualitative leap. The sword in his hand became faster and faster, easier to control, and not only did his speed improve, he could easily control his power, and with a thought, his sword would be where he wanted it to be. A sword that could horizontally cut through leaves, or press against the eyes yet not hurt the eyes, or cutting apart the ocean, or breaking through the clouds. It was a type of transcendent sword Dao, a type of sword Dao Su Yun had never seen before. Other than the Sword Elder or Ling Xingyu, it was the first time Su Yun had met someone who understood the sword Dao so deeply.
Feng Sheng kept his sword back in his sword sheath and sat on a boulder, keeping quiet for a moment. Before opening his narrow eyes, looking towards the ocean, he smiled, sly. Do you know what the most powerful sword is? No. Suyan shook his head. It is the unyielding and arrogant sword. Feng Sheng chuckled. That is a sword that stems from deep within the heart, a proud and noble sword that overlooks everything, proudly looking down from the heavens, a sword that can display the apex strength. No one can stop such a sword, and nothing can block against its power. There is nothing that cannot be destroyed with this sword. Have you seen such a sword before? Su Yun asked. I have. Feng Sheng nodded his head, and smiled. In my whole life, I have been chasing after the sword Dao. That sword is like a god to me, a divine supremacy. Sly, if you have the chance in the future, when you ascend to the stage of the ultimate martial world, you will see it. Ultimate martial world? I've never heard of it before. You will definitely hear about it in the future. I will tell you the truth, all that about Sky Martial Continent or the Demonic Continent, all of these are just the corners of the ultimate martial world. When I have the chance, I would like to see it. You will. The gaze that Feng Sheng had towards the sea became melancholic. Sigh. Just then, the ring on Su Yun's finger lit up with a bit of black qi. Seeing that, Su Yun's eyes darkened. He stood up. We will stop here for today. I have some matters and would head back for now. All right. Feng Sheng nodded his head. Su Yun quickly returned to his jade platform. In an incense stick worth of time, he had entered his jade platform and retrieved the Evil King badge from his storage ring. He placed the Evil King badge on the ground and activated it by imbuing it with his evil chi. Kriya-walk. An evil door appeared, and two figures quickly descended. The evil door disappeared. Su Yun quickly kept the Evil King badge. He used profound spirit chi to dissipate the evil chi inside the house, and then turned to look at the two beings. Huang Dongzhang, Huang Yuxia, what are you guys doing here? Su Yun frowned and asked. We greet Master. The two of them knelt down on one leg. Huang Dongzhang spoke softly and anxiously, reporting to Master, our Evil King City has met with a disaster. We hope that Master can quickly return to Evil King City to take charge of the situation. Met with calamity? What exactly happened? Huang Dongzhang immediately told him about the matters regarding Evil Emperor Palace and Li Liang. After hearing that, Su Yun was frowning. I must definitely protect the Evil King City. It is one of my cards from the evil realm to be used against the profound sky sect eventually. The Evil King City is my trump card, I definitely cannot lose it. Do you know what cultivation is the Evil Emperor at? Su Yun asked. We do not know. Huang Dongzhang shook his head, but Li Liang is at the second stage Spirit Star realm. How is he related to the Evil Emperor? He can be considered a trusted aide. Various campaigns of the Evil Emperor Palace are led by him. Hearing that, Su Yun touched his chin as he started to think. How long do we have? Master Ming Nan obtained a month time for us. That's good. You two go back first, open the evil door tomorrow morning. I will immediately return to Evil King City. Yes. The of them cupped their fists. We will head back now. Go. With that said, the evil door opened once again. The two of them stepped into the evil door and left. Su Yun sat on the ground, anxiousness revealed in his eyes. Without a doubt, that evil emperor must have a cultivation above the second stage of the Spirit Star realm. To be able to control such a subordinate, he is most likely a fourth or fifth stage Spirit Star cultivator, or maybe even higher, but regardless of what cultivation he has, he is not someone I can handle. Furthermore, the Evil Emperor Palace has the numbers, experts as numerous as the clouds. The Evil King City is definitely not strong enough to fight them. I can only take a risk. Su Yun thought. He sat cross-legged and started to recuperate. I'll go back and understand the situation first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 358. Returning to the Evil Sword Sect. Because of Slice injury, the Profound Sky Sect did not plan to send Suyun out for any missions, so with the free time, he was able to personally make a move to handle the matters in the evil realm. Early in the morning on the second day, Suyun used a few talismans and pills from Slice home, and then activated the door and entered the evil realm. The evil realm's sky was stifling dark and gloomy. The whole sky was filled with the stench of evil chi, but to Suyun, whose body was filled with over 30,000 evil spirit essence, it was extremely aromatic. Following the absorption of the spirit demon emperor's cultivation, the number of spirit essences in his body had increased greatly, his profound spirit chi becoming even denser. Behind the door to the evil realm was the Sovereign King's manor. Suyun pushed open the huge door, and after getting rid of Slice disguise, he retrieved the Sovereign King badge and walked into the great hall with large strides. Ah! It is Master Sovereign King. Upon seeing the black-cloaked person, the evil realm beings working inside the manor immediately knelt down on the floor in surprise, greeting and bowing with their bodies trembling. Ultimately, Suyun was still a human, and could not reveal his true face to people, so he had covered part of his face. Inside the great hall, Ming Nan and the other two were long awaiting for his arrival. Upon seeing that Suyun had arrived, they immediately bowed and greeted him. "We greet Master Sovereign King. Come, rise." Suyun supported them up and spoke. "What's the current situation? Did you send people to investigate on the movements over at Evil Emperor Palace?" "This subordinate has already sent people to check on them, but I do not know who spread the rumors about the Evil Emperor Palace wanting to attack the Evil King City. Now, many of the evil beings are panicking. They do not dare to fight against the Evil Emperor Palace, and every day, there are many evil beings that are leaving Evil King City, seeking shelter under other almighty beings. Following this pattern, I reckon that after the month, Evil King City would be left with less than half its original population." Ming Nan said worryingly. "This is obviously the pressure that the Evil Emperor Palace have placed, hoping that it will quickly surrender." Huang Dongzhan used his cane to hit the ground as he spoke in rage. Evil realm beings were unscrupulous, and doing such a thing was considered normal. Suyun thought for a moment, then said, "Ming Nan, immediately send people to check on any information on the Evil Emperor. I want to know where he cultivates, where he usually goes, and the information on his bodyguards. Inform me immediately after obtaining them." Hearing that, Ming Nan was confused. "Master, what do you want to do?" "It is not convenient to tell you all now, but aside from that, Huang Dongzhang, send some people to spread the news that the Sovereign King has come out of closed doors, and is contacting the Evil Sword Sect experts to join together to fight against the Evil Emperor Palace. Use those words to appease the hearts of the people, and for those who still want to leave, let them leave. Do not force them to do anything, otherwise they would turn to the Evil Emperor Palace's place instead." Suyun said. "This subordinate will obey." Huang Dongzhang cupped his fists and replied. Although the Evil King City was a major power, it was still different from other major powers. The evil beings that had attached themselves did not have any loyalty to their superiors. They were in the Evil King City merely for work, and the Almighty Being would protect them. That was the simple relation between both parties. After giving them their individual tasks, Suyun concluded, "You guys can go." "Yes." The three of them left. Very quickly, the news of the Sovereign King coming out spread across Evil King City. The evil realm beings who were completely terrified and threatened by the Evil Emperor Palace calmed down. They were not anxious to escape. Instead, they took to the sidelines and placed their attentions on the Sovereign King. Everyone wanted to know what response the Evil King City would have against such a threat. But very quickly, another heavyweight news started to spread. The Evil Sword Sect experts were en route to Evil King City. Many of them then realized that standing behind the Evil King City was Evil Sword Sect. These two information were like sedatives, causing the panic-stricken people in the Evil King City to calm down, and the number of people trying to escape gradually lessened. To appease them even further, Suyun had sent Kuang Yuxie to arrange for a batch of guards to watch over and patrol Evil King City. Everywhere they went, the citizens would kowtow to them, boosting their authority,
but he knew that there were many people from the evil Emperor Palace that had already infiltrated. After the patrol was conducted, Suyun then conducted a recruitment for the Evil King City elite force and pulled in all of the evil realm beings that had abilities with great benefits, acquiring their loyalty. The population in Evil King City was only about 90,000. With that number, going against the evil Emperor Palace was just like hitting a stone with an egg, with no chance of victory. With things like that, they could only do what they can with what they have. Back at the Great Hall of the Sovereign King Manor, Suyun called Huang Dongzheng over. I plan to make a round trip to the Evil Sword Sect. What is the best transportation in Evil King City? Master wants to ask for reinforcements? Huang Dongzheng cupped his fists and said, this subordinate will arrange for the fastest evil tiger for Master. How long will it take to get to Evil Sword Sect on the Evil Tiger? About 2 days. Good. Suyun nodded. After I go to the Evil Sword Sect, I might go straight to the Evil Emperor Palace, so for this period of time, the matters in the Evil King City will be handed over to you. You will have to take more responsibility. Ah? Huang Dongzheng was surprised. Master wants to go straight to the Evil Emperor Palace? Are you planning to discuss matters with the Evil Emperor? How is that possible? Furthermore, we do not have the qualifications to discuss. Then Master I will go and resolve some matters. Suyun became serious. If I fail, all of you better leave Evil King City quickly. With that, Suyun left. Huang Dongzheng wanted to speak, but Suyun had already walked far ahead. After half an hour, an evil tiger the size of a small elephant sprinted out of Evil King City carrying Suyun, who was dressed in his black cape and mask. The evil tiger's cultivation was high, and after being tamed, its speed was twice that of a flame Qilin beast. The wind screamed past Suyun's ears, as the scenery before him sped past. Even the speed of flying swords were inferior to the evil tiger. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the Evil Sword Sect. Suyun had obtained the order badge from the sect master after he saved Chen Yiyun. The matters of him stealing the evil sword techniques were forgiven, so he was considered half a disciple. So how could the disciples at the door stop him? Suyun? Upon seeing Suyun enter, Hun San was startled for a moment, before joy took over. Hun San? Long time no see. How have you been? Suyun laughed. Same old, but you're now the sovereign king of the Evil King City, you must be living the life now, eh? Hun San laughed, and then led Suyun to the hall to wait, before going to notify the clan elders. Before the elder came, Tu Baili came. Suyun had a clear memory of him. He was an easygoing evil realm being, and the two of them started to talk happily. But before they could chat for alone, a joyous and anxious female voice came from outside. Where is Suyun? Hun San, where is Suyun? In that hall, senior sister. Hun San's voice sounded somewhat bitter. Quick footsteps could be heard walking over. Suyun turned towards the voice, to see a purplish-black dressed lady walk in. Her hair was jet black, her skin not as black as other evil realm beings, but somewhat pale and closer towards humans. Her slender body with beautiful facial features, the phoenix sharp eyes and curved body caused people to drool. Chen Yiyun? Suyun was startled. Suyun! Chen Yiyun was grinning from ear to ear. She ran over anxiously and grabbed Suyun's hands. You finally came to see me. How have you been? Suyun laughed bitterly. Not good. Not good at all, you asshole. Ever since you became the sovereign king, you kept yourself in closed doors. Every time I went to Evil King City to look for you, your subordinate Mingnan just keeps on telling me that you were in closed door cultivation and unable to meet me. It was so infuriating. Chen Yiyun pouted and said unhappily. About that, ha 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 ha. I am truly sorry, my apologies, there are too many matters at hand. Next time when there is a chance, let's go to Evil King City together. Suyun replied awkwardly. You said it yourself, you cannot take it back. Of course. He patted his chest. Chen Yiyun's smile became more beautiful. That's right, junior brother Su,
why are you here in the evil sword sect? Li asked earnestly, I must say, your evil king city is in deep trouble. The evil emperor palace is ready to take action on you guys. Evil emperor palace? Chen Yiyun was shocked. Are they eyeing the evil king city? That's bad. For even Chen Yiyun to be fearful of the evil emperor palace, they must have some capabilities. Su Yun was speechless. Chen Yiyun thought that he was feeling down, and immediately consoled him. Su Yun, don't worry, I will go and speak with father and allow our evil sword sect to help you. Although the evil emperor palace is powerful, they are nothing in the eyes of my evil sword sect. In truth, the reason why I am here is that I truly hope that I can obtain the help of evil sword sect. Su Yun sighed, I want to meet with sect leader. You want to meet with father? Sure, come with me, I will bring you to him. Chen Yiyun pulled Su Yun's hand and immediately ran out. Li laughed. It had to be said that Chen Yiyun's authority was much bigger than everyone else. The places that required passes were all easily accessed by her. She could enter and exit anywhere, no one dared to stop her, and in less than an incense stick worth of time, Su Yun was brought to the sect leader's cultivation chamber. Two evil realm beings with their chi hidden stood guard by the entrance. Upon seeing Su Yun and Chen Yiyun, one of the evil realm beings walked forward and extended his hands out to stop them. Young miss, the sect leader is training, please do not disturb him. His voice was extremely cold. Su Yun looked at them and saw that they were dressed in dark robes with swords hanging from their waists. They were extremely tall and he could not see through their cultivation, unable to discern how powerful they were. Experts. That was beyond a doubt. Especially the order badges on their waists are unique, they are actually silver. Evil realm beings rarely used brightly colored objects, as though it was something taboo. How dare you? Chen Yiyun was infuriated, I want to meet my father, how dare you stop me? Are you trying to die? Make way. But the two of them stood still, blocking Chen Yiyun like rocks, disallowing even fire and water to pass through. Despicable man. Chen Yiyun could not take it anymore, and decided to barge in, directly swerving past the two and rushing inside the chamber. But the moment she moved, one of them took action, his hand grabbing onto Chen Yiyun's shoulder without any warning. So fast. Chen Yiyun's expression changed, she wanted to dodge, but she was not in time. But just then, another hand extended out from the side, with an even fast speed, it grabbed onto the hand that grabbed her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359. Deterrence. Bam! The evil realm being's hand was flung away. Chen Yiyun turned her head to look at the owner of the hand and was shocked. Su Yun? Such fast movements, his movements were so accurate and his reaction was so quick. What cultivation is Su Yun really at now? Chen Yiyun secretly thought. Although Su Yun had flung his hand aside, the evil realm being was not angry, but instead spoke calmly. You are part of the evil sword sect, and the evil sword sect speaks about rules and regime. Do you know that I can deem your actions against me as a provocation? This lowly one just wants to meet with Master Sect Leader, and have no other intentions. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Su Yun cupped his fists. Sect Leader is training and cannot see the two of you. Turn back, if you still stay here, we have the authority to kick you out. The evil realm being spoke calmly, but Su Yun would never question their actions. If I gave up here, all my planning will go to waste. He took a deep breath, and then walked over to the side and sat down. Sect leader's training will eventually stop. I will wait here. No, you have to leave. The two of them said. Hey, you two are being too unreasonable, we can't even sit here? Chen Yiyun was infuriated, her hands at her waist. She chided, how does sitting here obstruct the two of you? Humph, since it is so, I will sit here too. I want to see if you dare to chase me away. With that, Chen Yiyun sat down beside Su Yun, her hands crossed over her voluptuous breasts, and snorted. However, she was immediately dumbstruck. The two of them didn't even give her face and directly walked over, pressed down on her shoulder, and was about to send her out. Hey, you two! You two better stop now! Let me go! Chun Yi-yun panicked and immediately struggled, but how could she do anything with her cultivation? Seeing that, Su-yun immediately stood up. However, just at that moment, a clear voice came out from the chamber. The two of you can step down. Hearing that, the two evil realm beings immediately let her go and lowered their heads. They quickly bowed, and then retreated back to their original positions. Father! Chen Yi-yun rubbed her shoulders and whined. The chamber door lit up with a fluorescent light, and with a creak it opened. A large amount of evil chi leaked out from inside, and caused the dimming sky to become even darker. A figure walked out from the black smoke. He had a head full of white hair. Dressed in black robes, his appearance was elegant. He had an extremely cold look in his eyes that could cause people's hair to stand as though there were unmeltable ice in them. He did not have a sword with him, but still gave off an intense stifling feeling, an emotion that not even Fengling Sheng could give Su-yun. Evil Sword Sect Leader. His chi is even stronger than the last time we met. Could it be that he had increased his cultivation again? Su-yun thought. Sect Leader. The two evil realm beings called out. He nodded. Chen Yi-yun was still able to whine, but seeing the sect leader's cold face, she pulled back and called out, Father! What are you trying to do? He asked coldly, You want to rebel? Daughter doesn't dare to. Chen Yi-yun was so afraid she immediately knelt down. I have some matters that need to be discussed with sect leader, it is extremely urgent. Yi-yun was trying to help me, if there were any offense, I hope that sect leader will forgive us. Su-yun stood up, cupped his fists and explained. The sect leader's gaze turned and stared at Su-yun for a moment. Suddenly, he snorted, and instantly moved, rushing straight towards Su-yun. He used one finger as a sword, and formed a frightening evil sword chi. Su-yun was shocked, but he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword shot out from under his hand like a snake. He grabbed hold of it and shattered the sword chi. However, the sect leader had already appeared behind Su-yun and released a palm on Su-yun's back. Clang! A crisp sound came out. Su-yun's left hand had moved behind him, the desolator appeared just in time to block the strike. Humph! The sect leader snorted, then palm that had struck the desolator's body released a burst of dark energy that flowed towards Su-yun. Su-yun was forced to step a few steps back, his arms instantly feeling numb. Seems like sect leader's cultivation is at least at the 5th stage of the spirit star realm, or even higher. Su-yun thought. Not bad. To be able to increase your cultivation to the 3rd stage of the spirit star realm in such a short time, it seems that you must have met with some fortuitous encounters. The sect leader stopped and said indifferently. Although the words that came out sounded indifferent, but a look of shock in his eyes could not be concealed from Su-yun. Thank you, sect leader, for holding back. Su-yun cupped his fists and bowed. Sect leader snorted once again, but Su-yun, do not be too pleased. Even if you are a 3rd stage spirit star realm cultivator, you still have to obey the rules inside the evil sword sect. A 3rd stage spirit star realm is not much in here, understand? Su-yun will remember that. Good. The sect leader's face then became much better. He turned and walked into the chamber. Follow me. Yes. Su-yun followed along, with Chun Yi-yun who obediently followed along, not daring to act recklessly. The sect leader's training area was decorated beautifully. Comparing it with the dark and dull sky, it was much more refreshing. The room was big, the floors, walls and ceiling was shining with countless of formations, with a statue right smack in the center of the room that was glittering, as though it had stars on it. When Su-yun approached the statue, it gave him a feeling as though his spirits was being refined. Please sit. The sect leader found a formation and sat cross-legged on it. Chen Yi-yun carefully stood by the door. She did not even dare to make too loud a noise, while Su-yun just sat casually. Upon sitting, the sect leader looked at Su Yun and spoke. "A few days ago, someone reported to me that the evil Emperor Palace is prepared to take down evil King City. Is that true?" "Yes." "After that, someone told me that there were rumors in evil King City, stating that evil sword sect is prepared to support evil King City. Is there such a thing?" "Master sect leader, you said it yourself, rumors are rumors. How can anyone believe in rumors?" "Humph, brat, don't mess with me. How can I not know who spread those rumors?" Su Yun laughed awkwardly, but did not refute him. "Tell me, what are you planning to do now that you're here?" "If you wish for me to provide assistance to evil King City to fight against evil Emperor Palace, then you don't have to speak any further, you can go." The sect leader said indifferently, "I will not offend them just for you." "Father!" Chen Yiyun cried out. "Shut up!" Sect leader said in a grave tone. But Chen Yiyun was about to cry. She was still his daughter, and did not have much say in the matter. Su Yun looked at Chen Yiyun, then said, "Master sect leader, truthfully, it doesn't matter whether you support us or not, because once the evil King City has fallen, then it'll be evil sword sect's turn soon." Upon hearing that, the sect leader's face turned so cold it was frightening. "You want to die?" "I do not, but I want to ask sect leader, do you think that the evil Emperor Palace who had swallowed evil King City, becoming much stronger, will let the evil sword sect go? The evil Emperor Palace has already swallowed so many powerhouses, there's no reason for them to let you go, and from evil King City to here, it only takes 2 days of time. You should understand the importance of interdependence. If the evil Emperor Palace comes here, my evil sword sect will have our own means to defend against them, but if you want me to send my own disciples to bleed for you, no way." Su Yun understand that the evil sword sect is not afraid of the evil Emperor Palace, but Master sect leader, the bloodshed today is for the sake of avoiding even more bloodshed tomorrow. Furthermore, Su Yun has come here today not to seek assistance from the evil sword sect, but from you. Su Yun said. Hearing that, the sect leader frowned. "Seek assistance from me?" "Yes, from you, Su Yun raised his head, the eyes behind the mask and cape flashed a look of craftiness. "If it is successful, the evil Emperor Palace will be destroyed." The sect leader remained quiet. Evil Emperor Palace was a scourge. It waged wars in all directions and destroyed and annexed powerhouses one after another. Although the evil sword sect was firm and powerful, but as the evil Emperor Palace snowballs more and more, sooner or later, they would come for evil sword sect. If they did not eradicate them, there would be no end to the problem. "Then, what do you plan to do?" "You just have to follow me to walk in the evil Emperor Palace for a round. I need your presence as deterrence." "Deterrence? Does that have any use?" The sect leader scratched his face. A pitch-black ray shot through the dark sky. If one did not look carefully, no one would be able to see it. That was Su Yun and evil sword sect leader Chen Tianxia. Chen Tianxia had congealed a pitch-black evil cloud. The two of them stood on top of it and flew quickly. With sect leader's speed, I am afraid we will reach evil Emperor Palace's location in a day. Su Yun sighed. Su Yun, you truly want to take action on the evil Emperor Palace? If that is the case, why not look for more help? From what I know, the evil Emperor Palace had offended many powerhouses in all directions, and many of them also fear them. If we were to gather all of them, we will be able to fight against them. The sect leader controlling the evil cloud said. You're right, if we had the time, I would have done that, but the evil Emperor Palace gave me only 1 month of time. I cannot gather all of the forces in such a short period to fight the evil Emperor Palace. Furthermore, the evil Emperor Palace will not allow me to do that. I am afraid they have most like established some sort of communication with all of the various powerhouses, and control them oppressively, stopping them from assisting the evil King City. Only 1 month worth of time? The sect leader scoffed. With my cultivation, I can easily handle the evil emperor, but he is deep inside his palace, and there are many experts in there, so I cannot enter so easily. You can leave that to me. Su Yun laughed. You have a way? In any case, you are overqualified for it. Sect leader, what you need to do is very simple.
If I succeed, you can instantly enter the evil Emperor Palace. If I fail, you need to prepare for an escape route and to pick me up. Alright. The sect leader indifferently. Su Yun nodded his head. They only had one chance. If they failed, that would mean that the evil king's city would become history. Whoosh! The ray landed, the evil chi dissipated, the two of them landed on a desolate mountain top. Su Yun looked around and saw a pitch-black fort in the distance. Is that the location of the evil Emperor Palace? Su Yun took out his Sovereign King badge and connected to Ming Nan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360. One-man army infiltration. Did you check clearly? Yes, I did. The evil Emperor Palace doesn't put the evil King's city in its eyes. The task of attacking the evil King's city was completely handed over to Li Tsong Liang, while the evil Emperor himself stays in his chamber, rarely revealing himself. How can I make him reveal himself? This subordinate does not know, but according to investigations, whenever the evil Emperor Palace attacks any major powers, the evil Emperor will always head to the altar to offer sacrifice at the center of the evil Emperor Palace. It is said that the statue at the altar is a treasure, and the sacrifice will give another fold of profound spirit chi to the members who fight, and that is why their battle ability is so powerful. Offering sacrifices, it definitely reeks of an expert. Su Yun frowned, and thought for a while, then asked, "Do you have any map that shows the vicinity of the evil Emperor Palace?" This subordinate has already prepared it. Master, please tell me your location. I will immediately send that evil being to receive you. I am at the southwest side of the evil Emperor Palace, on a desolated mountain. Please hold on. Ming Nan then ended the communication. Seeing that, Su Yun sat on a boulder and waited. Su Yun, what are we doing here? Chen Tianxia asked. Waiting for someone. Who else will be coming? A subordinate. Su Yun answered. Chen Tianxia did not ask further. After an incense stick worth of time, a figure approached. When he stepped up the desolated mountain, the two of them had already sensed him. Chen Tianxia turned, and suddenly disappeared. In a breath, he reappeared, and in his hand was an evil being dressed in tight clothes. It only took him the time to blink the eye. Ah! The evil being was completely stunned, he did not even realize anything, and the scenery around him instantly changed, and with two men standing beside him, he immediately fell to the ground, unable to stand. Are you the person sent by Ming Nan? Su Yun stared at him and asked. Hearing that, the evil being raised his head. Seeing the badge on Su Yun's waist, he cried out in joy, so it is Master Sovereign King. This subordinate greets Master Sovereign King. Less talking, give it to me. Yes, yes. Trembling, he retrieved out a black paper from his storage ring and handed it over to Su Yun with both hands. Su Yun took it, and watched as the large amount of evil chi on it quickly formed a painting. It was the map of the evil Emperor Palace. Master, my main task for these past few days were to draft out the map. There is another subordinate who is already mixed inside of the evil Emperor Palace, to obtain more information for Master, but it was difficult to infiltrate, so the information we have obtained was very limited. The evil being said with a trembling voice. This is enough. Su Yun kept the map and waved his hand. You can go ahead. If there is anything else, I will get Ming Nan to notify you. Yes, yes, this subordinate will excuse himself now. With that, he disappeared. Chen Tianxia frowned with his sharp brows. He watched as the evil being left, and then turned to Su Yun and asked, What do you plan to do now? Wait. Wait? Wait for what? For the evil emperor's sacrificial ceremony. That will be another 10 days. Then we will wait slowly. Chen Tianxia did not speak further. He turned and looked at the majestic and big evil emperor palace in the distance. He took a breath in, and spoke, Su Yun, I want to ask you, you are a human, but how did you train evil spirit essences?
Plop! The map in Suyun's hands dropped onto the ground. He raised his head and looked at Chen Tianxia. Chen Tianxia shook his head. Although you wear a cape and mask, with my cultivation, these disguises are useless. So you already knew I was not an evil being, why didn't you kill me? If I wanted to, I would have done so long ago. Despite that, I am not like other evil beings that loves to eat humans. I have my own path. Regardless of whether you are an evil being or not isn't important. What is important is whether or not you have provoked me. I have not provoked you, unless you are the evil emperor. Suyun wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chen Tianxia did not speak again. As for the evil spirit essences? It was when I had just entered the evil realm, an evil being called Cheng Xia helped me cultivate them out. Suyun laughed, all the memories coming back into mind. Under the vast and boundless sky, a gigantic island platform floated in the air, with over 100 people standing in ranks. They were the higher-ups of the profound sky sect. All of them had respectful looks on their faces, standing carefully, no one dared to speak, and were even breathing carefully. At the forefront was a man with his back facing all of them, with two gigantic statues by his left and right. It was an extremely overbearing sight. Do you have Su Qing'er whereabouts? An angry voice came out from above. When the words came out, everyone knelt down at the same time. They kowtowed, and dare not raise their heads. How long has it been? Su Qing'er has yet to be found. Are all of you useless? I do not care if she is dead or alive. Even if she is dead, all of you should be bringing her body back. The great formation is about to be completed, we do not have much time left, and what are all of you trash doing? All of you people are useless. The person bellowed. The temperature of the air in the surroundings started to rise. The pressure formed just by his words were placed on every single person present. Some of their faces turned pale white as they started to perspire. It was unbearable. No one dared to say a word, much less lift their heads up. My lord, please calm down. As of now, our only connection to Su Qing'er is broken. The Sky Martial continent is too big. To rely on manpower to search for her is like looking for a needle in a sea of haystack. Dispatching more people is useless. An old man kneeling at the most front spoke respectfully. Oh? Do you have an idea? The man slowly turned, and used his stern eyes to look at the old man. It isn't really an idea, more like a treasure. Now that manpower are just unable to find her, we can only rely on treasures. This old one has a friend, he has learned and reads extensively from the ancient records to modern times, and knows of everything between heaven and earth. He has knowledge regarding treasures and weapons. He had told this old one, if one wants to seek somebody, you only require one treasure. Hearing that, the figure became excited, and asked, what treasure? This treasure is called Through Heaven's Mirror. Once you have it in possession, as long as you call out the person's name you seek, you will be able to locate his or her position, and with that, Su Qing'er has nowhere to hide. The old man said respectfully. Through Heaven's Mirror? The figure muttered, and then asked, then where is this treasure? It is reported in this year's Mountain River List competition conducted by Qin Creek. The treasure was used as a reward, but because of the Spirit Demon Emperor's interruption, the ranking of the list was incomplete. Thus, the treasure was never handed down. If this old one isn't wrong, the Through Heaven's Mirror is still in Qin Creek. Immediately send people down to Qin Creek and obtain the Through Heaven's Mirror. The figure waved his hand and bellowed. Yes. The people below shouted. But the old man actually spoke up again, and cut off everyone. Lord. If it were any other sect, obtaining the Through Heaven's Mirror would not be difficult, but Qin Creek is not any ordinary place. They only allow their disciples to move in and out. We will most likely not be able to obtain the Through Heaven's Mirror, since the Spirit Demon Emperor also suffered under their hands. This subordinate thinks that for this trip, Lord, you have to go and get it by yourself. This way, we will not lose anything, and will definitely obtain the treasure, and finally can capture Su Qing'er, and bring her back, which will also save time. The figure was silent for a moment, then nodded his head, and spoke, since it is so, you will arrange for it. Yes. Time passed in the mountain quickly.
Tian, when one searches for the 8 words above, it comes up as something weird, but these 8 words have a meaning behind, stemming from a story that a woodcutter went up the mountain to chop wood, but saw 2 fairies there. He stared at them until he forgot the time, and when he awoke, he realized that his axe was already rusted. Although there was nothing interesting on the desolated mountain, but a big battle was approaching, the 2 of them dare not slack. Suyin sat down and meditated, recovering himself for the whole 10 days. And time was approaching, he had recovered fully. About time. He stood up and took out the map to look at it, then spoke to Chen Tianxia, Sect Lord, you can wait here, I will go into the palace by myself. How dare you, to actually dare ask me to wait? Chen Tianxia snorted. It is just a temporary thing. Humph. Chen Tianxia crossed his hands, and asked, when do I make my move? Suyin was startled, then laughed bitterly, you've guessed it already? If I can't even guess this, how can I be a sect leader? That's true. Suyin thought for a while, then said, once I enter the evil emperor palace, I will need to prepare, so when should you make a move? That depends on when the evil emperor comes out. With that said, he took out a mortal mystical scarlet blood sword and threw it into the air, and then leaped up onto the sword blade. With a whoosh, he flew into the distance. The winds blew crazily against him. Suyin moved extremely quickly, but when he approached the evil emperor palace, he immediately stopped. The heavenly scale divine eye easily covered the chi on his body. As long as he did not reveal himself, no one would catch him, but now that every sect had enchantments as protection, he did not believe that the evil emperor palace would not place any. Enchantments were not easy to break through. Upon interacting with it, he would be caught by the guards of the palace, so to enter the evil emperor palace, he still had to walk through the front doors. This one-man infiltration was extremely dangerous. If it was Chen Tianxia, the success rate would be extremely high, but Chen Tianxia's cultivation was too strong. He was an almighty evil being. As long as he entered, he would be caught, but Suyin was different. He was a human. As long as he hid his spirit chi, he would not be caught. Furthermore, he still had a treasure that could completely conceal himself. Suyin waited in the forest quietly. After going through the forest and walking a distance of 1 li, he would reach the big entrance of the evil emperor palace. Suyin leaned against a black tree and activated the heavenly scale divine eye to look ahead, making sure that every movements at the entrance were caught by him. The evil emperor palace was huge, and thus there were many evil beings walking in and out, but without question, the evil emperor palace which was preparing for war was extremely powerful and capable, so whoever wanted to enter or leave the palace were required to identify themselves and show their identity badges. All the evil realm beings' identity badges were skull necklaces. The necklace had their spirit chi embedded in them. Suyin stared at the door and saw the 2 evil realm beings dressed in armor, holding onto bone blades walked over. The 2 of them were extremely weak, covered entirely in black. Their bodies had evil chi revolving around them. Their moss-green eyes resembled fireflies in the dark. The 2 of them walked and talked without any caution. Suyin retracted the heavenly scale divine eyes. His left hand touched the storage ring and he pulled Desolator out. When the 2 closed in, he casually used both swords. Under the Desolator's concealment, both swords were invisible, and they quietly approached the 2 evil realm beings. Poochie! Their foreheads suddenly had holes in them. Before they could even moan, they died. Suyin quickly walked over and dragged their bodies into the forest. He then took out one of their identity badges and hung it over his neck and used the shapeshift bone piece, transforming into that evil being, and walked towards evil emperor palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361. I went back on my words. Wei Xie? Weren't you about to go to the south side with Hu Xie to help Master Song retrieve some evil water for his wine brewing? Why are you back so quickly? Suyin had just walked towards the big gates when the guard on duty standing by the side asked curiously. I forgot to take something. Suyin laughed, and then gave the identity badge on his neck over. You, quickly go in, you careless devil. The guard did not even bother looking and waved his hand. He. Suyun kept the identity badge and walked in. Hey, Wei Xie, are you slacking off again? The evil being that we caught last time tasted good. Why don't the two of us go and capture a few more soon? I heard that you ate Zhang Xie's dual cultivation partner? He, how did that feel? Zhang Xie wants to slice you apart now. Along the road, countless of evil beings that recognized Wei Xie talked to him. They were high-spirited and spoke loudly. Suyun's rigid face replied to them simply, but did not dare speak much, afraid that he might reveal a flaw, and quickly left. The evil emperor palace was huge, and Suyun was located at just a sidetrack. In order to enter the center of the palace, he needed to travel a long distance. Furthermore, this evil being called Wei Xie seemed to be an evil being of the lowest rank, and did not have the authority to travel towards the center. Suyun lowered his head and walked quickly. He could see that many of the evil beings were around a cultivation of first-stage spirit soul realm, and occasionally, he would chance upon third-stage spirit soul realm evil beings. These were usually the captains with a bit of authority. Countless of evil beings carrying all sorts of materials walked in and out from various structures. Many used evil beasts to pull large carts out of the evil emperor palace. Suyun walked to the entrance of the evil emperor palace's inner circle and noticed 20+ guards standing in front of a large black door. The guards were well equipped, their expressions stern. They were obviously trained elites. As expected, they have people guarding, not any person can go in. Suyun started to think. Wei Xie. Just then, a low-pitched shout came out. Suyun was startled. He turned to look, to see an evil being dressed in vine armor walking over. He had an ugly expression, one of impatience. He directly grabbed Suyun by the shoulder and bellowed, "Didn't I ask you to find evil water for Master Song's wine brewing? Why are you skiving here? Humph! You're truly seeking death. I will grab you and bring you over to Master Song for dessert." Master Song? Suyun was startled, but anxiously replied, "I have already obtained the evil water and was just about to bring it to Master Song." What? You've already harvested the evil water? So quickly? The vine-armored man looked at Suyun in shock. How long did you take this time? You don't have to care how long I went. Follow me to see Master Song. The man's face changed immediately, and said, "See Master Song for what? Since you have the evil water, go and bring it to Changgu. Bring the evil water there for his wine brewing." Where's Changgu now? Of course he's at the winery. Oh, alright, where are you going now? Humph, of course I am going to see Master Song. There's a new batch of delicate evil beings. I am going to choose some for Master Song. With that, the man who spoke ignored Suyun and turned to leave. Seeing that, Suyun stayed at his spot for a while. After the man left, he then quietly followed him. He had the map of the evil emperor palace, but it wasn't detailed, and he was afraid he did not know where the so-called Master Song's training manor was at. After following the evil being in the vine armor for 10 whole minutes, Suyun finally arrived at a house constructed by bones and black mud. There were 2 evil beings standing by the door where many evil beings carrying corpses of fierce beasts walked in and out. All of these evil beings had cultivations lower than first stage spirit soul realm. Suyun took a deep breath then walked in. The vine-armored evil being walked anxiously, but did not realize that Suyun was following him. Very quickly, the evil being walked to the center of a hall. Inside, there was an extremely obese evil being seated in a seat made up of bones holding a metal bowl drinking the dark green evil wine, with 2 alluring female evil beings servicing by the side. The vine-armored evil being walked into the hall and immediately knelt down on one knee, and grumbled out some words. After hearing the vine-armored evil being speak, the obese evil being's bean-sized eyes lit up with sets of gold light, and he immediately dismissed the 2 female evil beings. He forced his fat body to stand up, his expression extremely excited. Suyun secretly activated the heavenly scale divine eye and looked around. The vine-armored evil being was a 3rd-stage spirit soul realm cultivator, while the obese evil being was roughly at the 5th-stage spirit soul realm. After assessing them, Suyun instantly stepped into the hall. Wei Xie?
What's the matter? The obese evil being saw Suyun walking in casually, and asked. However, the evil being called Wei Xie did not reply him, but instead closed the door. In that moment, the obese evil being sensed that something was wrong. Without saying a word, he wielded a large hammer in one hand out of nowhere, and pounced over. But in the next second, an invisible sword rushed forward and sliced through his waist. Ah! The vine-armored evil being lost his voice and looked at Wei Xie in shock. Before he could do anything, his heart was pierced through. Plop! The two bodies fell to the ground, evil blood flowing everywhere. Suyun quickly walked over and hung the identity badge of the obese evil being onto his own neck. He then scrutinized the obese evil being's face and activated the shapeshift bone piece, and then hid the two bodies. Bang bang bang! Just then, loud knocks came out from the door. Master Song! Master Song! What happened? Why is there a loud ruckus? Master Song! A group of evil beings cried out, and then, boom, the door was kicked open, and a group of armed evil beings rushed in. What are all of you doing? A voice bellowed out. Everyone looked over, to see the obese Master Song seated in his chair, looking at them angrily. How dare all of you, did I allow you to come in? Get out! Seeing that Master Song was safe and sound and sitting there angrily shouting at them, the evil beings all rushed out anxiously. In the next moment, the hall became quiet again. Suyun, who had transformed into Master Song, heaved a sigh of relief. With this Master Song's identity badge, I believe I can enter the inner circle of Evil Emperor Palace. Suyun touched the small gray skull on his neck, and started to move. As expected, Master Song's identity badge had the qualifications to enter the inner circle. The inner circle was different from the outer circle, it was more quiet, and there were not as many evil beings. Those who moved about were either evil beings with status, or fully armed evil soldiers. Suyun carried his fat body and walked carefully, his gaze looking all around, avoiding as many evil beings as he could see, otherwise, he could reveal himself accidentally. The inner circle was not as big as the outer circle, and very quickly, Suyun, who kept on walking, found the entrance to the Evil Emperor Palace Center. Who knows if Master Song's identity badge can let me in there, time for me to test my luck. With that thought, Suyun straightened his back and walked straight towards the door. Compared to the other sects, this door was several times larger, several times wider, with two formations by the side. If anything were to happen, the formations would activate and instantly seal the door shut, so outsiders would not be able to barge in. With his identity badge, Suyun carefully looked at the guards by the side. One of the guards looked at the identity badge and nodded his head, then returned it back to Suyun. Master Song, please. Thank you. Suyun took the identity badge and quickly entered. He was at the center of Evil Emperor Palace, and upon stepping in, a strange pressure instantly attacked his senses. Suyun's eyes darkened, he immediately became anxious. This chi was without a doubt the might released by the Evil Emperor. He had just entered the radius of the Evil Emperor's chi, and as long as he actually took notice, he would actually sense Suyun's existence. I need to lay low. Suyun lowered his head and moved forward. Ahead of him was a long, large pavement made up of black earth. It had rows of lamps made up of bones, lighting up with dark green light auras. The end of the path was a large structure that resembled a gold palace. It was unlike the other buildings that were either pitch black or pale white, but a complete gold color, as though it was completely made up gold. Suyun took a whiff. It did not seem to be gold, but some sort of unique material that could help increase the production of spirit essences. Seems like the Evil Emperor's palace is quite useful. Suyun walked one round around the palace, then retreated back to the inner circle. The sacrificial ceremony begins tomorrow. I only have a day, I need to cherish it. Suyun lingered around the inner circle for a while, and then found a white structure and entered it. Oh! Master Song, is there anything? The owner of the building watched as Suyun entered, and spoke neither coldly or warmly, but a look of disdain was apparent in his eyes. Suyun took a glance at him. 6th stage spirit soul realm, seems like he has higher authority than Master Song. Let me ask you something. Suyun found a seat and sat down. What? The person frowned. He sensed that Master Song was different from usual days. It has to do with Evil Emperor. How dare you? The man's face changed as he bellowed, You dare to call out Master's name, you want to die? Poochie. A blood light shot forward, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword shot straight towards the man's shoulder, slicing his arms off. The intense pain immediately surged in, causing him to yell. He fell to the ground, his arms frantically leaking with evil chi. Suyun removed Master Song's cover and recovered his own look. He walked over and stepped on the man's chest while holding immortal mystical scarlet blood sword to his neck. Let me ask you a few questions. If you answer me obediently, I will not kill you. How about that? The man immediately understood Suyun's intentions. Facing the fake Master Song, an overwhelming fear took over. In order to save his own life, he agreed, As long as you do not kill me, I will tell you everything. He was a 6th stage spirit soul realm cultivator, so he quickly thought, for this man to silently come here, and be able to easily cut through my defense and slice off my arms, he is definitely a spirit star realm cultivator. He thought as his mind trembled. The evil emperor's sacrificial ceremony begins tomorrow. What time will he leave his palace? At noon. What's the evil emperor's cultivation? IAW was said that he is at the 8th stage. 8th stage? Suyun was shocked. Suyun thought that he would be around the 5th or 6th stage, and definitely not a 7th, but who knew he was actually at the 8th? Suyun secretly swallowed saliva and asked again, Can the evil emperor's awareness reach this cultivation grounds of yours? And no. Good. Suyun nodded his head, and the sword in his hand suddenly pressed down. Poochie. The sword tip pierced into the evil being's heart. Didn't you say you will not kill me? The evil being spat out pitch black blood and howled painfully. I went back on my words. Suyun casually flung his hand, and the body instantly crumbled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362. Killing the Evil Emperor. After taking care of the evil being, Suyun immediately took over his appearance, and then chased the evil realm beings outside away, closing the doors after. He retrieved all the materials he had prepared in his storage ring, and in the order of door, then windows, he created a barrier enchantment. After finishing, he then started to draw out a demonic array formation. The goal was simple, to seize the opportunity and kill the evil emperor, getting rid of the danger at its root. However, killing would not be easy even if Suyun had the heavenly scale divine eye and shapeshift bone piece, which were good assassination treasures, enabling him to easily sneak into the evil emperor palace. Although the probability of success was not high, Suyun did not care about it. If he sat and waited, then the evil king's city would still be besieged by the evil emperor palace, so he thought, why not strike first? Whether or not he succeeded, at most, he would throw evil king's city off. The demonic formation he had created was the one of the demonic ancestral 8 absolute arrays formation, heavenly demon blood array. He could not hold back while fighting against the evil emperor. If he were to drag out the fight, more experts would be able to support the evil emperor, thus forcing a dragged-out battle, which was not good. He retrieved some blood and carefully drew on the formation. Pictures of hundreds of demonic creatures were drawn. They looked seemingly alive. All the strange and eerie incantations caused the entire demonic creatures to be locked with each other, as though they were being sealed. With his current source of materials from the evil king's city, Suyun could obtain and have anything easily, so making such a huge formation array was much easier. Suyun did not dare to complete the drawing of the array. There were some important aspects which were left empty, because upon being completed, the array would reek of demonic chi, and although he believed that the barrier enchantment could hold it in, he believed more in the evil emperor's sensing ability. After working for almost 5 hours, Suyun finally stopped as he gasped for breath. He sat down cross-legged, and took out some recovery pills from his storage ring.
he swallowed them and closed his eyes to recuperate. The monarch occult force was activated, the profound spirit chi in his body started to revolve, the spirit chi in his body flowed unobstructed through his chi channels, stimulating his blood, providing comfort to all of his organs. Warmth rose from his lower abdomen through his chest all the way to his brain. Clang! After a long time, the melodious sound of the clock chimed. The evil Emperor Palace was immediately plunged into endless noise as it bustled with activities. Suyun's mind shook, he opened his eyes and quickly stood up. He leapt out of the room and landed on the roof, and looked to the palace in the center. Activating the heavenly scale divine eye, his pitch-black eyes flickered with a gold light as he looked afar. The enchantments on the evil Emperor Palace's door flickered, and started to move. Is he coming out? Suyun became serious. Activating the monarch occult force, true divine spirit chi flowed along his chi channels to his palm, and the roof shook. Crack! The roof was instantly shattered to pieces. Suyun dropped down and landed right in the center of the demonic array formation. Crack! The flickering enchantments slowly dissipated, and a group of evil beings dressed in a multicolored robes walked over towards the big door of the palace. The group split into two rows, one to the left and one to the right, who then all knelt down and called out, "We respectfully welcome Master. Master is blessed with eternity, and the Lord of the heavens and earth." They shouted 3 times, and a tall and majestic figure slowly walked out from the door. He was an evil being dressed in black robes lined with gold. He was about 3 m tall and his entire body was completely made up of evil chi, as though he was a regiment of chi. But inside the chi was an imposing and powerful might that could cause people's mind to go berserk. No one was able to withstand his power, and the only thing in their minds and heart was to revere him. Upon stepping out, the entire evil Emperor Palace trembled. Almost at the same time, the evil Emperor Palace quietened down. All of the evil beings had stopped everything they were doing. They all knelt down, and then screams resonated out in the entire evil Emperor Palace, so loud that it shot into the clouds. "We respectfully welcome Master. Master is blessed with eternity, and the Lord of the heavens and earth. We respectfully welcome Master. Master is blessed with eternity, and the Lord of the heavens and earth. We respectfully welcome Master. Master is blessed with eternity, and the Lord of the heavens and earth." Their voices were filled with reverence and excitement, like a group of zealot believers shouting with their spirit and soul. The evil emperor looked at the group of guards calmly, and took another step forward. "The time is here, is the altar ready?" A deep resounding voice boomed, causing the people listening to feel pain in their ears. "Master, the altar is completely ready and prepared, it is waiting for Master to proceed with the ceremony." The evil being in the lead said excitedly. "Good. Let's go." "Yes." The evil being nodded his head, then waved his hand. All of the evil beings activated their evil chi, and a pitch-black lotus flower seat framework was congealed. The evil emperor leapt up and sat down cross-legged on the lotus seat. "Proceed." The man spoke. The group of evil beings carefully and steadily moved forward. Comparing the size between the evil emperor and the small and frail evil beings, it looked like ants carrying food, slowly moving forward. The evil chi on the evil emperor leaked all around, causing the sky to be dyed black. "Wait a minute." Just then, evil emperor suddenly bellowed. The group of evil beings were startled, and immediately stopped in their tracks. Evil emperor's eyes remained closed, but his voice spoke out with disdain. "Scoundrel, since you are here, why hide? Why not quickly come out for me to eat you?" Whoosh! In that moment, 5 evil beings that were carrying evil emperor's lotus seat rushed out, all of them brandishing their treasures and ferociously rushed towards the evil emperor. Killing intent exploded forth. "Evil emperor! You destroyed my Zhongfang city, killed my father, and swallowed his spirit and soul. Your guilt is beyond saving. Today will be the day of your death." An evil being growled in anger. A curved evil blade shot forth from his hand like a venomous snake. "Oh? You are all the remnants of Zhongfang city? So what?
This emperor destroyed your city, so you are all here to take revenge? You are all merely first-stage spirit star realm cultivators. What can you do to this emperor? Truly seeking death. The evil emperor did not hide or dodge, but welcomed the evil blades and spoke slowly. The evil blade was aimed at his head, a fearsome evil force erupting from the blade, but it did not harm the evil emperor at all. The evil blade she spewed out like a berserk gale of wind, but it passed through the evil emperor, striking the ground behind him, dicing the stone pillars into pieces. All of the evil beings behind were struck and instantly slashed into pieces. They were incapable of stopping such an attack. But no matter how fearsome the attacks were, to the evil emperor, it felt like nothing. What? The evil being was stunned. Poochie. A pitch-black hand suddenly grabbed his heart and pulled it out from his chest. The evil being's body twitched, his eyes widened as he looked at the evil emperor in shock. The evil emperor revealed an eerie smile. He directly took the heart and placed it into his mouth. Senior brother. Young master. The remaining evil realm beings roared in rage and pounced onto the evil emperor together. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of ants plotting against an 8th-stage spirit star realm being. Should I call you all stupid or naive? What a joke. Truly a joke. Since you guys are forcing me, all of you shall be this emperor's appetizer. The evil emperor laughed. He stretched his hand, and was able to make his move. But just as he was about to attack the remaining 4 evil beings, a red light suddenly shot into the sky from the inner circle, and then a vigorous demonic chi erupted from the red light. Profound spirit chi that could contend with the evil chi for its grimness, nefariousness, ruthlessness, and cruelness exploded out, covering the evil emperor palace like a dark cloud. What? Demonic chi? The evil emperor's face changed. Shio. Just then, the red light streaked across the sky towards the center, and a young man dressed in pitch-black cloak and holding a sword, enveloped in the bloodied chi, struck over. You are also from Zhongfang City? The evil emperor roared. No. I am the master of Evil King City. The young man bellowed. His sword was extremely straight, sword chi erupting forth, smashing towards the ground. The move was too sudden. The evil emperor was not able to release any treasures and could only use his hands to block the incoming attack. He could only ignore the attacks of the 4 other evil beings. Boom! One of his hand held onto the blood-red sword, his palm stopping the sword tip as though it was metal. No matter how sharp the sword tip was, it was unable to inch forward. Strong spirit chi. You should be a 7th-stage spirit star realm cultivator, right? But a pity I sensed it. Your 7th-stage prowess is brought about through a treasure, and thus unstable, so you and I are still far apart. You must know, any increase in rank in the spirit star realm differs like heaven and earth. The evil emperor laughed, and instantly drew out all his evil chi, forming out on his palm like a snake. It flew towards Suyun like a sword. But at the same time, the demonic chi on Suyun's body acted up as well. The fearsome blood-red demonic chi roared forth like a dragon. Evil chi had the characteristics of craftiness and slyness, while the demonic chi was tyrannical. In a head-on clash, demonic chi was not any weaker than evil chi. Suddenly, Poochie. The evil emperor's body jolted, his evil chi flew out in a mess. A huge hole had opened in his chest. Desolator. What is that invisible treasure? The evil emperor's black evil eyes widened. Suyun suddenly let go of the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in Desolator. His fingers moved, and over 1,000 swords flew out from the sword sheath and transformed into a steel beast, rushing at the evil emperor. Evil Heaven Nirvana. The evil emperor swung his arms and activated his mystical technique, and a gigantic evil spirit formed behind him. It waved its mountain-sized hand and smacked the steel beast. Boom! The steel beast was smashed apart, turning back into individual swords, but the flying swords did not stop its offense and continued to fly towards the evil emperor, closing in at extreme speeds. They formed into a gigantic steel ball made of swords, with him in the center. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword spun in the air,
landing steadily at the top of the steel ball. Using its mystical force as a primal sword, it strengthened the steel ball. The evil emperor was completely trapped within the steel ball. Seeing that, Suyun immediately raised his right palm, aimed straight at the steel ball, and started to use spirit chi. The golden wheel on his palm started to swirl, and the air around started to darken. The sky became void of light, the ground lost its color, but the golden wheel in his palm continued to spin. Its light aura became more and more dazzling. All the evil beings were stunned. Bang! 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 Intense explosions sounded out in the steel ball. It swayed unsteadily, countless of swords were destroyed, and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword above also trembled incessantly. Finally! Boom! A final explosion came out, shattering the steel ball formed by swords. This technique caused nearly half of the flying swords to break, instantly turning back into light aura and returning to the sword sheath. Insignificant ant, you dare to show off in front of this emperor. This emperor wants you all dead. All of you can die. The evil emperor was enraged, and instantly rushed towards Suyun. But when he moved, a gold light spewed out right from Suyun's palm, like a shooting star digging right into his heart. It shot right through him and flew out far, as though it had shot right into the cosmos. Great Negative Yang Immortal Canon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363. Spirit Samsara. The evil emperor's body trembled, and all the energy in his body disappeared. He directly dropped from the sky and smashed into the ground, and after twitching for a moment, he died instantly. His heart was completely destroyed. The gold light aura pierced through his chest like tofu. The terrifying scar caused everyone who saw it to feel numb. An instant kill. The four evil beings were completely shocked. Even Suyun was startled by what had happened. That's too crazy. Is this the power of the Great Negative Yang Immortal Canon? Even an 8th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator was instantly killed. This should not be possible anywhere, right? Who cares, it's time. He took a deep breath and retrieved the evil sword sec badge from his waist. He planned to send the signal to Chen Tianxia, who was waiting outside. But just at that moment, sets of buzzing sound came out. The evil emperor's corpse, which had a hole in his chest, suddenly swelled. The evil emperor's gaseous chi-like body started to release a lot of bubbles, and after they burst, finger-sized little evil spirits flew out one after another, quickly gathering and forming together. Suyun's face changed. He used his finger to control the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, flying straight to the corpse and cutting it into pieces. Clang 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 clang. The sonorous sword slashing sounds came out. The corpse had formed a layer of steel like silver barrier, and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was unable to break through it. Not good. That's the evil emperor's treasure, Spirit Samsara. Just then, an old evil being out of the four shouted out in shock. Spirit Samsara? Suyun tilted his head and asked, "What's that?" That is the evil emperor's life-saving treasure. Not many people know about it, and we only obtained this information from our spies here. Previously, we did not know of its usage, but who knew that this treasure can lock spirits and is able to revive and reconstruct a body that has been killed? Damn it, this cunning fox, he actually has such a treasure. Hearing that, Suyun's heart darkened. This time, he fully turned his head to look at them. He roared, "You all came here to kill the evil emperor. You all should have some trump card right. Are you not going to quickly take them out?" Initially, we did not know that the evil emperor's cultivation was at the 8th stage of the Spirit Star Realm. If not, we would not have been so rash. This master, we are grateful for you helping us today, but now, the experts of Evil Emperor Palace are gathering here. If we linger any further, we will only be surrounded and killed beyond doubt. We need to quickly scatter. The old man reasoned. If you guys scatter today, there will be no other chance. Suyun retorted, all of you find a way to delay the experts, I will kill the evil emperor. The four of them were stunned. They looked at Suyun in shock. only to see the pair of evil eyes glittering with unswerving determination under the pitch-black cloak. They looked at each other and nodded, and immediately turned and rushed towards the entrance. Since Master is determined to kill the evil emperor, we will all use our strengths to support you. We will definitely fight with our lives. Master, we will depend on you. The four of them roared, and all took out their own life-saving treasures and ran out. Suyun did not hesitate either. He raised his right hand and activated the golden wheel. He released the great negative young immortal cannon, and activated the monarch occult force, frantically pouring in his spirit chi. The evil emperor's cultivation is in the 8th stage of the spirit star realm. All my other techniques are futile against him. For the sake of today, I can only hope to rely on this great negative yang immortal cannon to shoot for the second time. But, whether or not it could shoot for the second time, even if he prepared it completely, he might not be able to surprise the evil emperor for the second time. Thump, thump. The small evil spirits formed together to become a 5m tall gigantic evil spirit. The evil spirit continued to wiggle, and finally started to transform into the evil emperor. The terrifying absolute evil power leaked out once again. Powerful. You are powerful indeed. You actually managed to kill me off, but you would have never expected that I have 2 lives, right? Hee, sovereign king from the evil king city, your methods are truly out of my expectations. Now, I will give you one last chance. Gift me all your treasures and obediently kneel down to me. If you do, I will not kill you. The evil emperor roared threateningly at Suyun. But Suyun, who was still imbuing spirit chi into the great negative young immortal cannon, had completely ignored him. The evil emperor snorted, his pitch-black eyes was filled with rage as he pounced onto Suyun. Damn it! Just a bit more. Suyun secretly clenched his teeth. He kept back the great negative young immortal cannon and retreated, at the same time waving both of his hands. So. Countless of flying swords flew towards the evil emperor. Just as the flying swords neared evil emperor Xiao, all the swords disappeared. Ha! The evil emperor frowned, but upon hearing the poochie sounds, he looked at his body. The swords had all pierced into him. It's this bizarre sword again. But it's fine, don't even think of defending against this evil emperor. The evil emperor growled, his body suddenly split and transformed into countless evil spirits that scattered and formed together at another sound, reinstating his full body. What's that strange mystical technique? Suyun was startled. It's my turn now. The evil emperor spoke out, his body suddenly disappeared. Suyun was startled, and before he could react, a heavy impact struck his back, causing him to fly forward. The impact on his back rippled out with an incredible evil force that fervently shook all of his chi channels and arteries. If not for his indestructible gold body, in which his physical body had been greatly strengthened, that attack would have been enough to destroy all his chi channels, veins and arteries. An instant death. Is this the difference of just 1 rank? Suyun did his utmost to adjust the chi inside his body, and he flipped to land on the ground. However, the evil emperor would not give him any chance to take a breath. He once again disappeared and pounced over. A few sinister and terrifying evil hands extended out from his body and grabbed towards Suyun. Roar! Just then, an extremely low resounding roar came out. The blood chi behind Suyun had formed together, transforming into a gigantic heavenly demon conjuration. The heavenly demon had appeared. It raised its vigorous and fearsome claws, ferociously smashing onto the evil hands. Gotcha! The many evil hands shattered into pieces. Suyun's hands raised up and struck the evil emperor, but the evil emperor did not bother dodging. Against Suyun's attack, he raised up his own palm and smashed towards Suyun's head. It was a head-on clash. But in a head-on clash, Suyun was still at a disadvantage. Even though he had consumed the indestructible gold body pill, it was still impossible for his physical body to match up against the evil emperor with his 8th stage spirit star body. From a spirit novice cultivator to a spirit intermediate cultivator, it only needed a few years of time, but from the 7th stage of the Spirit Star Realm to the 8th stage of the Spirit Star Realm, if a person does not encounter a fortunate enlightenment, it would be hard to increase in rank even in his whole life. This was the accumulation of time and tribulation, and extremely difficult to rely even on treasures to advance. It was only through activating the heavenly crystal and use of the heavenly demon blood array could Su Yun be able to barely fight against the evil emperor. However, it was not his first time fighting against someone stronger than him. At a critical moment, he turned from offense to defense, using his hands to sweep horizontally at his forehead. Boom! Evil Emperor's palm had arrived. Su Yun once again was forced backwards. His body struck a stone pillar behind him, causing it to shatter into pieces. Almost there! Evil Emperor roared. His palm flipped and struck the air above him, causing a pitch-black cauldron the size of a small hut to appear. It had many evil creature paintings engraved all over it, and mournful wails sounded out from inside the cauldron. The cauldron's lid opened, a burst of energy came out as countless large hands enveloped Su Yun. Watch me roast you alive and turn you into a top-grade pill for me to break through into the next realm, ha! The evil emperor laughed out. Although Su Yun was powerful now, compared to the evil emperor, he was still the weaker link. His killing technique, Great Negative Young Immortal Cannon, that was unable to completely kill off the evil emperor was his biggest miscalculation. But that did not mean that he had given up. You're thinking too much. Su Yun roared as he clenched his teeth. He suddenly swung out his hand, and the invisible and formless Desolator sword brought along the immortal mystical Scarlet Blood sword as they struck towards the dual swords in the evil emperor's hands. Poochie! The evil emperor did not react to it, he didn't even seem to care. Although the swords were bizarre and sharp, they were unable to affect his body in any way. But just at that moment, the two swords started to dance. They flew into the sky at the same time, and a suppressive force enveloped the evil emperor's body. The evil emperor was stunned. He immediately extended his hands to grab onto the swords, but at that moment, Su Yun had suddenly rushed forward. All of the evil spirit essences in his body were activated. A large amount of evil chi leaked out. Demonic chi and evil chi interweaved together, transforming into an extremely cold and terrifying sensation. He moved his right hand to his storage ring, and suddenly threw something out. A black light shot forth, its light aura shot into the sky. Clang clang. An abstruse sound that seemed to be able to rip spirits apart sounded out, and an evil-looking sword had been unleashed. Evil Emperor did not know what Su Yun had taken out. His entire body was flung backwards. From his shoulder to his lower abdomen, there was a deep cut, and what remained was the evil spirits trying to link each other up. He was instantly severely injured, and most of his terrifying chi had been cut off by half. Poochie! The evil emperor smashed onto the ground, and at the moment of impact, the earth started to shake, and a pit as deep as 6 m was formed. The destructive force of the impact caused all the houses around to be destroyed, as though the entire evil emperor palace was a tiny boat plunged into a torrential storm. The entire palace shook endlessly. The evil emperor staggered to stand up and was about to counterattack, but when he activated his evil force, he was instantly stunned. He raised his hand and looked at it, and asked in shock, "Why is my evil force weakened? What's going on?" The evil emperor raised his head and looked up. He saw two swords flying beside Su Yun, a grayish-white sword and a blood-red sword. But in his hand, there was another black sword that was filled with extremely dense evil chi. A disgusting and horrifying chi leaked out of the sword. It was as though the sky was sinking in, smashing onto the evil emperor's shoulders, causing him to almost be unable to raise his head due to the immense pressure. What is this horrifying force? That sword! The evil emperor opened his eyes wide. He felt the sky darken. The death sword released even more evil chi, causing the temperature in the area to drop a few degrees as the ground started to freeze. Su Yun's hands felt the intense cold, and for some reason, the death sword wanted to leap out of his hands. But he did not dare let go. Although he was relying on the heavenly crystal and the heavenly demon blood array for his shocking cultivation, he was still unable to completely subdue the sword, and could only seal it. I must completely suppress it to make it completely mine. Suyun thought coldly. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards the evil emperor. Since the great negative Yang immortal cannon cannot be activated now, I can only rely on this. I recognize that sword. That is the Sovereign King's sword. I never thought that it would be in your hands. But it's fine. Today, either you use the sword to kill me, or you gift the sword to me along with your life. Watch my move. The evil emperor concealed the fear in his heart. He roared loudly. He did not dare hold back. Both of his palms faced the sky, and in a moment, 7 gigantic evil spirits appeared from thin air. These evil spirits released tyrannical evil chi, locking their eyes straight at Su Yun, and then suddenly waving their gigantic mountain-sized fists, smashing down ferociously. Evil spirits? I wonder if the Sovereign King's sword loves to devour evil spirits. Su Yun roared. He leapt up and waved Death Sword in the air. Whoosh! Like a vortex, the 7 evil spirits were completely sucked into the sword blade. The Death Sword's evil chi became even denser. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364. Difficulty in handling the Death Sword. In a calm and quiet bamboo forest, a young lady dressed in yellow garments sat upright with both her eyes closed as she recuperated. She was rather beautiful, pure white skin and bright sparkly eyes with 2 long curved eyebrows above her eyes. Every single feature on her face seemed to be from heaven, as though there were no flaws at all, along with her exquisite stature, curved at the right places. What made men even more excited when seeing her was that she seemed to have refined her physical body, causing a sense of wild nature to her. Beside her, there was a cauldron releasing a green smoke that was rising in spirals, and a frail-looking young lady with a blade and sword on her back holding a gigantic fan, lightly fanning the cauldron next to the beautiful young lady in the yellow garments. Young miss, young miss. Just then, a joyous voice came from outside the bamboo forest. A servant dressed in cyan ran over with small quick steps. Seeing that, the blade and sword young lady immediately placed the gigantic fan down, and anxiously called out, Xiao Lian, young miss is recuperating, don't disturb her. Hearing that, the servant immediately closed her mouth. She did not dare make a sound. Xiao Lian, what's the matter? Just then, the young lady in yellow opened her beautiful and elegant eyes, and spoke gently. Hearing that, the servant then respectfully greeted her, and said, Young miss, young master Tian he is here. Elder cousin brother Tian he? The young lady stood up, frowning slightly. Young miss, it was said that young master Tian had left the Xiao family for many years. No one knows what his cultivation is, but he should not be comparable to young Mississippi. The sword and blade young lady by the side laughed and said, Xiao Shui, you do not know this, but although he is my elder cousin brother, he is older than me by at almost 60 years. What? 60 years? Xiao Shui was surprised. Furthermore, he had a strange encounter when he was young and entered in Mystic Realm, where 1 year in there is equivalent to a day in our human world. He trained inside the Mystic Realm for close to 100 years before leaving. His cultivation is extremely profound, and is the unparalleled genius of my Xiao family in the past 100 years. I may be hailed as the Valkyrie, but compared to him, I am barely still learning and am not worth mentioning. The young lady in yellow, which was Valkyrie Xiaochua, said. Xiao Shui and Xiao Lian looked at each other. They were inwardly speechless. Then young miss, what is young master Tian he's cultivation now? Xiao Shui asked softly. I have not seen him for so many years, how can I know what cultivation realm he is in? But he should at least be in the spirit star realm already. With that said, she turned and walked towards the outside of the bamboo forest. Follow me to meet my cousin brother. Yes, young miss. The 3 of them left the bamboo forest. Outside of the bamboo forest was a delicate drawbridge, and at the other side of the drawbridge was a gigantic pavilion with mist floating around it, making it look like some sort of mystical godlands. If viewed from above, one would realize that every building around were similar. This was the Xiao family, a family living in the mountain peaks. When Xiao Chua arrived at the drawing room, a middle-aged man was conversing with a young handsome man.
Shuire, you're here. Come quickly. Come and meet your elder cousin brother Tianhe.
The middle-aged man smiled towards the young lady who just walked in. The young man turned his head and saw Valkyrie Xiao Chua walk in. His eyes lit up, and he immediately turned and cupped his fists as he greeted, "Cousin sister Xiao Chua, how have you been?" Xiao Chua sized up the person in front of her, surprise sweeping past her eyes as she said, "Cousin brother Tianhe, how did your cultivation grow so much again?" Seeing her surprise, a pleased expression flitted past his eyes, but he was also surprised. Xiao Chua's cultivation was lower than his, but to be able to see through his cultivation, she was not simple either. "Cousin sister, this cousin brother will speak impolitely, but in the entire Sky Martial continent, I am afraid there is no one who can be my opponent."
It seems like elder cousin brother encountered another fortuitous encounter?
Not another fortuitous encounter, but interacted with some things that Sky Martial continent will never have.
Zhou Tianhe laughed. So it is so.
Xiao Chua did not question further, her expression extremely calm. "Shuire, your elder cousin brother just came back from the ultimate martial world. This time, he plans to bring you into the ultimate martial world to train. The sect he is in is currently accepting disciples. Although your cultivation is not strong enough for the ultimate martial world, but with your talent, if you are able to have a secure placing in ultimate martial world, your future will be limitless."
Just then, the middle-aged man spoke up.
"That's right, and the ultimate martial world's spirit chi is many times stronger than that of the Sky Martial continents, and you can attain double the success for half the effort there. The criteria to enter the ultimate martial world is strict, but luckily I have completed a task for the sect and obtained some powerful treasure and weapons, and by relying on them, you will be able to enter the ultimate martial world.
What about it, cousin sister, are you willing to accompany your cousin brother?" Zhou Tianhe laughed and said.
Xiao Chua lowered her head and thought, but did not give an answer.
"Shuire, this is an absolutely hard-to-come opportunity, you need to cherish it. If you miss this, there won't be a second time."
Xiao Chao's father spoke with a heavy heart.
She raised her head and looked at the two men. After a moment, she finally nodded her head, a gradual look of determination birthing in her eyes.
"Troyer has also heard of ultimate martial world. It is said that there are countless of experts there, and talents fill up the land. Cousin brother, Xiao Chua will not reject your invitation. This is a definite opportunity. How can Xiao Chua not cherish it?"
"But will I be a burden for cousin brother?"
"Ah, cousin sister Xiao Chua, you think too much. We are one family. How can you say that?" Zhou Tianhe laughed. After that he became serious. "But cousin sister, there is one point that you might be wrong. Ultimate martial world truly has many talents, but majority of them are strong cultivators, and the lowest criteria of entering the ultimate martial world is to have a spirit star realm cultivation. Over there, a spirit star realm existence is not someone noteworthy, so when you are there, you must definitely focus on training and interact less with the people there.
They are all temperamental people. Once they are unhappy, they can instantly kill you. Safety must be your utmost priority, understand?"
Xiao Chua understands.
"Great, then go and prepare yourself, we will set off tomorrow." Boom! The low resounding sound came out.
The earth had formed a pitch-black and gigantic hole. The hole was filled with steel teeth and it had a sinister expression as it tried to swallow Su Yun. Su Yun unleashed the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword without panicking. He stepped onto it and flew up with the imperial sword technique and rushed towards the evil emperor.
Evil fission technique.
The evil emperor roared and spat out grayish-white spirit chi that struck towards Su Yun.
Su Yun raised his hand and the pitch-black storage ring on his finger lit up. Reverse yin-yang dragon art. Whoosh!
A dragon image rushed out of the ring and struck the grayish-white spirit chi. In the next moment, the evil fission technique flew towards the evil emperor. The evil emperor's face changed. He quickly dissipated his technique with his hands, but in the next moment, a black figure rushed forward, filled with evil chi, sweeping the evil emperor from his front.
It was the Sovereign King's sword. The evil emperor's senses distorted, he frantically unleashed evil aura from his hands, but ultimately he was still too slow. The evil chi from the sword struck his chest powerfully, forming an extremely deep wound. Su Yun took the chance and thrusted his swords at the body. Ah! The evil emperor released a terrifying wail. In the next moment, the death sword started to tremble incessantly as well. Buzz 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 buzz. Ear-piercing sword cries came out. The death sword's body started to release spirit chi sawtooths. They cut into evil emperor's body, cutting apart all of the evil emperor's chi channels, muscles and bones, and started to frantically absorb his power. Is the death sword eating the evil emperor? Could it be? Su Yun's face quickly changed. The evil emperor's figure quickly became smaller and smaller. The evil chi on his body kept on surging into the death sword, and after a few breaths of time, the evil emperor was completely gone, completely devoured by the death sword. A cry gradually sounded out in the entire evil emperor palace. A shooting star swept past the sky. A powerful almighty cultivator had died just like that. The death sword stopped. It kept on trembling, kept on releasing a buzzing sound. But in the next moment, Su Yun sensed its transformation. It was completely different from before. The evil emperor was powerful, there was no doubt about it, and even after activating the heavenly crystal and the heavenly demon array formation, Su Yun was still not his opponent, but facing the death sword, his power was useless. Because the death sword was specially meant to suppress evil beings' evil chi, especially because the currently unsealed death sword being far stronger than what it was, if even the spirit demon emperor was defeated by the sword, how could the evil emperor ever hope to contend against it? Just that. The death sword could no longer absorb evil beings. After being unsealed, it was strong enough, and Su Yun had to spend every conscious effort of his to suppress it, which consumed a lot of strength. So the death sword that had devoured the evil emperor, how powerful would it be? Just then, the death sword suddenly flew into the air, and hovered around. It was trembling frantically, its entire sword blade was like a trembling bowstring, trembling non-stop. Waves of evil chi was being released from it. Su Yun, what's going on? Ling Qingyu was forced to wake inside the sword sheath. She immediately flew out. Seeing the situation, she was completely aghast. Where is this? There isn't time to explain. The death sword devoured an 8th-stage spirit star realm being. Its strength is expanding once again. I might not be able to control it. Su Yun clenched his teeth and said. What? 8th-stage spirit star realm. Ling Chengyu was greatly shocked, her face turning pale white. She immediately said, quickly release it then. This sword is something you are unable to control. That means it will control you. It is time that it will try to control you. Quickly let go of it. Letting it go is the best option you have now. But without this sword, how can I fight against Profound Sky Sect? How can I fight the Patriarch? Su Yun clenched his teeth, and said, now, as long as I subdue it, it will immediately return to the sword sheath, then everything will be fine. In truth, when Su Yun had planned the entire operation, he did not take into account the death sword. It was something that he was currently not able to control. He would not use it if he did not have to, but the situation had gone out of hand. Although the great negative Yang Immortal Cannon had killed the evil emperor, he unexpectedly had 2 lives, and this was something out of Su Yun's calculations. Treasures that granted resurrection were extremely rare and few. Most of these treasures could not be reused, and upon being used once, it would become useless. The great negative Yang Immortal Cannon was not able to be charged in time, so he had to rely on the death sword, otherwise, he would end up dying instead. At this time, how can you think of the Profound Sky Sect? Preserving your life is more important. Ling Chengyu panicked and shouted anxiously. I will definitely protect my own life, but I still have one more chance. Su Yun raised his head, he looked at the death sword which was trembling uncontrollably, and a look of determination flashed past his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hand and controlled the Desolator and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword towards the death sword, and then all the sub-swords flew out from the sword sheath,
forming two holes as they surrounded the death sword. One halo of parted swords, another of the group of swords combined. 8 parts 8-hole formation. Ling Qingyu looked in shock. Suyun, what are you doing? Trying to keep it back. Suyun clenched his teeth. He then raised his hand and released the great negative yang immortal cannon, and started to imbue spirit force into it. The great negative yang immortal cannon started to blossom a gold light aura. The spirit chi inside started to churn frantically. In a blink of an eye, a horrifying destructive force formed. Suyun stared at the death sword intently. He activated the great negative yang immortal cannon, and then moved his hand and aimed it at the death sword. Ah! His roar erupted out. The powerful and horrifying destructive force accumulated inside the great negative yang immortal cannon instantly shot towards the death sword's sword blade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365. Taking over the evil Emperor Palace. He copied what he did the last time to subdue the death sword, but now it was far stronger. Before the evil emperor was being resurrected, Suyun was preparing the great negative yang immortal cannon by supplying it with spirit force, but because the evil emperor had revived too quickly, the last bit of spirit chi required by the great negative yang immortal cannon was not imbued in it. Now that the evil emperor had fallen, Suyun could completely provide the last portion of spirit chi, and used the great negative yang immortal cannon once again. The death sword was jumping much more frantically now. Suyun could almost no longer feel its existence, as though it was separating itself from him, and not being controlled by him any longer. The 8 parts 8-hole formation surrounding the death sword started to pin it down, some attacking while some defending, which the death sword completely ignored. Its pitch-black blade started to fly all around and clash onto the swords, and upon clashing, the ordinary sub-swords would immediately shatter. The only thing able to stop the death sword were the primal swords, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and the desolator. Boom! The great negative yang immortal cannon was released, and a dazzling gold light shot forth from Suyun's hand, directly aimed towards the death sword which was in the center. The destructive spirit chi of the gold light was unstoppable, and upon attacking, it instantly broke apart the 8 parts 8-hole formation and fiercely smashed onto the death sword's blade. In a few seconds, the dense evil chi of the death sword immediately dissipated. The sword blade released a buzzing sound and then stopped, directly dropping from the sky. This move had destroyed over 100 sub-swords, but Suyun did not care, because after being destroyed, the sub-swords would be reborn inside the everlasting sword sheath. Clang clang. The death sword dropped onto the ground, as though it had lost all of its power, and in the silence, it laid still. Suyun gasped for breath, and then walked over and kept it in its sword sheath. But the moment the death sword entered its sword sheath, he fell down to the ground. Suyun! Suyun! Are you all right? Ling Qingyu anxiously supported him up and asked anxiously. I am fine. It's because I used the great negative yang immortal cannon twice, so I am extremely weak, and the heavenly crystal and heavenly demon blood array have dissipated. I might not be able to utilize any profound spirit force temporarily. Suyun said weakly. I will bring you out of here now. Ling Qingyu said. No, don't be too anxious. Suyun grabbed the evil sword sect order badge from his waist and passed it to Ling Qingyu. Qingyu, I have to trouble you. Use this order badge and contact the evil sword sect leader. Ask him to come into the evil emperor palace now. Fine. Ling Qingyu nodded. Without saying much, she immediately activated it and opened the communications. A weak force entered Ling Qingyu's mind. She did not dally, and immediately sent over Suyun's words, immediately hanging up right after. After a few moments, a powerful sword concept enveloped the entire evil emperor palace. A black shooting star shot through the sky, towards the evil emperor palace. He smashed into the enchantment barrier outside of the evil emperor palace and flew in. The powerful spirit chi dissipated. Ling Qingyu looked over and saw a white-haired man walking over. An innate sword body? The man looked at Ling Qingyu, and seemingly sensing something, he asked in surprise. Ling Qingyu frowned, and asked, Suyun, who is he? The sect leader of the evil sword sect. Don't worry, he won't harm me.
Su-Yun said weakly. Since it is so, I will return to the sword sheath first. Ling Qingyu seemed to detest Chen Tianxia, and did not want to linger. With that said, she transformed into a white light and entered Su-Yun's sword sheath. Chen Tianxia waited at the side quietly, and only after Ling Qingyu disappeared did he walk over. Su-Yun, who was that young lady? Chen Tianxia asked in a low voice. Why? Don't you know that she is an innate sword body? I know she is a sword body, but I do not know anything about innate, but so what? Alright, Master Sect Leader, now is the time for you to boss people around. Su-Yun said weakly. You've already dealt with the evil emperor? Chen Tianxia asked. Yeah. Truly, that intense wave of pain and grief came from the fall of the evil emperor. Then Su-Yun, what do you want me to do? Take over the evil emperor palace. Su-Yun said weakly, I killed the evil emperor and am truly weakened. I am unable to shake off the experts, but Sect Leader, you can. The evil realm is a place where the strong dominates the weak can only submit to the strong. As long as you go out now and kill a few of the evil emperor palace experts and take the order badge of the evil emperor, you can then tell them that you killed the evil emperor, they will submit to you. Whoever does not, you just kill them. Thus, the evil emperor palace will be in your pockets, and the danger for us will be resolved. No wonder you wanted me to wait for you outside. If you succeed, you can just get me to appear and take over the evil emperor palace, and if you failed, you just have to have me cover you as you retreat. Ha, Su-Yun, you calculated extremely well. Quickly, the evil beings outside do not know what has happened, but seeing the situation, that will not last long. Chen Tianxia nodded his head and retrieved a sweet-scented black pill from his storage ring and placed it in Su-Yun's mouth, and then flew out. Upon swallowing it, Su-Yun felt his body recovering slightly. What pill is this? To actually smoothen my chi channels and soothe my fatigued spirit essences. Just then, Chen Tianxia's voice sounded out, booming like thunder, shaking the entire palace and causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. People of Evil Emperor Palace, listen. I am Evil Sword Sect Leader, Chen Tianxia. Your master, the Evil Emperor, has been killed by me. No corpse was left. I have swallowed his spirit and soul. You can quickly submit to me now as your new master. If not, I will kill whoever refuses to submit to me. Those who dare plots against me shall die, I will show no mercy. With that said, he flew into the sky and with a wave of his hand, a powerful sword chi shot straight into the clouds. The pitch-black sky of Evil Realm immediately formed a huge vortex, with a terrifyingly gigantic evil sword appearing within the center of the vortex. This evil sword was like a pillar from heaven. It was extremely huge, the sword tip aimed at the ground beneath, smashing straight in the center of the Evil Emperor Palace, and in that moment, the palace walls split into two. The entire Evil Emperor Palace was completely smashed by the sword pressure. All the cultivators knelt down, their bodies trembling, and the citizens crawled on the ground. At that moment, Chen Tianxia was like a god. What the hell, that show off, the palace is definitely a powerful place to train in. He actually cleaved it in two. He shouldn't be showing off so much. Su-Yun looked at the gigantic evil sword splitting the palace in two, and felt pain. Although Chen Tianxia was not equal to the evil emperor, he was still the sect leader of the evil sword sect. Needless to say, with his cultivation, he could easily flip the evil emperor palace with one hand. With him showing off his might, adding that the evil emperor had been killed, the entire evil emperor palace was in shock. The entire evil emperor palace was extremely quiet, no one dared make a sound, all of the evil realm beings stared at the being in the air. Su-Yun recovered slightly, and stood up. He did not have much spirit chi in him, and the heavenly demon blood array and heavenly crystal's power had dissipated. Do not listen to his words. Just then, a shout broke the silence. Do not listen to his words, people. He killed Master Evil Emperor, and is our enemy. All of us, we must join hands and kill him to seek revenge for Master Evil Emperor. Yes, revenge for Master Evil Emperor. Someone else called out.
All of the evil beings looked to the source of the voice. It was a group of evil beings that were walking over.
Ah! It's Masterly. Evil being San Liang?
He's here.
Masterly. We greet Masterly.
All the evil beings started to call out, the low or sharp voices coming out endlessly, causing a commotion in the entire evil emperor palace. Evil being Song Liang soared into the air and stared at the figure in the air with his ferocious eyes. You evil being, you think that just because you killed Master Evil Emperor, you can destroy our evil emperor palace?
Stop dreaming.
I do not know what cultivation you are at, but our evil emperor palace numbers to over millions, and we can kill you easily.
With that said, the people beneath started getting restless again.
Master Song Liang is a second-stage spirit star realm expert. Maybe he can fight with him.
That's right, he killed the evil emperor. Why must we pledge our allegiance to him? If that's the case, we do not have any dignity at all. We should just watch and see what happens. The endless chatter did not finish. Chen Tianxia frowned. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Songliang. I am the evil sword sect leader Chen Tianxia. Who are you?
Li Songliang.
Good. Chen Tianxia nodded his head.
He suddenly waved his hand, and a bead-sized black color ball flew out and struck Li Songliang. Li Songliang's face became serious. He immediately brandished out treasure to defend against the ball. But the moment the black ball reached near him, it suddenly exploded and transformed into 10,000 pitch-black evil swords and struck Li Songliang like a berserk rain. Seeing that, Li Songliang's eyes grew big and he anxiously activated his treasure.
A pitch-black umbrella appeared.
The evil sword struck the umbrella, producing many ripples and causing the umbrella to tremble incessantly.
Just then, the evil sword blades released many evil spirits. They grabbed onto the umbrella and tore at it. In a blink of an eye, the umbrella was shattered, and the evil spirits surrounded Li Songliang. The wail came out for less than a second. Li Songliang was torn into pieces by the countless evil spirits, leaving a regiment of evil chi lingered in the air. When the wind blew, it dissipated.
A second-level spirit star realm expert was killed just like that. Everyone beneath were completely spooked.
Who still wants to challenge me? Chen Tianxia asked indifferently.
Everyone were stunned. The entire place was silent, but in that moment, a voice came out.
I am willing to submit to you as my lord.
6 Arms Evil Being greets my lord. The one who spoke was the respectful 6 Arms Evil Being. The evil beings around him looked like ordinary citizens, causing him to manifest as a superior. Upon saying that, he knelt down.
When there is a lead, the rest would follow suit. Many of them finally decided, and one after the other, they knelt down. I am willing to greet you as my lord. Greetings, my lord.
Slowly but surely, cries of allegiance sounded out. No one dared to hesitate, no one dared to rebel. In that moment, Chen Tianxia finally took over the entire evil emperor palace.
Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief.
Chen Tianxia looked around, and then turned and landed in front of Su Yun.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, but I have to congratulate you. To become the new master of the evil emperor palace, obtaining such a large resource, you can be considered a hegemon in the evil realm already.
Su Yun laughed.
I am not interested in being a hegemon, but I know of the logic that to survive in the evil realm, one needs to have sufficient strength to stand for himself.
Chen Tianxia said indifferently.
That's well said. Su Yun nodded his head in praise. Alright, Su Yun, let the evil King City people come here to take over. I am returning to Evil Sword Sect.
You're going now? Su Yun was startled. The reason why I am here today is because of your invitation. Although the evil Emperor Palace is a rich land, I am not interested in it.
I will be the master of this place in name, and will help you shake off the powerful evil beings, but for the terrible mess here, you have to take care of it yourself.
With that said, Chen Tianxia instantly flew into the sky and announced out loud.
As I have devoured the evil emperor, my cultivation is growing, and will need to be in closed doors cultivation. for the matters in the evil Emperor Palace, I will leave it to the sovereign king of the evil King City to be in charge. Whoever questions my authority will be killed without mercy." With that said, Chen Tianxia instantly transformed into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared into the horizon. Truly a decisive man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366. Becoming Stronger. The evil beings of Evil King City were still in a state of alert. The majority of them had returned to their own home to cultivate, so there were not many evil beings on the road and only a few evil being soldiers were on patrol. A few evil beings sat by the side of the road in a small alley and observed the soldiers on patrol. Tomorrow is the day when the evil Emperor Palace attacks the evil King City, right? Why isn't Master Sovereign King doing anything? An evil being said softly. Not only isn't there any movements, but the experts of the evil sword sect are not here yet. Could it be that the information was a fake? That the evil sword sect is not even planning to support our evil King City? If that is the case, then that is terrible. Our evil King City, compared to the evil Emperor Palace, is like a small-time magician against a great wizard. We don't even have the strength to fight them. A few evil beings discussed with low voices. The entire evil King City was in dead silence. Dog shit. To actually slander Master Sovereign King here. Men, catch them all, I want to eat them as my appetizers. Just then, a roar exploded out from the side. The few evil beings looked over, only to see a group of men walking over, and the one who spoke, carrying a large blade, Huang Yuxia. It's Master Quang. Master, we were just spouting nonsense, please forgive us, please forgive us. All of these evil beings cowered back in fear, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed endlessly. Junior brother, don't be angry, those are just baseless words, why care about them? Huang Dongzhang walked over with cane in head. But senior brother, the war is about to start, if these rubbish spout nonsense here, they will only cause restlessness and worry, why shouldn't I eat them? Lessen the punishment. Huang Dongzhang said indifferently. Humph, you are unable to escape from capital offense, they will be spared, but will be in hell. Throw them into boiling oil for half an hour. Huang Yuxia snorted. Yes, master. A few soldiers ran over and captured the group of evil beings. But just then, an evil soldier suddenly ran over anxiously from the main road. Report. Joyful news. Great joyful news. The evil soldier roared, his voice was extremely loud, causing everyone to hear it. Huang Yuxia and Huang Dongzhang immediately looked over. The soldier then knelt down in front of them and shouted joyously, reporting to masters, the evil Emperor Palace comes with joyful news. The evil sword sect leader Chen Tianxia has killed the evil Emperor Palace master, the evil emperor, and authority will be handed over to Master Sovereign King to be responsible. Today, our evil King City will fully assume control over the evil Emperor Palace. The evil emperor is dead. His voice sounded out in all directions, like an ancient clock chiming, causing them to become dumbstruck. What? The group of evil beings were stunned. The evil being then spoke again, other than that, Master Ming Nan has received news. He sent this subordinate over to inform you two masters, to quickly make your way towards the evil Emperor Palace and handle the affairs there. How is that possible? Huang Yuxia was startled, and then he started to laugh fanatically. How can the evil Emperor Palace land into our evil King City in the blink of an eye? How is that possible? It must definitely be fake, you are definitely lying to us. Men, take him down. To dare and try and fool this master. Junior brother. This evil being is your personal trusted aide, how can he lie to you? It is definitely real. Huang Dongzhang, who was always calm and steady, was actually quivering while speaking. How did it end up like this? Huang Yuxia was somewhat in a daze, unable to recover from his shock.
Huang Dongzhang took a deep breath and said loudly, "We understand, quickly publicize the matter, allow the evil beings of the evil king city to know about it, that's right, other than that, send out the news to the other evil powerhouses, the more people to know, the better." Understand? This subordinate understands. Good. Huang Dongzhang spoke to the men behind him, "We shall go back now and quickly send out our forces towards the evil emperor palace." Yes. The evil beings all cried out. "Master, then what do we do about these men?" The soldier asked, "Do we fry them?" "Screw that, the evil emperor palace is so huge, we are lacking in manpower." Kuan Yixia facepalmed himself, and then shouted anxiously, "You guys, you will all be following me to the evil emperor palace." "Thank you, master, thank you, master." The few evil beings were deeply grateful and immediately cried while kneeling. When Ming Nan's group of evil King City management team established their presence in the evil emperor palace, it was truly magnificent. They raised their heads up and puffed their chests out, acting extremely rampant. Huang Dongzhang had warned his subordinates over and over again to treat the evil emperor palace beings well and not be rash. His subordinates obediently listened and controlled Ming Nan and those who started to act haughty. When Kuan Yixia, Huang Dongzhang and the group of executives from the evil king city arrived at the front of the evil emperor palace, there were already many evil beings working, and Suyan was talking to Ming Nan and a few others. "We greet Master's sovereign king." Everyone walked over and bowed towards Su Yun. "Rise," Su Yun said. They all stood straight up. "The evil emperor is dead and I have taken control over the evil emperor palace. The evil king city's strength will take a great leap, and our resources have increased greatly, but everyone, you mustn't be complacent just because of this. None of you can be condescending either, so take care of the evil emperor's old subordinates, and make them trust us as much as possible. Other than that, the news of the change of lord over the evil emperor palace will spread quickly. At that time, many almighty beings from other powerhouses will come and investigate. Kuan Yixia, go and prepare for it, gather all the spirit star experts of the evil emperor palace and evil king city. If any almighty beings come, use them to greet them. Our current strength can be used as intimidation. If we present ourselves as being weak, I am afraid that the other almighty beings will attack us and take away our resources. That will not bode well for us. The most important thing now is for us to work together, and prevent other evil powerhouses to make any sudden movements. Other than that, Ming Nan, the evil emperor palace has a much more abundant resource than evil king city. You send people to work to create more void doors, create as many as you can so that I can use them in the future, understand? Su Yun set out his plan in a breath, causing everyone to listen intently and reply simply. "I will obey." "Alright, everyone has their own things to do. I will temporarily enter closed door cultivation. If there are any strange movements, immediately notify me," Su Yun said, and turned to look at the evil emperor palace center building that Chen Tianxia had destroyed with his huge sword. His heart jumped again as he shook his head and turned away. Entering a house that was already prepared, Su Yun activated his order badge and immediately returned to the Sky Martial continent. His location was still in profound sky sect. He could not leave the Jade platform for too long, otherwise, it would cause suspicions to fall onto him. The evil emperor had been killed and the matters of the evil realm have stabilized. He could hand over the matters to Ming Nan and the rest without any worries. Before he left, Su Yun had specially asked Ming Nan to take inventory of the evil emperor's treasures. Although they were helpless about the majority of the treasures that self-destructed when evil emperor died, there were still a few treasures that were powerful, but not suitable for him to use. Su Yun instead took a few pills which he started to consume upon arriving back at Slice Jade platform. As an 8th stage spirit star realm existence, being placed in the Sky Martial continent would make him a major figure standing at the apex, looking down on people. Thus, the pills he had refined also provided astonishing results. Upon consuming the 10,000 evil core pill refined from 90,000 different types of evil beasts' hearts, it doubled the evil spirit essences in Su Yun's body, causing his evil spirit chi to rise significantly. Su Yun was awfully busy for this period. he would seek Fengling Shang during the day to enlighten himself more on the sword, and consume pills during the night. Although he was extremely busy, he could clearly feel his power increasing, causing him to be intoxicated in the sensation. It was extremely fulfilling. At Fengling Shang's location. Clang! The explosive sound was produced by the clashing of two swords. Su Yun and Fengling Shang both took steps back to retreat. Fengling Shang looked at Su Yun in surprise, a look of disbelief flashing past his eyes. You have grown tremendously in this period of time, your profound spirit force has actually also become thicker. Could it be that you chanced upon some fortune? I only obtained a few good pills. Su Yun chuckled, he kept his sword and asked, do you want some? No need, thank you, I have many pills myself too. Oh yes, I forgot that you are more extravagant than me. Although Fengling Shang's cultivation had dropped for some reason, he still had his memories and knew of pill refining techniques that were definitely not inferior to the evil emperor. That's right, recently, the Profound Sky Sect should have some big mission again, maybe you will be sent out, do you want me to push it away for you? If not, you will have to leave the Profound Sky Sect. If that happened, then I will definitely be bored. Fengling Shang suddenly laughed. Big mission? What happened? Su Yun looked at him suspiciously. You don't know about it? Fengling Shang glanced at him, even I, who isn't concerned with such matters will know about it, but you actually don't. Not long ago, the sect leader ordered a group of sect elites to head to Cheen Creek in hopes of obtaining the treasure, through Heaven's Mirror. The Cheen Creek people refused, so the sect leader seized the treasure since he was stronger than them, injuring a few of Cheen Creek's higher-ups and offended them. I think there has been great friction caused between the Cheen Creek and the Profound Sky Sect because of it. What? Su Yun was startled, the sect leader went to Cheen Creek? To obtain the Through Heaven's Mirror? That's right, but I have only heard of this treasure in passing. It is said that it is a mystical treasure meant for locating treasures or people. With it, anyone can quickly find what they are looking for. It seems that the Profound Sky Sect is trying to look for someone. Fengling Shang scratched his chin and said. But Su Yun became extremely worried. Alright, we will end things here for today, I will be taking my leave first. Su Yun was feeling uneasy. Without hearing what Fengling Shang had to say, he left instantly and returned to his jade platform. This guy. Fengling Shang laughed helplessly, he squinted his eyes and looked at Su Yun's back view, and then turned his head and looked towards the vast ocean. On a huge island at the eastern side of Sky Marshall Continent, a large gate stood right in the center. The gigantic gate was gold in color, sealed on its interior was a sturdy chain, with a realistic dragon and phoenix sculpture above the gate, but regardless of either dragon or phoenix, they were both extremely eye-catching and unique. Even if other places were rich with spirit chi, it would still pale in comparison with the dragon and phoenix. On the left and right of the gigantic gate were floating immortal mountains with the gate as the center, gently orbiting like moons. But regardless of what immortal mountain it was, they were all connected by thin wires. And under the largest immortal mountain was a long flight of stairs. The flight of stairs were made of cloth, and it seemed to be extremely soft and impassable, yet there were many people walking on it. And every single one of them were definite beauties. It was the land of Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Su Qing'er's face was pale white, with a few ladies in the lead. They quickly ran over to the centermost immortal palace, to the immortal palace within. Junior's sister, don't be afraid. Master isn't that kind of person, even if the Profound Sky Sect's people are here this time for you. Master will protect you. Seeing Qing'er's pale white face, the lady beside her consoled her gently. Qing'er revealed a weak smile but did not say anything. After walking through the long flight of cloth steps, the few ladies reached the peak of the immortal mountain. With a grand palace situated in the center, two ladies dressed in white cloth stood there by the entrance. When Qing'er and the group arrived, the two ladies looked at them and beckoned them to enter. They did not dare dally, and immediately entered the palace. Master, Junior's sister Qing'er is here. The girl walked in and bowed towards the pink-haired girl seated on the platform and announced respectfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367. Are you serious? There were 2 rows of people seated inside the palace. One was a uniform row of women of all ages. There were some that looked average and some absolute beauties. On the other side were both men and women, but their expressions were more of arrogance, as if they were looking down on the uniform row of ladies. The man leading the Profound Sky sect was also red-haired, but he was different from Shangguan Mei Yang. His hair was blood red. He was the 5th clan elder, Chang Yuxie of the Profound Sky sect. When the female disciples of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace arrived, everyone in the Profound Sky sect immediately looked over to the lady behind her. Su Qinger. Their eyes immediately blazed with passion. A few of them even secretly activated their profound force to use their treasures, but were stopped by Chang Yuxie. He stood up and spoke to the young lady in front of him. It is this person. I hope that your noble sect will quickly hand her over to us. We will then report back to our sect leader. Ha! Shangguan Mei Yang sneered with her small lips. It was filled with obvious disdain. She then jumped down from her chair. With hands behind her back, she paced back and forth. Profound Sky Sect, a sect with a long history and strong foundation, advocating the laws of the jungle in the sect. The strong are the lords, the able are the supreme, and with your robust resources, in the recent years, your sect has grown exponentially, your disciples number to over tens of thousands, and with over 1 million citizens. In terms of population, my Divine Cloud Immortal Palace is unable to compete with you. Shangguan Mei Yang said gently. Hearing that, Chang Yuxie revealed a look of elation. He spoke out indifferently. Master Shangguan has overpraised us. These are all nothing much. What? I just said 2 sentences about you, and you're over your heads? Even if the Profound Sky sect takes over a place in the Sky Martial continent by yourselves, in this lord's eyes, you're all nothing. Shangguan Mei Yang said disdainfully. You. Chang Yuxie's face immediately swelled red. Right, what did you say just now? You want me to hand over my disciple to you? Shangguan Mei Yang suddenly asked. That's right. Chang Yuxie regained the color on his face, and snorted, although the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace is not well known, but I have heard of you before. The Lord has sent me personally this time, which counts as giving all of you face. Quickly hand Su Qinger over to me. I need to report back to my lord urgently. With that said, the entire palace immediately became quiet. All the disciples looked at Chang Yuxie, some of them with shock in their eyes. Chang Yuxie frowned. He secretly looked at the reaction of the people around him, and when he saw surprise in their eyes, he was inwardly suspicious. He turned to look at Shangguan Mei Yang, only to see that she had stopped moving, and was looking at him with her clear and bright eyes. After a long time. Are you Profound Sky sect people serious? Shangguan Mei Yin frowned with her adorable eyebrows and asked gently. Chang Yuxie took a deep breath, and threw all the thoughts he had in his mind and said, could it be that the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace has an objection? If there is, the consequences later. Men. Beat them all back to the first stage of the Spirit Soul Realm, and kick them out of the palace. Before Chang Yuxie could finish his words, Shangguan Mei Yin cut him off and said. When those words were said, everyone of the Profound Sky sect became pale white. Under the lights on the walls, countless of figures sprung out of nowhere and landed directly beside the Profound Sky sect people. Countless of white cloth looped around them and tied them up. Regardless of how they struggled, they were unable to get free. They truly had powerful treasures. What are you doing? You want to wage a war against our Profound Sky sect? Chang Yuxie bellowed. Wage a war? Just a small Profound Sky sect. You think this lord is afraid of you? Shangguan Mei Yang did not even care about him. All of you. Bang! Just then, a pure white palm smashed onto Chang Yuxie's back ferociously.
a burst of gentle and reserved force flowed from the palm into his chi channels, stirring frantically inside. In a few seconds, his chi channels started to rip apart. The burst of force launched attacks on his spirit essences, crippling them, causing his cultivation to drop furiously. Everyone spat out blood. They were in extreme pain. "How dare you? To dare do this to me?" Chang Yixia roared. He never expected them to be so cunning. "Asshole! If you have the guts, kill us. If not, our profound sky sect will trample all over your divine cloud immortal palace." Someone else shouted. "You have crippled our cultivation today, but soon we will take your lives as compensation." Ah! The furious screams continued endlessly. Hearing their spouts of anger, Shangwan Mei Yang's face became as cold as ice. She snorted, "You guys want to die? Fine. Let me fulfill your wishes. Kill them all." "Yes!" Everyone shouted in unison. At the same time, the sound of flesh tearing resounded out inside the palace. Xinger's eyes were wide opened, watching the entire scene play out in disbelief. Blood flew everywhere, broken pieces of corpses fell to the ground, the nauseating smell of blood pervading the air. The entire scene was terrifying. But Shangguan Mei Yang did not even flinch. Xinger was dumbstruck. Very quickly, the hall became quiet again. The group of people only looked at the corpses that littered the ground nonchalantly. Nobody was afraid. No one was even surprised, other than Xinger. The people who were well seated a moment ago had become ice-cold corpses. Send the bodies back to the profound sky sect, let those arrogant idiots know what they had incurred, and then send this message, informing the profound sky sect that if they dare touch anyone from my divine cloud immortal palace, they have to ask if this lord agrees or not. If they want to fight, then we will fight. With that, Shangguan Mei Yang turned and left. Master. Xinger's eyes flickered with teardrops. The profound sky sect people had already left for divine cloud immortal palace for a moment, but no one had returned, causing Su Yun to become anxious. The people of divine cloud immortal palace are extremely protective and will definitely not hand Xinger over, but who knows what the people of the profound sky sect can do. If a battle were to occur, what will I do if Xinger gets hurt? Su Yun shook his head, sighing in his heart. Is Sect Elite Sly in? Just then, a voice sounded from outside the Jade platform. Su Yun stood up and left the Jade platform, to see a messenger disciple dressed in yellow armor. Sect Elite Sly, take this order. Head over to Profound Sky Jade Island to gather and receive orders, the Lord wants to speak. Profound Sky Jade Island? Is that the island where the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect is staying in? Su Yun's heart jumped, a fervent look flashed past his eyes. Am I finally going to meet the one who created all this? Sly, are you not accepting the order? Sly obeys. Su Yun shouted out, and the messenger quickly disappeared. He returned to his home and walked a few rounds inside, feeling uneasy. The heavenly scale divine eye could prevent elders and elites, but against the sect leader, it might not work. Sly's disguise was truly powerful. The shapeshift bone piece could imitate all sorts of spirit chi to trick others into being unable to see through his true identity, but who knows if it would work against the sect leader of Profound Sky Sect? That's right. Su Yun suddenly thought of something. He immediately retrieved the Limitless Sword Manual from his storage ring. The sword manual also has some effects on concealing spirit chi. With it on me, I will definitely be safe. He took a deep breath and left the Jade platform, then flew upwards. While flying, he realized that it was not only him. The Profound Sky sect leader seemed to have called for all the sect elites to gather, and many of them were flying towards the gigantic Jade Island. Not long later, Su Yun arrived on the Jade Island, which was densely packed with people. Over 1,000 of them stood there, but no one said a word. Everyone stood in their own position, although there were many people, but the place was extremely quiet. The Jade Island was huge, and above it was an enormous array formation, with many silver pillars surrounding the Jade Island. At the very top of the Jade Island was an altar with a man standing above, his back facing everyone, while by his side were two gigantic statues. Suyun stood at the back and looked around. He realized that the weakest were 10th stage Spirit Soul Realm cultivators, while the rest were around the first stage of the Spirit Star Realm. Witnessing all of these, Suyun was shaken. Wasn't it only the 5 clan elders and the sect elites who have attained Spirit Star Realm cultivation? Why are there so many Spirit Star Realm cultivators? He looked at those first stage Spirit Star Realm cultivators. They were all in the same uniform with a red order badge hanging by their waists. They were not clan elders or sect elites. Who are they? Is everyone here? Just then, the man on the altar asked. Everyone is here. The old man with the cane said respectfully. Very good. As he did not turn back, Suyun was not able to see how he looked like, but watched as he raised one hand and bellowed, "Bring them up." With that said, a few elites, using chi to congeal into beds, carried out a few corpses up the island. The corpses were thrown to the side of the altar. Everyone's eyes turned towards the corpses. Ah! Clan Elder Chang. That is Elite Huang Xin. What is happening? How did Clan Elder Chang die? Who did this? The quiet island turned into an uproar. Questions of rage poured in one after another without end. The man did not say anything. When the old man with the cane turned and spoke to the experts of Profound Sky Sect, a few days ago, under the orders of the sect leader, Clan Elder Chang went to the eastern islands to visit the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace to look for the criminal Su Qinger, but who knew that not only did the people of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace reject Clan Elder Chang's request, they even were so despicable to kill them. The Divine Cloud Immortal Palace even dared to speak conceited nonsense. They are not placing us in their eyes, and are directly going against us. The reason we have gathered all of you here is for everyone to give various ideas on this matter. When the old man spoke, everyone calmed down. No one made any sound. The quiet atmosphere made Suyun feel out of place, but from the old man's words, Suyun also gained some information. Although the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was powerful, the Profound Sky Sect did not seem to care, and were determined to capture Qinger. I am willing to take orders from the Lord. If Lord wants battle, I will charge into battle first. Just then, a few elites suddenly knelt down on one knee and said as they cupped their fists. By doing so, it caused everyone to respond, all of them calling out together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368. Secret Mission. Suyun did not know whether they were truly crazy, or if they feigning it, but from their eyes, he could tell that they were truly loyal. Is it some kind of bewitching technique used by the Profound Sky sect leader? Suyun thought. The majority of the people had already stated their stand, choosing to support the Lord. None of them voiced their own opinions or suggestions and allowed the Lord to make the decision. It was not a discussion, but a declaration for where they stood. Suyun thought that something fishy was going on. Of course, what made Suyun even more surprised were the methods used by the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. They actually just killed Chang Yuxia and his men. Seems like Qinger will temporarily be safe. Very good. Very good. Very good. Just then, the man on the altar opened his mouth and said so. His voice had a strange magnetism, causing people who listened not dare to speak. That savage small sect Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, I have never heard of it. I wonder what kind of sect they are. To actually provoke us, the Profound Sky Sect, they are completely oblivious of the line between life and death. For such a sect, I have no need to be soft. We should have been vicious right from the start. However, Clan Elder Chang is still the 5th clan elder of the Profound Sky Sect and is powerful, but he still fell in their hands. It seems that there are some able people in the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Although my Profound Sky Sect does not fear them, still, we can't underestimate them. Su Qinger is a person that my Profound Sky Sect needs. Regardless of who wants to protect her, they need to be obliterated. From today forth, the Profound Sky sect will be in the state of first-degree caution. The large formation is about to be completed and we do not have much time. We need to begin pressuring the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace and force them to hand Su Qinger over. If they are still going to be stubborn, we will pull out their sect roots." The voice of the man became colder and more determined. When he said that, the entire Jade Island went into an uproar. "We will obey. Ku Jin Ming!" the man shouted. "Lord Jin Ming reporting. You will take 10 sect elites, go to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace and probe them out. Find out their attitude towards us. If they are still not willing to hand Su Qinger over, you will hand this written war challenge of mine to them." The man said. The old man below retrieved a blood-red letter and walked over to Ku Jinming, and handed the paper over. Ku Jinming looked at the red piece of paper, cupped his fist and said loudly, "Jinming will accomplish the mission." "Good." The man on the altar nodded his head, then raised his hand and said coldly, "We will stop half of the sect's mission, and focus on handling the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. All of you go back and prepare." "Yes, my lord." Everyone cried out. They then split up in all directions and flew back to their own jade platforms. Su Yun was worried, and glanced at the figure standing on the altar. But what made him feel strange was that when the sect elites and the clan elders left, none of the men with the blood-red badges moved. They stood like statues on the Jade Island, as though it was their training grounds. "Who are they?" Su Yun glanced at them, and when everyone was dispersing, he left the Jade Island. Returning back to the Jade platform, Su Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think. The Profound Sky sect experts had gathered at the Jade Island today. Without question, I cannot underestimate the power of the Profound Sky sect. Many of them are Spirit Star Realm experts, more than any other sects can think of. Even Evil Sword sect will have difficulty going against them, but with the Evil Emperor Palace, Evil King City and Evil Sword sect, they should be enough to suppress the Profound Sky sect. However, evil realm beings entering the Sky Martial continent is a problem. The Void Door can only send in 2 people a day. Even if we built many Void Doors, that isn't the true problem. I also need to leave the Profound Sky sect if the Void Door appears, otherwise the army would surround him and eradicate the entire sect. If the Profound Sky sect wants to make a move on the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, although they are powerful, the Profound Sky sect might have their own means. But Su Yun was not sure if they truly had their own methods or not. "I need to do something," he thought. Suddenly, he thought about something, and retrieved the Evil Sovereign badge to contact Ming Nan and the rest. "Master, from today onwards, send in 2 9th stage Spirit Soul Realm experts over here every day." "Yes." On the top of the Immortal Sword Mountain, a young girl dressed in fiery red robes walked on a long flight of stairs one step at a time. Her appearance was refined with hair to her waist, 2 pure white fox ears on her head. She looked to be extremely adorable, while above her perky butts, a large pure white fox tail gently swayed side to side. When she arrived at the big gate of the Immortal Sword sect, she looked at the 2 disciples and bellowed, "The 2 of you, quickly go get Clan Elder Long over. Tell her, someone is here to practice kicking." "Practice kicking?" The 2 of the disciples looked at each other, their head full of perspiration. "This isn't even a training school. What kicking do you want to practice?" I didn't mean it that way. I am here to challenge. Yes, to challenge." "Stop dallying, quickly pass on the message." "Who are you?" one of the disciple asked. "Hu Qian Mei." "Hu Qian Mei. Have you heard of me before?" "Nope." The 2 disciples conversed between themselves. "It's alright if you haven't heard of me. It isn't too late to hear about me now." The little girl laughed, and then retrieved out a blood-red short sword from her waist and slashed towards the mountain in the distance. Boom! An enormous blood-red sword she swept across, directly slashing off the peak of the mountain. Seeing that, the 2 disciples were so scared out of their wits they immediately ran in. "Ha!" Hu Qianmei smirked, her charming and beautiful eyes curved into an arc. Ever since separating from Su Yun, she had always been training. The greatly increased talent that she had obtained through Su Yun after they went through dual cultivation allowed her training to double in efficiency with half the time. Hu Qianmei was shocked to realize that as time went on, her talent was still slowly growing, and it assisted her enlightenment while training to soar by leaps and bounds. After considering it, she felt that it had to do with Su Yun. The current her who was already at the peak of the first stage of the spirit star realm was already in the second stage, but she did not know how Su Yun was faring. That guy, I wonder where is he now? Hu Qianmei muttered, her eyes becoming slightly blurred, but she quickly shook her head and stopped thinking about him. I'll settle official matters first. After a while, a solemn sword concept flew from the sky. Hu Qianmei raised her head and looked, to see Long Xianli on her snow-white sword, flying over. Oh, junior sister, long time no see ah. You've become even prettier, comparable to a fairy now. Hu Qianmei laughed and said. Long Xianli stepped down gently, dropping like a goose feather. After sheathing her sword, she looked towards Hu Qianmei. For senior sister to come here today, what matter is it regarding about? Of course to challenge. With whom? You. Hearing that, Long Xianli frowned. But it isn't any ordinary challenge, it has conditions. Hu Qianmei laughed. The current Minging school has already fallen. I do not have any resources, so I am in urgent need of training resources. I have come here to challenge you, and if I win, your immortal sword sect must supply me with training resources, and if you win, well, you win nothing. Senior sister, do you think I will accept this challenge? Long Xianli asked. It's fine if you don't accept this. I can only go to other places to look for training resources, but my mouth is rather powerful. While walking around the entire Sky Martial continent, I will definitely talk a lot. Immortal Sword Sect people are afraid of challenges, or Immortal Sword Sect Imperial Sword Technique have already declined. Of course, I won't speak of those things, junior sister, don't worry. Hu Qianmei giggled. You. Long Xianli was infuriated, her beautiful face flushing red. Long Xianli did not need to care, but she could not allow anyone to destroy Immortal Sword Sect's reputation, since it was the place she grew up in. It was her Achilles heel, and both Long Xianli and Hu Qianmei knew that. What? Hu Qianmei suddenly sneered. Could it be that after leaving Immortal Sword Sect for so long, your cultivation is still not comparable to me? Such a pity, junior sister, is this all you are? Have you been slacking off in the Immortal Sword Sect for the past few days? Alright, since it's so, then forget it, I will not force you. Hu Qianmei shrugged her shoulders, her snow-white tail still swaying around. She turned and left. Long Xianli gritted her teeth. She looked around, seeing that there were many disciples quietly watching from the side of the big gate. It was obvious that the two disciples had already spread the news of Hu Qianmei coming up to challenge her. Stop! Long Xianli retracted her gaze and shouted. Junior sister, you're still so impulsive. Hu Qianmei smiled sinisterly. Whoosh! Circles of evil qi rose up in a barren mountain, and after that, 7 evil beings walked out from the evil qi. Su Yun glanced at all of them. They were all 10th stage spirit soul realm cultivators. They were considered as experts in the Sky Martial continent. Some of them came from the evil king city, some from the evil emperor palace, with the same order badge hanging by their waists. Their equipment and clothing were almost identical too. We greet Master's sovereign king. The 7 evil beings knelt down on one knee in front of Su Yun. Rise. Thank you, Master. Su Yun nodded his head and looked at them, then asked, Did Ming Nan provide treasures for all of you? Reporting to Master, the treasure to conceal spirit qi has easily been provided and integrated into us. The leading evil being said. He was called Shi Xia, and was the captain of the group. Su Yun did not dare let Ming Nan summon Spirit Star Realm experts, because their spirit qi were too powerful, and the evil Emperor Palace's treasury did not have treasures that could conceal Spirit Star Realm qi. Su Yun touched the necklace on his neck and spoke to Great Obscure. Give me a list of sect names that are closely related to the Profound Sky sect. I want to use it now. Yes, Master, I will provide you with the names. You have better remember them. Great Obscure laughed. Every message that Suyun sent over was always strange, but he never asked about it before. Great Obscure would recite the names and Suyun would repeat them, very quickly. A total of 27 names of powerhouses were repeated by Suyun, in which Xie and the rest were all remembering. Bear this in mind, make use of these treasures, and complete the task beautifully. Remember not to reveal your true identities, understand? Yes. Very good, you guys can begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369. Profound Sky Sect Evil Beings. The Profound Sky Sect was determined to have Qinger, and as the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was a sect that concealed itself from the world and rarely revealed themselves, the Profound Sky Sect did not know much about them. However, whether or not the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was weak or strong, the master of the Profound Sky Sect was not going to rest until he got Qinger. Without her, their many years of work would be wasted. After leaving the Profound Sky Sect, they headed towards the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace with the intent of final negotiations. If they were to send back corpses again, then the Profound Sky Sect would attack the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace at all costs. If it was in the past where he did not know the Profound Sky Sect's foundation, Suyun would not be worried at all, but after seeing their strength, he was feeling uneasy. Moreover, he wasn't sure about the strength of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace and whether or not they could defend themselves against the Profound Sky Sect. And it was because of this concern that Suyun asked Ming Nan to send over 7 powerful evil beings. With them, the problem should not be too big anymore, and he was either training in his jade platform or running over to Fengling Sheng to train in the sword, quietly waiting for the results over at Ku Jinming's side. Xiangyun Town was a small town located near a mountain called Skycrest Mountain, which a sect called the Skycrest sect residing on the mountain. Although it was not a super sect, it was a rather reputable sect, the total number of subordinates and disciples reaching almost 100,000. However, their reputation was not exactly positive, it was negative instead. It was said that the people of the Skycrest sect was focused on training, the clan elders hardly restricted the disciples, and thus, many of the disciples started to disturb the citizens, causing grievances to the people at times. Inside Xiangyun town, a group of disciples walked on the main street, laughing happily until they arrived at a shop, where he then took the spirit coins from shopkeeper's hands, claiming that it was protection fee. Shopkeeper, if there is no Skycrest sect, your Xiangyun town would have been destroyed by the beasts of the mountains, so us taking in some protection fee, is it going overboard? A disciple with a green hat smiled and asked the shopkeeper of the cloth shop. The shopkeeper's face became ugly, but since he was just a normal civilian, how could he fight against a spirit cultivator? Under the helplessness, he could only give away his spirit coins. Upon obtaining the spirit coins, the smile in his eyes became even more apparent. The man waved his hands as he told his companions, "Let's move on to the next shop." Ha, with these spirit coins, we can buy even better ingredients and pills. Just nice for our breakthrough, by accumulating all these money. This money is sure good to be earned. All of these disciples laughed merrily as they walked in the big street, being rowdy and laughing out loud. There were 9 of them, and in the middle, there was a purple-horned beast pulling on a carriage that had a few large carriages in them. Anyone who saw them would immediately know that these disciples were sent out by the sect to carry out an escort mission. After collecting from a shop, they would immediately head to the next, regardless of whether it was open or not, anyone would have to pay a fee. Truly incorrigible. When the people in a restaurant saw how the Skycrest sect disciples were acting, they started to talk about them. All of those young animals are mostly spirit intermediate cultivators, why do they act so unlawfully? Spirit cultivators are not allowed to disturb the people, isn't that the rule set since ancient times? No. I must go out and teach them a lesson. Hey, don't be rash. Don't spout nonsense. What? I am a 10th stage spirit intermediate cultivator, must we be afraid of them? In terms of strength, you will definitely be fine, but if you were to go, then you will be offending the entire Skycrest sect. What is the meaning of that?
Are you saying that the sect is encouraging their disciples to collect protection fee? Has the Skycrest sect fallen so low?
The Skycrest sect has not fallen, just that there are many black horses in there. Let me tell you this, these disciples are only out because of a mission, and collecting fees, they are just doing it in the name of the mission. If you touch them, they will immediately return to the sect and tell the heads that because of your greed, you attacked them for their carriage, and with that, you will have become a target of the Skycrest sect.
Isn't that thief crying thief?
We can't do anything about it. The Skycrest sect's people are extremely protective of one another, and the higher-ups are always training, and never care about any other matters, so when the people of Xiangyan town went to complain to them, nothing happened. The Skycrest sect doesn't care about anything, so we can only tolerate these behaviors.
Despicable. Sigh, just treat as if you didn't see anything. The people in the restaurant discussed in low voices. The laughing and gasps for breaths outside never stopped. Just then, a gust of wind blew into the small town, and a pitch-black cloud of chi flew over.
What's going on? Everyone in the town looked at the cloud, while the few disciples watched in caution, looking all around them. Something seems to be up, everyone, be careful. This spirit chi is so cold, what kind of spirit chi is it?
Or is it a cold mist? How can a cold mist be black?
While everyone were suspicious, a few pitch-black figures suddenly walked out from the black mist. They were all dressed in pitch-black capes with black shrouds covering their faces. No one could tell if they were ghosts or human, but their eyes had black flames in them, which was terrifying.
There are a few spirit cultivators with good aptitudes, take them as offerings. The man in the lead said.
Yes. The rest nodded their heads and rushed towards them.
Ah! They are evil beings.
The Skycrest sect people shouted in surprise.
Evil realm beings.
How can they appear here?
Impossible. They seem to be locked onto us.
Senior brother, what should we do? The Skycrest sect disciples were scared out of their wits as they huddled together, watching in fear as the evil being walked towards them. When the disciple with the green hat saw them, he shouted at the spirit cultivators and the citizens inside the restaurant and of the town, "The evil beings have infiltrated, everyone work together with me and take down these evil beings."
But everyone was just in a panic, running away and screaming.
No one cared about whether the disciples lived or not. Maybe they might have the ability to help them, but they were not going to help, since they handed protection fee over, they should be protected. Seeing that no one was helping them, the disciples all turned cold in fear, despair enshrouding them.
All right, don't struggle. The few evil beings sneered and walked over.
10-stage spirit soul realm beings against a group of spirit intermediate cultivators, it was like an adult taking care of ants, the disparity was too great.
Boom 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 boom.
A large group of purple-horned beasts rushed down from the Skycrest mountain and barged into the small town at a quick speed. Roughly a few hundred men had rushed down to arrive at the small town. There were many people inside the town, and because of the appearance of the evil beings, many of them ran up the Skycrest mountain to seek shelter and help, while upon receiving the news, the higher-ups determined that the appearance of evil beings were no small matter, and stopped their training to personally appear, otherwise there will be no end to the trouble.
Have the disciples outside contacted us?
A middle-aged man riding on a purple-horned beast asked the few mature disciples beside him.
We have already lost contact, I'm afraid.
A disciple by the side spoke halfway, and lowered his head.
Humph.
The middle-aged man's face was extremely ugly. He looked around on the streets, his eyes landing on the center of the street, where the Skycrest carriage was at, but the carriage was badly damaged. 2 carriages were flipped over and the ground was filled with bumps and the houses by the side were in flames.
Who knows what cultivation the evil beings are at? The middle-aged man asked.
When the evil beings appeared, everyone was focused on running, so they were unable to provide us sufficient information.
The disciple answered. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a haze. We protect this Xiangyan town, and give the people a safe life. But when our people are in danger, they only care about themselves. Despicable.
Send the orders down, bring all of the citizens of Xiangyan Town into the Qi Channel mines of our Sky Crest sect, regardless of young or old, male or female, all of them will work for a year, and can only leave when we are satisfied.
Yes. Send men to go look for clues. The middle-aged man spoke again.
Yes, sir. 10 disciples walked towards the carriage and began to look around, and started to note down all the suspicious things.
Clan Elder.
Just then, a disciple suddenly cried out. The middle-aged man was surprised and anxiously controlled his beast to run over. The disciple was kneeling down in front of a damaged barrier, rummaging through the debris. There were many blade marks, obviously formed by the Sky Crest blade technique of the sect. The disciple reached out to a broken chip from the debris. It was apparently cut off inadvertently by the blade chi, but the 2 golden words were still clear to see.
The middle-aged man took the chip.
When he saw the words, his face became extremely ugly.
Profound Sky Sect. Evil beings have infiltrated the Profound Sky Sect? Infiltrate the Profound Sky Sect? What does the Profound Sky Sect have that is worth for evil beings to infiltrate to?
Furthermore, the Profound Sky Sect is such a big and powerful sect, it won't be easy to infiltrate it. I am more willing to believe that the Profound Sky Sect is colluding with the evil beings. The disciples started to discuss amongst themselves. The middle-aged man did not reveal his thoughts, but the rage in his eyes clearly told the truth. All of you continue with the search. I will return to the sect and report to the sect leader, and ask him to go to the Profound Sky Sect to demand for an explanation. With that, he turned and flew towards Sky Crest Mountain.
At a quiet valley entrance, 4 disciples from the luminescent dragon pavilion were riding on purple-horned beasts.
They had just ended their training exercise from the sect and were on the path back to the luminescent dragon pavilion. The luminescent dragon pavilion was different from the Sky Crest sect. The disciples were mostly simple and honest. Their speed was fast, with fatigue was written all over their faces, but upon thinking that they were about to reach the sect, they stopped for a break. Above the valley entrance, 2 pitch-black evil figures observed them quietly. Remember, act according to the plan.
No problem, let's begin.
All right. The 2 evil figures communicated with each other, then leaped down casually into the valley entrance and landed in front of the 4 disciples.
Who's there?
The 4 luminescent dragon pavilion disciples got down from their beasts and released their treasures, cautiously looking at the 2 figures that had suddenly appeared. To not be able to tell evil chi apart, the people of the Sky Martial continent are truly stupid. One of the figure released a bone-chilling laugh.
Evil beings?
The 4 disciples were shocked. Just then, the other evil being released his might. He raised his big, slender hand and produced evil force, directly aimed at the body of a disciple.
In a moment, the 4 disciples fell to the ground and lost all fighting ability. Bring them to the formation.
All right. The 2 evil beings carried 2 disciples each and quickly left the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 370. Unearthing Potential.
After an unknown period of time, the few disciples all started to awaken. They looked around at their own situation, only to realize that they were all tied up tightly with black ropes, with their hands tightly bound. Their current whereabouts shook the 4 disciples. Everywhere around there was dense evil chi. They seemed to be on a cliff, and beneath it was a rapid flowing river, where if any ordinary person jumped in, they would die. However, spirit cultivators would only sustain injuries with their spirit profound force. Beneath the cliff was a gigantic evil array releasing a gut-wrenching smell, and at the evil formation, there was an evil being carefully drawing an incomplete portion of the array formation. Beside him was another evil being looking as if he was playing second fiddle.
Junior brother, junior sister, you're both awake?
The young man who woke up first spoke softly to the male and female beside him.
Senior brother, we're awake. Senior brother, are those 2 evil beings? What do they want to do with us? The young lady beside them starting trembling, she was extremely afraid. I don't know. The senior brother shook his head. They seem to have not noticed that we are awake. Senior brother, we are not their opponents. When they are not paying attention later, we must run. Yes. The senior brother spoke softly. Can all of you activate your profound spirit chi? My body has almost recovered. Activating my profound spirit chi isn't a problem. Good. The senior brother nodded his head. He looked at the two evil beings, and upon seeing that their backs were turned towards them, he spoke. We will begin activating our profound spirit chi to break the ropes. Seeing that the ropes are thick and sturdy, I think they are some sort of treasure, but its grade isn't high. We must be careful, otherwise those evil beings will notice us. It will take us about an incense stick worth of time to break loose, and after that, we will jump down the cliff. With our spirit chi, we will run, understand? Understood. All right, begin. The senior brother spoke softly, and the 4 luminescent Dragon Pavilion disciples used their spirit chi. Their heart was beating so hard as they tried to cut the ropes loose. The evil beings at the other side did not seem to have noticed that the 4 of them had awakened and continued to work on the array, while the 4 disciples had their hearts up their throat, perspiring profusely, working carefully with small actions. Hey, big brother, why must we evil beings work with the profound sky sect? That third-rate sect is not worthy enough for us. Just then, one of the evil beings spoke, shocking the 4 disciples. What did that evil being just say? The profound sky sect is working with evil beings? The 4 of them looked at each other, surprise in their eyes. What do you understand? For our evil realm to want to invade the Sky Martial continent, we need a stable footing. The profound sky sect is this stable footing. Now that many of our experts are in the profound sky sect with established identities, no one will know that we are evil beings. At that time, we will still need the profound sky sect's help to obtain the resources that the Sky Martial continent has. Aren't they making use of us too? We are destroying many of their enemies. In the end, there isn't even much advantages to it. This time, what sect does the profound sky sect want us to take care of? I heard Master said that it is a sect called Luminescent Dragon Pavilion. The Luminescent Dragon Pavilion's most valuable treasure, the Dragon Crystal, has the effect of greatly amplifying the destructive power of mystical techniques. The sect leader of the Profound Sky sect has wanted the treasure for a long time, but since the relation between both sects are good, the Profound Sky sect cannot do anything, so we need to do our part. Master is currently formulating a plan to destroy the Luminescent Dragon Pavilion soon, and seize the Dragon Crystal. The evil being drawing on the array spoke as he worked. Oh. The 2 evil beings continued to talk nonsense, but these words were clearly heard by the 4 disciples. They were overwhelmed with shock, cold jolts of electricity ran down their spines. They had never thought that the Luminescent Dragon Pavilion was in such great trouble. Plop. Just then, a sound came out. The 2 evil beings were stunned. They turned their heads to see that the 4 disciples had already broken out of the ropes and were rushing towards the end of the cliff. Not good. The offerings are escaping. Give chase now. The 2 evil beings shouted loudly. But the 4 of them had already jumped down the cliff and were quickly gone. The 2 evil beings did not jump down the cliff, but just stood there, looking down at the rapid river. One of the evil being took the order badge from his waist and imbued spirit chi into it, activating the order badge. Master, we are done with the Luminescent Dragon Pavilion. I believe the disciples will quickly return to the sect with this information. You've done well. Now that the Luminescent Dragon Pavilion is done, go on to the next one quickly. Complete it before anything comes up from the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. At the same time, don't gather attention to yourselves. Yes, Master. As the azure blue ocean formed ripples, 2 figures were sparring at quick speeds on an empty space near the bay, rounds after rounds of vast and intense sword images twirling all around, the terrifying sword concepts shattering the boulders around, falling into the water, forming the ripples. The two people have been going at it for half an hour, before deciding to stop.
Fengling Shang's foot movements were gentle, he landed on the ground steadily, while Suyan flew down quickly. His footwork was not as gentle and agile as Fengling Shang's, but was instead bizarre and tyrannical. Upon landing, the ground trembled, the force resonated into the sea, forming a wave.
Just a bit more and you will enter the fourth stage of the Spirit Star Realm. Fengling Shang laughed and said.
But this last part is the most difficult. After entering the Spirit Star Realm, every increase in stage requires so much time. I think that if I do not meet with any more fortuitous encounters, I am afraid I will have difficulty breaking through in a short time.
Su Yun put the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword down and sighed. Who says that you need to have a fortuitous encounter to break through?
Fengling Shang shook his head and chuckled. In truth, other than those encounters, there are many other ways for you to break through much easier. Do you want me to teach you one?
Hearing that, Su Yun's eyes lit up, and said, Fengling Shang, quickly tell me, what method do you have?
Simply put, as long as you force yourself to your limit, as long as a human's potential is being forced to completely open, the distance to break through will not be far. If not, why would every increase in grade have an increase in difficulty? That is because the higher the cultivation, the higher the potential, and if the potential cannot be unleashed, then naturally you cannot break through.
Then how does one go about unleashing his potential? The most simple method is to fight someone stronger than you. Haven't I been always fighting with you?
I am not talking about sparring, but a life and death duel.
Fengling Shang laughed. Life and death duel? Su Yun frowned.
Only at the line between life and death will a person's potential be forced out. Blind practice in gaining enlightenment on the sword will prove to be a difficult way to break through. Whether or not you are training or being enlightened, these are just done in practice and will never unearth a person's potential, or help whatsoever.
After listening to that, Su Yun started to scratch his chin as he started thinking. A life and death struggle.
Su Yun had experienced that many times, but without question, he had always relied on the power of treasures to earn victories, and luck had played a large part as well. He had rarely truly used his own strength to fight it out, so he didn't even understand the potential that he had in him.
I understand it now. Su Yun took a deep breath and stood up to leave.
Fengling Shang smiled as he watched Su Yun's back, a trace of loneliness flashing past his eyes.
3 days later.
Ku Jinming had sent people back earlier to report to the Profound Sky Sect regarding the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's reply.
Almost the same as Chang Yuxia, the words that Ku Jinming brought with him did not have any other result, except infuriating Shangguan Meiyang once again, and was almost killed. Ku Jinming's attitude was already obedient, and under the helplessness of needing to pass on his sect leader's words, even if he did not want to offend her, he had to. Luckily, because Ku Jinming and the others maintained their humble attitude, Shangguan Meiyang did not make a move, but the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's stance was clear. Regardless of anything, they would not hand Qinger over. No one knew what the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace had to contend against the Profound Sky Sect, but seeing that Shangguan Meiyang had no qualms in killing the Profound Sky Sect's people, they knew that the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was not simple. Near the Profound Sky Sect enchantment barrier to the outside world, a masked figure quickly flew over, and when he approached the barrier, the few guardian disciples from the mountain range appeared. Please produce your order badge, one of the disciple asked.
Upon seeing the order badge, the disciple immediately cupped his fists and bowed. So it's Master Sly.
This subordinate will open the enchantment barrier and see Master Sly off. Quickly do it then. Sly, who was Su Yun, took back his order badge and said indifferently, Yes. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
The enchant barrier opened up, and Su Yun immediately flew through it, heading to the outside. After a few kilometers away from the Profound Sky Sect, Su Yun took out the Shadow Locket and established communication with Great Obscure.
Have you checked on it?
Where Ku Jinming is going, how much longer will it take for him to reach the Profound Sky Sect? Is everything clearly investigated? Reporting to Master, we have already checked clearly with the messenger. Ku Jinming will return to the profound sky sect from the southeast direction. Ku Jinming is a 4th stage spirit star realm cultivator, his speed of travel is unknown, and we're unable to confirm the time, but we get that he is quickly arriving.
Good. Well done.
Suyun placed the locket down and immediately activated Swift Wind Spirit Chi and flew off. To find someone with equal strength as me for a life and death battle is extremely difficult, since spirit star cultivators are hard to find. The profound sky sect has so many, it is truly shocking. Since I need an opponent, Ku Jinming is naturally my best choice. Finding him to break through is the most suitable option. If I win, not only will I break through, I will be able to kill him and get rid of a helper of the profound sky sect, and the matters after this will be much simpler. Thinking about that, Suyun increased his speed. He removed his disguise and donned on a cape. Retrieving the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, he stepped on his sword and flew forward. The wind blew past his ears sharply, the scenery before him quickly flew past. After a long time, waves of profound spirit chi came up ahead of him. Suyun activated the heavenly scale divine eye and looked, immediately catching the location of Ku Jinming and his group. They are truly here. Suyun's face turned gloomy. Without any intent to hide, he activated all the spirit essences in his body and flew forward. There were no sneak attacks or ambush. This time, it was a true challenge against a 4th stage spirit star expert. Just then, Ku Jinming, who was ahead, sensed his existence and shouted, "Ain Spirit Chi. Who are you?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 371. Duel.
Suyun. Suyun bellowed. He quickly flew over, and when he was near Ku Jinming, he soared up even higher. With the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword taken into his hand, a vast sword concept expanded out. All the surrounding people were forced backwards by the powerful sword chi, and the blood-red sword struck towards Ku Jinming.
A technique filled with awe.
Ku Jinming's heart shivered. He did not expect Suyun to suddenly appear. However, he wasn't afraid, instead, had a sense of pleasure.
Suyun. Aren't you dead?
Hee. Seems like you faked your death. No matter, you might have faked your death yesterday, but I shall make it real today. Ku Jinming's eyes flashed with a gold light, killing intent sweeping forth. A crescent-shaped blade appeared and blocked Suyun's direct attack with the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. The seemingly thin and weak blade actually had a powerful true divine spirit chi that could topple mountains and shake the sea. Suyun was flung backwards, his hand feeling numb. Although he was at the peak of the 3rd stage spirit star realm in cultivation and a step away from the 4th stage, he was still a 3rd stage. In a one-on-one fight while being a stage lower in cultivation, Suyun was immediately placed in a difficult situation. Suyun's cultivation is for real, and has many treasures at his disposal. Do not be careless. Everyone go up together, capture him alive, we will pull him back to the profound sky sect. Suyun and Su Qinger have a close relationship. With Suyun, we will be able to use him to get Su Qinger.
Ku Jinming bellowed.
Kill. All of the profound sky sect experts around shouted out loud with gold light in their eyes as they rushed towards Suyun. But when they approached him, a gigantic evil spirit suddenly appeared from behind Suyun. With its evil claws, it caused the incoming experts to retreat.
Evil chi?
Ku Jinming squinted his eyes.
Ku Jinming, let me and you have a good fight today.
Suyun held on his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and said, "Your strength is not comparable to me. I have no interest to duel with you."
Ku Jinming shook his head. It's not up to you.
Ha!
Ku Jinming was startled.
All around him, bursts of evil chi suddenly leaked out. Many evil spirits roared as evil chi struck onto the experts of the profound sky sect, directly killing them. With a look, they were all evil beings. So Suyun did not come here alone. Seeing his secure and fearless look, could he have some backup plan? Ku Jinming was an extremely cautious man. To suddenly have so many evil beings, he started to think about all possibilities, but it did not seem possible for him to leave. Then, Suyun's body transformed into evil mist and flew forward. Many tails protruded out of the evil mist and struck towards Ku Jinming. When it approached, a red lightning shot out through the black mist. It was the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. A cold glint flashed past Ku Jinming's eyes. He flipped the curved blade in his hand, the blade tip releasing a gigantic shield, blocking the thrust coming from the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, which entered only half an inch. Chance! Ku Jinming sneered. The wall disappeared, and his curved blade struck forward. The thick and sharp blade slashed across the air. Roar! The evil spirit released a roar. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword's blade released an evil spirit that struck the blade strike. The evil spirit's force was robust, filled with evil spirit chi. It changed the course of the blade. Suyun turned his body and struck once again. Evil sword round dance. His body moved extremely quickly, the evil spirit opening its two claws and like a small-scale tornado, it spun. Both of its claws and one sword formed a meat grinder that spun towards Ku Jinming. He gritted his teeth, and released the shield to block again. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of the impact between sword, claws, and shield came out, causing the shield to tremble, as though it was about to crumble any time. Although Suyun's cultivation was inferior to Ku Jinming, his current performance and might far exceeded that of a third-stage spirit star cultivator. Seems like I have to be serious. Ku Jinming whined. He raised his curved blade and gently waved it, the blade edge leaking out a bizarre force. It dissipated like a fishnet, enveloping the area around Suyun. Suyun, I will let you witness my consummate technique, formless domain. Ku Jinming bellowed, and he suddenly snapped his fingers. In that instant, Suyun felt his entire body becoming extremely heavy, as though there were two large mountains on his shoulders. He instantly dropped from the sky. Boom! He smashed into the ground instantly forming spiderweb-like crevices. Suyun's limbs had sunk into the floor, and took him a lot of effort to even lift them up. In my formless domain, regardless of who it is, they must bear the weight of 1,000,000 caddies, and inside my domain, only I am unaffected. Suyun, how will you fight me now? Ku Jinming revealed a strange smile, and used his curved blade to slash forward. Clang! The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword flew quickly as it blocked the curved blade. The sword seemed to have a life of its own. After crossing blades with the curved blade, it directly changed course, aiming towards Ku Jinming's chest like a venomous snake. Ku Jinming was shocked. He immediately retreated in an attempt to avoid the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, and then looked at Suyun with a shocked expression. Suyun stood in his original position, but at some time his hand was already raised, controlling the sword with his fingers. Imperial sword technique? Ku Jinming was startled. That's right. Suyun smiled. I am influenced by the heavy weight, but my sword is not affected at all. With that said, the sword sheath on Suyun's back started to tremble. Fearsome sword hissing sounds came out. After that, su-su-su-su-su, many mythical swords came out from the sword sheath, and like a tide it rushed towards Ku Jinming's chest, where the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword had struck a small wound like a rushing tide. Ku Jinming immediately started to dodge, avoiding the tide of swords, but all of these flying swords would immediately turn and fly at him again upon missing their mark. Ku Jinming slammed his palms together, producing a ripple, but it was unable to block the onslaught of the tide of swords. Rendered helpless, Ku Jinming instantly swore in his heart. He turned and stared at Suyun, and with a leap, he rushed towards Suyun with his blade. His movements immediately released true divine spirit chi, forming a wall of vacuum around his body. All the stones around were swept away, the ground started to crumble and trees started to be sliced off. Even the strongest wind would not cut through his true divine spirit chi. Suyun! I will cripple you today! Ku Jinming bellowed. He slashed down with his curved blade. The blade body trembled fervently, and an unspeakable force and pressure, like a giant chewing down, approached fiercely. A cold aura formed in Suyun's eyes. His left hand touched the everlasting sword sheath, and then blocked towards the curved blade. Clang! The fearsome true divine spirit chi dissipated with a ripple. the ground trembled, everything that the ripple touched would be reduced. The powerful force caused even the mountain in the distance to tremble, as though an earthquake was happening. Ku Jinming's eyes constricted. He looked at Su Yun's empty left hand, then knew that it was an invisible weapon. But in terms of power, Ku Jinming, with his true divine spirit chi, was not afraid of Su Yun at all. Seeing that Su Yun's left hand was trembling incessantly and slowly dropping, he knew that Su Yun was suppressed. Ha! Ku Jinming fiercely activated his spirit chi. Su Yun's hand was forced downwards. The invisible desolator had cut into Su Yun's shoulder from the impact of the curved blade, causing blood to flow. But despite that, Ku Jinming still remained cautious and did not overlook anything. From his position, it seemed as though he would only be happy after slicing off Su Yun's limbs. Su. Just then, the tide of swords rushed towards Ku Jinming's back. But he did not even turn his head, and continued to make his move. What? Su Yun was startled. Guang. The tide of swords smashed onto Ku Jinming's body fiercely, but his body seemed to be made of steel, and was extremely sturdy. When observed carefully, one would be able to see a thin layer of true divine spirit chi covering his skin. You are still relying on the useless metal on your hand? In this domain, I can easily strengthen my body to the maximum, and form an indestructible gold-steel body. With your few swords, you are unable to cut through me. Ku Jinming laughed. The power in his hands continued to become bigger and bigger, and Desolator pierced deeper into his shoulder. Suddenly, a pitch-black evil spirit surged out from Desolator. It did not attack Ku Jinming's physical body, but released evil chi that concealed his eyes and entered his ears. With his vision and hearing impaired, Ku Jinming had no choice but to stop for a moment. Su Yun took the chance and moved, but because of the heavy weight, he was unable to travel far, and upon leaving the range of the curved blade, Su Yun activated the sword art again, and the tide of swords immediately split into two, with one surrounding Ku Jinming into the center, the other forming a bigger defensive halo. 8 parts 8 hole sword formation. But Ku Jinming stood like stone. Regardless of how much the sub-swords attacked, they were unable to break through his skin. Su Yun's eyes turned solemn. He waved his hands and the sword formation moved along, directly cutting Ku Jinming. Ku Jinming became like a hedgehog. His entire body were covered with swords, but none of them had managed to pierce through his skin. Even the hair on his skin were unbreakable. So. Just then, the parts formation swords also moved, and directly struck the whole formation sword's hilt. Dawn. Fearsome pure divine spirit chi was used, but he was still unable to break through. It's useless, Su Yun, just obediently submit to me. Ku Jinming shouted. I do not believe you are undefeatable. Su Yun said coldly. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword had previously been able to wound him, but was unable to do so currently. That meant that he had a layer of spirit chi supporting him. As long as the spirit chi was broken, he would break through the indestructible body. Thinking till there, Su Yun activated his profound spirit chi, controlling the 8 parts and 8 hole sword formation to attack in berserk. Once. Twice. Thrice. Every time he activated the attack, it would consume a large amount of Su Yun's profound spirit chi. It was a total of 600 sub-swords, and every attack required a large amount of spirit force to control. Gradually, Su Yun felt that he was exhausting himself. He was already gasping, but Ku Jinming was not having it easy either. His face was flushed red. He wanted to struggle out from the suppression of the sub-swords, but the sub-swords were glued to his body and was hard to struggle out of. At this moment, it was a challenge of the limit. Whoever let go first would lose. Su Yun gritted his teeth. He activated his swords to attack without any intention to stop. His spirit essence released spirit chi frantically, all of his chi channels trembling, pouring the spirit chi out from his body. Slowly, Ku Jinming started to gasp for breath. The true divine spirit chi started to become unstable as well, as though it was about to break. Within Su Yun's calculations, Ku Jinming's indestructible body was obtained by just relying on the support of spirit chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372. The arrival of the various sects. Both parties remained stationary, but Ku Jinming did not only allow Su Yun to attack. He growled and it sounded as if it came from a giant. He then leapt out with his feet, causing the pressure in the air to suddenly increase, making Su Yun's entire body plunge down, and in an instant, doing anything became extremely difficult. Both of his shoulders felt as though the bones had been smashed, the feeling being extremely unbearable and painful. Su Yun gritted his teeth, fiercely persisting. Adding even more spirit chi into his control, the 8-part sword's frequency of attacks started to increase, but the consumption to his body increased as well. Gotcha! Just then, a clear and crisp sound came out. It was extremely ear-piercing amongst the dense sounds of sword cries. Su Yun looked over and noticed that inside the densely packed subswords, Ku Jinming's body had a cut. It got through. Su Yun became elated, and continued to control the subswords to attack. But how could Ku Jinming only have this much power? He suddenly released an angered roar and he smashed down with both of his palms and bellowed, subduing the heavens, pressuring the earth. An intense pressure burst forth from his palms. In that moment, Su Yun's knees went weak, almost falling to kneel on the ground. The indescribably immense pressure had smashed onto his head and back, causing him to tremble. The earth beneath him trembled, his arms were shaking, and he had even lost the strength to control the limitless sword manual and the flying swords. Watch as I crush you into minced meat. Ah! Ku Jinming roared. The pressure had not loosened, but instead grew bigger and stronger, causing Su Yun to even feel his bones about to shatter. The pain was unbearable. If this continues, I will die. I can't be defeated here. Su Yun's expression turned sinister. He bellowed, and ignoring everything around him, he stood up, head on, using his physical strength to go against the pressure. He struggled as he raised his hand, activating the sword arts, reviving the sharpness of the subswords that were swaying about. One after another, they shot towards Ku Jinming. Splendid dazzling sword lights flickered all around, causing anyone observing it to be dazzled. Su Yun's entire face was covered in perspiration, the chi channels in his body were trembling incessantly, the spirit essences were already aching badly. Following the continuous consumption of spirit force, the majority of his spirit essences were already dried up and was no longer able to produce any profound spirit force. However, he continued to supply profound spirit chi into the swords, pushing every ounce of strength from his body, as though he wanted to give out every bit of it without reserving anything. Ku Jinming never expected that Su Yun, being at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spirit star realm, would have such tenacity. If it was anyone else, they would have long been smashed into minced meat by the pressure he was emitting. His physical body is truly sturdy. Facing such a powerful might, his physical body is actually still able to hold its own. Ku Jinming thought. But at that moment, no one was willing to lose. Suddenly, a brilliant shine of light shot out from within Su Yun's body. The light aura shot around like lightning, enveloping every corner of Su Yun's body, finally converging at his skull, then shooting out into the sky like a pillar of light. A cloud of myriad colors appeared, and strong winds blew wildly. Sets after sets of profound chi blossomed out with him at the center. He was like a butterfly emerging out from its cocoon. All the hair on his body, his bones, flesh and chi started to transform in a heaven and earth toppling way. The dried-out spirit essences started to surge out with tide after tides of spirit chi. The walls of his chi channels started to increase in thickness. The last step. I finally did it. What? A breakthrough? Ku Jinming stared with his mouth and eyes wide open. He watched the entire scene and dumbstruck. He never thought that Su Yun was forcing himself to exhaust all of his potential. Whoosh! Just then, the man who was previously being suppressed bitterly stood up. He raised his eyes that was overflowing with light. He stared at Ku Jinming, then his hands started to dance wantonly and an even purer and vast profound spirit chi surged over. Tens of thousands of threads struck into the countless flying swords, and in that moment, the might of the flying swords transformed. Screech! Ku Jinming, who had protected himself with a layer of spirit chi, appeared to have cuts. Following the onslaught of even more swords, the cuts got bigger and bigger, the true divine spirit chi enveloping his body became thinner and thinner, and was completely unable to handle the attacks. The formless domain disappeared, the force dissipated. Su Yun recovered his momentum and grabbed Desolator and the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, rushing towards Ku Jinming. Both swords screeched out loud, aiming straight at a small crack formed by the one of the swords in the whole formation. He urged his spirit chi and used the parts formation swords to strike the swords on the hilt. Clang 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 clang. One after the other, they struck the sub-sword fiercely. Every time it was struck, the sword tip would enter into Ku Jinming's body by a bit. When he got near, Su Yun thrusted both of his swords forward, striking the hilt of the sub-sword. Powerful spirit chi flowed in, forcing the sub-sword to slice through. Poochie, it entered Ku Jinming's body. Ku Jinming trembled, the spirit chi in his body became chaotic, and all of the true divine spirit chi enveloping him disappeared. In that moment, all of the swords around him shot at him and dismembered his entire body. Ku Jinming did not even make a sound, and directly dropped to the ground, dead. Clan Elder Ku. Just then, many shouts could be heard in the distance as many profound sky sect people rushed over. Seeing that, Su Yun shouted, "Go!" After that, he stepped on his sword and escaped. The evil beings did not stay behind, they struck their opponents and escaped. Ku Jinming was dead. This news was quickly spread, shocking the entire profound sky sect. Countless of disciples privately discussed about it themselves, and the powerful profound sky sect slowly sunk into an indescribable atmosphere. Boom! Sets of pressure resonated out from the entire Jade Island. Everyone on the Jade Island were kneeling, tolerating the immense pressure. On the altar at the front, profound sky sect's lord had an extremely gloomy face, looking down at the 100 people beneath him. Didn't you guys say that Su Yun was killed by those evil realm beings? Why is he still alive? And he even killed clan elder Ku Jinming. Who can tell me what is going on? Explain to me. A few of them were so afraid they were trembling, not daring to raise their heads. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Just then, a white figure flew over and landed in front of the altar. When they looked again, they realized it was the old man Son with his cane. The old man looked down at the people kneeling down, then turned and cupped his fist and bowed. "My lord, I have a report." "Speak." The lord waved his hand and said coldly. The old man bent his waist, then said, "Rumor has it that various sects have met with evil realm beings. Many of the disciples were attacked. If they were transporting treasures, the treasures were stolen, and the crucial members in the sect were all met with attacks. The situation had become chaotic." What does that have to do with us? Invasion of evil realm beings? There must be some of Su Yun meddlings. Profound Sky Sect Lord snorted. The old man thought for a moment, then nodded. "Now that you've said it, it truly is Su Yun's doing." "What? Why?" "Because after investigating the sects, we realized that the evil beings all said that they came from our Profound Sky Sect, and that also means many of the sects already think that we are colluding with evil beings, and plotting against the entire Sky Martial continent." A load of garbage. The Profound Sky Sect Lord was furious. He stomped down on one foot, causing the entire Jade Island to tremble. When has my Profound Sky Sect ever colluded with those evil beings? That is clearly Su Yun slandering us. He trains in evil spirit chi. He is close to them, and he must have found them to cause a disaster to our Profound Sky Sect. Ah! Despicable Su Yun! Your lordship, calm our anger. At the moment, I think we should temporarily put a hold on the matters regarding the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, and focus on explaining it to the various sections. Are they already here? It is reported that there are over 10 sects heading towards our Profound Sky Sect. Their goal is to seek fairness from us. A bunch of trash. When did they gain such courage? Ignoring the fact that I do not have any relations with the evil realm beings, or even if I did, what can they do to me? The Profound Sky Sect Lord said, "We cannot delay the matters regarding the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. We do not have much time left. we must quickly force them to hand over Su Qinger. As for that bunch of trash, this lord will personally get rid of them.
Lord, this does not seem to be appropriate? This subordinate thinks that.
You don't have to speak any further, quickly go and arrange for it. The profound sky sect lord said indifferently. Hearing that, the old man sighed helplessly, he cupped his fists and left. Su Yun had difficulty obtaining information regarding the incident on the Jade Island, and only when the higher-ups of profound sky sect that were present passed it down to their disciples did Su Yun learn it from Great Obscure. After rising to the fourth stage of the Spirit Star Realm, it was a series of consolidation and strengthening, and Su Yun was not lacking in pills. He continuously consumed them, which was the most luxurious way of strengthening himself. Because of revealing myself and killing Ku Jinming, the profound sky sect has now formed another group to pursue me. But there isn't much to worry about. The profound sky sect themselves have difficulty protecting their own. Their troubles are not just stopping at one. After a few days, the few sects had formed an alliance, and together, they arrived before the enchantments surrounding the profound sky sect. The majestic crowd of people covered every inch of land that could be seen. More and more people came together. The vast spectacle was a sight to behold. They stood still and waited, and in an incense stick worth of time, a rumbling sound came out. Skycrest sect, Luminescent Dragon Pavilion, Colored Rock sect, Swallowing Heavens sect, 3 items Deity Palace, and the various sects, in total of up to 17 of us. Our clan elders and patriarchs are here specially to seek an audience with sect leader Lang. We hope that you will grant us an answer, and quickly ask sect leader Lang to meet us.
Quickly ask sect leader Ling to meet us. The shouts continued on endlessly.
The guardian disciples of the profound sky sect looked down, only to see that beneath the mountain range, there were roughly 100,000 people, all of them seemingly experts and elites of every sect. Su Yun had known of their coming beforehand. At the moment he stood on a mountain a 100 li away, looking in their direction with the heavenly scale divine eye. By his side were 20 experts from the evil realm. 12 of them were 10th stage spirit soul realm existences, 5 of them were 1st stage spirit star realm, and 3 were 2nd stage spirit star realm existences.
Is the path to retreat prepared?
Su Yun asked. It has already been laid, around 10 li behind those sect people. There are a few speed array formations. With it, our speed will greatly increase. We will be able to escape from this place and no one can catch us.
The evil being beside him answered.
Good. Su Yun nodded. We will wait for the profound sky sect leader to appear, then make our move.
Yes. All the evil realm beings answered in unison.
Whoosh. Just then, sounds of movements could be heard from deep within profound sky sect, and then a bright voice sounded out.
The patriarch has arrived. With that said, rumbling sounds appeared.
Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw many disciples using chi to congeal a treasure carriage, lifting a man heading towards them.
How imposing! Many people secretly thought.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 373. The Unshakable Fact.
The man had a resplendent gold crown on his head with ribbons and a veil hanging down, concealing his face. He was dressed in a large yellow gown, resembling an undisputed monarch. Upon arrival, a vast and endless undulation resonated out, causing everyone to be shook. No one dared to shout out loud. He was brought to the front of the mountain by the disciples. He floated in the air, with the golden pair of eyes revealed under the veil. An imposing voice sounded out. Who has come here so rashly? Profound Sky Sect Lord spoke casually, but his tone was arrogant and brimming with confidence, not putting even a bit of respect to the patriarch and clan elders of the sects in his eyes. Seeing his tyrannical and wanton action, everyone were filled with rage, but no one dared to retort back. Just then, the pavilion master of Luminescent Dragon Pavilion, How Long, walked out of the crowd and cupped his fists towards the man in the yellow gown. I am How Long, pavilion master of Luminescent Dragon Pavilion. Greetings to you, sect leader Lang. Today we have come as friends without any provocation and harmful intent, but just to clarify on a matter.
Matter? What matter? Profound Sky Sect Lord glanced down and asked indifferently.
How Long frowned, but did not make any further movements and said, in the recent days, many of our sects had suffered attacks from evil beings, some of our disciples were killed, and some of our treasures were taken. These continuous nightmares have made me afraid and panic. The infiltration of evil beings is not a small matter. We have formed many groups to investigate. After seeking the whereabouts of these evil beings, we found out that these evil beings are all in Profound Sky Sect, and are collaborating with my Profound Sky Sect with the intent of swallowing the entire Sky Martial continent. Am I right? Profound Sky Sect Lord said indifferently, as though it was an ordinary matter. But hearing that, everyone else's heart jumped.
Patriarch Lord, the appearance of evil beings, and yet all of us did not receive any information. Isn't it too coincidental? Furthermore, when they completed their tasks, those evil beings would suddenly disappear without a trace. Where could they hide?
We combed the entire area and all possible hiding spots for the evil beings, but yet are unable to even locate a trace of them. From the looks of it, the evil beings have shelter. It would not be those mountains or wilderness, but someone deliberately hiding them.
How Long said gloomily. Audacious.
The moment How Long finished talking, Profound Sky Sect Lord roared, and a silent burst of spirit chi struck How Long. His eyes enlarged widely, his heart jumped a few beats in that second. Before he could react, the burst of chi struck his chest, ripping it open. He took a few steps backwards, and spat out blood.
Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, are you okay? Pavilion Master.
The disciples of Luminescent Dragon Pavilion all rushed over, supporting How Long with anxious looks on their faces. Witnessing the scene, everyone else were frightened. It was the first time the majority had seen the Lord of Profound Sky Sect. No one knew him well, but they did not expect him to be so tyrannical. He then snorted, "My Profound Sky Sect is not colluding with the evil beings. Do not make a ruckus here and quickly leave, if not, do not blame this Lord for being merciless." Humph.
A bunch of trash. Finished, he left.
Upon seeing that, everyone were enraged.
To be ashamed in anger, could it be that Luminescent Dragon Pavilion Master got it right? Despicable.
Skycrest sect leader gritted his teeth. My Skycrest sect have worked together with Profound Sky Sect for around 100 years, although the both of us say it is for mutual benefits, but sect leader Lang's actions on this matter is too rash. My Skycrest sect will cease to continue working with your Profound Sky Sect. We will not engage with each other anymore.
Whatever. Profound Sky Sect Lord said indifferently.
Sect leader Lang, you cannot disregard the law here. We have investigated thoroughly, and realized that the evil beings are now inside your Profound Sky Sect. If you do not hand over those evil beings, I will not let this rest. Just then, an old man stood up and bellowed. He was the clan elder of Colored Rock Sect, named Rong Kuei-sen. Clan Elder Rong is right, Sky Martial Continent is not Profound Sky Sect. Evil beings harbor evil and malicious intents, but Profound Sky Sect is working with them. Could it be that Profound Sky Sect is not placing the uncountable lives of Sky Martial Continent in your heart? You are all crooked cultivators.
Sect leader Lang, please provide us a satisfying explanation. Right, give us an explanation. We demand an explanation.
Rong Kuei-sen took the lead, causing the rest to gather their courage and shouted out loud. The group of people started to become rowdy, displaying the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Seeing that, the Profound Sky Sect Lord obviously became impatient. He replied, "Seems like all of you are refusing my toast and forcing yourselves to suffer. Do all of you truly think that with all your sects huddled together, this Lord will be afraid of you? If you provoke this Lord, be careful that this Lord will destroy your cultivations and make all of you cripple."
Sect leader Lang, if you are willing to deal with us sincerely and frankly to discuss this matter clearly, there will not be any problems. Why must you take action against us?
How Long held his chest as he stood up. His complexion was so pale that it scared some people. Obviously he had suffered from serious injuries. This Lord do not need to speak with you ants. For this Lord to appear, it is already giving all of you enough face. Do not demand for so much just because I gave in to you all.
Sect leader Lang, you.
How Long wanted to speak further, but just at this time, a clear laughter came out from behind suddenly.
Master Lang. So they have already investigated till here?
Since it is so, then we don't need to hide any further.
We just have to kill all of them.
Since we still have to kill them in the future, why talk with them now?
Just take action.
The voice was brimming with disdain and ridicule. Everyone turned over, to see that behind the large group of 10 over sex, there were 20-odd evil beings reeking of evil chi, contaminating the sky. The leader was dressed in a cloak, his features unclear, he looked extremely weird. By the time the words resonated outwards, the evil realm beings had already taken action, directly pouncing onto the sect people.
Evil beings.
Everyone were instantly shocked. When everyone saw them, their eyes turned blood red. Halong turned and shouted at the profound Sky Sect Lord, Sect Leader Lang, "What more do you have to say?" Profound Sky Sect Lord did not say anything, but simply stared at the 20-odd evil beings with his sinister and cold eyes. He suddenly leapt out, and flew into the sky, rushing straight for the evil beings, killing and 10 soared out. He roared, "Since all of you think that I am colluding with evil beings, then I will personally destroy everyone here for you."
Seeing that, Su Yun laughed and immediately shouted, "Oh?
Master Lang, are you intending on implementing that plan to destroy these people now? Good. We will coordinate with you immediately." With that said, Su Yun turned and ran along with the evil beings.
Plan?
What plan? Halong was surprised.
Lang Xianwei, what are you doing?
Someone else shouted.
Lang Xianwei is taking action.
Everyone, do not be afraid, we will fight them together, those evil beings and him are bad people.
I will not let this go.
Rong Kuwei Sin shouted.
Kill.
Despicable evil beings. Despicable traitors of Sky Martial Continent. Roars sounded out incessantly, all of the different sects erupted with many mystical techniques, all aimed towards the profound Sky Sect Lord. His previous arrogance and haughtiness had infuriated everybody, adding his words with the appearance of the evil beings. Everyone firmly believed that he was corrupted with the evil beings.
Bang bang bang.
The profound Sky Sect Lord suffered from the ravage of attacks and enveloped by the mystical techniques. Although he had a powerful cultivation, but with over 100,000s of experts, how could he ignore them? At that moment, he was trapped and stopped by the mystical techniques and could not advance further. How could the profound Sky Sect people still stand by the side after seeing their own lord being attacked? All of them rushed into the massive crowds and started fighting the other sects. Both parties immediately engaged in a bloody war which became extremely chaotic. On a mountain in the distance, Su Yun and the 20-odd evil beings looked at them exhaust themselves.
Profound Sky Sect will be busy now.
The evil being beside laughed and said, he was called Chi Xia, and was from the evil Emperor Palace. Newly recruited by Evil King City, he had a second-stage Spirit Star Realm cultivation.
Sovereign King, do you want to get rid of those profound Sky Sect people?
Why not we take action, and take the opportunity in the chaos to kill their sect leader? How does that sound?
Another second-stage Spirit Star Realm EVL being said.
He was huge and big-sized, with 4 arms and rumored to have endless strength, able to even rip apart a large mountain. I truly had considerations to destroy that Lang Xianwei, but I do not know his cultivation right now. He is extremely mysterious, and never came out of profound Sky Sect or even interacted with anybody. I do not know what is his personal strength, and although this chaos is an extremely good opportunity for us, I do not dare take the gamble. If we were to slip up, we will die.
Su Yun said gravely.
In the crowd, the profound Sky Sect Lord seemed to be uninhabited. Regardless of how powerful the mystical techniques on him were, he did not even frown as though they were nothing, and all of those Spirit Star experts were like empty shells in front of him. His one palm was unstoppable, and his palm techniques were extremely horrifying. The palm technique clearly struck the few people in front of him, but the surrounding people were equally struck, and the damage sustained by them were far heavier than those who were physically struck. Majority of the people died in his hands. He was merciless, causing Su Yun to frown. He had pulled in all of these people to rouse things up, but never expected the profound sky sect lord to be so fearsome. It was completely a one-sided massacre with no account for the consequence. Thinking about the countless of people dying because of him, Suyin felt extremely guilty, but he was no longer able to stop what had happened. He has a cultivation higher than an 8th stage spirit star realm. We are not his opponent, let us go. Suyin bellowed, and immediately disappeared. The chaotic battle in front of Profound Sky Sect lasted for a day. In the end the 10 sects all ran away. Both sides suffered from losses. There were too many deaths and injuries, but there was no doubt. No one would question about the unshakable fact that Profound Sky Sect was colluding with evil beings. In time, the entire Sky Martial continent blew into an uproar. The grand and famous Profound Sky Sect was actually colluding with evil beings. It was not only that, the sects that sustained attacks from the evil beings went to sought an explanation from Profound Sky Sect ended up fighting and killing. Even though the sects were not as powerful as Profound Sky Sect, but they had connections and relationships with many other large sects, and after severely injured by Profound Sky Sect, they started to call on their friends and allies, talking things over and forming agreements with the other sections. Spirit demons, and evil beings were existences that people of Sky Martial Continent unified to defend against. This Profound Sky Sect became the biggest enemy of the entire Sky Martial Continent. A few days later, after receiving the news, he was shocked. Suyin did not expect the matter to blow into such proportions. Maybe if I were to fuel the flames a bit more and add a bit more sparks, the entire Sky Martial Continent people will start to move against Profound Sky Sect. No matter how strong the Lord is, he cannot contend against the entire continent. Suddenly, just as Suyin thought that Profound Sky Sect was trapped in the corner, a disciple flew to his jade platform and handed over an order from the Lord. Suyin asked about it, and realized that he was not the only one being called in, but all the sect elites, potential clan elders and clan elders were summoned. Seems like there is a big announcement. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374. The Profound Sky Sect's Final Decision. It was the same Jade Island, but at the moment, there were even more people. What surprised Suyin was that even Fengling Shang was summoned this time. Seems like the matter is not small anymore. Hey, Master Sly. Fengling Shang's eyes were sharp and immediately noticed Suyin flying onto the Jade Island. He smiled and waved as he walked over. Clan Elder Feng. Suyin smiled and replied. The two of them stood by the corner and started to chat. When the other people saw this, they started to become curious. Since when did Sly have such a good relationship with Clan Elder Feng? Not sure, but there were disciples who said that Sly have been frequently looking for Master Feng. Maybe he is trying to find a backer through Master Feng. I talked to Master Feng before, he always maintained an indifferent attitude. Why is Sly able to talk to him? The other sect elites started to talk to each other. However, everyone's clamoring and conversations did not last long. The old man with the cane in front of the altar suddenly shouted, "Quiet!" The entire field became silent. Leng Xianwei, who was on the altar, turned, and with his powerful eyes, he stared at the crowd. Is everybody gathered? They are all here. The old man said. Leng Xianwei nodded his head, and shouted, Do you all understand the current danger my Profound Sky Sect is facing? His voice resonated out in the entire Jade Island. Our Profound Sky Sect is being framed for colluding with the evil beings. Someone shouted out loudly. That is right. Leng Xianwei nodded his head. My Profound Sky Sect is just and righteous. How can we collude with evil beings? But at the current moment, we are truly being framed by others, and we are unable to prove our innocence. This Lord guesses that in the coming days, all of the sects in the Sky Martial Continent will ally themselves and suppress us. Although the Profound Sky Sect is powerful with 1 million disciples and is the #1 sect of the Sky Martial Continent, even the #1 sect will not be able to contend against the entire continent. So I have decided to use all of the Profound Sky Sect's forces to attack the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace and seize Su Qinger. The moment he said that, the entire ground was dumbstruck. Even Su Yun was stunned. I know many of you must be thinking, why must we see Su Qinger at such a crucial moment? Let me tell all of you this, the reason is very simple. The goal is for the ancient grand formation of my profound sky sect to be completed. This grand formation is extremely huge, and it was constructed completely after 1,000 years. There must be a ceremony after completing it, and the most important part of the ceremony is Su Qinger. She is an almighty being that was reincarnated and holds a divine physique. This physique will only occur once every 1,000 years, and in the whole world now, only with her can the formation be completed. Once this ceremony is completed smoothly, then in the entire Sky Martial continent, my profound sky sect will fear no one. Thus, taking Su Qinger is the only way to save our profound sky sect. These words still shook countless of people, but made Su Yun even more panicked. He had never thought that his actions to pressure the profound sky sect would only lead them to be stuck in a corner, and left with no choice but to attack the divine cloud immortal palace with full force. The result was completely on the other end of the spectrum rather than what he had thought would happen. It truly was God's plan supersedes humans. My lord, you really plan to do this? The old man with the cane asked with a shocked expression. Once this lord has made a decision, I will never take it back. But if we deal with this openly and frankly and negotiate with the other sects, won't we have an even better way to resolve the situation? If we were to attack the divine cloud immortal palace at such a critical juncture, then we will truly not be able to cleanse the name of colluding with evil beings. Furthermore, what if the other sect supports the divine cloud immortal palace? Then what should we do? Openly and frankly? Do we have proof to prove our innocence? We are being framed, the other party has made preparations, any condition will not be advantageous to me. Furthermore, we do not have much time left either. No need to consider so much, we will move as fast as lightning and start taking action now. After attacking the divine cloud immortal palace, we will kill Su Qinger, but remember to maintain her body. After we bring her back, we will stand guard for 3 days, and after 3 days, the ceremony will be completed. By then, any sect will be helpless before our profound sky sect. We will become the masters of the continent, understand? Lang Xianwei said sternly. People below all hesitated. It was an extremely dangerous move, and if they weren't careful, they would have no hope of reprieve. My lord, what if we fail? Our profound sky sect will be completely removed from the Sky Martial continent. I plead my lord to reconsider? The old man still felt that it was inappropriate, and tactfully cupped his fists and said. But all of his advice were to no avail. The profound sky sect lord waved his hand and said with anger, whoever does not participate will be kicked out of the profound sky sect. All of you can make your own decision, either you stay or leave, I will not stop you. With that said, a momentary silence came up. But very quickly, someone stood up. He was a new sect elite that had just joined the sect to replace the recently deceased sect elite Zhong's position. He was called Yiming, and had just recently risen to the 10th stage spirit soul realm. He walked to the front and bowed to the Lord, with a stern expression, My lord, your idea is not rational. My profound sky sect works with righteousness and openly, we will never collude with evil beings. But for the sake of Su Qinger, you are attacking the divine cloud immortal palace without clarifying anything. If we do this, we will forever fall with the guilt. At that time, no matter what is said, I will have become a criminal of the Sky Martial continent. If my lord insists on doing this, then Yiming can only step out of the profound sky sect. With that said, he took down the sect elite badge from his waist and gently placed it on the ground. He then cupped his fists towards Lang Xianwei, and turned to leave without looking back. Do you think that the profound sky sect is a place that you can come and go as you please? Lang Xianwei's eyes blossomed a cold aura. He suddenly snorted and raised his hand up like a hammer. Rays of light gathered in his fists. The sky seemed to resonate with the light. A rainbow light suddenly shot out onto Yiming. Yiming's head seemed to be struck with some heavy attack. A huge dent was formed on his head. He instantly fell to the ground. The skin on his body started withering. He gasped for breath as though he was about to die, but what shocked the rest even more was that the cultivation in his body was left to a fraction of what he initially was. Everyone on the Jade Island witnessed that, all of their hearts thumped, their faces all pale white. Your cultivation was groomed by the Profound Sky Sect. For so many years, the Profound Sky Sect groomed you and taught you, and treated you so well. If you want to leave, then leave behind the cultivation that my Profound Sky Sect gave you. Lang Wei Xian snorted and waved his hand. Throw him out. Why yes sir. Two elites trembled as they replied, and then walked over to Yi Ming. The Lord's methods completely shook the entire crowd. Who still wants to leave the Profound Sky Sect? Stand out. Lang Xianwei stared at everyone. But at that moment, no one dared to say anything. Lang Xianwei nodded his head in satisfaction and said, immediately go and prepare, gather all the disciples and get them into formation, do not divulge any information, we will immediately move out at noon tomorrow. Straight to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Yes sir. Everyone's reply resonated in the entire Jade Island. Everyone started to disperse. Suyin clenched his fists, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. Seems like this should be the last thing I will be doing for the Profound Sky Sect. Feng Lingsheng smiled, he patted Su Yun on his shoulders. Sly, what's with your anxious look? Are you not going? It's nothing, I'm fine. Su Yun's state of mind was in a mess, he forced out a smile and left the Jade Island alone. Seeing that, Feng Lingsheng was filled with suspicions. Feng Lingsheng. Just then, Lang Xianwei shouted from on top the altar. Feng Lingsheng was surprised, he turned and smiled at Lang Xianwei. Does the Lord have any instructions for me? Although your cultivation has dropped greatly, you are still powerful. For this mission, I will hand you an important task. Can you promise me that you will complete it? Lang Xianwei said gravely. If you are truly serious, this will be the last task I will do for the Profound Sky Sect. After this, I will leave Profound Sky Sect and return to Ultimate Martial World. Feng Lingsheng said indifferently. Yes. Lang Xianwei nodded. That's good. Feng Lingsheng revealed a gentle smile. Then what task do you have for me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the Jade platform. Suyun pressed on the shadow locket and quickly contacted Great Obscure. Master. Great Obscure's voice came out inside his mind. The Profound Sky Sect will be launching an attack on the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. I understand that they will move out tomorrow. You must quickly announce this to the whole world, and get all the different sects to support the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Suyun said. What? Great Obscure was shocked. Move quickly. Suyun bellowed, I accidentally added fuel to the fire, using the reason that there was an established agreement between the Profound Sky Sect and the evil beings had happened. They will immediately implement the grand plan to swallow the entire continent, and the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace is their most important step. If they are attacked, the Sky Martial continent will fall into unprecedented danger. Is that really true? Bullshit, I made all these up, but we must make the sects feel a sense of danger. If not, they would not care about it themselves. Then wouldn't they have no purpose at all? Yes, this subordinate will immediately tend to it. Yes. Suyun cut off the connection on the shadow locket, he retrieved the Sovereign King badge and contacted Ming Nan. Send the strongest experts of Evil King City and Evil Emperor Palace over. At the moment we have 12 void doors, Master, I can only send 24 evil beings to help you today. Adding them together, I will have 44 of them, that is enough. Suyun nodded. I will contact them now, Master. In half an hour's time please open the coordinate location of Sovereign King badge. Alright. Suyun nodded his head, then kept the badge. He immediately flew out of the Jade platform and out of the Profound Sky Sect. At the moment, there was no longer a need to stay in the Profound Sky Sect any further. For Lang Xianwei to come to this, he had no choice but to throw in everything that he had. Regardless of anything, Suyun could not let Lang Xianwei get into contact with the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace.
but by relying on himself, he could not defend against such a powerful sect, thus he needed to borrow the strength of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. After Suyun left the Profound Sky sect, he found a barren mountain and activated the Sovereign King badge, and 24 evil beings expert gathered. 15 of them were first-stage Spirit Star Realm experts, while 9 were second-stage Spirit Star Realm experts. Out of these 24, Kuang Yuxie and Huang Dongzhan was involved too. Master. The 24 men lined up neatly in a row and knelt down on one knee in unison towards Suyun. You may rise. Suyun glanced at the other 20 evil beings standing by his side and waved his hands, saying, Go to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375. I am innocent. 40 plus evil beings, where majority of them were Spirit Star Realm experts. This battle power was already at the peak in the Sky Martial continent and was enough to devastate a middle-tier sect. If the evil realm and the Sky Martial continent's link was opened, the evil realm and humans would be free to enter in and out, borrowing the forces of the evil King City and evil Emperor Palace. Suyun would not need anyone's help, and could instantly destroy the Profound Sky sect. No matter how strong Ling Xianwei was, he would not be afraid. But there were restrictions between realms, and he could only use the Void Door to send a few experts over. This made Suyun feel extremely helpless. Very quickly, he arrived at the most eastern side of the sea areas. Suyun activated the Heavenly Scale Divine Eye and could roughly make out the vague island. In the center of the island stood an extremely large steel door which was extremely distinct. This should be the island that the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace is at. Suyun thought for a while, and then turned and spoke to the evil beings beside him. All of you wait here, I will enter the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace first. Yes. The evil beings cupped their fists and replied. Suyun took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and stepped onto it, flying straight towards the island where Divine Cloud Immortal Palace resided. The sword flew at an extremely fast rate. The sword chi stirred the waves, inciting large tides. Not long after, he reached the island. Clang! Just then, Suyun seemed to have crashed onto some hard object. He was thrown backwards, and his entire body was numb. He raised his head up and saw a gigantic pink barrier. Its area of effect was extremely huge, as though enveloping the entire island. Such a powerful barrier, even I am unable to sense its existence. Suyun frowned. Who is it, to dare trespass Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? A female voice came out from the distance. He looked up, only to see a lady dressed in blue flying over. She looked to be around 30 years old, with a long sword in her hand. She stared at Suyun. Seeing her, Suyun immediately cupped his fists. I am Suyun and am in urgent need to meet the noble mistress of the palace. I hope that you can send a message. Suyun? Who is Suyun? I have never heard of your name. The mistress is very busy and has no time to meet you. Furthermore, our mistress is not someone whom you can meet just because you want to. Even when that so-called Profound Sky sect came the last time, our mistress did not even meet them. You better leave quickly. If you continue to stay here, don't blame me for chasing you off. Finished, she snorted and left. Miss! Miss! Suyun shouted anxiously, but the other party completely ignored him. The people of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace are truly arrogant. Suyun took a deep breath. He suddenly turned around and jumped up from the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Using both hands to initiate the sword arts, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword flew towards the barrier like a bullet. Clang! A clear impact sound came out, and sets of waves undulated on the pink barrier. What are you doing? Seeing that, the woman who was about to leave had a change in expression and shouted anxiously. I hope that you can relay a message. I have an urgent need to meet her. If you cannot fulfill this, I have no choice but to force my way in. Suyun stopped and said calmly as he looked at her. The Profound Sky sect was about to move and he was getting anxious, thus he did not care too much anymore. She seemed to be infuriated by Suyun's actions. She instantly placed her hands on her waists. You. Humph. You better have some talent. Fine, if you can break this barrier down, I will inform the mistress to grant you an audience. Hearing that, Suyun immediately smiled. Young miss, you better remember that you said that. This barrier was personally set up by the mistress. Although many years has passed, it is still extremely sturdy. Ordinary people can't break through it. It is a dream for you to even think about breaking this down. The lady crossed her hands at her chest and snorted. But in the next second, the sword sheath on Suyun's back suddenly released a great quantity of flying swords. They flew like locusts in a dense pack, soaring together. They formed an extremely large halo. One of the flying swords suddenly smashed onto the barrier, at the location where the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword had poked a red dot at. Clang! The barrier did not move, not even a ripple. The woman laughed in disdain. However, this sword did not fly away, but remained in that position and stationary while out of the halo of swords, 3 other swords flew towards it, but the swords did not hit the same spot. Instead, it hit the hilt of the first sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword hilt stopped the 3 flying swords. Boom! A resounding boom came out from the barrier, but there were still no signs of cracks. It's not over yet. Suyun waved his hand again. Flying swords shot out from the halo of swords again, striking the other swords. After that, 27 swords. 81 swords. 243 swords. Like a pyramid, the flying swords continued to strike, forming layer after layer. While the force of every sword was poured into the sword tip of the very first sword, no one was able to estimate how terrifying and powerful the spirit she was. The imposing scene caused the lady to be stunned. What kind of imperial sword technique is that? At long last. Crack! An ear-piercing sound sounded out. The barrier broke, and hundreds of swords formed a gigantic hole. Suyun retracted his hands, causing all the flying swords to fly back into the sword sheath. He stepped onto the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and flew through the hole and towards the lady. He cupped his fist. Miss, please bring me to see the mistress now. The lady took a long time before she regained her senses. She jumped in fright and nodded her head rigidly. That I is fine, but what? But you broke the enchantment barrier laid by the mistress. You have most probably offended her. The lady felt extremely upset. Sigh, that's your fault. Didn't you make me do it? Suyun looked at her with a helpless look on his face. Why you better not spout nonsense. How am I spouting nonsense? Suyun smiled, and took out a crystal stone from his waist, and dazzled it in her front of her. Do you recognize this? This is a recording crystal. It can record any conversations to up to an incense worth of time. Whatever you said just now, are all in there. This barrier is not to be played with, but you wanted me to do it, so I had to protect myself just in case. You cunning fox. The lady was extremely angered, but at the moment, she had no choice and could no longer make it difficult for Suyun. She could only bring him into the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. The Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was extremely beautiful. It had a different approach to its aesthetics as compared to the Profound Sky Sect, but they were equally matched. The Profound Sky Sect's island was a floating island, while in the palace, the floating islands were not just training grounds for the higher-ups, but were various buildings and facilities. The classes in the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was not that strict, because many of the disciples could move around freely and access all different facilities. In between the floating islands, there were connecting bridges. Suyun was brought by the lady to one of the island, and then stepped onto the bridge and headed to the gigantic structure in the most center that resembled a palace. Just then, at the end of the bridge appeared 2 young ladies dressed in yellow gowns. Noticing the 2 incoming people, the young lady on the right spoke. Junior Sister Zhang, Master already knows of the matter at the enchantment barrier outside. Master wants us to bring him into the main hall, and is punishing you to face the wall for 5 hours. Ah. Hearing that, the lady felt wronged. I didn't do anything. You instigated him to break the enchantment barrier that protects the sect. Isn't that a crime? Master's punishment on you is already very light, quickly go. The young lady spoke. She then looked at Su Yun and turned towards the main hall. Follow me. Su Yun glanced at the two people and followed along. Following the two young ladies into the palace, Su Yun took a look around. The main hall was extremely elegant. The chairs seemed to be built of sandalwood, the walls and the grounds did not have any engravings, and not even one diagram or formation, but even though it looked simple, it still gave off a unique feeling. The main hall only had 3 people. At the top was a young lady dressed in pink with a bun on her head. She was extremely adorable with her pink colors and dazzling jewelry. She had an implicit charm. She sat down languidly on the chair, her little hand resting on the armrest, holding up her little chin. Her eyes looked down at the people walking in. By her side was the young lady, Shu Yuqian, with 2 ponytails. When she saw the person walking in, her eyes lit up and was about to speak, but the young lady beside her already ran forward and pounced into the bosom of the person. She was Qinger. Young master. Qinger grabbed Su Yun tightly, her eyes filled with tears. She was extremely joyous. Qinger, let us talk later, your master is there, do not be rude. Su Yun caressed Qinger's head and laughed. Qinger nodded and retreated to the side. The young lady that led Su Yun into the hall opened her mouth. Master, he is here. Yes, you can step down now. Yes. The 2 young ladies answered and retreated out of the doors and stood by the left and right. Greetings, senior. Su Yun cupped his fists. Senior? I do not dare to be. Su Yun, this is the first time you are here in my divine cloud immortal palace, but you have already destroyed my enchantment barrier. After so many years starting from the creation of the divine cloud immortal palace, you are the only one who dares to do so. Shangguan Mei Yang said with her small lips pouting. Isn't it the rule of the sect? When I was outside seeking to meet the mistress, your disciple said that only by destroying the barrier will I be allowed to see the mistress. I truly thought that it was a tradition of your sect, so if it isn't, if I have offended you in any way, I hope senior will forgive me. Su Yun laughed and cupped his fists. Meet my mother? Su Yun, although your cultivation is good, you do not have the qualifications to meet my mother, you can only meet me. Shangguan Mei Yang said calmly. Although her words were true, Su Yun still felt a bit of unhappiness. This stupid little girl, when I have the chance next time, I will teach her a lesson. Su Yun, what are you doing here? Shangguan Mei Yang yawned and said. Hearing that, Su Yun became serious and said, I am here to warn your noble sect. I have received information that the Profound Sky sect will send 100,000 men to march straight towards the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, intent on attacking and destroying the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Hearing that, Shangguan Mei Yang's eyes revealed some shock. The Profound Sky sect dares to do so? They have moved out a few days ago. I believe they will arrive at the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace soon. Senior Shangguan, you do not have much time, please prepare well. Their target is Qinger? Yes. No wonder, if not for her, you wouldn't even be here. Shangguan Mei Yang laughed and waved her hands. Alright, I'll arrange for accommodations for you, you can accompany Qinger. Regarding the Profound Sky sect, you don't need to worry, just a hillside sect, can't even be placed in my eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376. The Great Door to Ultimate Martial World. Hearing Shangguan Mei Yang's brazen tone, Su Yun was truly shocked. Calling the Profound Sky sect a hillside sect? Which sect in the entire Sky Martial continent would ever dare call them that? However, he didn't know much about the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, and he didn't know their strength, so when Shangguan Mei Yang said those words, he did not react. Since it is so, then I can rest easy. In the next few days, I will be indebted to senior's care. This junior and Qinger will thank you. You don't have to be so courteous. Qinger is also my disciple now and I adore her. Her problems are the problems of my Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. You don't have to worry about the Profound Sky sect. Shangguan Mei Yang did not seem to be willing to talk much to Su Yun. She waved her hands then jumped off the seat. With her hands behind her back, she acted like an unfathomable and deep person and left. After Shangwan Mei Yang left, Xinger quickly walked forward as she smiled towards Su Yun. "Young master, don't worry, Xinger is fine here. Master's techniques are through the roof, the profound sky sect will not dare to do anything to us." "If that's the case, then good. Sigh, a pity that the divine cloud immortal palace does not accept male disciples, if not I will be able to find shelter here with your master for protection." Su Yun laughed. "Even if we did accept male disciples, the divine cloud immortal palace is not a place where you can enter just because you want to." Just then, a light snort came out from the side. Su Yun looked over and saw Chu Yuqian crossing her arms over her voluptuous breasts standing at one corner with her head slanted to one side, not even looking at him. Su Yun scratched his nose and laughed. "Miss Chu, long time no see." "What long time no see? Didn't you see me just now?" Chu Yuqian's voice was filled with displease. Su Yun did not know how he offended her, nor did he know what to say, but lucky for him, Xinger had a sweet mouth, and immediately held onto Chu Yuqian's slender arm and said sweetly, "Senior sister, let us go out for a walk, since my young master is here, shall we can bring him around the palace?" Chu Yuqian seemed to adore Xinger, she could not show an unhappy face towards Xinger. She revealed a smile and nodded, then walked out with Xinger. Su Yun felt confused, but followed along. Chu Yuqian was filled with suspicions towards Su Yun and Xinger's relationship. Only after Xinger explained and clarified everything did Chu Yuqian realize and understand. On the bridge of the island. "Come to think about it, Su Yun, can you tell me why the profound sky sect wants to capture junior sister Xinger?" Chu Yuqian asked in confusion. "Because of Xinger's physique." Su Yun sighed. "Physique?" Chu Yuqian and Xinger were astonished. Su Yun thought about it, and decided not to hide it. He explained about Xinger's unique physique, he then brought in the profound sky sect's plan. After listening to everything, the both of them were deeply moved. Xinger lowered her eyes as she thought and started to blame herself. "So everything was because of my physique, if I did not have this, I believe there would not be so much trouble." "Silly junior sister, what are you saying? Do you know how many people yearns for such a physique? If Master and the rest knew about it, I am afraid they will all be envious of you. The further a spirit cultivator goes, the harder it is to cultivate. With your physique, you will only surge forward frantically, and maybe even before 100 years, you will exceed the spirit master realm in cultivation and go into an even higher realm. At that time, you better not forget me, your senior sister." Chu Yuqian laughed. "How will I ever forget you, senior sister?" Xinger laughed. "All right, Miss Chu, regarding Xinger's physique, I hope that you will not spread it around. I am afraid it would cause the jealousy of others and invite trouble." Su Yun said softly. "Then why did you tell me?" Chu Yuqian asked. "I trust you." Su Yun laughed. Chu Yuqian was startled for a moment, her face flushed red, she and slightly but did not say anything. There was a slight visible change in the relationship between the three. Unknowingly, they had crossed over the bridge and reached the center-most gigantic door of the divine cloud immortal palace. Seeing the majestic and spectacular door, Su Yun's eyes lit up. The huge gigantic door was completely thick and solid with iron chains locking it, apparently to seal the entire door. The door was extremely profound, as though it was the pillar supporting the heavens. "What is this?" Su Yun asked. "This is the door leading to Great World," Chu Yuqian explained. "Great World?" "Yes, it is also hailed as the ultimate martial world." Chu Yuqian pointed to the iron chains on the door and said, "No one knows who built it, but a few thousand years ago, the ancestor of the divine cloud immortal palace walked out from there, and then created the divine cloud immortal palace beside the door. These iron chains were added by the mistress, so ordinary people cannot open it, and only my master and the mistress along with a few talented senior figures can open it to enter the ultimate martial world. Ordinary disciples cannot open this door." Hearing that, Su Yun was secretly shocked.
He had never thought that the door could allow one to enter the ultimate martial world. If that is the case, then come to think of it, Shangguan Mei Yang truly has the qualifications to act so mighty, since she has the qualifications to enter the ultimate martial world. How can her cultivation be bad? Moreover, the mistress who has the methods to seal this door to the ultimate martial world is definitely not any ordinary person. What does your master and the rest go to the ultimate martial world for? Su Yun sighed and asked. I am not sure, but I heard that it was to visit someone. It is said that master had long been a disciple of some sect inside the ultimate martial world, and after learning everything did she bring it back to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. So that's the case. Learned everything and brought it back? Does she mean cultivation? There should be other things, but that also means Shangguan Mei Yang is extremely powerful. Su Yun did not continue probing in other people's private matters. Xing'er and Chuyu Qian brought Su Yun around the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, and explained countless of things regarding the sect, opening Su Yun's eyes further. When it reached the evening, Su Yun prepared to leave. Since the Profound Sky sect was about to attack, he needed to rush back to investigate and obtain more information since the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace had sufficient strength, but Su Yun did not know what other techniques and methods the Profound Sky sect had. Xing'er was reluctant, but she could not help much, and could only pray for Su Yun's safety. After leaving the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, Su Yun took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. He flew above the ocean and reached the shore soon after. Quan Yuxia and Huang Dongjiang led the evil being experts and waited by the shore. When Su Yun returned, all of them gathered. Master. Yes, everyone has waited long. Su Yun nodded his head. Master wants us to wait, how can we dare say it is sufferable? Quan Yuxia said. Alright, you don't have to be so formal with me. Su Yun laughed, then said, I have just contacted our spies inside the Profound Sky sect. They have already set off. According to the time schedule, they should reach tomorrow morning. Other than the disciples that had just entered the sect, all of the remaining forces have been mobilized. I reckon they number up to 430,000 people. I can't tell how many experts are there within the 430,000, but we cannot underestimate them. I have never heard of any sect that would mobilize their entire sect to fight another sect, that is completely putting all of their stake in this one move. Could it be that the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect does not plan to keep the sect any longer? Huang Dongjiang frowned and asked. It's not that he doesn't want to keep the sect, but Lang Xianwei does not attach importance in people's lives. All of those low cultivation disciples will simply be cannon fodder for the battle. Lang Xianwei simply wants to pressure the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Furthermore, he must obtain Xing'er. He doesn't have much time left. If he misses the proper time, all of the past work would be in vain. For Xing'er, he would throw everything away, but I will not let him succeed. Su Yun said with determination. They will arrive tomorrow, but moving the vast amount of 430,000 people is not easy. I am afraid that around 200,000 will have cultivation beneath the spirit soul realm, and if they do not have flight abilities, they will have to rely on treasures. Otherwise, they will not be able to reach the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's island. Shi Xia, who was standing by the side, said. Don't look down on the Profound Sky sect and their methods, but the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's island is truly not simple. Its protection barrier encompasses a huge area, already existing above the ocean. If they cannot break into the barrier, they are unable to enter the island. Su Yun extended his hand out with his storage ring and took out a rolled-up paper that gave off some light aura and handed it to Huang Dongjiang. There is a small hill towards the southwest area. Go and set up a large array formation there. I have drawn the patterns and worked out the procedures here, but do not complete the lines. Let me do it. Once the array formation is ready, wait for my orders. I will first go gather back with Profound Sky sect forces. Yes. The evil beings all started moving. Su Yun nodded. Taking his sword, he quickly left. Night approached. A pitch-black figure moved quickly under the dim moonlight. On the way, Su Yun took out the shadow locket and contacted Great Obscure, asking for the position of the Profound Sky sect and rushed towards them. Profound Sky sect's large movement was naturally unable to be concealed from the rest of the people in the Sky Martial continent. Many of the sects were shocked, mobilizing the entire sect to attack another sect. This movement could be hailed as fanatical. No one knew what Ling Xianwei was thinking, but many of them have already linked them to the evil beings. The Long Ao Nation, Immortal Sword Sect, Swallowing Heaven's Sect and many other great sects took the lead and started to send out elites and gathering them together to rush towards the Profound Sky Sect with the intent of crusading against the Profound Sky Sect and destroy the plan for the evil beings to infiltrate the Sky Martial continent. But the various sects and powerhouses needed time to gather, and with over 1,000 sects gathering, there were many problems. At this point of time, such a force was unable to stop the Profound Sky Sect. After traveling for 3 hours, Su Yun, who had his heavenly scale divine eye, saw the troops of the Profound Sky Sect across a huge forest. The majority of the experts took the lead, while the sect disciples remained at the back. Su Yun arrived at the back and activated the shapeshift bone piece, changing his appearance and mixed in with the disciples. At the moment, he was no longer able to transform back into Sly. Leaving the Profound Sky Sect and heading to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace took him a few days of time. At that time the Profound Sky Sect had already started moving, and as a sect elite, Sly was uncontactable, leading people to become suspicious of him. Su Yun calmly followed the troops as they advanced. He secretly looked around only to see that the Profound Sky Sect disciples were all looking anxious, their expressions downcast. Seeing that, Su Yun became suspicious. Whoosh! Just then, from the center of the gigantic formation, an azure light pillar shot out. In the night sky, the light pillar was extremely dazzling. Everyone looked over and saw that the light pillar had shot into the sky and transformed into a gigantic circular formation. It continued to revolve endlessly, spraying out little flowers. When the flowers landed on the people, the flowers immediately transformed into light auras that merged into their bodies, and in that moment, the profound spirit chi in everybody's body started to increase exponentially. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377. The Battle with the Profound Sky Sect, 1. After the technique disappeared, another light pillar shot out from the center of the formation. The light pillar shot into the sky and formed yet another circular formation that released many little flowers that landed into the people's bodies, causing their fighting ability to increase. All these techniques are from the sect leader? It should be. Sect leader is on the large carriage in the center. We will be reaching the ocean soon. I believe the war is about to start. This is definitely Master Sect leader's mystical technique. To bestow more power to over a few 100,000 people, sect leader's cultivation is truly too powerful. When will I ever have such a cultivation? Who knows, we must first survive this war. The ones to suffer from this war between the two sects are us low cultivation disciples. All of those almighty beings will destroy a few hundreds of us with one mystical technique. We are completely unable to contend against them. Sigh, I don't even know if I will survive this. Sigh. The disciples continued to discuss amongst themselves. Once in a while, more sighs would appear and they looked even more miserable. Hey, when the battle begins, if something is wrong, why don't we run away first? Just then, a disciple said softly. When the words were heard, everyone's face changed. Do you want to die? If you run, you will be violating Profound Sky Sect's rules. It is said that previously, a sect elite refused to participate in this, and was instantly beaten into a cripple and thrown out of the Profound Sky Sect. If we were to run away just before the battle, we will only be punished to death. Someone anxiously cried out. Aha! Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Su Yun, who was by the side, shook his head. The power struggles between the superiors only made their subordinates suffer, but regardless of anything, if these members had powerful cultivations as well, they would be the same as their superiors, not caring about the lives of their subordinates. This was the human food chain. There was no difference between being eaten and eating. The sect leader has announced, Master Sly is dead and the person feigning as Master Sly is evil. Whoever has any communications with Master Sly must now quickly get rid of it. Just then, a disciple running by the side shouted out loud, sending down Lang Xianwei's command. As expected, I am being suspected now. Not long after the declaration, people calmed down. Su Yun reckoned that Lang Xianwei might have guessed that Su Yun had obtained the shapeshift bone piece and infiltrated the Profound Sky sect, but there were too many people in the sect and he could not check on them one by one. Also, it was said that the Through Heaven's mirror could only be used once every 2 months and could not be used in the buffer time. Lang Xianwei had no other choice but head straight for the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Great Obscure's information was extremely accurate. When first light came out, the Profound Sky sect's leading unit had reached the shore. Half an hour later, the entire Profound Sky sect had gathered. Everyone looked at the vast ocean neatly arranged in a straight row. The densely packed people formed a long dragon that spanned across 5 kilometers. Su Yun seized the opportunity to get closer to Lang Xianwei, and took the chance to listen in on a few important information. At that moment, there were many Spirit Star Realm experts all around Lang Xianwei. He counted them and realized that all of these experts were the people from the Jade Island, with over 300 of them. Sect leader, for us to go across this ocean, we need a flat land, but with so many disciples, I am afraid we cannot cross. The old man looked at the ocean and cupped his fists as he said politely. It's simple. Lang Xianwei said those words, and took out a blue bottle gourd from his storage ring. He opened the bottle gourd and aimed the mouth towards the sea, then activated it. The bottle gourd released an extremely cold wind that struck the surface of the water. In a moment, the entire ocean was immediately frozen. The crystallized ice surface resembled a mirror. All of the Profound Sky sect's people by the shore were stunned by the scene. It is now flat land. Lang Xianwei said indifferently, "Move out. Move out." The old man shouted out loud. Many shouts came out from within the formation of the Profound Sky sect. After that, the entire formation moved forward. But just at this time, a blazing light aura shot out from the distance, directly striking the iced surface. In a moment, the entire ocean became unfrozen with tide surging again, and the people who were on the ice instantly dropped into the ocean. Luckily, all of them were spirit cultivators and would not drown in the water. The entire troops were halted. Lang Xianwei stared into the distance, and noticed that at the edge of the islands far away floated 10 figures, and an extremely clear voice sounded out. Profound Sky Sect people, are you all truly planning to wage a war against my Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? This voice naturally came from Shangguan Mei Yang. Su Yun activated Heavenly Scale Divine Eye. He watched as Shangguan Mei Yang led a group of disciples flying out of the enchantment barrier that protected the sect, and looked over towards them. All of them were dressed in the same apparel with the same order badges. From the looks of it they were her disciples, yet the mistress of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace did not reveal herself and even the seniors of the palace had not appeared. What's going on? At such a crucial juncture, is the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace still going to hide their powerhouses? Or maybe, they have some plan and are waiting for it to be deployed? Su Yun thought. He knew that just by relying on Shangguan Mei Yang and her disciples, it was definitely not enough to stop the few 100,000 people of the Profound Sky sect. Whether we want to wage a war against your palace or not solely depends on the words of this lord. But our arrival here today is not to wage a war, we only want Su Qinger. If your Divine Cloud Immortal Palace is willing to meet this demand and hand over Qinger, this lord can promise you that we will immediately retreat and return to the Profound Sky sect. Lang Xianwei used an extremely unfathomable and powerful voice to speak. The voice resonated far away, as though the entire ocean could hear him speak. Don't you know that Su Qinger is the disciple of I, Shangguan Mei Yang? You dare to demand for my disciple. Humph, Profound Sky sect, if you want to wage a war, then come. Shangguan Mei Yang's attitude remained steadfast, and showed that she was not the least bit afraid of Profound Sky sect. I gave you an inch, but you are asking for a mile. Killing intent flashed past Lang Xianwei's eyes. He stood up from his seat and raised his hands, instigating his mystical technique. The ground beneath everybody's feet started to tremble. After that, a gigantic crevice started to appear from the back. It was like the ripping of flesh. It instantly tore about the dry land beneath them from the mainland, and started to move towards the ocean, altering the earth and terrain? Everyone cried out instantly. Only immortals and whatnot had such methods. The profound sky sect lord could actually do it. What cultivation was he truly at? The dry land moved quickly, inciting sets of large waves in the ocean. The scene had completely shocked everyone, and the profound sky sect people's morale were greatly roused. Very quickly, they closed in on the enchantment barrier. Lang Xianwei soared into the air. He stood proud as though he owned the heavens, raising his hands. A cold light aura blossomed in his eyes. He bellowed, "Attack now! Kill!" The profound sky sect disciples immediately started moving. Their screams and thunderous roars came out, and with that came mystical techniques that covered the sky. The intimidating and powerful attacks struck the enchantment barrier. Clang, 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 clang. The enchantment barrier was struck by the barrage of attacks and continued to sway endlessly, as though it could not last for long. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of people, Shangwan Mei Yang's side looked to be extremely weak. They immediately floated in the air inside the enchantment barrier, but none of them revealed any traces of fear. Shangwan Mei Yang's finger revealed a pink storage ring, in which she retrieved a treasure that looked to be a maple leaf, and gently pasted it on the enchantment barrier. Voom! The entire enchantment barrier flashed with lines that resembled a turtle shell. After that, the undulations on the barrier immediately stopped. Ha! Lang Xianwei frowned. When he looked at the barrier that was being struck by the mystical techniques, he realized that the barrier had become like a boulder without any traces of damage, and it stopped trembling even the slightest, ignoring all the attacks from the outside. Seems like Shangwan Mei Yang had increased the defense of the barrier by at least 10 times. Relying on these disciples will not destroy that barrier. The old man flew beside Lang Xianwei and cupped his fists and said, "My lord, please use the profound sky divine arrow attack. We must quickly end this battle. If we delay for too long, the sects from all over the continent will arrive. At that time, we will be at the disadvantage." "You're right." Lang Xianwei nodded. "Immediately prepare for it. We will use 2 profound sky divine arrows at the same time." The old man received the order and immediately shouted to the people beneath, "Prepare the profound sky divine arrows." "Yes, sir." The elites in the group all cried out, and the chaotic group immediately became uniform. Everyone retreated quickly and emptied out 2 large spaces. After that, a few sect elites from the back took out paper made of beast skin one after another and placed them on the ground. The beast skins had lines on them that resembled diagrams. The elites quickly formed the formation of the beast skin, 1 beast skin on each of the 2 empty spaces. After that, 3rd clan elder Chen Xiaohu walked out. He raised his palms into the sky, and 2 black lights shot out from his palms into the sky. After a moment, the black lights plummeted down from the sky. 2 rays shot into the 2 large array formations. Whoosh! The moment the black lights shot in, the array formations activated, and from inside the formations, light halos quickly transformed into 2 gargantuan light crossbows with gigantic black arrows spanning the size of over 10 m appeared, aiming straight at the barrier. Shoot! A low shout came out. The 2 crossbows immediately loosened its string, so 2 of the large black arrows instantly shot at the enchantment barrier. Shangwan Mei Yang's face changed slightly. She immediately roared, "Retreat! Quick!" The group of disciples immediately flew backwards. Upon smashing onto the barrier, it instantly dissipated, transforming into 2 gigantic black holes, following along the barrier. However, it did not end there. The black holes continued to expand and devour, and in the blink of an eye, the entire enchantment barrier protecting Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was replaced by the black hole. Following that, whoosh! The black holes disappeared. The Divine Cloud Immortal Palace appeared in front of everybody. The enchantment barrier had dissipated into smoke. "Fight your way in." Lang Xianwei waved his hand and roared, "Capture Su Qinger, whoever dares to resist will be beheaded, no mercy will be given. Kill!" Roars filled the sky. All of the profound sky sect people resembled locusts as they swarmed into the divine cloud immortal palace. The situation seemed to be disastrous. Upon seeing that, the disciples of Shangguan Mei Yang started to panic. "Master, what do we do now? What do we do?" "Don't panic, let them come in." Shangguan Mei Yan was not afraid, and maintained her calm demeanor. Everyone became suspicious. Whoever looked at Shangguan Mei Yang could see the unswerving determination in her eyes. At this time, the first group of profound sky sect's troops had already rushed in. She raised her pure white hands and quickly formed a few finger patterns while singing something in a soft voice. Clang dang! Just then, an ear-piercing sound shot forth. Everyone was startled. They anxiously looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a layer of enchantment barrier forming up unknowingly, completely shutting off the interior of the island from the outside. "Oh shit!" Seeing that, the old man exclaimed out loud. "We can start killing now." Shangguan Mei Yang's adorable face became cold as she sneered and said this. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 378. The Battle with the Profound Sky Sect, 2. The Divine Cloud Immortal Palace actually has 2 enchantment barriers. This Shangguan Mei Yang deliberately allowed our first unit to rush in, then activated the second hidden enchantment barrier, separating our forces and killing off our advance forces. How despicable! The old man said. "Do not worry about it, break open the second enchantment barrier." Lang Xianwei said indifferently. "But we have already used our profound sky divine arrows, how should we open it?" "Humph, just a mere tiny enchantment barrier, how can it stop me?" Lang Xianwei leapt up and shot towards the barrier like a shooting star. Upon nearing the barrier, he released 40-odd palm strikes that struck the barrier, causing it to tremble incessantly, his might apparent. Sect leader has made his move. Countless of profound sky sects people stopped and watched him in action. The 40-odd palms struck down, causing the pure white barrier to immediately reveal cracks. Upon seeing those cracks, the advance forces trapped inside immediately turned, giving up their attack on Shangguan Mei Yang and turned to strike the barrier. At the moment, collaborating to destroy the barrier was the best chance for survival. To dare intrude into my divine cloud immortal palace, profound sky sect, I will make sure that none of you survive. Shangguan Mei Yang bellowed coldly. Her pink lips started chanting phrases after phrases of weird and awkward-sounding secret arts. She then waved her hand, and a pink ribbon flew out from her body, striking into the group of people of the advance forces. Bang! The ribbon exploded, shooting forth countless strands of ribbons, directly piercing into the hearts of the profound sky sects people. One strand carried over 10 corpses. In this short second, countless of them had died, truly a lightning-fast style attack. Shangguan Mei Yang gently tugged back, pulling the ribbon back to her. The initially pink-colored ribbon was dyed red with blood, and many bodies fell from the sky, as though it was raining bodies. It was an extremely devastating sight. In one move, the advance forces had been cut by half. The remaining people numbered to less than 100. They were completely dumbstruck by Shangguan Mei Yang's attacks, and did not even dare to retaliate. Clang dang! At this time, the pure white enchantment barrier broke. Lang Xianwei immediately rushed in. His palm turned into a claw. All 10 fingers had black chi on them as he clawed towards Shangguan Mei Yang. Die! Lang Xianwei roared. With just you? Shangguan Mei Yang was not fearful at all. She waved her little hands and the ribbon flew out once again, piercing into Lang Xianwei's palm. Poochie! His palm was pierced through. However, Lang Xianwei grabbed onto the ribbon and suddenly pulled it, pulling along Shangguan Mei Yang's petite body. Shangguan Mei Yang's strength seemed to be unable to compete with Lang Xianwei, but she did not panic at all. When she approached Lang Xianwei, she suddenly spun around, and bursts of cold spirit chi rose up like a tornado, spinning towards Lang Xianwei, immediately transforming him into an ice statue. The profound sky sect rushed into the divine cloud immortal palace like locusts, and although Shangguan Mei Yang was powerful,
she had 2 little people by her side. Adding the number of disciples from the back, they numbered less than 1,000, so how could they kill the 400,000 enemies? Suyin took the chance and withdrew from the profound Sky-Sect's troops and rushed towards Quan Yu Xia and the rest. At that moment, the array formation laid on the mountain was completed. The evil beings stood by the side, just finishing the final adjustments. When Suyin arrived, he immediately took over the materials and started on working on the lines of the array formation. "Master, what do we do later?" Shi Xia asked. "Kill the profound Sky sect leader, Lang Xianwei," Suyin said as he continued to align the lines. From the current looks of his cultivation level, he is already above the 8th stage of the Spirit Star realm. This subordinate has never seen a Spirit Master cultivator before, so I do not dare to speak nonsense, but with just the few of us, I am afraid we are unable to kill him amongst the thousands of people there. Master, do you have a plan? Huang Dongzhang said. Suyun's words could be said to be brazen. If it were other evil beings, they would be afraid to death. The crux of the victory is simple. It is this evil array formation. Suyin said. Master, I recognize this formation. This is an evil array formation that increases the firing range and accuracy of mystical techniques, and can even increase the might of the mystical techniques by 3 times. Its grade is not considered low, but facing against Lang Xianwei, it is still somewhat weak. You think this formation is enough for us to kill Lang Xianwei? The evil emperor had an 8th stage Spirit Star realm cultivation, and was a major figure in the evil realm. He cannot even block one hit against that treasure. I wonder if Lang Xianwei can. Suyin thought, but he did not bother explaining and continued working on the array. His technique was fluent. The evil beings by the side were engrossed in watching him. In less than an incense stick worth of time, the array formation was completed. Focus your power into it, Suyin bellowed. The evil beings immediately formed a circle around the array formation. They knelt down and placed their hands on the array formation, activated their evil spirit chi and imbued it into the array formation. The array formation started to move like a motor, frantically starting up as sets of black light leaked out. Suyin activated the heavenly scale divine eye and watched Shangguan Mei Yang fight with Lang Xianwei. Light flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand, drawing out the desolator and immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, then he threw them into the air. The 2 swords stuck next to each other and flew into the distance. At the moment when the 2 swords struck out, the sword sheath on Suyun's back released a large quantity of sub-swords that flew along as well. 700 plus swords revolved around the 2 primal swords. Under the desolator's invisibility, all of the swords became invisible and no one was able to sense their movements. Suyin raised his hand again, his palm aimed straight for Lang Xianwei. Activate the formation, Suyin bellowed. Whoosh! The large array formation leaked out spider web strands of pitch-black spirit chi. They shrouded all over Suyun's legs, quickly climbing up and finally wrapping around Suyun's heart. In that moment, Suyun's attention and focus increased exponentially, the spirit force in his body becoming even more pure and dense. He took a deep breath and activated the monarch occult force. The spirit force in him was like a humongous fearsome wave. Following his sturdy chi channels, they surged towards his palm. The golden will in his palm lit up and an astonishing destructive force was produced with the golden will accumulating with power. Such a powerful destructive spirit chi. What kind of treasure is that? Huang Dongzhang's face changed as he looked at the golden light aura coming out from Suyun's palm in shock. Oh my god, is Master going to use that to kill Lang Xianwei? It's too terrifying. Although I am a 2nd stage Spirit Star realm cultivator, I am definitely unable to fight against that. The evil beings inhaled cold air. Facing such a powerful might, they did not know what treasure it was, but everyone was utterly convinced of Suyun, who was able to control such a treasure. In the hearts of the evil beings, anything could be counted as strength. Even underhanded methods were considered a sort of strength. Finally, boom! A large explosion occurred. A golden beam of light shot out from Suyun's hand, causing him to retreat backwards. His right shoulder seemed to have no more strength left as his hand drooped,
but he did not even care about his arm as he raised his eyes and stared at the golden beam of light.
Great negative Yang immortal cannon.
Only it had the potential to kill Lang Xianwei.
Ha!
Lang Xianwei somehow seemed to have sensed the incoming terrifying and destructive qi. He turned just barely in time to witness the golden light, an unbearable feeling surfacing in his mind. But, before he could react to it, su, many sword sounds came from all around him. The sharp sword qi enveloped him and trapped him, frantically cutting his body.
In the next second, countless of cuts had appeared on his body. What?
Lang Xianwei was stunned. He roared, releasing a gigantic body of qi from his hand. He smashed everywhere around him.
Clang!
The desolator was struck, causing the invisibility on all the sword to lose effect for a moment.
Lang Xianwei was then able to notice the terrifying situation he was in.
Seeing the few hundred flying swords revolving around him, they were like sticky candy sticking on Lang Xianwei. Lang Xianwei wanted to escape, but the flying swords kept on sticking to him.
Su Yun.
He already knew who the person that was causing all of these. A burst of anger erupted in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head, but the golden light had already arrived.
Shangguan Mei Yang had also noticed the sudden change in energy in the surroundings. She immediately released a mystical technique and produced a large amount of frigid aqua spirit qi. All of these spirit qi blew onto the flying swords. With the flying swords as the foundation, she quickly constructed a gigantic ice prison.
Boom! The golden light shot through the ice prison, instantly crushing them into pieces. Lang Xianwei, who was inside, was instantly struck. A gigantic hole formed in his chest. Lang Xianwei spat out blood. He dropped down from the sky, but shouted out with unspeakable rage, "Great negative Yang immortal cannon!
Su Yun! Su Yun!"
His voice was completely filled with endless rage. He flipped through his storage ring and retrieved a pure white statue and threw it into the air.
He then released a large amount of profound spirit qi and imbued them into the statue. Crack!
The statue released a loud cracking sound before cracking open, releasing a bizarre and viscous matter, which quickly formed into a 3 m tall being in the air, resembling a man with dual swords. His entire body was pure white and extremely viscous. Upon appearing, it rushed towards Shangguan Mei Yang, releasing a barrage of attacks, protecting Lang Xianwei.
Lang Xianwei took the opportunity to throw in a few pills into his mouth.
He never thought that the great negative Yang immortal cannon was in Su Yun's hands. Furthermore, he did not expect Su Yun to hide by the side and hinder him. The saying of the great negative Yang immortal cannon being able to break through the defense of a spirit master cultivator was not just a rumor. As a 10th stage spirit star realm cultivator, even Lang Xianwei was unable to take such an attack. But, even with the consumption of the pills, they did not seem to have any effect. The wound in his chest was still brimming with gold light that was like sulfuric acid continuously corroding the flesh around the light. The intense pain enveloped him.
I cannot force this.
Lang Xianwei secretly gritted his teeth. He turned around and rushed to the profound sky sect crowd.
The sect leader is injured. Everyone protect the sect leader. Protect the sect leader.
Be careful of the people from the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace.
Everyone, protect the sect leader with everything you have.
The profound sky sect became chaotic as everyone started shouting around. Because Lang Xianwei was injured, many people did not dare rush in. But just at this moment, an enraged roar came out from the distance.
Lang Xianwei,
today will be the day of your death. The voice resonated out, causing everyone to tremble. When they looked towards the direction of the voice, they realized that the man shouting was Su Yun.
Evil qi leaked fervently outwards.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 379.
The Battle with the Profound Sky Sect, 3. Su Yun flew in the air with 20 evil being experts behind him. He touched upon the black sword on his back and unsheathed it without thinking.
Sheeing.
The death sword was unsheathed. As long as we can kill Lang Xianwei, I can forgo everything else.
Su Yun thought sinisterly. He did not care about anything anymore.
Approaching the great army of the profound sky sect, he instantly slashed down. An astonishing amount of evil sword chi was released. Wah! His sword was like a sickle cutting through rice straws. Slashing into the crowd, the sharp sword chi cut off countless of people's limbs. The fearsome power caused others who spectated to feel numbness in their skins. Su Yun! You dare to act recklessly in the face of my profound sky sect. Today will be the day of your death. Ranked 27 Sect Elite, Kuei will teach you a few moves. With that said, a sturdy man flew out from the crowd, wielding a pair of broad axes. Looking directly at Su Yun, he hacked down. The axe blades released a vast destructive force. This axe was definitely able to slice anyone in two. But before the pair of axes could land on Su Yun's head, a clang sound came out. The axes were stopped. Everyone's eyes tensed up. Kuei was secretly shocked. He looked up, but could not see anything that had blocked his own weapon. But before he could react, many holes suddenly appeared on his body. His body then started to be sliced into pieces. He died instantly. Sword concept resonated in the air. Ah! Seeing that, the disciples of the profound sky sect were all shocked. No one had the slightest idea to event fight against Su Yun. Killing people without doing anything? Be careful, Su Yun has a type of treasure that makes his weapons invisible. Just now Kuei died to those invisible weapons. The old man with the cane shouted. But the words proved to be useless as no one even cared. Su Yun had already brought the 20-odd evil beings in to fight. Evil chi engulfed everybody. With his eyes filled with evil chi, he stared at Leng Xianwei, who was hiding amongst the crowd. He suddenly turned, invoking a large amount of evil chi. He shot downwards like a shooting star. Suppressive evil shadow slash. Dense evil chi embedded in several hundred flying swords formed into the shape of a drill, directly smashing into the profound sky sect's people, straight for Leng Xianwei. Su Yun! You shouldn't act like you're all that. You are merely a 4th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator. To try and kill a 10th stage Spirit Star Realm expert, you truly think you are invincible? Leng Xianwei roared. He instantly got up and summoned bursts of divine spirit chi, ferociously smashing towards Su Yun. The moment his hands moved, the air trembled, revealing the unfathomable strength in his moves. But before he could smash his palm onto Su Yun's body, Su Yun had already rushed forward with many flying swords wildly twisting around his body. Leng Xianwei trembled incessantly. The wounds on his body grew more numerous. The golden gown he was wearing were filled with many cuts while his skin and flesh tore open and blood spurted all over. He was in an extremely difficult situation. If he was at his peak, even 10 of Su Yun would never be Leng Xianwei's opponent. But why would Su Yun be afraid of the current Leng Xianwei? It must be known that the evil emperor of the evil emperor palace was an 8th stage Spirit Star Realm expert but was instantly killed using the great negative Yang immortal cannon. Leng Xianwei might not be dead, but he has long since been crippled by it. His fighting ability had plummeted greatly. Vast divine body. Finally, Leng Xianwei got through the pain from the hole in his chest formed by the great negative Yang immortal cannon and once again activated another treasure. Whoosh! His entire body glowed with a golden light. The hundreds of flying swords were no longer able to cut his flesh body as they encountered resistance that was like metal. Seeing that, Su Yun's sinister face had a look of exhaustion, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Su Yun, do not be rash. I recognize the treasure he activated. It will temporarily increase his flesh body for a short period of time using spirit force. The increase in strength is over 10,000 times, so right now, you are unable to break through his body, but it won't last long. You must retreat first and not get surrounded by them. Just then, a voice came out from Su Yun's mind. It was Ling Chengyu. Su Yun gritted his teeth. He looked around to realize that there were numerous experts from the profound sky sect flying over. The 20 evil beings were stuck outside, already having difficulty protecting themselves. Follow me to kill this despicable and reckless man. Leng Xianwei roared. All the experts around gathered towards Su Yun. All sorts of mystical techniques were unleashed.
With Lang Xianwei's current state, Su Yun could no longer hurt him, and could only retreat. Su Yun squinted his eyes and immediately activated some evil spirits as he retreated. Hundreds of flying swords released evil spirits that flew around ferociously. Lang Xianwei was like a hedgehog. Other than long-distance mystical techniques, he had no other choice. Moreover, the indestructible gold body had greatly strengthened his body. Even with him sustaining attacks from a few mystical techniques, he was fine. Although he is at the 4th stage of the Spirit Star realm, his strength far exceeds one. Only a 5th stage expert can contend against him. The old man who was watching Su Yun retreating from the large army shouted out, "Su Yun isn't important." Lang Xianwei turned his head and looked at Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. He then roared, "Fengling Shang! I'm here!" An indifferent voice came out from the sky. "You promised me that you would do 2 things. The first was for you to join the Profound Sky sect, and you did. Now there is one more matter that you must do, and you have to fulfill it." "Instruct me." Fengling Shang said indifferently. Floating in the air, the gentle wind blew his long hair. His handsome face was extremely charismatic under the sun. "Good." Lang Xianwei nodded his head, then pointed to Divine Cloud Immortal Palace and said, "I now order you to immediately enter the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, kill Su Qinger and bring her body back to me." "All right." Fengling Shang did not even hesitate. He turned and transformed into a blue light, flying straight for the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Hearing that, Su Yun was shocked. "Ignore Su Yun. He is helpless against me. Quickly pave a way for Fengling Shang. Stop Shangguan Mei Yang, quick. As long as we get Su Qinger, I can ignore everything else." Lang Xianwei roared. "Yes, sir." Countless of experts shouted. The 300 experts that stayed in the Jade Island of the Profound Sky sect were all Spirit Star Realm experts. They all flew out, forming a gigantic square formation with Shangguan Mei Yang as the center. All of them moved in harmony. What caused the spectators to be even more speechless was the large amount of profound spirit chi being conjured by them. It was no ordinary conjuration. With the communication and perfect harmony between all of them, the spirit chi that leaked out could be transferred to anyone in the formation. That also meant that the 300 Spirit Star Realm experts had become one body. "Is that a human formation?" Shangguan Mei Yang frowned slightly. "Master, someone has barged into the palace. There are too many people and we cannot hold for long." One of the disciples rushed to Shangguan Mei Yang and said, "Yu Qian didn't block him?" Shangguan Mei Yang asked in anger. "The other party is a 5th stage Spirit Star Realm expert. Senior Sister Chu took a sword and suffered severe injuries. Now she is being brought down by the rest." 5th stage Spirit Star Realm expert? Shangguan Mei Yang was surprised. She immediately turned around with plans to return to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. However, the 300 Spirit Star Realm experts made their move at this time. They converged all of their profound spirit force into one of them. He released a punch, forming a gigantic fist aura that struck Shangguan Mei Yang. Shangguan Mei Yang controlled her ribbon to form a defensive wall in front of her. The fist aura struck the wall of ribbon, causing it to tremble incessantly. Shangguan Mei Yang's strength was unfathomable, but she still suffered from the attack. A Spirit Star Realm cultivator is already considered a peak expert in the Sky Martial continent. I never expected the Profound Sky sect to employ 300 of them, even teaching them a human formation. This great formation will unleash a might that is 100 times their original strength. Although I can break through it, I will have to pay a hefty price, which isn't beneficial for the later battles. Shangguan Mei Yang thought, and decided to break out of the entrapment. Seeing that Shangguan Mei Yang was trapped, Lang Xianwei immediately turned his gaze towards the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace and rushed towards it. Deep inside Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, Su Yun stepped on the Death Sword, fiercely rushing forward. The Death Sword was leaking fearsome evil chi, enveloping his entire body, turning him pitch black. He looked like a ghost with a pair of evil eyes that revealed unswerving determination. He had never thought that Lang Xianwei would send Fengling Shang to kill Qinger. Lang Xianwei seemed to have given Fengling Shang a treasure, letting him know where Qinger was hidden. Fengling Shang surged forward quickly,
his speed reaching an extreme speed. Xing'er had only been in the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace for a short time. Her cultivation was not considered high, but at the moment, she was the most important person. Thus Shangguan Mei Yang did not allow her into the battle, but placed her in a secluded bamboo forest with a female disciple protecting her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Powerful gales of qi blew over, causing the bamboo forest to sway. Xing'er was startled. She drew her sword out and walked out of the house, looking all around her. Just then, a cold aura swept past. The female disciple beside Xing'er immediately dropped, her head sliced from her body. Senior Sister Mei! Xing'er cried out in grief. But her senior sister Mei was no longer conscious. Whoosh! Just then, a figure appeared in front of Xing'er. Without saying a word, he raised his blue sword and aimed straight at Xing'er's heart. He was extremely fast, so fast that Xing'er was unable to even react. Fengling Shan! Don't! Suyin bellowed out loud with rage as he rushed forward. Controlling Desolator, he blocked Fengling Shang's sword. Clang! The clear and crisp sound came out. Fengling Shang retreated backwards due to the impact. When he saw the sword clearly, he was surprised. Sly! It's me! Suyin flew over and stood in front of Xing'er and said anxiously, Fengling Shang, you cannot kill her. Are you Sly? Fengling Shang stared suspiciously at the person reeking of evil qi. I am Sly, but that was just a disguise. I am Su Yun. Su Yun replied. Who is she to you? Fengling Shang pointed to Xing'er and asked. She is the most important person to me. But the sect leader wants me to kill her and take her body. I cannot disobey his words. A look of complications surfaced on Fengling Shang's face. If you have to kill her, then kill me instead. Although you are the one who passed down most of my sword skills to me, I cannot watch as you kill Xing'er. Su Yun gritted his teeth and replied. Fengling Shang was in a difficult situation. Fengling Shang! You dare to disobey me? Have you forgotten that it was I who saved you? Just then, a roar came out. Su Yun looked over, only to see that Lang Xianwei had caught up to them. He raised his palm up and aimed at Xing'er. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately used his sword to welcome the attack. The palm pressurized his sword tip, but he persisted on. Xing'er, quickly leave! Su Yun shouted anxiously. Fengling Shan! Quickly kill her! I will suppress Su Yun! Lang Xianwei shouted with anger. But, Fengling Shang stood there in his original position frozen, not moving an inch. Fengling Shan! Lang Xianwei bellowed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380. The Battle with the Profound Sky Sect, 4. Xing'er was not a foolish woman. She clearly understood the current situation. Although she could not see through Lang Xianwei's cultivation, but without question, his methods were too overwhelming. If I continue to stay here, I will only make him worry, and he still needs to focus on protecting himself. It is not right for me to stay here. Xing'er gritted her teeth. Even though her heart was in pain and was unwilling to leave, but she still forced herself to. Young master, if anything happens to you, Xing'er will not want to live alone. Xing'er said softly. Her voice was filled with determination and pain. Taking the chance that Fengling Shang was confused, she turned and flew off, towards the most central main hall of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Chase her! Quickly chase after her! Lang Xianwei became extremely anxious, his voice completely becoming hysterical. Su Yun took the chance that he was not focused, immediately controlling the Desolator and immortal mystical scarlet blood sword that was hidden around the area, flying straight towards Lang Xianwei. Puk Puchi Puk. Lang Xianwei's divine body had already dissipated. The swords cut through his defenses and straight into his back. The flying swords stabbed all around while the evil spirits on the swords flew around, fiercely clawing at Lang Xianwei. Lang Xianwei suffered from the disturbance. The power from his palm became much weaker. Suyan then used the death sword and struck forward. The accumulated evil force in the death sword erupted full force at this moment, the unstoppable sword edge stabbing straight into Lang Xianwei's chest. Poochie! Another pitch-black hole appeared on Lang Xianwei's chest. It's over. Suyan said coldly. He activated his evil force, planning to conjure up the evil spirits from inside Death Sword to rip Lang Xianwei's body apart. But just at this moment, Lang Xianwei had secretly activated a treasure. His entire person disappeared abruptly and appeared in the air 100 m away, just that he was cut out in an extremely terrible situation. His face was beyond white, looking like a person about to pass away. Seeing that, Suyan then realized that in the nick of time, Lang Xianwei had used a life-preserving treasure to escape, but he still suffered from severe injuries. He could not activate the treasure to its full capacity, so even though it could preserve his life, it would greatly add on to his injuries. If it wasn't for the great negative Yang Immortal Cannon, it would be impossible for Suyan to so easily defeat Lang Xianwei. Without the Death Sword, he would not be able to cut through Lang Xianwei's defenses. Fortunately, all of these powerful treasures were in his hands. All these years of suffering and living in fear will end today. He took a deep breath, then walked towards Lang Xianwei, who had trouble even standing. Seeing that the situation had took a great turn, Lang Xianwei was extremely furious. He broke out in screams and shouts towards Fengling Shang. Fengling Shang! You trash! How dare you turn your back to your benefactor? At that time, you clearly swore that you will do two things for me. Now that I asked you to seize and kill Su Qinger, you actually turned your back on my request. How can you live up to your benefactor? You worthless man! The only thing that could save Lang Xianwei was for Fengling Shang to take action and kill Su Qinger. Suyan would rush to stop him, so Lang Xianwei would temporarily be safe. Just that, Fengling Shang's current actions caused the two to become extremely puzzled. He was quiet for a long time. He then raised his head and revealed a warm smile. He looked at Lang Xianwei and said, Sect leader, Fengling Shang will never forget the grace that you have given by saving my life, but have you forgotten what I said to you back then? Lang Xianwei's pale white face revealed a look of grimness. What? Fengling Shang's thin lips curved, the eyes beneath his hair looked extremely unfathomable. I said that I would definitely do anything within my power, but if I am helpless and am unable to do it, you cannot blame me. You mean killing Su Qinger is something that you are helpless with? You are a 5th stage spirit star realm cultivator. But Sly is my friend. Fengling Shang slowly lifted the sword in his hand. He looked at the sword body gently and sighed. I will never do injustice, but I cannot forget the grace you have given me. With the current too difficult choice, Fengling Shang only has one way to resolve it. Hearing that, Suyan's heart jumped. He anxiously turned his head and screamed, Ling Shang, what are you doing? But before he could do anything, a cold light swept forth. Fengling Shang's entire person just stood there in his original position. Only after that did sword chi attack forth, and in the next few seconds, the azure sword light dimmed down. Suyan's mind grew hot. He anxiously rushed to the side of Fengling Shang and took his sword, but at the tip of the azure sword already had traces of blood. He did his best to turn his head. He looked at Suyan and laughed. Now I do not have the capability to kill Su Qinger, and am not betraying the oath that I made to the sect leader in the past, just that I am unable to fulfill the last task. Fengling Shang is filled with guilt. As for how it turns out, just treat it as Fengling Shang, owes you this. His voice grew weaker and weaker. Slowly, his body started to reveal blood flowing all over. One after another, long sword cuts were gradually exposed. He stopped moving. The sword chi all around him had dissipated. It was like a snow mountain crumbling, in the end, leaving nothing behind. Suyan watched the scene quietly. Suddenly, he felt as if he had lost something. Who could have thought that the free and aloof Fengling Shang would ultimately choose to kill himself? What could he have promised himself even when dying, for him to hold on to so long? His casualness, his gentleness, his noble and haughtiness, his easygoing character would always linger in Suyan's mind. Maybe this should not be how it ends for him. I owe you too. Suyan's heart tensed up. He extended his trembling hands and slowly closed Fengling Shang's gentle and warm eyes. He turned around and looked at Lang Xianwei, who had a look of astonishment. his expression turned so sinister that even death could not dissipate it. I will tear your spirit and soul out, and then bring you to the evil realm and place you in the most terrible prison and have you suffer for all eternity. Su Yun released a beast-like roar, his body flickered as he rushed forward frantically. Lang Xianwei was shocked. He immediately raised his hands up with the remaining spirit force in him to resist the attack. But at the moment, the death sword seemed to have entered a berserk state. The sword screeches that was released were extremely terrifying, immediately slashing off Lang Xianwei's spirit force, fiercely stabbing into his arm. Su Yun stepped onto the hole in his chest and slashed at the other arm ferociously. Ah! Lang Xianwei's face distorted. The overwhelming pain caused him to almost faint. A majority of his spirit chi had dissipated, and he was not even comparable to a fifth-stage spirit soul realm cultivator. Su Yun! If it wasn't for that great negative Yang immortal cannon, you aren't even comparable to an ant in front of me. You are nothing. Lang Xianwei screamed in pain. But the great negative Yang immortal cannon is in my hands, and you are helpless against me. Su Yun raised the death sword and stabbed into Lang Xianwei's right eye. Lang Xianwei screamed in agony once again. He then sliced off his legs, stopping him from escaping. The new animosity and the old hatred caused the anger in Su Yun's heart to propel off the charts. Berserk sword chi resonated outwards. The absolutely cold evil chi were like needles piercing deep into Lang Xianwei's bones, blood and flesh, torturing him, causing him to experience a life beyond death. The current him was like a lunatic. Lang Xianwei screamed and screamed, eventually becoming tired. His voice started to weaken, his body was spasming extremely vigorously, his eyes were no longer filled with power and tyrannical chi, but was left with fear instead. He could never imagine how a person could ever be so crazy. However, just at this time, a vast and imposing voice came out from beyond the divine cloud immortal palace. Arrogant kid, quickly release my disciple, otherwise I will not even leave a speck dust of you. This voice seemed to be able to attack the consciousness, causing people to feel faint and dizzy upon hearing it, their spirit and souls trembling. But to Lang Xianwei, it was like a light in the darkness. His eyes erupted with gold light from the faint spell as he screamed crazily, Master! Save me! Save me! A quick and violent green shadow scuttled over straight to Su Yun. His killing intent was so intense that it caused his hairs to stand. But at the moment, Su Yun's anger was over the top, his eyes were pitch black, he did not care who the person was, and instantly slashed towards him. Seeing that, the man roared in anger, You dare act recklessly! You dare to challenge my might! Die! Die your mother! Su Yun roared, the death sword became berserk, the sword tip resonation was as powerful as the green figure. With monarch occult force activated at its maximum, all of the spirit essences in Su Yun's body erupted in an unprecedented state, releasing a powerful flow. Boom! The sword slashed onto a green bottle gourd, instantly erupting into an explosion. Su Yun and the figure retreated at the same time, but the figure only moved a few steps, while Su Yun retreated 10. Superiority was immediately proven. The man is definitely more powerful than Lang Xianwei. Su Yun raised his evil eyes and looked at the man dressed in a green gown with a taiji pattern on his back. He held a bottle gourd and had an extremely old look. With a goatee, he looked like an immortal, but the killing intent on him and his outfit was completely incompatible. That man grabbed Lang Xianwei, who was as dead as a dog at the moment, and instantly threw him out. He threw the bottle gourd as well, releasing a green cloud that supported Lang Xianwei to escape. You go on first. Master! Lang Xianwei cried out. But, even though he was escaping, Su Yun was not the least bit anxious, his mouth curved into a sinister smile. You think he can run? He is the disciple of I, Green Shadow Taoist, who would dare touch him? The man's face turned gloomy. Only you, stinking brat, would actually dare to beat my disciple up to that state. If I do not kill you today, it will never erase the anger in my heart. With that, Green Shadow Taoist brandished his bottle gourd again, aiming its mouth straight at Su Yun. He bellowed, Nah! You! Goo! See? Jie! Can!
Shen. He. Watch me get rid of you.
Tian, this chant that he made is completely untranslatable, as the words individually make up no sense and only 2 out of the 8 are involved in the Bagua, Yin, and Yang trigram, so I will keep it to their pinyin translation. With that said, a suction force from the bottle gourd's mouth shot forth, attacking straight at Su Yun. Su Yun's body involuntarily started to fly towards the bottle gourd. He was helpless to resist. He must be a spirit master realm cultivator. Su Yun raised the death sword up and then let go of his fingers. Death sword, let me witness your true prowess, he muttered. Su Yun had completely released the suppression on the death sword. Whoosh! At that moment, a large amount of evil chi that resembled poisonous snakes emerged from the death sword. With Su Yun as the center, they quickly merged into him, increasing Su Yun's spirit chi, causing the skin on his entire body to become pitch black, his eyes becoming even more unfathomable. Blood red lines started to draw and form patterns on his face, making him resemble a fiend god. Green Shadow Taoist was shocked. That sword? Su Yun suddenly grabbed onto the death sword, ignoring the suction from the bottle gourd. He suddenly appeared behind Green Shadow Taoist and slashed down. Die! Great formation of 100 connections. Green Shadow Taoist dodged in a panic and instantly formed hand seals, forming a small dust and threw it out into the sky. Whoosh! Resplendent green lights dropped from the sky, quickly congealing into 100 li large formation on the ground. The sky darkened as dark clouds gathered. Lightning bolts fell from the sky straight at Su Yun. Su Yun waved his hands, causing 700 plus subswords to fly into the air. One after another, they assembled together, forming one large sword in the sky as dense evil chi permeated the entire sword, transforming it into an indestructible wall. As the bolts struck down, they were unable to break through the wall. A 4th stage spirit star realm cultivator using such an evil and disgusting sword. Brat, even if you defeat this old man, you will soon be consumed by the sword and become the vessel of the sword, disappearing forever. Green Shadow Taoist bellowed. He seemed to be somewhat afraid of Su Yun. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned. He planned to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381. The Battle with the Profound Sky Sect, 5. Green Shadow Taoist's idea was right. Su Yun had given up suppressing the death sword, causing it to completely unleash the might belonging to the Sovereign King sword. This layer of strength was not something a spirit master cultivator could fight against. The death sword's evil force corroded Su Yun's body. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped his entire body, causing him to look like an evil spirit. Only his evil eyes, which were darker than evil chi, flashed about. Su Yun felt that his own consciousness was slowly fading away, but the power he received was extremely fanatical and explosive. In the span of a few breaths of time, he had already entered the 10th stage of the spirit star realm, rushing straight into the realms of a spirit master cultivator. The current him need not be afraid of Green Shadow Taoist. He waved his sword. The sword chi conjured by him was like a tornado that flew towards Green Shadow Taoist. This sword chi was extremely devastating and unbreakable. Green Shadow Taoist's robes were instantly torn apart, instantly plunging him into a sorry state. He immediately raised his bottle gourd and muttered a chant. The bottle gourd trembled, the mouth shot out a light aura. It was a bizarre green light. These green lights were no longer enchanting but filled with life. Upon leaving the bottle gourd, it immediately enveloped Green Shadow Taoist's body, transforming all of his broken treasures and body into a perfect state once again. Human, me not fighting you is simply because it is an inconvenience. If you truly anger this old one, killing you will only take a second. Green Shadow Taoist snorted. To Su Yun, these words could not shake him, but surprisingly, the death sword seemed to become even more angry, causing the anger in his heart to swell, and the power being poured into him by the death sword suddenly increased. So, he swung his sword. A pitch-black sword chi flew out and struck Green Shadow Taoist. Just as it was approaching the Taoist, the sword chi cracked and transformed into 100 rays of minute sword chi. These sword chi released their own evil spirits that fiercely attacked him. All these evil spirits seemed to be the evil spirits that the death sword had once devoured. Su Yun's weakened consciousness was surprised. Green Shadow Daoist's face became unsightly. He kept the bottle gourd and swung both of his hands, causing 100 palm images to appear around him, frantically attacking the evil spirits. Some evil spirits were weaker and shattered upon impact from the palm images, but there were some evil spirits that were extremely powerful, taking the attack from the palm images head-on while attacking Green Shadow Daoist. Green Shadow Daoist's body was clawed deeply. Evil spirit chi seeped into his body and started to cause the profound spirit chi in his body to become a mess. It was a force that came from the death sword. Su Yun was incapable of using such power. Seems like if I do not use a bit of my real strength, it will not go well. Green Shadow Daoist snorted, his figure flickered, he once again appeared 10 m away, instantly escaping from the attacks of the evil spirits. He started to do multiple hand seals, his hands and fingers constantly changing into different forms, activating a mystical technique. He roared out loud, causing the sky to instantly turn green. Thousands of large palms that spanned across the entire sky plummeted down, fiercely smashing towards Su Yun. Boom, 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 boom. This attack caused the ground to tremble non-stop. The entire island of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace started swaying. Roar! A loud and clear roar resonated outwards. Sets of terrifying power enveloped a radius of 3,000 m as wailful sounds came out from the bottle gourd in Green Shadow Daoist's hands. He then threw it up into the sky, allowing it to revolve at an astonishing fast rate. Gulalalala. Green Shadow Daoist started to murmur some weird language. At the same time, many horrifying and peerless dark green spirits flew out from the bottle gourd. They covered the entire sky, maintaining their distorted postures that they had right before they died, and fiercely pounced onto Su Yun. Eat him! I order all of you to eat him! Green Shadow Daoist roared. The spirits seemed to be probed by something, their wails becoming even louder. Seeking death. Su Yun bellowed, the death sword danced in his hands as it released even more evil chi, and like a giant mouth, it started to devour the evil spirits. What? Green Shadow Daoist was shocked as he watched the scene with his eyes wide open. He finally understood, the sword was a sword capable of devouring spirits. Su Yun held onto the sword hilt tightly and rushed at Green Shadow Daoist. The malevolent spirit chi forced Green Shadow Daoist to not dare to rush forward. Above the azure blue sky, Ling Xianwei gasped for breath. He hit on the cloud and flew away at a fast speed. Fortunately, Master appeared in the nick of time, if not I would have died in Su Yun's hands. Ling Xianwei gritted his teeth, unhappiness and rage in his eyes. Just that last step. Just one last step. As long as we have Su Qinger, we can complete the ceremony and become the gods of this world. Damn that Su Yun! Why are you against me, why? Sigh. He became agitated and opened his wounds, causing his entire body to convulse in the pain. Although he was severely injured with his arms and legs gone, it was not important. With medicine and pills, he could recover the broken limbs and be reborn. But what made Ling Xianwei feel bitter was that he did not obtain Su Qinger. The blood, sweat and tears of all the previous sect leaders of the Profound Sky sect were about to go down the drain as the plan was failing in his hands. Thinking about how Su Yun stripped him of everything and destroyed his plans, burning flames of anger soared in his heart. He buried his head in the cloud and screamed in pain, Su Yun! You made me fall to this. I will never let you go. I, Ling Xianwei, swear, I will make you live a life beyond death. I definitely will. So. Just then, a red light aura suddenly shot out from the side and instantly pierced through the cloud and smashed Ling Xianwei's chest. Ah! Ling Xianwei screamed in pain and rolled down from the cloud straight down to the ocean. Plop! He dropped down, but strangely he did not fall into the water, but onto something similar to an ice block directly above the ocean. He raised his head and looked around, noticing a young lady dressed in red with fox ears and a large white fox tail at her back walking on the water surface towards him. Kill Su Yun? Your thoughts ain't bad, but a pity you will not have a chance to do so. The young lady lifted up the blood-red sword in her hand and smiled, her eyes revealing a crafty look.
Lang Xianwei was startled for a moment, then immediately became gloomy. You are Hu Qianmei? Eh? You know me? Hu Qianmei asked. I have investigated everyone that had interacted with Su Yun before. You are a half-human half-spirit demon. Those fox ears and tail are very obvious. Naturally, I can tell who you are. Lang Xianwei gasped for breath. His expression did not reveal any fear. He said, Su Yun arranged for you to stop me here? That's right. Hu Qianmei nodded her head. Whatever he does, he likes to leave a backup plan. Before taking action, he already contacted me, but he did not directly allow me to participate in the battle. Instead, he had me wait on the islands near the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. If you were to escape, I will have to intercept you. Your cultivation ain't bad, second stage of the Spirit Star Realm, but do you think you can stop me? Su Yun said that if you were to escape, you would be severely injured, so with my cultivation, it will be more than enough. If you are not injured, why would you choose to escape? After all you already threw in everything you have. Hee, I never thought Su Yun would understand me so well. Lang Xianwei laughed at himself. He turned and looked at Hu Qianmei. Hu Qianmei, why are you following Su Yun? What can he give you? Why not you follow me? Take Su Qinger back for me and dual cultivate with me. I will promise you that you will enter the Spirit Master realm and become the lord of this continent. What about it? Really? Hu Qianmei's face was stunned, and then became joyous. Lang Xianwei's eyes flashed with an unreadable light aura. He nodded his head. Of course, Lang Xianwei, will always fulfill my promises. Then what do you want me to do? Hu Qianmei extended her little finger and placed it on her lips and smiled. Why, you just have to bring me back to the Profound Sky Sect. Once I return to the Profound Sky Sect and recover, you will use your relation with Su Yun, and cheat the two of them into a trap that I have planned. Once I seize the both of them, everything will be completed. Lang Xianwei gasped and said, That sounds good. But there is one point that you might not know. Hu Qianmei smiled. What do I not know? It is about my physique. Hu Qianmei spun her blood-red sword and walked towards Lang Xianwei. Su Yun, that asshole, he took my body, so now the both of us are sharing talent as one. If he dies, then my talent and cultivation will disappear, so, do you think that I will harm him? What? Lang Xianwei was startled. He had never heard of that before. Furthermore, Hu Qianmei licked her lips and laughed. If I were to absorb you and take your cultivation, isn't that even better? Why should I work with you? That's too troublesome. Ha ha. With that said, Hu Qianmei stabbed her sword into Lang Xianwei's head. Lang Xianwei cried miserably, his entire body spasmed on the spot. Gudu gudu gudu. A strange and bizarre sound came out from the sword. Xiao xiao xiao. An evil spirit enveloped with sword chi shot towards Green Shadow Daoist like a shooting star. At the moment, Green Shadow Daoist was in a terrible situation. His bottle gourd had a few cracks. He gasped for breath as he stared at the existence filled with evil chi. Damn it, is he human or an evil being? Why is his technique stronger than mine? His evil spirit force seems to be endless. Green Shadow Daoist secretly thought. For some reason, he felt that Su Yun was attacking more fiercely as time passed, and became even more decisive. He was also using less and less techniques but attacking completely with brute force. Could it be, he is already completely under the control of the sword and lost his human mind? Green Shadow Daoist secretly thought. He was right. The current Su Yun had almost lost all of his consciousness, his strength had reached an unprecedented stage, his entire person was completely under the control of the sword. He waved his hand. Clang dang. A gigantic sword chi that seemed to be able to slice heaven and earth emerged from the death sword's tip. This sword chi swept through the air and cut through a few islands, directly towards Green Shadow Daoist. Upon nearing him, the sword chi released an extremely large armored evil god. Its power erupted, causing Green Shadow Daoist to be shocked. He flipped his hand and released 9,981 Taiji diagrams as a shield, but these Taiji diagrams were as thin as paper and were instantly shattered. the evil spirit lunged onto his body, ripping every inch of his skin and caused him to retreat backwards, ending with a heavy fall onto a mountain. So powerful. Green Shadow Daoist stood up with much difficulty. He could taste sweetness in his mouth, and coughed out blood. He was an existence that could easily kill someone like Lang Xianwei, but in front of Su Yun, he could not even make a move. What cultivation is he at now? Green Shadow Daoist was shook. Just then, the person started to walk towards him again. The evil chi became deep and clear, the screams from the darkness becoming louder and louder. He could feel his entire body being enveloped by the evil chi, and very quickly, his body could no longer be seen. Sly! Sly! Release the sword in your hands. If you don't, you will forever become the vessel of the sword. Quickly, release the sword. Just then, an anxious voice sounded out in Su Yun's mind. Su Yun's extremely frail consciousness jolted. Fengling Shen? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382. The Battle with the Profound Sky Sect, End. That's right, it's me. Sly, quickly release the sword. Throw the sword away now. Quickly. Fengling Sheng's voice was extremely panicky. Hearing that, Su Yun's entire body started to tremble, a cold feeling enveloping his entire body. His weakened consciousness recovered slightly. This consciousness was like a person who had just awakened and was trying his best to get out of bed. He wanted to let go of the death sword, but at that moment, the death sword's hilt seemed like a suction pad, tightly sticking to his palm. Regardless of how he struggled, he was unable to let go of it. This sword is truly something special. Sly, if you become strong enough in the future, you must definitely subdue this sword and make it fear you from inside out. Make it unleash its strongest power for you. Fengling Sheng's voice came out again. Following that, a blue figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yun. He slammed straight into Su Yun's body, and at the moment of possession, Su Yun's consciousness snapped. He recovered himself and realized that his hands were empty, while his consciousness was quickly recovering. In the close distance, Fengling Sheng that was covered with his azure light aura laid on the ground weakly. His body seemed to be a spirit body, like the Sword Elder in the past. Su Yun's eyes opened wide as he stared in astonishment. Fengling Sheng. You? Although my physical body is destroyed, my spirit and soul still exists, and I will not disappear so easily. In the past, what Lang Xianwei saved was my physical body, so I owe him my physical body, and have no other relation to him from now on. Fengling Sheng revealed his same gentle smile. At the moment, his spirit body was extremely weak, as though he was about to disappear. Su Yun knew why he was like that. The reason he was able to escape the control of the death sword was because of Fengling Sheng. Su Yun focused and picked up the death sword once again, but this time, he did not let the death sword control him, he completely suppressed it instead. The surging tides of profound spirit force retreated, the astonishing strength also depleted, and his cultivation turned back to the fourth stage of the spirit star realm. Hee, you actually released the power of the sword. You truly are stupid. Without the support from your sword, this old man can kill you with one finger. Green Shadow Daoist's eyes lit up with a golden light. Supporting his chest, he struggled to stand up. The old face filled with wrinkles revealed joy. Without the support of the sword, what can he do? Although I am somewhat overestimating myself, but with the current you, maybe I have a chance. Su Yun held onto the death sword tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Green Shadow Daoist's entire body was filled with injuries, half of his profound spirit force was depleted. In the battle with the death sword, he wasn't in an advantageous position at all and was constantly oppressed. He was currently heavily injured, so Su Yun believed that he had a chance. Thinking about that, Su Yun drew out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and threw it out. Upon leaving his hand, the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword flew straight forward, whilst the sub-swords from the sword sheath all flew out like a gushing tide.
Although he could leave, but if he were to do that, Fengling Shang would most probably be captured and refined by Green Shadow Daoist. Suyun was not certain and could not guarantee that Green Shadow Daoist would continue to find Qinger, and because of these reasons, he could only stay to fight. Just a minor accomplishment. Green Shadow Daoist bellowed. With a move of his finger, a gigantic stone pillar flew out from the ground. Like a mountain, it instantly stopped all of the flying swords. Suyun's eyes flashed with a cold look. He swung his arm, and the sub-swords separated to the left and right, the sharp sword blades cutting through this big stone. After that, he waved his hand again. The Desolator led its sub-swords and flew towards the right to flank Green Shadow Daoist. His movements are truly sharp and decisive. Bottle Gourd True Arts. Green Shadow Daoist cried out and threw the green bottle gourd. It instantly shattered and exploded into many pieces that started to stick onto his crooked body, forming some sort of armor attachment. When the Desolator approached and started to attack, only the sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Ha, this is a sky-level treasure. Do you think that just by relying on those weak swords, that you can cut through my armor? What a joke. Watch how I take care of you. Green Shadow Daoist laughed out loud. The armor formed by the pieces of the bottle gourd flashed a green light. He then opened his mouth and began to inhale towards Suyun's direction. In that moment, a shockingly powerful suction attacked Suyun, causing him to lose control and fly towards Green Shadow Daoist. Be careful, Suyun, he is merged with the bottle gourd. He now has the abilities of the bottle gourd. If you get swallowed by him, you will definitely die. Fengling Shang shouted. Hearing that, Suyun's expression turned serious. He instantly threw the death sword straight towards Green Shadow Daoist's heart. Clang! The death sword struck onto the armor around the heart, but was unable to penetrate through. Despite that, Suyun was not afraid. He waved his hands again, activating the limitless sword arts. Sword concept resonated out along with the fervent activation of the monarch occult force. Boundless sword chi swept forward like a hurricane. All of the few hundred swords around started to react. With the death sword at the center, they quickly converged. Like when Suyun broke through the enchantment barrier of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, the swords acted together and formed a pyramid-like structure. 1 sword, 2 swords, 4 swords, 8 swords. They continued to stack while striking the sword in front of them. The force released by the death sword became stronger and stronger, causing the pressure sustained by the armor to reach a terrifying level, and finally, crack! A clear and crisp sound came out. What? Green Shadow Daoist was shocked. He immediately stopped the sucking power at Suyun and anxiously retreated. How could he have ever known that a sword could be used like that? With the suction force removed, Suyun took the chance to regain balance. He extended his hand and grabbed onto the death sword. He then used his left hand to form hand seals, causing the flying swords to split into 2 formations and surrounded Green Shadow Daoist, one closer to him, another further from him, one in a scattered formation while the other packed together. They attacked relentlessly. 8 parts 8 whole sword formation. Nice! Seeing that, Fengling Shang, who was by the side, revealed bright eyes and could not resist but to shout out. Suyun's powerful formation was actually able to put him ahead. Although the opponent was most probably a spirit master cultivator, he was not at a great disadvantage. Suyun leapt up and rushed into the sword formation. Dancing along with the death sword, he slashed down ferociously at Green Shadow Daoist's neck. With a look of astonishment, Green Shadow Daoist snorted disdainfully. You clearly know that the armor on me is difficult to break through, but you are still aiming at my neck, which I had protected the best. You truly are stupid. With that said, Green Shadow Daoist released his old wrinkled palm and smashed towards Suyun. It was such a good opportunity. How could Green Shadow Daoist let it go? But just as Death Sword's edge was about to reach Green Shadow Daoist's neck, the Death Sword's body was suddenly retracted as Suyun pulled back with astonishing reverse momentum, and aimed straight at the crack at the chest. Wadash! Green Shadow Daoist was beyond shocked. Suyun's sudden retraction had completely disregarded the inertia and reaction of a human's ability, as though the sword was his hand. Whatever he wanted to do, he could. This was what Fengling Shang had taught, using the heart to control the sword. Be one with the sword. Poochie. The sword tip pierced into the crack and straight into Green Shadow Daoist's heart. His eyes immediately dimmed greatly. It was a pity he was not an evil being. If he was, the death sword could directly absorb him and leave nothing behind. To actually die at the hands of a fourth-stage spirit star realm cultivator, I am truly unreconciled to it, but do not think that it will end like this. Green Shadow Daoist roared weakly. He extended his palm out towards Su Yun. The palm was filled with destructive power. Su Yun's face changed. He immediately pulled back and retreated. He did not dare be overzealous. However, victory was only an inch away. Green Shadow Daoist's heart was injured. Evil force was flowing into him through the death sword, and immediately, all of the spirit essence in his body was being corroded. His fighting abilities plummeted greatly, and Su Yun already had the chance to slay him. However, a spirit master cultivator will definitely have many backup plans. Such an almighty being with unknown origins, how could he not have any life-saving treasures? A crafty rabbit will have many holes. Now should be the time for him to use whatever he has. I need to watch for the opportunity to take his life. Su Yun thought. He was not anxious. Since he already held the advantage, killing Green Shadow Daoist was only a matter of time. But at this moment, a tornado with an indescribable pressure that enveloped the skies covered the entire Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Su Yun immediately felt difficulty in breathing. His entire body was in extreme pain. He used the sword to support himself. With his face flushed red, he raised his head up to look. What's going on? The center of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace released a gold light, then rumbling sounds started emerging. It was the place where the big gate to Ultimate Martial World was located. The low resounding noise came out for a while, and then a stern and bright female voice came out from inside the gate. What rats dare to trespass into the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace? Are you tired of living? Upon saying that, a few figures flew over. They were a few beautifully dressed ladies. The lady in the lead had brilliance of light beneath her feet like a fairy descending from the heavens. She dressed in a colorful gold gown with exquisite features. She looked similar to Shangguan Mei Yan, but what shook people was the aura being released from her. Su Yun had never seen such a powerful aura. She could even be considered unrivaled. Who is she? He looked at the person, his mind filled with shock and suspicion. It was his first time meeting these people. And, what shocked the rest even more were that when Green Shadow Daoist saw them, he was initially startled, before instantly kneeling down on both knees and started to kowtow endlessly, his entire body trembling in fear. Immortal Senior, spare me! Immortal Senior, spare me! This foolish one did not know that this was Immortal Senior's lands. I plead Immortal Senior to spare me. Green Shadow Daoist seemed completely fearful of her as he trembled incessantly, his voice filled with alarm. Does he recognize them? But with just their appearance, he is already frightened out of his wits. I am afraid that their cultivation levels are extraordinarily terrifying. Humph! Rat! You stained my sacred and clean land. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. The woman snorted, her long slender hands gently waved as she did an action similar to grabbing the air. Poochie! Green Shadow Daoist was smashed into a ball. His entire body instantly exploded as blood, flesh and bones scattered everywhere. He had transformed into a blood flower, utterly killed, even his spirit was destroyed. Terrifying. Almighty being. That is a true almighty being. Su Yun, be careful, do not provoke her. This sort of existence is someone I can maybe contest against if I did not lose my cultivation, but now, you and me are not even worth ants to her. Feng Shang ran over and shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383. Leaving. A true almighty being? For the time it takes a person to raise the hand, she had scared Green Shadow Daoist, someone who's possibly a spirit master cultivator, to the point that he had to kneel down. What kind of cultivation is that? Can the Sky Martial Continent hold such a person? So. Just then, many figures flew out in the sky. Su Yun looked carefully and noticed that it was Shangguan Mei Yang and her disciples. They quickly landed back on the island and knelt down in front of the fairy-like existence, as Shangguan Mei Yang greeted her with respect. "Your daughter greets you, mother." "We greet mistress." Beautiful voices sounded out in unison. "Mother?" Mistress Su Yun immediately realized. The one who they called mother and mistress was the true mistress of the divine cloud immortal palace. But she looks too young, as though she is a pure young lady who had not lost her purity. "Fengling Shang, do you know what cultivation realm she's in now?" Su Yun spoke softly to Fengling Shang's spirit body. "I do not know, but I am afraid that she is even more powerful than I was when I was at my peak, and must be someone with status even in the ultimate martial world." Fengling Shang replied. "Is he trying to make himself sound powerful?" The corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched. He then asked again, "Who are those beside her?" "I think they are not ordinary people at all." Hearing that, Su Yun began to carefully size them up. Without question, it was not a problem for the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace to rule Sky Martial Continent with its tyrannical power. With such an existence, it actually chose to form a sect in it? Why weren't they staying in the ultimate martial world? The lady from the other side gradually flew over and landed in front of Shangguan Mei Yang. She extended her hand out and pulled Mei Yang up, ruffling her hair. She smiled gently. "My daughter, how does it feel?" "How does it feel?" "Feel what?" Shangguan Mei Yang was confused. Actually, Mistress had already used the Sky Dawn mirror and divined everything that would have happened today. A lady by the side said. "Ah." Shangguan Mei Yang was surprised, then said, "Then mother, why did you choose to go to the ultimate martial world today?" "Naturally, it's for you to temper yourself." "Temper?" "Yes, temper your ability to handle matters. No wonder you got all the senior sisters to go." "Silly girl, you have to call them auntie. They are my blood sisters." "No, senior sisters are very young." "Then your mother doesn't look young?" "But even if you look young, you're still my mother." Shangguan Mei Yang giggled and said. She was not as dignified as she was before. She was completely like a child laughing and talking. "All right. There's still outsiders, don't lose our face here." The Divine Cloud Immortal Palace Mistress Shangguan Chengchang knocked Shangguan Mei Yan lovingly on her forehead. She then composed herself and turned and walked towards Su Yun. "I greet Senior." Su Yun spoke out and cupped his fists. "You don't have to be too polite." Shangguan Chengchang looked at Su Yun, then said, "A fourth stage spirit star realm actually dares to fight with a spirit master cultivator. Although he was already injured, you have displayed an unusual strength. Let me ask you, the technique you used, is it the limitless sword art?" Hearing that, Su Yun's heart jumped. "Does Senior know the limitless sword sect?" "Yes, I do, but I understand that now, the limitless sword sect does not have many people left. Their numbers are too few. They pay particular attention to gifted talents to pass on their inheritance. Only people suitable to train in the limitless sword art are recruited by them. Thus the limitless sword sect is extremely small, but in terms of swordplay, the limitless sword arts is one of a kind. There was once a monarch that exercised sole hegemony in an area of the ultimate martial world. His cultivation is unknown but was known to be extremely high. However, it was said that he died under the limitless sword art. Who did it? This I do not know. You limitless sword sect people always does things in a low profile. Su Yun nodded his head, and did not speak further. Shangguan Chengchang looked at Fengling Shang who was beside Su Yun. After looking at him for a moment, she said, "A man from the Feng family, what are you doing here?" Fengling Shang revealed a bitter smile. "Fengling Shang greets Senior." "Fengling Shang?" Shangguan Chengcheng frowned, but did not carry on speaking. Fengling Shang clasped his hands towards her and said, "Senior, this door to the ultimate martial world of yours, are you willing to open it for this junior? This junior is but a spirit body now. If I can return to ultimate martial world, I can reconstruct my fleshly body and resurrect. You are a person from the Feng family, I have to show face to the Feng family, let me get Lan Ru to arrange it. Thank you senior for your grace, Feng Lingsheng will keep this in my heart. Feng Lingsheng was ecstatic, he clasped his hands once again. Very quickly, a pretty lady dressed in yellow silk clothes walked over, she extended her hands out at Feng Lingsheng, please. Oh? I'm going now? Please give me a moment. Feng Lingsheng smiled, he then turned and walked to Su Yun and smiled, sly, oh no, Su Yun, I'm going now. Take care. I hope when I see you next time, you will have recovered. Su Yun laughed. The ultimate martial world is a land that has plenty of treasures, you don't have to worry about me, if you have the chance to come to the ultimate martial world, remember to look for me. Definitely. Good. Feng Lingsheng nodded his head, then I will see you again. Take care. Su Yun smiled. Feng Lingsheng turned and left. Who knows if I will be able to go to the ultimate martial world, with my current strength, I think it will be unbearable for me. If I provoke any almighty being there, it will be the end for me. Young master. Just then, an anxious shout came out, Su Yun turned and looked, to see Qing'er rushing over. Seeing that, he immediately hugged her. Young master, are you alright? Qing'er sobbed lightly, her face revealing guilt as she blamed herself. Qing'er is useless, Qing'er is unable to help young master, and young master is always risking your life for Qing'er. Qing'er is too useless. The young lady felt pain in her heart, she knew that she was always receiving Su Yun's protection and knew that all of the disasters that had been upon Su Yun was because of her. She hated that she could not help him, and could only hide. Qing'er was not a dumb girl, she knew the situation and understood the circumstances, therefore she knew of her inability. But the only consolation was that everything was over. It's over, young master, we do not need to live in days of hiding ever again. Qing'er revealed a bitter smile, she reminisced about the past and the tough journey had finally simmered down. Yes, it's over, Qing'er, at long last we are free from the persecution of others, we do not need to be apprehensive and can find a small town and live freely. Su Yun had long hated the life of murders and killings, although everything that had happened in the past few years had gave birth to a thirst for power, but if he was with the person he liked, that thirst could be suppressed. But before that, he had another matter he needed to attend to. He turned and said, Qing'er, although everything is over, I still need to make a trip to Sacred Sky Mountain, Sword Elder died for me, I need to help transform him into a Xiantian sword body. Tian, in chapter 365, I termed it as innate sword body, but there are not much explanations to it, I will keep it to Xiantian sword body first. Sorry for the confusion. Speaking about Xiantian sword body, it seems that Qingyu is one too. Yes. Qing'er nodded her head obediently. She hesitated for a moment and after seemingly coming to a conclusion, she spoke softly, actually, young master, Qing'er. Qing'er wants to stay here for a while. Stay here? Su Yun was startled. Young master, don't misunderstand, it is not that Qing'er does not want to be with young master, but Qing'er's cultivation is still too weak and am unable to help young master if there are troubles and instead will be a burden, so Qing'er has decided to stay here to train, and not be a burden anymore. Qing'er lowered her head and said, as she spoke on and on, her voice became extremely meek. In truth, Su Yun did not know that Qing'er's desire for strength was even more intense than his. Qing'er has the most potential out of all the disciples Mei Yang has accepted, her physique is unique, I have the intentions to groom her. In the future, perhaps she will have her own achievements. Just then, Shangwan Xingchang interrupted them. Unique physique? Su Yun stared at Shangwan Xingchang and said, Senior knows what physique Qing'er has? Of course I do. Shangwan Chengcheng frowned, what? You think that I will harm her? If you are not comfortable with it, you can bring her away. Hearing that, Su Yun became slightly ashamed, for Shangwan Chengcheng to say that, made him look as if he was a petty person. Seeing the determination in Qing'er's eyes, Su Yun thought for a moment, then nodded his head, alright, since it is like that, then you'll stay here, the people here are fine and I believe that they will treat you well. Wait till I have resolved all my matters, then I will come and find you. Okay. Qinger smiled. Suyun turned and walked towards Shangwan Meiyang and Shangwan Changchang. He cupped his fists towards them and turned to leave. Young master. Just then, Qinger suddenly called out. Yes? Suyun turned and looked at her strangely, but before he could react, a gentle kiss was planted on his lips. After a long while, their lips separated. Qinger, whose face was flushed red, turned and said gently, Young master, take care. Yes. Suyun recovered from it, he licked his lips and revealed a strange smile, then turned and left. I still thought that Suyun was an upright gentleman, who knew he is lusting for my disciple's beauty. Shangwan Meiyang scoffed, she flicked her sleeves then said, Mother, let us go. Yes. After leaving the divine cloud immortal palace, Suyun leisurely looked towards the direction of the sacred sky mountain. He left the islands and flew towards the shore. At that moment, there was a group evil realm beings waiting for him. After confirming that there was nothing else, the evil beings all bade farewell to Suyun and returned to the evil realm. The evil realm was not like the Sky Martial continent, there were too much unrest there, and the experts had to return to their cities to keep guard, as many enemies were watching the evil king city and the evil emperor palace. However, Suyun was not worried about the matters of the evil realm. He arrived beneath a big tree and sat down quietly. After an unknown period of time, a set of footsteps arrived behind. He turned his body, but just as he turned, a cold sword concept sneaked forward. After that, the sword fiercely stabbed straight for his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384. Sword Origin Life Source. Clang. The clear sound resounded out. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword accurately blocked the incoming short red sword. The might of the sword was extremely dense, causing Suyun's shoulder to turn numb. Hu Qian Mi. Suyun saw who was it and called out. Hee, your reaction did not dull at all. Hu Qianmei giggled while swinging her large white tail. Seeing that, Suyun grabbed her tail. The moment he had it in his hands, Hu Qianmei's petite figure immediately fell. Her white face was flushed red. She looked at Suyun with her charming eyes and with a numb and bone-chilling voice, she spoke out, You naughty boy, must you do this upon seeing me? You are too anxious already, I'm not even mentally prepared yet. Her enchanting and alluring voice can truly make anybody feel the heat. She is super dangerous. Suyun anxiously calmed his mind. He released his hand and coughed a few times. He immediately changed the topic. Is Lung Xianwei dead? He's dead. Hu Qianmei's tail continued waving. The flush on her face subsided slightly. After that she raised the blood-red short sword. His cultivation is in my sword. I never expected that I would be able to absorb an 8th-stage spirit star realm existence. With it, I am afraid that I will easily ascend to the 5th or 6th stage of the spirit star realm. This sort of encounter is truly one that occurs only every 10,000 years. The next time I see my junior sister, I am afraid that she will be unable to even fight me. You still want to kill her? Suyun felt a headache. TCH, I am not that petty, but the debt of the immortal sword sect, I must collect. I just don't have the time recently. Hu Qianmei's mouth twitched. Suyun was too lazy to reply. Where are you going next? To Dragon Prison Canyon. 4. It's complicated, I can't explain it to you in a short time. You stinking brat, are you there to court someone? You're thinking too much. Forget it, anyways I can't be bothered with you. Hu Qianmei snorted for a moment, then smiled. Hey, Suyun, now that everything is almost done, shouldn't we begin our proper business? Proper business? What proper business? Suyun was startled. Hu Qianmei waved the sword in her hand, her small face revealing a sneaky smile. The profound sky sect was done for. The profound sky sect's Lang Xianwei's death was publicized, and the news of them colluding with the evil beings had spread in the Sky Martial continent, causing all of the sects to form an alliance to handle them. resulting in many of the Profound Sky Sect's disciples leaving the sect, escaping in all directions. No one dared to call themselves as disciples of the Profound Sky Sect, afraid that they would be handled like evil beings. Thus the large and powerful Profound Sky Sect fell apart, the sect land fell, and countless of treasures and wealth were seized by the various large sections. Suyun did not like it, and immediately asked Qinger to inform Shangguan Mei Yang about the situation and used the name of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace to publicly inform the entire continent that all the things of Profound Sky Sect belonged to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, and no one was to take them. To be able to stop Profound Sky Sect's large army and kill Lang Xianwei, the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace's name shook the entire continent. Many people did not understand the truth of the matter, adding that the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace was extremely secretive, no one dared to provoke them. Thus upon sending out the warning, no one dared to barge into the Profound Sky Sect anymore. Suyun used this chance and arranged for the evil beings to collect everything from the sect and move them back to Evil Realm. Shangguan Mei Yang and I killed Lang Xianwei and that green shadow Taoist ourselves. I even risked my life to kill those other people. How can others take their items? After Ming Nan sent people to move the resources from the Profound Sky Sect, the Profound Sky Sect became an empty shell. When the tree topples, the monkeys scatter. Either the Profound Sky Sect joined into other sects, or they wandered around alone in the world, but the Profound Sky Sect had been removed from the continent. However, compared to that, Suyun became interested in a secret manual of the Profound Sky Sect. It was found on Lang Xianwei's Jade Island. As Lang Xianwei's item, it recorded many secret rooms in the Sky Martial continent, something that only the Patriarch of the Profound Sky Sect could hold. The secret manual was extremely thick, and it was not easy to finish reading it. Suyun kept it with him and read it from time to time. Everything was more or less straightened out. Suyun then started to make his way towards Dragon Prison Canyon. He donned a cape, stepped on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and flew quickly. 2 months later, he finally arrived at Dragon Prison Canyon. Dragon Prison Canyon was situated at the northern part of the continent, where the land was barren with no beast or any resources for spirit cultivators. It was truly a barren land. It was said that the Dragon Prison Canyon had an evil dragon sealed within it, and thus its name, but Suyun absolutely never thought that it was the legendary Sacred Sky Mountain. He retrieved Sword Elder's sword stone, rode on a purple-horned beast and rode on a path in the Dragon Prison Canyon, with pitch-black valley walls on his sides. Maybe the Sacred Sky Mountain was hidden inside them. Everything comes to the man who waits. One day later, Suyun discovered a land of ruins deep inside the Dragon Prison Canyon. It was located on a high plateau at the end of the canyon. It was not large, the houses were dilapidated, covered with ash and dust, and in the center was a stone statue of a sword that was covered in moss and weed, its surface layer showing signs of age. No one will ever think that it is an ancient sword sect. The big gates was already separated and decayed. Suyun walked on the yellow path and headed inside. There weren't much beautiful decorations, the buildings were comparable to simple single-story houses, the grounds were covered with many formation drawings that had already lost their effect and the engravings were all blurred and vague. Suyun headed towards the main hall in the center, which was the structure right at the front of the stone sword statue. Entering the main hall, he could see that there were many statues inside, all of them roughly 4 m tall. Behind each statue hung sword sheaths with many swords on their backs. Suyu Kong, Jian Shimen, Shan Li, Long Yafeng. Suyun looked at the names written below the statues and called them out. These seems to be statues of the Patriarch and clan elders of Limitless Sword Sect? But, which of them is the Sword Elder? Suyun looked around. Suddenly, a black stone sword in the center entered his vision. Sword Origin Life Source? Is this Sword Elder's Sword Origin Life Source? Suyun quickly walked over and extended his hand. He touched the black stone sword and imbued profound spirit force into it. The energy accumulated inside the stone sword immediately activated and the entire stone sword released a faint light aura. Then an extremely familiar spirit chi leaked out. It was Sword Elder's spirit chi. Suyun did not dare delay, and immediately retrieved the sword stone. The moment the sword stone appeared, the black stone sword's light aura immediately became stronger. Seems like I'm right, this is definitely Clan Elder's sword origin life source. That time, Clan Elder had said to place the sword stone onto the sword, and he should be able to be reborn as a Xiantian sword body. Suyin muttered. He stared at the stone sword body. He took a deep breath and extended his hand, bringing the sword stone closer. Crack! The sword stone touched the sword body, spirit force interacted and a powerful force soared from the sword stone into the sword body. Then, nothing happened. The sword stone had been inlaid on the sword body, but nothing happened between them. What is going on? Suyin frowned. Could it be that the sword stone should not be placed on the sword body? And the sword elder got it wrong? Suyin thought. Then, a probable scenario swept past his mind, causing his face to immediately go pale white. Could the sword stone have lost its spirituality? Suyin pressed on the sword stone, his eyes were wide open, his mind in deep thoughts. Sword origin life source? I never thought that you would be able to discover a sword origin life source? Not bad, Suyin, quickly take it, you can use it to create a powerful sword. Just as Suyin was panicking, Ling Changyu's voice came out. That's right, Changyu. Suyin rejoiced in his heart. He anxiously asked, Changyu, do you know about the sword origin life source? Then do you know how to merge the spirit body with the sword origin life source, transforming it into a Xiantian sword body? Xiantian sword body? What do you want to do? This sword origin life source is sword elders, Suyin anxiously explained once, and upon hearing it, Ling Qingyu roughly understood. Oh, so now the sword elder's sword stone and this sword origin life source is unable to merge, right? This sword origin life source is formed under special circumstances. Before sword elder's spirit body disappears, he had used a special mystical technique to transform himself into a sword stone, and using the sword origin life source, it can truly transform him into a Xiantian sword body. But because this sword origin life source has been here for too long, it has already lost its power, so the sword stone is unable to merge with it. If you want to revive the sword elder, you need to completely awaken the power inside the sword origin life source. How do we awaken it? Simple, you just need some treasures. But these treasures are not in the Sky Martial continent, so it will not be easy for you to gather them. Ling Chengyu said. Sky Martial continent doesn't have them? Yeah, I remember that there are 2 of them that only exists in Ultimate Martial World. The Sky Martial continent should not have it, of course. I excluded the possibility of someone taking them out of Ultimate Martial World, but the possibility of that is too small. Hearing that, Suyin thought for a long time. After that, he seemed to have made a decision. He took the sword origin life source and kept it in his storage ring. What do you plan to do next? Ling Qingyu asked curiously. Sword Elder saved me, how can I not save him? Naturally, I'm going to the Ultimate Martial World. Ling Qingyu was startled. She replied straight away, you have to consider it carefully, the Ultimate Martial World is not like the Sky Martial continent. Over there, powerful cultivators of a different realm exist. Although you are currently a 4th stage spirit star realm, it is considered nothing great there. I am just going there to gather materials, I am not trying to do anything, so the powerful cultivators wouldn't do anything with me, right? Suyin reasoned out. Hard to say, there are no rules in the world of the strong. Furthermore, you have the Monarch Occult Force, Heavenly Crystal etc. with you. They are still treasures in Ultimate Martial World. If they desire your treasures, your life might be taken as well. But since he had made the decision, Suyin did not want to waste time. He decided to return to the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace to ask Shangguan Mei Yang to allow him to enter the Ultimate Martial World. Keeping Sword Elder's sword origin life source well, Suyin then went around the Limitless Sword sect. As too much time had passed, many things had transformed into dust, even the engravings and array formations on the walls had all turned unusable. Suyin did not continue tarrying. After a round, he left the land that had been buried with time, and headed towards the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Maybe I will return here again, but currently, the most important thing is to revive Sword Elder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385. Entering the Ultimate Martial World. Heading to the Ultimate Martial World requires a proof of qualifications. If you do not have that, then you will be classified as a vagabond that does not belong to any kingdom. Vagabonds are not taken care of. In other words, such an existence can be killed by anyone. Are you sure you want to enter the Ultimate Martial World without any proof? Inside the main hall of the Divine Cloud Immortal Palace, Shangguan Mei Yang asked indifferently. Proof of qualifications to enter Ultimate Martial World? Who gives them out? Su Yun, who was below, asked. It isn't given by anyone, it's obtainable through a challenge, and it's more like a test of strength. If you're not strong enough, entering the Ultimate Martial World will be extremely dangerous. A 5th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator entering the Ultimate Martial World is the most ordinary of strength, but you are just a 4th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator. I'm afraid that you will not pass the test. The location for the challenge is set in the Ultimate Martial World. Without a proof to enter, the dangers and risks on your life is extremely high. Shangguan Mei Yang explained. Hearing that, Su Yun frowned. The location to obtain the proof is in the Ultimate Martial World? I can't enter Ultimate Martial World now. How can I ever obtain the proof of qualification? As long as you have someone from the Ultimate Martial World recognizing you, they can present the proof of qualifications, provided they themselves have additional proof of qualifications in their hands. I am sorry, but I do not have any additional proof of qualifications with me, because the place to obtain it is too far. Furthermore, I do not advocate for Divine Cloud Immortal Palace disciples to head to the Ultimate Martial World, thus I do not have any more. That is a world where, because of power, there are times that the world is beautiful, but there are times that it becomes even more cruel than the Sky Martial Continent. I plan to go to the Ultimate Martial World to obtain some materials, and would not even stay for too long. If it is convenient for Senior Shangguan, I hope that you can send me into the world. You really want to go? Yes. Su Yun replied with determination. Alright, since you have already made your decision, I will help you. Shangguan Mei Yang said indifferently. She then stood up and brought Su Yun to the gigantic steel doors in the center of the islands. The sealed steel doors locks required a special treasure held by Shangguan Mei Yang to open it, and only the mother and daughter of the entire Divine Cloud Immortal Palace had the master key. With a batch of disciples following them, Shangguan Mei Yang arrived before the big doors and retrieved the silver pearl-like master key. She then placed it in her hands, closed her eyes and started to mutter a chant. Slowly, the iron chains started wiggling, releasing metal sounds. At long last they fell to the ground, and the big doors slowly opened. A set of gold light aura leaked out of the big doors. Su Yun struggled to keep his eyes open as he looked inside the door only to see a blank space of void. Only the golden spiraling light inside was moving. Once you're in, you will have reached the connecting realm door to the Ultimate Martial World. I wish you good luck. Shangguan Mei Yang said to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded his head. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Zoo! Entering the spiral, his entire body immediately floated up like a cloud. His consciousness gradually disappeared and was routed away. It was an extremely magical feeling. The door was like an ultra-conveyance door that spanned across many realms. Who knows where the Ultimate Martial World truly is? After a long while, his consciousness started recovering. A gentle breeze swept across his face, making him feel extremely comfortable. Su Yun gradually opened his eyes and looked around. Is this Ultimate Martial World? All around him were birdsong and fragrant flowers. The blue sky and green meadows stretched across the horizon. It was a beautiful place and it didn't have much difference from the Sky Martial Continent. Su Yun stood atop a plateau and behind him was a gigantic steel door, which was open at the moment. So it's a new inexperienced chick? But from the looks of your profound spirit chi, your cultivation is not very high. Have you obtained the proof of qualifications for the Ultimate Martial World? Just as Su Yun was looking around, an old granny with a walking stick came out from behind the door. She smiled as she looked at Su Yun.
Greetings, Senior. Suyun cupped his fists and said, "Must I obtain a proof of qualifications to walk in the ultimate martial world?" "Of course." "Young man, who sent you here?" "Shangwan Mei Yang, does Senior know her? The little girl from the Shangwan family?" "Of course I know her." The old granny smiled. She should not have done such a foolish thing. People without the proof of qualifications will only be the prey for others, didn't she tell you that? Senior Shangwan did warn me before, but this junior is here just to gather a few materials. The ultimate martial world is full of illustrious heroes, and produce many materials that other realms do not have. This junior has no other choice but to take the risk. Suyun spoke in a respectful tone. He did not know the depth of the old woman, and taking a humble stance was never wrong. The old granny seemed to be satisfied with Suyun's actions. She nodded her head. "Young man, we don't have much polite people like you anymore. It could be considered fate that you have come here now, because not long ago, someone died near here and I took his proof of qualifications. Since I do not have use for it, I will gift it to you. Consider it as a gift of fate." With that said, the old granny retrieved a black order badge from her waist pocket and gave it to Suyun. Suyun was joyous. He accepted the proof of qualifications and looked at it once, and immediately bowed towards the old granny. "Thank you so much, Senior." "I am not a senior, I am merely a door guard. You can call me Flower Granny." The old granny laughed. "Flower Granny. Hee, good. Child, the owner of the proof of qualifications is dead, the connection in it has already been broken. Quickly bind it to yourself. You just have to drip a drop of blood on the order badge. A person with the proof of qualifications will be considered a person of ultimate martial world, and ordinary people will not do anything reckless to you. Killing people with proof of qualifications will only incite the law enforcement people to chase after them, but for those that die without qualifications, no one will care. You cannot be careless even with the proof of qualifications. If you were to provoke other people, they can kill you too." "Thank you for the warning, Senior. This junior will remember them well." Suyun nodded his head, and used spirit chi to cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the badge. In the next moment, it shot out a black light which bore into his heart. Suyun's body twitched slightly, and words started to appear on the badge. Suyun, 4th Stage Spirit Star Realm. Fighting Strength, 437. Current Rank, Beyond 10 million. Title, None. What are all these? Suyun was startled. What? The old granny looked at Suyun in puzzlement. What are all these information on the proof? What fighting strength? Rank? Title? What are these? Suyun pointed at the badge and asked. "Oh, those that's the results that the proof of qualifications has quantified from your personal strength. You cannot look down on this proof of qualifications. It is considered a treasure as well with a lot of usage," the old granny said. Hearing that, Suyun was surprised. He never thought that such a small proof of qualifications would have such a usage. Normally, you shouldn't let others see the information on your proof of qualifications, but many people now possess treasures that can find out the information on the proof. You have to be careful. In the wilderness, if people realize that your fighting strength is weaker than theirs, you will most likely be killed by them for your treasures so they could improve their fighting strength. Increase fighting strength? Can killing others increase your fighting strength? Young man, I initially thought that with you coming to the ultimate martial world, you should have the basic knowledge of this place, but I never thought that you know nothing at all. Alright, this old lady will tell you about it. In this world, strength is everything. Do you understand the implied meaning of ultimate martial? It hints to the limits of fighting strength. This is a world where fighting strength rules. With strength, you have everything, and in this world ranking and fighting strength is like an indicator of your strength. High ranks and fighting strength will bestow you with unimaginable advantages, and can give you everything, while low ranks and equivalent fighting strength will only make you suffer from the unjust acts of others. They will bully and kill you. Thus, in this world, if you want to live better, you have to continuously increase your fighting strength and advance in your ranks. As to how it goes about it,
every time you kill a person, your rank will be promoted, and every person you fight, regardless of result, can improve the growth of your fighting strength. Of course, breaking through in cultivation or having treasures can also increase your fighting strength. The difference is how much increase they provide. Alright, this is the fundamentals of this world. I'll leave the rest to your own enlightenment. The old granny laughed, and turned and walked back behind the steel door. Seems like this world has its own sets of rules. Suyun looked at the order badge in his hand, and then proceeded to place it into his storage ring. The storage ring was activated. A light halo came out, and Suyun placed the proof of qualifications into the light halo. But just as he tried to throw it in, it could not be accepted by the light. What's going on? Is the storage ring malfunctioning? Suyun became suspicious. Usually, treasures would not spoil, but that did not mean that they could not. You cannot put a proof of qualifications into storage rings. Don't tell me you don't know that? Just as Suyun was fumbling about, Ling Qingyu's voice came out. The sword sheath started to flicker with sets of light, and Ling Qingyu, who was pure white all over, appeared in front of Suyun. I completely forgot that I have a lady sword fairy in my sword sheath. Suyun smacked his own head and laughed. You are truly lucky, you are actually able to obtain a present from others. It's even a proof of qualifications. Although this is not something uncommon, but for cultivators who are not strong enough, it is extremely hard to obtain. You can only keep this with you, you cannot place it in a storage ring, and it is best for you not to conceal it, because if you do, others will not know that you have one and can use the excuse of not knowing that you had one on you, so they ended up killing you. Ling Qingyu said. There's such a rule? There are many rules in the ultimate martial world. Slowly learn them. Ling Qingyu threw those words, then stretched her back and started to run around casually. From time to time, she would touch the flowers around, or lie on the ground and breath slowly. It's been so long since I've come to the ultimate martial world, it feels so familiar. Come to think of it, Suyun, how do you plan to gather the materials for Sword Elder Xin Tian's sword body? Ling Qingyu, who was lying on the ground, asked. Fengling Sheng gave me an address before he left. He said that I can go and find him if I were to come to the ultimate martial world. Suyun gave the locations marked to Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu was more familiar with this place, maybe she knows where it is. She took the paper and glanced at it, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and her tone became slightly more serious. Fengling Sheng is from the Feng family, so you should know that the location is naturally the Feng family. Is that so? Then I can go and find him. Suyun said. Ling Qingyu shook her head with a look of helplessness. The Feng family is not that simple. If you were to go, you might not be able to enter. Why so? Your fighting strength is just too low. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 0386. Cold Hail Sword Formation. You're saying that I need a powerful and sufficient amount of fighting strength to look for Fengling Sheng? Suyun frowned. The Feng family is considered a big family, and there resides many people illegally seizing territory with means that are unfathomable. They can kill you with just one finger. The depth there is extremely deep. Don't provoke anybody there, but you can give it a try. Maybe you can really meet with Fengling Sheng. With your relationship with him, he will definitely be able to help you on this small matter. Ling Qingyu got up, her white hands hugging her voluptuous breasts. She continued, but since you're already here, you should still have some means of defending yourself. All those treasure that you have from the Sky Martial continent are enough there, but it isn't enough here. Since you can control more swords now, let me teach you 2 sword formations. I believe that if you were meet to people with fighting strength similar to yours, at least you can fight them. Hearing that, Suyun's eyes lit up. Ling Qingyu walked to the side of the road and picked up a tree branch and split it into 5 segments. Sword formations does not contend in sword techniques, it is even more abstruse. I will be teaching you one which you must learn well first, before teaching you an even more abstruse sword formation. But remember this first, the first sword formation's name is Cold Hail Sword Formation. As its name suggests, this sword formation speaks about bizarreness, extreme frost and cold concepts. When this sword formation expands outwards, you will possess complete authority inside, and whoever steps into the sword formation will have their lives dictated by you. As Ling Qingyu explained it, she released the 5 branches and instigated her profound spirit qi. The branches floated in the air and revolved around her for a moment and then flew in 5 different directions. The moment the 5 branches separated, sets of frigid aqua spirit qi released, flowing on the branches, which then caused them to disappear. Powerful cultivators with high attainments will be able to utilize 2 or more types of spirit essences, but you have the monarch occult force, so it will not be so taxing for you. However, you need to learn how to quickly change the type of spirit qi that is released by the monarch occult force and be adept at controlling this treasure. With the Ji Cold Hail Sword formation, when you are fighting someone, you will use the pure divine spirit qi as your main, but when you activate this sword formation, you need to use the frigid aura spirit qi to activate it. Thus you need to learn how to quickly interchange between the 2 types of profound spirit qi. The sword formation has been activated. Su Yun, try attacking me. I want you to experience the power of the Cold Hail Sword formation. Ling Qingyu had her hands behind her back with a smile on her face when she said that. You're going to fight with bare fists? I'm not trying to defeat you, I just want you to know the might of this sword formation. Alright. Su Yun took a deep breath. He took out an ordinary sub-sword from the sword sheath and stared at Ling Qingyu. He raised the sword and said, "Are you ready? You can come any time." Alright, receive my move. Su Yun bellowed. With sword in hand, he rushed towards Ling Qingyu like lightning. Holding Ling Qingyu's confidence, he aimed his sword straight at her heart. But the moment the sword tip reached near Ling Qingyu, 5 cold rays shot out from all directions, directly converging in front of Ling Qingyu and congealed into ice, accurately freezing Su Yun's sword. The sword tip was actually frozen and stuck. Ha! Su Yun was startled. Ling Qingyu suddenly extended her hand out and grabbed towards the ice, which quickly transformed into a frigid cold sword, and struck towards Su Yun. Su Yun immediately retreated. Ling Qingyu's offense did not diminish. She threw her frost sword out, then the frost tip started to shatter and turn into a great quantity of snowflakes which floated towards Su Yun. In that moment, Su Yun felt his entire body becoming extremely cold. Frost started to form on his body, his movements became affected, and all of his actions turned slow. All her movements were extremely fluid, there were no fanciful movements added, but it allowed Su Yun to feel its strength. First, she defended, and then attacked. Her attack and defense were as one. It was extremely bizarre and tyrannical. Ling Qingyu stopped her attack and smiled towards Su Yun. If I had a sword in my hand, Su Yun, you would most probably be dead. Why is this sword formation so strange? Su Yun gasped, keeping the sub-sword. Sword formation should be strange. If anyone can see through it with one look, would it still be called a sword formation? Ling Qingyu smiled. This cold hail sword formation's principle lies in its ever-changing state. Like ice, it can attack or defend at any time, and of course, its biggest advantage is its ability to lock down enemies. When you are familiar with this sword formation and become smooth with it, maybe you can make it even stronger. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded his head. On the road towards the Feng family, Ling Qingyu began to instruct Su Yun on the cold hail sword formation. What surprised Ling Qingyu was that Su Yun's speed of enlightenment on the sword formation far exceeded her expectations. Just like with the 8 parts 8 hole formation, Su Yun had quickly grasped how to use the formation, and the cold hail sword formation was no exception. She only needed to teach him the chant once and he had immediately kept it in mind. The remaining concern was on the control of qi. With monarch occult force, Su Yun could easily release frigid aqua spirit qi. Cold hail sword formation did not require many swords, with 5 being sufficient. If not, by controlling too many swords, the amount of spirit force needed would be higher, and that was not advantageous for battle. Training days were always so dry and boring. A few days later, in front of a secluded waterfall, 5 lit swords flew quickly above the water surface. Su Yun sat by the side of the water performing hand seals, controlling the swords to fly around. The monarch occult force was quickly activated. his spirit essences were all opened and profound spirit chi surged through his meridians like a screeching gale. Still not enough? Suyun stared at the 5 flying swords intently. The frigid aura spirit chi on the sword bodies was insufficient, it was not enough to form ice. He concentrated and focused all his attention on the 5 flying swords, increasing the flow from his spirit essences. The vigorous frigid aura spirit chi gushed into the sky like a huge tide and flew towards the flying swords. The color of the flying swords became stronger. Submerge! Just then, Suyun bellowed out, and the 5 sword tips plunged into the water surface. At that moment, the water surface formed a thick layer of ice and the entire place was sealed frozen. Seeing that, Suyun stood up and walked over. He then knocked on the ice, with deep thump 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 sounds coming out. Suyun listened attentively. The ice is merely 2 chi*, and to any powerful cultivator, it will definitely be easy to break through. It is not strong enough, not enough. Tn, chi is 1/3 of a meter. He took a deep breath. He used the Scarlet Star Spirit Chi to melt the ice, then continued to sit by the side of the water and control the flying swords, training in the Cold Hail Sword formation. The sun rose and set. Who knew how many days had passed, while he became much more adept in using the Cold Hail Sword formation. From the time they spoke till they trained, Suyun realized a big difference between Ultimate Martial World and Sky Martial Continent. It was the Spirit Chi in the Ultimate Martial World. It seemed that everywhere was filled with Spirit Chi, which was unique, completely different from the Spirit Chi in Sky Martial Continent, and was multiple times higher grade than Sky Martial Continent's Spirit Chi. It could easily permeate into a person's skin and assimilate into the bone and flesh, supplying to the spirit essences and chi channels. If any ordinary person were to start training in here, even with ordinary talent, his speed of training would most likely soar, right? Suyun thought. By using the Cold Hail Sword formation as a method to train, if he was in Sky Martial Continent, he would have used up all his spirit chi in 2 days of time, but in the Ultimate Martial World, he could last for close to 4 days, and with just half a day, he could recover all of his spirit chi, which was a pleasant surprise. Crack crack. The water surface started to freeze into ice again. Suyun stood up and tested the density of the ice. 7 chi. My improvements are quite huge. But if I continue training like this, I am afraid I will not achieve such breakthroughs anymore. Suyun got up and started to walk towards the forest behind him. Maybe I should find some wild beasts to train with. The forest was huge, and occasionally, there would be low growling sounds that could make a person's hair stand, but judging from the spirit chi released from the beasts in the forest, a majority of them were at the 9th or 10th stage of the spirit soul realm. Such fierce and wild beasts could be king existences in Sky Martial Continent, but in the Ultimate Martial World, they could be seen everywhere. Ha! Suyun, who was following a small path into the forest, suddenly slowed down, his eyes focusing on a flower that was growing by the side of the road. The flower had 7 petals of completely different colors. It was an eye-catching and beautiful flower. Fire and Ice Rainbow Flower? Suyun's eyes lit up. He quickly bent down to take a look. I'm right, this is the Fire and Ice Rainbow Flower. Blossom Heart Valley has records on it. It is said that this flower germinates only after 300 years and blossoms after 500. It can be consumed raw, and immediately after consumption, it can broaden the chi channels, increase the number of spirit essences, increase the speed of using profound spirit chi by at least 3 times, and much more in terms of quantity. Is this a no man's land? Why didn't anyone pluck this? Or is it that there are too many treasures in the Ultimate Martial World that even the Fire and Ice Rainbow Flower is not worthy enough to be plucked? Forget it, who cares? Suyun sat down and carefully plucked the flower. He then slowly peeled the different colored petals off one by one and placed the petals accordingly from red, orange, yellow, green, teal, blue and purple into his mouth, eating them slowly. The petals were munched and swallowed, flowing through the throat and down to the stomach region before starting to digest. The power from the flower started to permeate, and upon flowing through the various chi channels in the body, Suyun felt that they started to become stronger and bigger, but the flow of the spirit chi had not changed. It was a normal process. It took half a day for all the effects of the flower to manifest. After swallowing the fire and ice rainbow flower, Suyun found a hole in a tree and rested for half a day, waiting for the effects to be completely absorbed before getting up and continuing his journey further into the forest. The forest was very ordinary, but the leaves of the trees were bigger than usual, and less light could pass through the dense canopy. After roughly 2 hours, Suyun caught a whiff of a stench in the air. Following the scent, Suyun quickened his pace, but the other party seemed to have sensed Suyun and was quickly approaching him as well. Its strides was fast but not light. When he closed in, he could hear the loud footsteps coming from the beast, and could discern that it was four-legged. Suyun took out 5 sub-swords and activated the frigid aura spirit chi. The 5 sword blades were immediately enveloped with frost. The power of ice was released, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to plummet. The 5 swords then scattered and flew in different directions before disappearing. At the same time, a wild and fierce beast that resembled a leopard with 3 tails sprung out from a head, revealing its teeth. Its entire being was brimming with strength and its eyes were blood red. Upon appearing, it stared intently at Suyun. It growled, then rushed over to attack. It was a 10th stage spirit soul realm beast. Suyun's eyes glowed with a gold light. He had activated the heavenly scale divine eye. He then used the sword formation. 5 swords flew out and struck at the wild beast. Crack, 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 crack. The beast was sealed in ice, but the power of the ice was insufficient to completely control it, which allowed it to quickly struggle free and continue towards Suyun. Seems like this isn't enough. I need to use even more spirit chi. Suyun focused and managed to dodge the beast. He was not anxious to kill it, but continued to urge the flying swords to attack and only utilized the cold hail sword formation. The effects from the fire and ice rainbow flower was apparent. Suyun's activation of chi was extremely rapid and almost under the chant. He had imbued sufficient frigid aura spirit chi into the 5 swords. The sound of ice cracks and the roars of the beast filled the entire forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387. The Strange Footsteps. Crack. The sound of ice forming came out again. But this time, the wild beast was unable to struggle free. The ice on its entire body was not considered thick, but aside from the frost, there was a layer of frigid aura spirit chi as support. It was like the shackles to its prison, causing it to be unable to escape. Every time the cold ice started to crack, the frigid aura spirit chi would instantly replenish and heal the cracks. Suyun had delayed for over a month, and in this month, he had always been training with wild beasts. These wild beasts did not have high intellect, and previously, the wild beast that had fought with Suyun for a full 2 days finally sensed that Suyun's strength was stronger than itself and immediately ran away. Under that helplessness, Suyun could only look for other beasts. What made him happy was that in the 1 month of bitterness, he could see minor achievements in the cold hail sword formation and he could control the formation much easier. But what surprised Suyun even more was that the fighting strength written on his proof of qualifications had actually increased by 50. His current fighting strength was now at 487, while his rank was still beyond 10 million, or maybe it meant that he was not strong enough to be in the rankings. After grasping the path on the cold hail sword formation, what was left was to continue practicing, but since he had delayed for quite a bit, he decided to quickly head for the Feng family and look for Fengling Sheng to seek the materials to revive the Sword Elder. Suyun stepped out of the forest. He took out his flying sword and started heading south. The steel door was located in the middle of a jungle, and Suyun did not know any directions, so he could only listen to Ling Qing use directions. Out of the forest, he passed through 2 mountains and arrived at a huge grassland. There were many creatures on the grassland. There were some horses with 2 heads, but they were all herbivores and were not dangerous. Going through the grasslands, Suyun sensed thin sets of destructive aura in the air, and the further he went, the denser the destructive aura became. Suyun frowned. He looked into the distance, only to realize that at the far end of the grasslands, it had become very yellow. Did something happen ahead? He thought to himself and started to fly cautiously. When he arrived at the yellow grass, he realized that even further ahead, there was an enormous huge pit.
Its depth was sufficient to span 100 m, the inside was long overgrown, while all around the pit, no grass could grow, as though someone had trampled on the land ferociously. There's no need to look anymore, this was caused by some almighty beings fighting. This scene is a common occurrence in the ultimate martial world. Just as Su Yun was looking around in shock, the sword sheath flickered with a light aura, and Ling Chengyu came out. To cause such a scene, how devastating is the being's power? I am afraid that I am unable to do such a thing, and only a 5th stage spirit star realm being can do it. Su Yun said. Ling Chengyu walked over to the pit and knelt down, pinching a bit of soil. She then stood up and said, "This should be created about a year ago. There is still remnants of spirit chi inside the soil." Surprisingly, after checking it, the other party is someone higher than Spirit Master Realm in cultivation. Alright, don't think too much. If you meet any experts, just quickly make a detour. A person like you is the lowest rung in ultimate martial world. Unless you have things that attract those experts, the experts will not find trouble with you, of course, other than those perverts. With that said, Ling Chengyu returned back into the sword sheath. Su Yun took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that everything that he had done in the Sky Martial Continent, all his tyrannical actions were all laughable matters. It was not only the Sky Martial Continent, even the little bit of strength he had used to prevail in the evil realm, when placed in the ultimate martial world, was considered nothing. But the ultimate martial world is truly blessed by the heavens. The training speed in here is definitely more than a multiple folds faster than training in the Sky Martial Continent, and maybe I can attempt to reach even higher realms now. The big pit instantly lit up an intense desire for strength in Su Yun's heart, and this flame had a growing tendency. After passing over the large pit, Su Yun used Imperial Sword technique to fly for 4 hours, before finally seeing a town. The ultimate martial world had their own inhabitants, but even if the inhabitants did not train, the world was too suitable for a cultivator, and almost everyone were spirit cultivators. The town was not huge, but there were many tall towers, with a crystal-shaped ball object on each and every tower. They all emitted a light aura which were very dazzling. There were many people walking in and out of the town at the entrance, and the most terrifying thing was that the lowest cultivation Su Yun noticed was someone in the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm. He had already used Heavenly Scale Divine Eye to scan through the Crowd D, but he could not see through everybody's cultivation. Su Yun carried the Death Sword and Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword on his back, the Everlasting Sword sheath at his waist, and pulled up his hood as he started to make his way into the town. 741 Fighting Strength, 1300 Fighting Strength, 1542 Fighting Strength. Su Yun noticed the proof of qualifications hanging on every person's waist. Some of them had concealed their proof, causing others to be unable to see their details, but there were even more who unbridledly revealed their proof of qualifications. Inside the town, people with fighting strength of over 1500 belonged to the expert ranks, and upon walking on the main street, they would receive the stares of others, and even when entering shops, they would be treated as esteemed customers. The people of the ultimate martial world did not use spirit coins for trade. The currency which they used for exchange was a simple currency, and that was cultivation. Using a crystal stone to seal their cultivation, hailed as the cultivation coins, people with cultivation could use the crystal stones to create cultivation coins, and people who obtained the cultivation coins could directly withdraw the cultivation inside the cultivation coins to increase their own. The cultivation inside the cultivation coins could be directly absorbed, which means to say that people with wealth could be able to use their great quantity of cultivation coins to directly allow them to become an expert cultivator. Although cultivation coins were good, but because of its sketchiness, it made the ultimate martial world become extremely disorderly. There were many who resorted to plundering and stealing to obtain the cultivation coins, but there were also almighty beings who had pure and righteous hearts that took the effort to protect citizens and stop such unscrupulous spirit cultivators. For example, the shops in this town, a majority of them belonged to some almighty being. The almighty being could take out some of his cultivation to create cultivation coins and open a shop to earn even more cultivation coins to supply their own training. This method was much better and easier instead of sitting alone to meditate and train bitterly. Su Yun walked the entire town once, but received much despise. As verification was needed to obtain treasures, he could no longer hide the details on his own proof of qualifications,
and upon seeing his fighting strength being beneath 500, they would all look at him with a different light. That kid over there seems to only be at the 4th stage Spirit Star Realm? 4th stage Spirit Star Realm? How the hell did he obtain a proof of qualifications? Most likely someone gifted it to him. If not, how could he dare come into the ultimate martial world? Truly a fearless and naive man. Some people glanced towards Su Yun in disgust. Their voices were not loud, allowing Su Yun to hear them speak, but he did not become angry over it. Furthermore, he had no qualifications to be angry. In a shop at the center of the town, Su Yun took out a few internal organs and nucleus of the wild beasts that he had killed in the forest and traded it with the shop owner, obtaining 5 cultivation currency. Then he headed over to the only shop in town that sold Prowling Wind Beast. Prowling Wind Beasts were the lowest grade of traveling mounts used in the ultimate martial world, but its speed was much faster than Su Yun using the Imperial Sword technique to fly. Then, when Su Yun was just about to approach the shop, a set of bizarre evil chi floated out from the shop. Evil being? Su Yun was startled. He walked into the shop and saw that there was only one person inside. He was dressed in gray unlined garments, his skin was dark and his entire body was reeking of evil chi. He had a small stature, and was standing at the front desk, apparently the shop owner. "Hi, customer, are you here to pick a Prowling Wind Beast?" Come, esteemed customer, come and take a look, there are many good Prowling Wind Beasts to pick from here. They are quick. They are strong. You will definitely be satisfied. The evil being used his sharp and high-pitched voice to laugh and talk. "Give me any one of the Prowling Wind Beast," Su Yun said, and handed over 5 cultivation coins. Upon seeing that, the shopkeeper's smile froze. All his passion disappearing into smoke, he accepted and kept the cultivation coins into his pocket, and turned and walked further in the shop. Truly, there were never good and cheap things. Not long later, the shopkeeper brought in a surprisingly thin Prowling Wind Beast. Any ordinary Prowling Wind Beast was large and had 2 horns on its head, with a size bigger than a rhinoceros, but the one Su Yun looked at was smaller than one. Su Yun secretly muttered to himself, "Will this even fly me faster than my Imperial Sword technique?" "Oh, shopkeeper, are you an evil being?" Su Yun took the reins of the Prowling Wind Beast and casually made small talk with the shopkeeper. "Yes, I am. Why?" The shopkeeper took a glance at the proof of qualifications on Su Yun's waist, a look of disdain flashed past his eyes and he spoke indifferently. "You're an evil being, why are you not in the evil realm but instead come here?" What's so good about evil realm? That place is just filled with evil beings that want to eat others everywhere. I live in fear and worry every day there. Not to mention, the evil realm is so smelly, how can it compare to this place? Furthermore, the ultimate martial world is brimming with profound spirit chi and training here is much faster compared to the evil realm. Why should I stay there? Don't you know, spirit demons, evil beings etc., every single living being is racking their brains trying to come over here. The shopkeeper snorted. Seems like in the ultimate martial world, regardless if you are a spirit demon, human, demon or evil being, it doesn't matter, the people here are not as narrow-minded as the people in the Sky Martial continent. Su Yun secretly thought. He then asked, "Oh, shopkeeper, did you open this shop yourself?" "No, I am working for other people here. This shop is owned by an unfathomable powerful almighty being. I am just here taking a cut every month. No matter how much cultivation coins I earn a month, I will be able to obtain a portion for myself to train. Although you can call it working for others, there is plenty of time to train too. Adding to that, this shop's cultivation coins is constantly replenished. Brat, training here is quite fast. Seeing that your fighting strength is so low, I doubt you are even at the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm, right? Why not we do this? I am currently lacking a helper. You come work for me here, and I will pay you some wages. What about it?" "Thank you, shopkeeper, but I still have things I need to do. I will not stay long." "TSK, a mere 4th stage Spirit Star Realm brat, what other things can you do here?" Seeing that Su Yun had rejected him, the shopkeeper had nothing else good to say and turned away. Su Yun laughed bitterly.
Seems like strength is still too prevalent here. Suddenly, he understood why Ling Qingyu had said that there was a possibility that he might not even be able to enter the Feng family. It seems that every single person in the ultimate martial world truly respects strength. A lot. Leaving the shop, Su Yun rode on the scrawny prowling wind beast and left the town, rushing straight for the Feng family, which was 1,000 li away. Although the prowling wind beast was scrawny, it truly lived up to its name. Its speed was extremely astonishing. In just a short span of half a day, Su Yun was already reaching the Feng family. Once I pass over this barren mountain, I will be able to see that city. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the prowling wind beast was tired, he got down and used the special device reins designed to man the beast and tied it onto a boulder nearby. He then sat down cross-legged and started meditating. Training in the cold hail sword formation had given Su Yun many benefits. The profound spirit chi in his body had started to become denser as he trained more in the sword formation, and the time it took for his profound spirit chi to flow through his body once had shortened by 4 times than in the past. I haven't been in the ultimate martial world for long, but my strength is improving greatly. Following this momentum, I should be able to step into the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm in a month. This is unthinkable if placed in Sky Martial Continent. Crack crack. Just then, light sounds and movements came out from the distance. It was footsteps. Su Yun's heart tensed up and immediately drew out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. He plastered himself on the boulder and listened attentively. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388. Fight. The footsteps suddenly stopped near Su Yun. It was extremely strange. Su Yun focused his vision, sensing that something was amiss. He is near me, yet I can't sense his spirit chi. He is most likely using something to cover himself, but in this wilderness, what kind of being can do that? Alright, kid, come out now, stop hiding. Just then, a relaxed voice came out. Su Yun frowned. He hesitated for a moment, but he still walked out from behind the boulder. Around 10 m away from him, a bald-headed big-sized man with only sideburns stood there looking at him. The big-sized man was dressed in a gray unlined upper garment, and on his shoulders was a 2 m long heavy broad blade. His expression was one of disdain as he glanced at the proof of qualifications on Su Yun's waist. After seeing the fighting strength, he snorted gently and ridiculed Su Yun. A trash with fighting strength that isn't even 500, you're not even looking for a job to train, but running around recklessly. Do you not know what death is? I'll consider you lucky to meet me today. I will teach you how to survive better here in the ultimate martial world. Now, kid, give me all the treasures you have, and then pay me 50,000 cultivation coins, then I will not kill you. 50,000 cultivation coins? My apologies, I do not even have 1 cultivation coin with me, but I do have the prowling wind beast that I exchanged for 5 cultivation coins over there. Su Yun stared at the other party coldly, his tone calm and indifferent. He already knew what the man was doing. In the ultimate martial world, there were many cultivators who robbed and plundered cultivation away from others. He never expected himself to be so lucky to chance upon one. From your fighting strength, it seems to me that you are at the 4th stage of the Spirit Star Realm. The big-sized man chuckled. He then took out a few large crystal stones from his waist and threw them to Su Yun. He then said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have cultivation coins, but you still have cultivation, right? Quickly imbue it into these crystal stones, fill up exactly 50,000 cultivation coins worth and stop, then hand over your treasures. Otherwise, my blade will be drawing blood today." With that said, the big-sized man took down the big broad blade from his back and plunged it into the ground, causing a loud sound to come out, and cracks started to form on the ground. 50,000 cultivation coins, that will just make me drop 1 stage in cultivation. 50,000 cultivation coins was not considered a lot in the ultimate martial world, and would not add much when absorbed, but creating such cultivation coins require a lot of cultivation, and usually, an amount needed to imbue into a cultivation coin only renders about half left to be absorbed.
which also means, if Su-Yun were to hand it over, he would need to absorb over 100,000 cultivation coins to recover. In this world, a person without strength cannot do anything. Su-Yun hesitated. Eh? What is it? It seems that you don't want to give it to me? If that's the case, then don't blame me. I don't want your cultivation coins, I will just use you to raise my fighting strength. The big-sized man kept his smile, his eyes became sinister, as though he was about to make a move. But just as he was about to make his move, a cold intense surged forth. The big-sized man was shocked, and instantly waved his broad blade around. Clang! The broad blade seemed to have collided into something, releasing a loud and clear sound, but at the same time, a few streaks of blood appeared on his back. He instantly retreated 2 steps, even almost falling down. In that moment, the big-sized man knew that Su-Yun had made his move. Although he did not know what weapon Su-Yun was using, but the pain on his back had completely infuriated him. Brat, I will cut you up into pieces. I will peel your tendons and veins. The big-sized man was angered, his face became extremely hideous and despicable. With one leg, he stomped down. Boom! The ground shook, a few stone hands shot out from the soil, straight towards Su-Yun. What a powerful aura! Su-Yun thought. From the aura, it seems that this big man is at the peak of the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm in cultivation and uses true Divine Spirit Chi. Lucky for me, he was oblivious to the time that we took talking for me to use the Desolator and its subswords for a sneak attack, but the attack was unable to pierce into his body. Only the Desolator and a few higher-grade subswords were able to cut his skin open. As expected of a 5th stage Spirit Star Realm expert. Brat, you run rather quickly, but you will definitely die by my hands today. The big-sized man became serious as he spoke one word at a time slowly, the power around his body swelling up, at long last becoming a vortex of chi mainly infused with true Divine Spirit Chi. Inside the vortex, held a powerful force, as though whoever got near the vortex would be shredded into mincemeat. Following the appearance of the vortex, a black and slithering snake-like shadow surged out, becoming bigger while the vortex became faster. Su-Yun could not clearly make out what it was, as it could also be a treasure. Without hesitation, Su-Yun took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Along with the Desolator, he rushed towards the big-sized man, with the ferocious sub-swords flying out of the sword sheath which spiraled around him extremely quickly. Seeing the flying swords revolving around rapidly, the big-sized man revealed an expression of shock. What is that? Something that can kill you. Humph, good. You have audacious words, wait till I kill you and take all your treasures for myself. With that said, the ground suddenly tremored. Su-Yun felt as if the ground beneath his feet had become alive. It threw him towards the big-sized man. 8 parts 8 hole sword formation. Without any hesitation, Su-Yun activated his sword formation. The surrounding sub-swords split into 2 groups, one for attack and one for defense. The swords in the whole formation surrounded the big-sized man like a dumpling, but just as the sword tips approached the vortex, they were all flung away. Seeing that, Su-Yun's expression became serious. The true Divine Spirit Chi in the vortex was domineering, causing him to have a powerful defense, and the black snake shadow seemed extremely sharp. If he were to rush in himself, not only would he be severely injured, he would most likely be shredded. The vortex was able to attack and defend in no way inferior to the 8 parts 8 hole sword formation. Seeing that Su-Yun had moved himself, and the attack was useless against him, the big-sized man laughed out loud, a pleased look flashing across his eyes. He raised his hand, and smiled sinisterly. You are seeking your own death, you cannot blame me. If you had obediently listened to me just now, you will not have ended up like this. Now, prepare to die. With that said, the big-sized man prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Cold Hail Sword Formation. Su-Yun bellowed, his fingers started to form hand seals as he muttered a chant quickly. 5 of the sub-swords flew out, and a cold intent suddenly appeared. The moment the sword formation was activated, the big-sized man's body was covered with a layer of frost. The ground beneath his feet stopped moving. The big-sized man turned into an ice statue, and had difficulty moving.
However, the frost was unable to stop the constantly revolving vortex around him. They remained the sturdy defensive fort that protected the big-sized man. Crack! Very quickly, the ice on the big-sized man started to crack. Soo-Yun believed that in a few more breaths of time, the big-sized man would be free from the suppression of the cold hail sword formation. I can't hold back anymore. Soo-Yun waved his hand. Immortal mystical scarlet blood sword flew back to his hand and into his palm. Soo-Yun secretly activated the heavenly crystal, causing an increase in his strength. His profound spirit chi started to surge frantically, and in less than a breath of time, he powered up into a 6th stage spirit star realm expert, his fighting strength immediately breaking through over 1,000. He stepped forward, the monarch occult force transforming his spirit chi into true divine spirit chi, releasing onto the skin all over his body. He flew head-on and clashed with the true divine spirit chi vortex and used his sword and slashed towards the big-sized man's neck. Poochie! The blood-red immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was like the mouth of a fierce beast, cutting through the big-sized man's neck. The fearsome force was like a gigantic tide formed from a torrential storm, with its surprising momentum unstoppable. The big-sized man's body turned sluggish, the terrifying vortex suddenly disappeared, and a long steel chain dropped on the ground. The big-sized man would have never thought that an existence that was clearly weaker than him had suddenly stepped over the 5th stage and directly entered the 6th stage. That was where he had miscalculated. If not, the big-sized man would not have been so easily killed off by Soo-Yun. Once his head fell, Soo-Yun immediately controlled 100 swords to cut the body apart, preventing him from reviving. Only after the big-sized man turned into a pile of mincemeat did Soo-Yun sit down on the ground, gasping heavily for breath. His current fighting strength was at 1,200, overwhelming the big-sized man by over 300 points, but the increase in fighting strength on the proof of qualifications was not just because of his cultivation. The treasures and experience in killing also increased the figure. Whether the heavenly crystal was a good treasure or not, it was still a deciding factor in such a crucial moment. Soo-Yun stood up and picked up the steel chain from the ground. It was extremely heavy. Even with his cultivation, picking it up was not easy. Seems like this is a treasure. The blade itself looks like a good treasure with a good grading level. It was a pity Soo-Yun did not use a blade, but they were all exchangeable for a good amount of cultivation coins in the city. After that, Soo-Yun started to look for a storage ring. However, Soo-Yun was surprised to find that he could not find any storage rings on the big-sized man. It appears that his treasures were not from a storage ring. Soo-Yun recalled to back when the big-sized man took out a few crystal stones. It seemed to be from his pocket. He looked over, noticing a gray sackcloth bag lying in the pile of meat. He went over and picked it up. He opened the bag, and the smell of sandstone pervaded out. Soo-Yun had only smelled such a scent from storage rings before. So this world actually removed the use of storage ring, but used other storage treasures? He thought to himself. Looking at the pitch-black bag, he extended his hand into it. The moment his hand entered the bag, many treasures floated in his mind. Could these be the treasures inside the bag? He was astonished. Upon locking onto a treasure that resembled a purple incense burner, it immediately materialized in his hand, and upon pulling his hand out, a watermelon-sized incense burner was retrieved. Soo-Yun was startled for a moment. He imbued profound spirit chi into the incense burner and immediately formed a connection with it. So it is a treasure used to create poison chi. I wonder how venomous it is. He then looked through the other treasures. There were many things that Soo-Yun could not use at the moment, but felt that it was more appropriate to exchange them for cultivation coins. Soo-Yun obtained the treasures from the big-sized man. He then started to pack up, and after the heavenly crystal had subsided, he rode on the prowling wind beast and headed straight for the city. What made Soo-Yun dispirited was that after the heavenly crystal's effects were gone, his cultivation had temporarily weakened by more than half, and his current fighting strength was only around 200. A fighting strength of 200. I will lose all my face entering the city. But thinking about him reviving Sword Elder, he ignored everything else. He hardened his skin and went on his way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389. Difficulty in entering. Inside the city of a huge population, in a shop in the southwest. A total of 738 cultivation coins. The shopkeeper pushed the spectacles on his nose that had the ability to appraise items. He looked at the treasures on the table, and told Soo-Yun coldly. Only 700 plus cultivation coins? Soo-Yun frowned slightly. It's considered decent, kid. You think all these things are worth a lot of money? If you go over to the shop direct opposite of us, you can find all of your treasures there. They roughly have the same price as well. If you think that I am not being fair with the prices, you can sell or can choose not to. I won't force you. The shopkeeper said. Hearing that, Soo-Yun did not persist further. He nodded his head. The shopkeeper immediately took out 738 cultivation coins and gave it to Soo-Yun. Putting the 700-odd cultivation coins together, it formed a small hill and looked rather great, but in truth it was nothing much, and with a thought, he kept all of them in his storage ring. After obtaining the cultivation coins, he was no longer anxious. 700 plus cultivation coins was not considered little as well. Thinking about how he could probably assail the 5th stage spirit star realm after absorbing them, Soo-Yun cast that idea away as he felt the more urgent desire of heading to the Fong family. Shopkeeper, do you know the location of the Fong family in the Sky Central City? Soo-Yun packed the cultivation coins and asked. Fong family? Why are you inquiring about them? The shopkeeper stopped whatever he was doing and asked. Oh, I have some matters. Soo-Yun did not go into details. The shopkeeper glanced at the proof of qualifications on Soo-Yun's waist. He shook his head. If you are thinking of going to the Fong family to look for work, I can tell you this right now. Without a fighting strength of 700, you cannot enter the Fong family. I am just looking for somebody. Looking for somebody? With 200 fighting strength, will anyone bother with you? I'll just tell you, follow this road and walk all the way straight. After 3 T-junctions later, take the left turn. And I will have reached? No. There will be a stable lad there. Pay 1 cultivation coin, the stable lad will bring you over. The Fong family is in the city central, and it is hard to say. The Sky Central City is extremely huge. You can't fly in Sky Central City, so just by relying on walking, you will not reach there by the end of the day. If you let the stable lad bring you there, it will take less than an incense worth of time. Thank you. After leaving the shop, he followed the directions and found the stable lad. Under his lead, it truly was less than incense worth of time before Soo-Yun was sent to the main gates of the Fong residence. Upon arriving at the gates, Soo-Yun understood why upon talking about the Fong family, everybody's expression would turn serious. The big gates were completely made from a material resembling jade. It was extremely exquisite, and there were 2 5 m tall golden lions at the gates, with densely drawn array formations on the door, which was extremely imposing yet not lofty. The walls by the sides were made from precious stones and the land around the Fong residence was silvery white, as though they used silver to make the roads. People who did not know would think that they have entered a land of gold. But of course, those were not the important parts. The most important was the people standing guard by the door. They were a total of 6 men, but all of them had fighting strengths above 700. That also meant the 6 guards were all 5th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivators. Who would be so crazy to use 6 5th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivators to guard the door? Soo-Yun was baffled by the scene. If he had heard of such a thing while still being in the Sky Martial continent, he would have never believed in it. Soo-Yun focused himself. He turned and looked at the Fong residence big gates and walked over. Who are you? The 6 guards all bellowed out in unison upon seeing Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun slowed down. He cupped his fists and spoke out. I am Soo-Yun, and am here on urgent matters to meet young Master Fong, Fong Shang. I hope that you would represent me and send a message to him. Meet young Master Ling Shang? What relations do you have with our family, young master? I am an old friend of young Master Ling Shang. Soo-Yun replied. Old friend?
With just you? The six of them looked at each other, then turned and looked at Suyun's proof of qualifications on his waist, then burst out into laughter. Ha 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 ha, stop joking, you stinking ant, get out of here. With just you, being friends with my family's young master? What a joke. Go further away, don't wet yourself either. Do you know who our family's young master is? He is a precious immortal of the 9 heavens, he is too high to reach. You are just a trash with low cultivation, and you say you want to talk to our family's young master? Heh, truly, nowadays, too many random cats and dogs dare to come here. The guards kept on mocking and ridiculing him, and all the needle-like ridicules cut into Suyun's eardrums. Suyun was enraged within, but he did not make a sound. At the moment, after using the heavenly crystal, his strength had plummeted greatly, he couldn't even fight with any of them. What's going on? What are you guys doing chit-chatting and not doing your work well? Just then, a languid voice came out from the street. Everyone turned over, only to see 2 people with horses coming over. The one in the lead was a young man atop a horse that had a jade-white body with 2 wings, dressed in a gown lined with gold and jade and a crown on his head. He had a charming appearance, and looked extremely confident and at ease. By his side was a young lady atop a similar horse. She was dressed in red, with a charming yet extremely cold appearance. Her eyes sparkled brightly like ice that could never be melted, giving off a bone-chilling gaze. Her lips were red and her skin was extremely supple and white. She looked extremely exquisite. Other than the 2, the others behind were walking. All of them followed along, but amongst them all, the weakest was still a 6th stage spirit star realm being. Upon seeing the group arriving, the guards immediately became serious. They anxiously knelt down on one knee and called out, "Greetings, young master and young miss, welcome back. All of you, rise." The young master laughed and nodded. He then looked at Suyun and asked, "Who is this?" "This subordinate does not know. He say he is here to look for young master Ling Shang." The door guard said. "Oh? Looking for second brother?" The young master on the white horse revealed a look of playfulness. He glanced at the proof of qualifications on Suyun's waist, then laughed. "Truly, birds of the same feather flocks together. A fighting strength of 200 is suitable for that trash. But, the Feng family is not a place that anyone can enter just because they want to. Make him get lost." With that, the young master entered the residence. Suyun's heart turned cold, a sinister look flashing across his eyes. What? I never expected the magnificent Feng family would act like a snob. I still thought that only meager people would do it, but since it is so, it's fine not meeting him. Suyun snorted. Hearing that, the young master stopped his horse and turned back, the smile still on his face. He spoke. "What did you just say?" "I think that, young master, you should have heard my words just right. If you want to kill this lowly subordinate is here waiting for you to cut me up. Since I am just a low existence of 200 fighting strength, this young master can just pinch me to death with your fingers. But when word goes out, I wonder how badly damaged young master's reputation will become." Suyun said indifferently. "That's right, I will treat the words you said just now as dog fart. Now get out." The young master still maintained a smile, but concealed within the smiles in his eyes, there was a tinge of killing intent. "Cousin brother, why are you still wasting time with trash? Let's just go in." The red-clothed young lady seemed to have become impatient and said calmly, "Let's go." The young master was no longer willing to talk with Suyun and went in. But the moment he entered the residence, he stopped once more and turned his head. "That's right, since that ant wants to meet second brother, then this young master will not let him have what he wants. Send the order and get it done. He must never take half a step into the Feng residence. If he does, kill him immediately. Whatever that has and will happen, never tell my second brother. Got it?" "Yes." The door guards shouted. The young master smiled playfully at Suyun, and then disappeared behind the gates. Suyun secretly clenched his fists, the killing intent and rage churning in his heart. "I never thought that entering the Feng residence is much harder than I thought. No wonder Ling Chengyu and the rest would say that. Whatever, since I can't find Feng Ling Sheng for help, I have to depend on myself." Su-Yun looked at the Feng residence coldly, then turned and left. Activating the Sword Origin life source required many materials, but there were only 4 that were extremely hard to obtain: the Dawn Creek Water, Infinity Bao Core Chi, the 3 Moon Spacetime Steel, as well as the Illusory Spirit Chi. In the Sky Martial continent, these things were practically non-existent and a majority of the population would never have even heard of the name before, but here in the Sky Central City, these things were more uncommon. Although Su-Yun did not know where to obtain them, the powerful auction houses might sell them. Su-Yun arrived at the biggest auction house at the Sky Central City and sought out their prices. The 4 treasures had a total of 100,000 cultivation coins. 100,000. Much less Su-Yun, even the almighty beings would not be able to obtain 100,000 that easily. I can't just give up like this. I even settled the profound Sky Sect. If I can't revive Sword Elder, how can I find peace with myself? Returning enmity with revenge, repaying kindness with kindness, that was how Su-Yun always lived. But I still have to think of ways to earn these cultivation coins. Standing at the entrance of the auction house, Su-Yun noticed that up ahead in the main hall, there were many missions rewarding cultivation coins. There were missions looking for materials, some hiring for mercenaries to kill others. There were all sorts of mission, with the only criterias of being strong enough. Although the 4th stage Spirit Star Realm was considered a pinnacle strength in the Sky Martial continent, it was considered nothing in the ultimate martial world. After thinking about it, Su-Yun sighed, and could only pick the mission of looking for the hexagonal origin into Tai Core Stone. He looked for a place to absorb the 700 cultivation coins and broke through smoothly. His spirit essences increased greatly, numbering over 100,000 in his entire body. The size of the chi channels in his body had increased to the size of fingers, and the speed of using spirit chi was more than double than what he used to be able to do. After attaining the 5th stage, Su-Yun then rode on the prowling wind beast that he had gotten prior to entering the city and headed to the Chiseling Body Mountain, where it was said that the hexagonal origin into Tai Core Stone was produced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390. 7th Tier Imperial Equipment. The hexagonal origin in Tai Core Stone was an extremely sturdy precious stone. It was said that majority of spirit cultivators would use it to increase the sturdiness of their treasures, or use it to refine their weapons. The Chiseling Body Mountain was said to be the place that produced the most hexagonal origin in Tai Core Stone, thus its popular name. Many people would climb the mountain in search of the hexagonal origin into Tai Core Stone, but the last time the mountain had produced the stone had been a decade ago. To not have another one of these hexagonal into Tai Core Stone for so many years, many people had thus given up the search. At the moment, there were no clues and Su-Yun could only test his luck out. In any case, the missions to look for materials at the auctions did not have any insurance fees, so failing would not incur any losses, and even if other people were to submit in the mission requirements, the materials that he obtained could directly be sold to the auction. The Chiseling Body Mountain was a barren mountain covered with rocks all over. The mountain was similar to the shape of a body, and it was said that an almighty being knew that he was going to die, so he used an earth technique to create a large mountain, chiseling it into the shape of his own body with the intent of transferring his spirit and soul into the stone body after death in order to use it to reincarnate, but he fell before completing it. Su-Yun obtained all these information from the people discussing at the auction. Although he wanted to inquire more, but after thinking about the pitiful numbers written on his proof of qualifications, he just kept silent and listened. With the heavenly crystal effects dissipating, his fighting strength had recovered back to normal. Rising back to the 5th stage, his fighting strength had swelled up to 700, which looked to be much better, as majority of the people had the same numerical value. Su-Yun stepped on his flying sword and flew to the waist of the Chiseling Body Mountain before landing. He then followed a mountain path and walked up. The Chiseling Body Mountain was huge. Trying to find a stone was extremely difficult. The hexagonal origin into Tai Core Stone was blood red and was rather outstanding compared to the brown rocks. Furthermore, the hexagonal into Tai Core Stone would emit a lavender scent, so if one was extremely careful, he would be able to reap some benefits. Su-Yun looked around carefully.
he avoided all the paths with footsteps and entered places where no one ventured into. Suddenly, a dense stench of blood came out from ahead of him. Suyun's heart tensed up. He immediately unsheathed the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and carefully headed towards the direction of the blood stench. It was extremely quiet and no sounds were heard. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, scattered corpses entered his vision. All of the bodies were in bits and pieces scattered all over, with traces of a fight everywhere. Even the air still had the scent of destruction. Suyun walked over and placed his hands over the forehead of a middle-aged woman. The body was still warm and the blood had not dried. It was definitely a battle that ended not long ago, but he was unable to differentiate the opponent's strength. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came out from the distance. Suyun stood up and looked over. A cloud of dust had risen at the top of the chiseling body mountain, causing boulders to roll down. The walls of the mountain had crevices as well, and the entire mountain seemed to be trembling. Inside the cloud of dust, it seemed that there were mystical techniques flowing. Could there be people fighting there now? Are they linked to these people? Forget it, I won't bother about this. Suyun looked down and started to plunder the bodies. He was currently lacking in cultivation coins. To come across such easy money, he definitely had to take them. Everyone had a spatial bag, none of them were weak, with fighting strength all around 1,000 written on their proof of qualifications, which meant they were between the 5th and 6th stage. After searching all of them, Suyun retrieved 11 of the spatial bags. He threw all of them into his storage ring, and then looked for a place to hide and observe the battle from afar. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions came out. The entire mountain top was completely exploded into a flat state. The air around trembled and boulders flew all over in every direction. Suyun immediately used the Imperial Sword technique to retreat. He dodged the ripple, which lasted for a few breaths before dissipating. He then heard an enraged roar. Shi Ren Wang! You killed all 13 of my family members. I have trained bitterly for 1,200 years just to kill you. This day, and right at this time, will be your death day. The roar came from atop the mountain. He, for me to fall to you, Hui Piao Miao. I, Shi Ren Wang, can only consider it as my bad luck, but I never thought that you will be able to reach the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm in cultivation. This is truly shifting the pendulum back. Who cares? Make your move. Another rugged and old voice sounded out. Suyun listened on. He roughly knew what it was about: revenge. Humph, you want to die? Not so easy. I heard that you have a 7th tier Imperial equipment with unfathomable power. It can defend against all treasures under the skies. Now, I want you to obediently hand over the 7th tier Imperial equipment, and maybe I will let you die nicely. Ha ha ha, what's this about taking revenge for your family? Ain't it just an excuse? Clearly, you have your eyes set on this old man's 7th tier Imperial equipment. But this old one will have to disappoint you. I know that I am not your opponent and have long since moved the 7th tier Imperial equipment. Hui Piao Miao, you think you can get this old man's treasure? You're dreaming. Ha 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 ha. You crafty old fox. I will abstract your spirit and soul and torture you for all eternity. The voice seemed to be filled with guilt and anger, and was about to make his move. But just at this time, a destructive chi surfaced again and the astonishing power was dissipated. Hui Pao Miao, do you think this old man will let you do as you please? Dream on. Today, I cannot escape, but you will be nowhere as good. If you want me to die, let us die together. Ah! The old man bellowed. Hearing that, Suyun's face changed. He immediately threw out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and stepped on it, flying away frantically. Self-detonation. He had never thought that Shi Ren Wang would choose to self-detonate to end himself. Spirit cultivators who self-detonated would die completely, even with their spirit and soul vanishing. If the fleshly body dies, a person can rely on his spirit and soul to revive, but it seemed that Shi Ren Wang was determined to die along with Hui Piao Miao. Boom! A frightening loud explosion appeared with a gigantic mushroom cloud blossoming out on Chiseling Body Mountain, which then engulfed the entire Chiseling Body Mountain, the sky full of dust, and a ripple swept so far that it even hit Sky Central City. Everywhere within a 1,000-mile radius trembled greatly, as though a large-scale earthquake had occurred. Suyin, who was on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword escaping from the Chiseling Body Mountain, could not escape fast enough. He was struck by the ripple and dropped from the sword, falling down to a river at the forest nearby. Whoosh! He crawled out from the river and gasped for breath, before finding a place to sit down and recuperate. At that moment, the entire Chiseling Body Mountain was completely blown apart. The entire mountain had disappeared with the dust, and the forest all around it were covered with sand and dust. All the spirit cultivators nearby were struck with the shock and were trying to escape. Suyin, who was around 1,000 miles away, looked at the place where the Chiseling Body Mountain once stood. The earth-shattering scene would forever be an unforgettable thing to many. Looks like this mission will never be completed. Suyin laughed bitterly, feeling extremely helpless. But the treasures obtained from the corpses should be worth quite a bit of cultivation coins. I should appreciate what I have. Suyin then took out the spatial bags from his storage ring and started to take out the treasures from within. What made Suyin disappointed was that all the treasures inside were things that he had seen at the auction before, and the most expensive was only worth 100-odd cultivation coins. There were nothing extremely valuable. Maybe that Hui Piao Miao or Qi Ren Wang's spatial bags will have more valuable things. But returning to their location to look for their spatial bags is impossible. Firstly, who knows if their spatial bags are still intact, and even if it is, it's impossible to get them. Most likely there are many almighty beings heading towards Chiseling Body Mountain now. Ha! What's this? Suyin, who was rummaging through the treasures, eyed on something strange. It was a small blue flag, with a large word Imperial drawn on the flag. The pole was lined with gold, and upon holding it in his hand, he could feel that the flag was emitting an astonishing amount of power. He had never seen it before at the auction. He immediately held it tighter, and used profound spirit chi to inspect the treasure. When he imbued his profound spirit chi into the flag, Suyin was immediately alarmed, his entire body immediately perspiring in cold sweat. True divine spirit chi. What powerful true divine spirit chi! He swore that in his life, he had never seen such powerful true divine spirit chi before. In the past, whichever enemies he had met, including the 5th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivator, they would all be unable to compare to this flag. Not only were they incapable of comparing with it, even if 100 of the 5th stage Spirit Star Realm cultivators were to exist, they would still be unable to fight against the power inside the flag. Imperial? This treasure belongs to one of the dead person? I remember that all of them were roughly in the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm. How can the master of this flag be so weak? Suyin became suspicious, thinking about the conversation between Qi Ren Wang and Hui Piao Miao. He remembered that they talked about some treasure which was the 7th tier Imperial equipment. Qi Ren Wang said that he had moved the treasure away. Could it be that he moved it onto one of these people? Probably. Hui Piao Miao was powerful, and would definitely not search random people's items. If they had not died, they could have taken the treasure away. I never thought that the treasure that 2 experts were risking their lives for would actually land in my hands. Suyin was ecstatic. After thinking for a moment, he used profound spirit chi to cut his finger and drip some blood onto the flag. In the next moment, a special connection surged from the flag into Suyin's hand and flowed into his heart. It was the connection between him and the flag. He raised the flag and quietly imbued profound spirit chi to activate the flag. In that moment, a large amount of true divine spirit chi blossomed out with him at the center, forming a gigantic halo, which resembled a wall as it surrounded him. Suyin stared at the flag for a moment. He took out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and controlled it to fly out of the halo, and then used the sword tip and aimed at his own heart, and fiercely thrusted it forth. Clang! Just as immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was nearing the halo, it seemed to have collided with an immovable object. It was instantly flung out and a ripple of profound chi dissipated from the place of collision. A perfect all-round defense. Suyin stood up. He looked around him with a twinkle in his eyes.
7th tier Imperial equipment? It should be extremely high grade. Then what would be an 8th grade Imperial equipment? Or a 6th grade? Are these the treasures in this world? I guess I need to acquire more knowledge about this world. But, if Chiron Wang has such a treasure, why didn't he use it to fight Hui Piao Miao? It has such absolute defense, and he will definitely hold the advantage fighting him. Could Hui Piao Miao have even more terrifying treasures? Su Yun thought. Without a question, this treasure was definitely a priceless treasure, or maybe it could be valued at 100,000 cultivation coins. However, Su Yun did not dare exchange it for cultivation coins. His strength was already too low. Only powerful almighty beings could take out 100,000 cultivation coins, and to any almighty beings, killing him to obtain the treasure was definitely better than exchanging 100,000 cultivation coins. Su Yun kept the 7th tier Imperial equipment and removed the all-round defense. He heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. What surprised him was that such a treasure was only able to increase fighting strength by a bit, and that itself was a puzzling issue. Could this be worse than an ordinary treasure? Now that Chiseling Body Mountain is gone, the hexagonal origin in the Tai Core Stone will no longer be obtainable. I should change my mission. With this treasure, maybe I can obtain an even higher grade mission with better rewards. Su Yun thought. He took out his flying sword and flew back towards the city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391. 200,000 Cultivation Coin Mission. Inside the crowded auction house. A man dressed in a black cloak with a sword sheath slung on his back stood in front of the front desk. Inside the crowded auction house, there were all sorts of weirdly dressed people, so he was not very eye-catching. Behind the front desk, the middle-aged woman looked at Su Yun and rolled her eyes. I knew that you would not be able to complete the mission. Since you don't have the capability, please do not aimlessly choose any mission. Do you know how much paperwork is created for us? If you have the time, don't waste it, go and train. Why accept missions when you don't have the power for it? The hint of ridicule was obvious. Su Yun did not refute with anger. Instead, he chose another mission that offered a reward. He then placed his proof of qualifications on the desk and said indifferently, "Put me up for this mission." Why you still want to do this? The middle-aged woman looked at Su Yun. I have the authority, please note me in. If you are not willing, I will report you to the auction house management. Hearing that, the middle-aged woman's face immediately flushed red. She was speechless for half a day, but still helped him. Please help me publicize a recruitment for a mission. Just then, a voice came out from the side, and then a proof of qualifications was placed on the front desk. Su Yun looked at the proof of qualifications. The surface was blurred. Obviously the information on it was completely concealed. The holder of it most likely had some powerful identity. He turned his head and looked at the man. The man had a relatively long face with middle-parting long hair, dressed in black clothes. He had a tall, thin figure and his smile was extremely amiable. Realizing that Su Yun was sizing him up, he smiled towards Su Yun to show his friendliness. It's actually young Master Nan Gong. Can I ask what kind of mission you would like for me to publicize? This young lady will immediately do it for you. The middle-aged woman immediately stopped helping Su Yun and revealed a flattering smile and spoke respectfully. Young lady, Su Yun's mouth twitched. Why not you help this junior brother first? I am not in a rush. The man smiled. Aya, this little brother is just watching. He isn't in a rush either. Young Master Nan Gong, you're too nice. There isn't any problems. The middle-aged woman seemed to completely ignore Su Yun, only caring about the other man, almost as if she wanted to climb atop the front desk. The passion in her eyes spoke of her desire to immediately jump across and pounce on the young man named Nan Gong. However, having a good feeling towards Nan Gong, Su Yun did not expose her and spoke indifferently. Brother, you can publicize your mission first, I will take a look. This is embarrassing, thank you so much, brother. Nan Gong cupped his fists and laughed. He then said, I need someone around the 5th stage of the Spirit Star Realm in cultivation.
not exceeding the 6th stage. I need him to help me complete a mission. As to what it is, I am afraid I am unable to speak of it in public. If he is able to help me complete the mission, I will pay him 200,000 cultivation coins. You can hang it up for me. The deadline is a day. I don't think I will need it after today. Nan Gong revealed a bitter smile, as though he had thought about something troublesome. But when Su Yun heard that, his heart was thumping hard. 200,000 cultivation coins. That is a crazy amount. Furthermore, don't I need that amount of money right now? He raised his head and spoke to Nan Gong. Young Master Nan Gong, you need one person to complete this mission? Brother, are you interested? Nan Gong laughed. He had already noticed the proof of qualifications that Su Yun had placed on the front desk, and noticed that Su Yun's strength was compatible with his request. Of course. Su Yun nodded his head. With the 7th tier Imperial equipment, Su Yun was not afraid of any harm that Nan Gong might do to him. Furthermore, he was just a nobody, and there was no reason to harm him. Adding that the old lady managing the front desk was so familiar with him, it seemed that he was a prestigious and known figure. Doesn't Sky Central City also have a famous Nan Gong family standing on equal grounds with the Feng family? Maybe he is the young master of the family? Most likely. Su Yun thought. That's great. Nan Gong was joyous. He immediately pulled Su Yun by the hand and walked out. Brother, follow me. Where to? To my home. Ha? Su Yun was immediately startled. Crack! The gigantic stone door was slowly opened, causing a few green smoke to float out from the inside. After that, a young lady that looked to be not older than 11 years old, dressed in red robes, walked out. She had red lips and pure white teeth on her lovable appearance. With a nimble body, she had a snow-white fox tail on her perky butt. Junior sister, I never thought that you would wait here for me to come out of closed-door cultivation. It truly is a rare sight. The young girl giggled as she spoke to the lady dressed in white standing by the door. The lady glanced at the young girl below, revealing a look of astonishment on her beautiful face. Senior sister, don't tell me you broke through once again? Why can't I even sense a bit of your profound spirit chi now? What cultivation are you at? Oh, don't you take a guess? Hu Qianmei laughed. Long Xianli did not utter a sound, regaining her calm expression. Alright, what matters do you have? Just tell me. Hu Qianmei crossed her hands across her voluptuous breasts, and showcased a languid expression. Long Xianli hesitated for a moment, then said, I came here today, is to say inform my absence to senior sister. Inform your absence? The smile on Hu Qianmei's face froze. Yes, absence. Long Xianli nodded her head. The sect elites will follow the patriarch to a special place to train, and we will stay there for a while. We will not be returning to the Sky Martial continent for a while. Special place? Where's that? I do not know of it now. It is said that it is a place that requires other people to bring them in. Patriarch Tai Shang had met and formed ties with an almighty being before. The almighty being came to Sky Martial continent, and came to the Immortal Sword sect to pay respects to our memorial tablet. After that, he told his intent to the patriarch, in which the patriarch agreed. We will be leaving soon. Oh, I see. Hu Qianmei looked at Long Xianli and then suddenly laughed. Junior sister, you don't have to look for me to do this. I will not be willing to let you go. Why not do it like this? Tell your patriarch to bring me along. I cannot be above the sect rules. Furthermore, whoever can be brought in is decided by the patriarch. I have no authority to do so. Long Xianli shook her head. Heh, so petty. Hu Qianmei snorted, showing her unhappiness. Her eyes glistened. She looked at Long Xianli, seemingly thinking about something. Just then, Long Xianli bit her lips and spoke again. Senior sister, the truth is, I came to look for you today for two matters. One is to inform you about my absence. The second is to trouble you with another matter. What is it? Hu Qianmei asked. Long Xianli turned her head. With a trace of hurt in her eyes, she moved her lips gently and said, Senior sister, I know you and Su Yun are on good terms. I hope that when you see him again, that you can ask him for me.
Su Yun? Hu Qianmei was startled. She asked, "What do you want me to ask him?"
Then, Hu Qianmei looked as Long Xianli muttering something softly. She was so soft like a mosquito that Hu Qianmei could not hear her at all. Long Xianli then turned and ran away straight after.
"Hey, junior sister. Junior sister. What did you say? Oh my God, speak clearly before going."
Hu Qianmei shouted anxiously, but Long Xianli had already disappeared.
"Strange,"
Hu Qianmei muttered, but she was not disheartened. She extended her finger and placed it beside her lips, and said, "Special training place?
Where can that be?"
Nangong's residence was located at the southern side of the Sky Central City, and its scale was comparable to the Feng family. It was said that the Nangong family and the Feng family were never on good terms, both families having fought for over a few centuries and only recently calming down. However, that did not mean that they saw eye to eye, as they still frequently did things under the table. The man called Nangong Chang brought Su Yun into the residence, then headed towards his own home. On the way, they saw many servants of the residence. Majority of them were original occupants of Ultimate Martial World. Although their cultivation were not high, all the guards of the Nangong family were powerful, the lowest having the fighting strength of at least 1,000 points, far more capable than those guarding the doors. Not only that, every wall and road of the Nangong residence seemed to be made of precious gems, with enchantments all over. Su Yun could walk to any corner of the residence and be enveloped with dense profound spirit qi. It was extremely miraculous. There were all sorts of strange spirit beasts in the residence, be it four-legged birds or flaming cats. There were all sorts of queer beasts, causing people who enter to think that they have arrived in another world.
"Hello, young Master Ching."
"Greetings, young Master Chang."
"Blessed day, young Master Chang."
Along the way, many people greeted young Master Nangong, regardless of whether it was servants or maids. They were all amiable towards him, allowing Su Yun to see that he was not a fake, that he was genuinely a nice young master that everybody respected and that everyone in the household liked him.
"Shui Xiang, serve some tea, and bring me my best tea leaves."
Nangong Ching pushed open the door and spoke to the servant standing by the side, and then called for Su Yun to enter. After seating for a while, the servant brought back 2 teacups. With just a smell, the fragrance pounced into his nose. The tea was spiritual, emitting dense profound spirit force. It did not seem like tea, but some special spirit tonic.
"So the young masters in Ultimate Martial World drink unique things? Come, young noble Su, please have some tea." Nangong Cheng laughed and said, "Please. Please."
Upon drinking the tea, Su Yun felt refreshed, his vigor was replenished, and there seemed to be an unending energy in him. The spirit essences and chi channels in his body seemed to be strengthened. When he looked at his proof of qualifications, he saw that his fighting strength had increased by 100, attaining a fighting strength of 800.
No way, drinking tea can produce such a huge effect?
It increased by so much. Su Yun secretly exclaimed. All right, young noble Su, as we do not have much time, let us go straight into the main question.
Nangong Cheng placed his teacup down and said to Su Yun, "What does young Master Nangong want me to do?"
It's nothing difficult for you, it should be very easy, and when you're finished, I will pay you 200,000 cultivation coins, but remember, you must execute this mission perfectly.
What mission is it exactly? Su Yun asked. Act as me.
Nangong Chang spoke out one word at a time slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 392. Huai Ro Mu Yu. What did you say?
Su Yun was shocked, almost thinking that he heard wrong.
I want you to disguise as me, that is the mission. Young noble Su, it should not be difficult for you, right? Nangong Ching's expression turned solemn. Disguise as you? Su Yun took a deep breath, feeling hard to believe what he was hearing. Everything is all good, why the need for a disguise?
Furthermore, I have the shapeshift bone piece. Changing into his looks is truly easy, but what does he really want? This 200,000 cultivation coins should not be so easily earned. Sigh. Nan Gongqing sighed, a look of worry surfacing on his face. Young noble Su, in truth, it is a long story. I am forced to get someone to disguise as me. Tell me about your situation first. Su Yan said. Nan Gongqing nodded his head, and then started from the start. It is like this: very soon, the famous and prestigious trading family, the Huairou family, will be sending the patriarch's eldest daughter, Huairou Muyu, over. The relationship between our Nangong family and the Huairou family are good, and occasionally, marriages occur between both parties. This time, Huairou Muyu's goal in coming is to get engaged to me. When I was in the 5th stage of the spirit soul realm, Huairou Muyu was born. At that time, I did not know of the situation, thus my father and Huairou Muyu's grandfather had set the wedding matters, hoping that the two of us will become dual cultivation companions, but I do not hope for it, and hopes that young noble Su can help me. Is Huairou Muyu very ugly? No, I heard that she resembles a fairy that can cause the downfall of cities. Then is her cultivation so low that she is no compatible to be your companion? The Huairou family comes from trade. Their patriarch is a powerful almighty being with never-ending cultivation coins. Under that huge backing, Huairou Muyu's cultivation is extremely strong and currently stands at the same level as me. Then why are you not willing? A powerful and beautiful lady to be your companion. How many men are dreaming to be in your position? Su Yun revealed his puzzlement. Nan Gongqing sighed. He replied helplessly, "This heart of mine has long since fallen for another person. To not betray her, I do not wish to marry Huairou Muyu, thus I am looking for young noble Su's help." Hearing that, Su Yun then understood, and was filled with respect towards Nan Gongqing. It was normal for spirit cultivators to have 3 to 4 wives, and rarely was there a person who was wholeheartedly devoted to one person. He never expected Nan Gongqing to actually reject the marriage with Huairou Muyu for his own heart. It was truly hard to come by. Su Yan nodded his head and said, "Then isn't it better for you to just explain everything to Huairou Muyu? The relation between your two families are good, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "It isn't as good as you think it is, young noble Su." Nan Gongqing sighed again. Although the relation between both families have been good for a few generations, but the Huairou family is a trading aristocratic family, with strength far stronger than my Nangong family. If I were to publicly reject them, it will only cause them to be unhappy and affect the relationship between both families. I will become the guilty man of the Nangong family, and my family will never allow me to reject this, thus I have no choice but to do this. Tell me your plan. It is simple. Huairou Muyu has never seen me, and this time, I think she is coming to know more about me, so I want you to replace me and meet her. You are just a 5th stage spirit star realm cultivator. Huairou Muyu will not be overly concerned with you. As long as you treat her colder, and deliberately make things more difficult for her, I think she will be unable to accept you. As long as she does not agree to the marriage, then the decision will lie with the Huairou family, and I, Nan Gongqing, will be free from worries, no longer needing to bear the responsibility. Young Master Nangong, do you think this is possible? Although she has never met you, but all the servants in the Nangong family recognizes you, so how can I disguise as you? Unless you have some perfect disguising tool, if not, I am afraid this plan will not work. The shapeshift bone piece could disguise him perfectly, but Su Yan still hoped that Nan Gongqing would be able to give him more insurance, because if anything were to happen, he would be offending both great families. You don't have to worry about this at all. We will not even be using any treasures to disguise you. Huairou Muyu has countless of powerful treasures. If you were to disguise yourself, I am afraid she will see through it some way or another, and that will lead to her being suspicious, so the best thing to do is for you to meet her with your real face. As for the people in the residence, you do not need to worry at all. As long as you do not leave my courtyard, it'll be fine. The people here, the servants and maids, are all my people. I have long kept them in the loop, and will act accordingly with me and you. Nan Gongqing laughed. Then what if your brothers and sisters come and visit you? Or what if your parents come?